Chapter 1, 1991. Number 6, Yezhin Road, Ziowegian District, Chingsari County. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the second-floor window, casting its warm glow upon the polished wooden floor. The rhythmic knocking interrupted the boy's concentrated endeavor to sharpen his pencil. He glanced up, observing a plump shadow cast upon the floor. Upon recognizing the owner of the shadow, he couldn't help but murmur, "I am aware that I am an extraordinary individual, but this is rather excessive." The 11-year-old boy towered above his peers, his height accentuated by a dapper gray-blue waistcoat and a small suit, the golden pocket watch chain lending an air of elegance to the pencil sharpener in his hand, reminiscent of a fine wine glass. He rose from his shadowed corner and stepped into the sunlight. The rays illuminated his sleek, raven-black hair, while his feather-like eyelashes flickered in the sunlight streaming through the window. His reddish-brown eyes squinted against the brightness, and his delicate, pale pink lips pursed slightly beneath a noble and finely sculpted nose. With a hint of Slavic heritage, the boy possessed a fair and refined visage, akin to a young nobleman from a fairy tale, devoid of the characteristic freckles typical of his European counterparts. He meticulously arranged his pencils upon the table, his movements exuding grace as though he were handling precious artworks. John Wick gazed out the window, where a persistent owl was tapping insistently against the glass, clutching a letter in its beak. This sight plunged him into contemplation. The owl itself was unremarkable after all. This era was far removed from the age of extravagant penguins, and letter writing was hardly a rarity. However, the combination of an owl and a delivery was indeed peculiar. Upon closer inspection of the letter, he noted that the envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, the writing rendered in an emerald green ink. Thus far, everything seemed ordinary, but the problem lay in the wax seal affixed in the center. It bore a heraldic emblem, featuring a capital H, surrounded by a menagerie of lions, eagles, badgers, and serpents. Could it possibly be that? From John's name, it was evident that he was a lover of peace, yet he harbored a secret unknown to others. Indeed, he was a time traveler. Since his arrival in this world, he had been acutely aware of his uniqueness. After all, he was John Wick, sharing a name with the infamous assassin from a series of high-octane thrillers. Known for his bloody vendettas over a dog, it was clear that a life of extraordinary events awaited him. To this end, he had diligently trained in the art of eliminating 3 foes with a single pencil, honing his skills to such a degree that he had earned the moniker of the pencil assassin among his peers. He was confident that, should he ever encounter perilous situations, he could effortlessly brandish a pencil to threaten adversaries into laying down their arms. Yet, he had not anticipated that he had indeed found himself in an extraordinary world, one that was far from mundane. This realm was home to a cadre of wizards, capable of wielding their wands to erase memories and infiltrate minds to extract desired information. A society of supernaturally gifted humans, not lacking in twisted, deranged wizards reminiscent of Grindelwald and Voldemort. So, has my mastery of pencil assassinations been rendered futile? John lamented as he cast a regretful glance at his neatly arranged pencils, having dedicated a decade to his training, only to discover he was in a magical world. No matter how skilled a killer one might be, could they truly contend with a wizard? For wizards, ailments and afflictions could be effortlessly remedied, not to mention the elusive nature of their magic. Well, as Confucius once said, if you have arrived, then find peace in your arrival. Since I am here, let them rest in this place. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for the window and opened it. The owl, having been left waiting outside for quite some time, finally flew in, indignantly dropping the letter onto John's face. With a huff, the owl turned and departed, dismissing even the customary pleas for food it would typically make. The audacity of the child to be a new student at Hogwarts was indeed unfortunate. TSK, how rude. By the way, are these owls raised by Hagrid? I cannot fathom how he tolerates them. John removed the envelope and grumbled about the quality of Hogwarts owls before opening the letter. Dear Mr. Wick, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. September 1st, there's still some time left. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Discovering a hidden corner of the world, initiating the series of tasks. Hogwarts. Indeed, a golden finger. A time traveler with an innate golden finger. At the age of 5, John had discovered a panel suddenly manifesting in his mind. This was also the reason he could master the lethal skill of eliminating 3 foes with a single stroke by the age of 11. The panel was quite straightforward aside from task allocation. It served only 2 functions: enhancements and skill points. Enhancements, as the name suggests, were akin to various buffs stacking in a game. Skill points allowed for the elevation of skill levels. Both enhancements and skill points could be acquired through the completion of randomly assigned tasks. John's proficiency in short weapons had already reached level 7, allowing him to effortlessly defeat 3 grown adults even with a mere pencil in hand. According to his original plan, he intended to utilize skill points to become a versatile athlete or gain admission to a prestigious institution. Yet, these aspirations were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of this acceptance letter. A new element had appeared on the panel: magical power. Undoubtedly, this confirmed the authenticity of the letter. It was now July. John now needed to devise a strategy to convince his parents, the Wicks, to accept the reality that their son was a wizard. John, this joke is rather amusing. Mr. Watson Wick regarded his son with a serious expression, stating, "You may have successfully used a pencil to compel your father to rush to the school to apologize to 4 children, but do not torment your father with such an unfunny jest." Watson Wick, John's father, possessed golden brown hair and reddish-brown eyes, his prominent nose complemented by a well-tailored suit, embodying the image of a quintessential British elite. In truth, John bore a closer resemblance to his mother, Mrs. Wick, who shared his raven hair and exuded a mature charm in her attire, hailing from the land of bears. As members of the middle-class elite, the Wick family was skeptical of young John's claims. Mrs. Wick aligned with Watson, holding a gold-rimmed porcelain cup filled with coffee, her eyes reflecting the exasperation of a parent dealing with a child's fabrications. "There are 3 of them, and I'm not joking," John retorted. It was indeed 3 individuals the 4th had merely stumbled over in his own clumsiness, bearing no relation to John whatsoever. "Is that so?" The chubby boy named Dudley did not convey it in that manner. He devoured the entire cake meant for apologies. "Goodness, I have no idea how he managed to consume it all." Watson regarded his son with a bemused expression, a hint of amusement lurking beneath his facade. As John grappled with the realization of his existence within a magical realm, he increasingly found himself troubled by the notion that the chubby Dudley might indeed be Harry Potter's cousin. Ultimately, after John's impassioned arguments, the Wick couple, though still skeptical, agreed to offer him chance. Thus the days passed slowly. John also earned a new affectionate nickname from the Wick couple, Little Wizard. However, this news seemed to have reached unfriendly ears, leading a group of children who bore ill will toward John to band together for mockery, only to be frightened into retreat upon the sight of his pencil. On July 30th, a knock echoed at the door of the Wick household. Upon opening the door, a tall woman stood before him, clad in a deep green robe, her serious countenance framed by square glasses. This figure, without a doubt, was the vice principal known for her passion for Quidditch, Minerva McGonagall, professor at Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. McGonagall offered a polite nod before addressing the awestruck John. "Minerva McGonagall, may I enter, John Wick?" Upon meeting a character from the pages of his books, John regained his composure and greeted her with a radiant smile, inviting Professor McGonagall inside. The skeptical Wick couple exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, wondering if their child had invited someone to play a part. With doubts lingering, the couple settled onto the sofa, while Professor McGonagall took a seat across from them. In this instance, the central figure, John, assumed the role of a humble servant, offering tea. After settling in, Watson was the first to speak. "You are the teacher from Hogwarts?" His expression and words were laden with skepticism. Professor McGonagall had encountered countless parents of this sort, and, rather than becoming irate, she graciously corrected the individual's choice of words, stating, It is Hogwarts, to be precise, a school of magic. The couple simultaneously turned their gaze toward John, their hearts unable to suppress the nagging thought. Could it be that their son had not deceived them? John maintained an innocent expression, having insisted that his claims were indeed true. Mr. Watson was not so easily convinced. He shifted his posture, leaning slightly forward, gesturing with both hands as he questioned. "So my son is a wizard? You mean to say that you extract the nails from the deceased and nail black cats to the doorposts of others?" Such arrogant and skeptical remarks were decidedly unfriendly, prompting even McGonagall to furrow her brow and respond sternly. "Mr. Watson, only dark wizards would commit such acts. Hogwarts is a genuine school of magic." "My apologies," Mr. Watson conceded, realizing that his words had been somewhat excessive. Yet belief was still a considerable leap. Understanding that it was not easy for Muggle families to accept the existence of a wizard, McGonagall withdrew her wand and waved it. The teacup that Mr. Watson held transformed into a mouse, which scurried up his sleeve, eliciting a horrified scream from him. John was witnessing magic for the first time, and the advanced transfiguration left him undeniably exhilarated. Following this incident, Mr. Watson was completely convinced of John's assertions. Even the most skilled magician could not transform a teacup into a mouse from across a table. After bidding McGonagall farewell that day, Mr. Watson turned into a curious child. "John, turn the cup into a mouse. John, make the broom sweep the floor by itself. John, can you fly on a broom? John." John, increasingly exasperated, ultimately resorted to a trump card, prompting Mrs. Weasley to intervene and usher Mr. Watson out of the room. July 31st. John, too, had preparations to make for his upcoming enrollment. This must be the place. Charing Cross Road. The dingy, narrow pub seemed utterly out of place amidst the grand bookstores and record shops. Yet, this conspicuous location was entirely overlooked by passers-by. A Muggle-repelling charm. For those familiar with Harry Potter, this place is undoubtedly recognizable. It is the very site where Harry's journey began, as well as a necessary passage to Diagon Alley. This shabby little pub bore a resounding name, the Leaky Cauldron. Before entering the pub, the lovely Mrs. Weasley expressed her concern. "John, you are but a child. You cannot enter the pub." John confidently assured her that he would not. After all, it was difficult to find charm in such an environment. Upon stepping into the Leaky Cauldron, the mingled odors of sweat and sour beer created an unusual scent that made the trio involuntarily wrinkle their noses. What they had anticipated to be a disheveled exterior was exceeded by the disturbing interior. John found himself curious as to how these wizards could endure such odors, particularly a fellow swathed in a scarf. The stench within was at least 100%, with that individual contributing no less than 60. The already balding proprietor emerged from behind the bar, recognizing the family's attire and understanding their predicament. "Come here, your presence here has cost me a few nuts." The money-minded owner brusquely cleared a path behind the bar, his words dripping with disdain for the trio, which left Mrs. Weasley feeling that wizards were indeed rather rude. Under the proprietor's guidance, the family approached the entrance to Diagon Alley. The owner demonstrated how to access the entrance. Count 3 bricks on top of the rubbish bin, then 2 bricks horizontally. As he tapped the wall, the previously solid structure parted to reveal the pathway to the magical world. "This is magic." John was left in awe, as if witnessing the convergence of 2 worlds before his very eyes. Even in future reminiscences, the memory would remain vividly etched in his mind. "Excuse me," coming through, a gruff voice called from behind. A towering figure loomed, at least 3 meters tall. Draped in a supersized moleskin coat, he emanated a scent that was perplexingly reminiscent of either a wild beast or an individual who had not bathed in quite some time. Beside the giant stood a small boy, appearing emaciated as if suffering from chronic malnutrition. His oversized clothing accentuated his frailness, and round glasses perched upon his nose framed a pair of striking green eyes. Upon catching sight of the lightning-shaped scar peeking from beneath the boy's hair, John immediately recognized his identity. Having been a viewer of Harry Potter in his past life, it was remarkable that, despite the passage of over a decade, such a distinctive pairing would escape recognition. The boy who lived. "Hagrid and Harry," John muttered softly, while his parents stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by their astonishment. While transforming a cup into a mouse was already astonishing, Hagrid's towering stature, clearly beyond that of an ordinary human, left them thoroughly intimidated. As they watched the duo move farther away, John gathered his thoughts once more. Though he yearned to engage in a bit of camaraderie with the two individuals, it was evidently not an opportune moment. He had a plethora of items to procure, but first, he needed to visit Gringotts to exchange some currency. Skipping over the perplexing exchange rates at Gringotts, it was apparent that the Wicks were not of modest means. Watson Wick held the position of a manager in a corporation, while Mrs. Wick operated a beauty salon. They spent a total of £2,000 to acquire 400 galleons. John recalled the goblin's avariciously cunning expression at the counter, leaving him with a lingering sense of being swindled. Regardless, this shopping expedition had provided the necessary capital. John paid no heed to Watson's incessant murmurs beside him. He was determined to stow away the galleons to flaunt before his friends. The family meandered through Diagon Alley, encountering dragon liver, which ignited the gluttonous instincts inherited from their ancestry, inciting an impulse to purchase it for a taste. However, for the Wick couple, it was nothing more than a gruesome, bloodied organ to be avoided. A tea flourish and blots. Watson's careless hands nearly lost a finger to the malicious books of monsters. John diligently filled his list, acquiring all the necessary tomes, in addition to several volumes regarding the magical realm, one of which, a hefty history of Hogwarts, proved particularly difficult for him to divert his gaze from. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Madame Malkin, a stout and cheerful witch, radiated infectious joy. She was thoroughly pleased with John, declaring him a natural model, as every garment fit him impeccably after he departed. Harry arrived at the shop and encountered the spoiled young Malfoy. At the cauldron shop, John earnestly persuaded Watson against purchasing an automatic stirring cauldron for home use, fearing it would result in utter chaos. Nevertheless, Watson contemplated its potential as a stew pot, and upon hearing it would be placed in the kitchen, Mrs. Wick decisively quashed the idea. The apothecary, the family gazed at the bizarre items submerged in jars of liquid. Prompting Mrs. Wick to shield her precious son's eyes, Watson wore a look of disgust, as if the bacon he had consumed for breakfast was writhing in his stomach, ultimately leading the family to flee the shop in haste. Finally, at Ollivander's wand shop, renowned for crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC, John arrived at the moment he had long anticipated. If anything epitomized the magical world within Harry Potter, it was undoubtedly the wand. A quintessential instrument for every witch and wizard. Without a wand, even Voldemort would have to stand obediently. As John entered Ollivander's, he was greeted not by a person, but by a mountain of slender boxes containing wands. The already cramped shop felt even more constricted amid the stacked boxes. Dust thickly coated every surface, leading John to question how Ollivander managed to reside in such a place without ever cleaning. While John examined his surroundings, Ollivander scrutinized him in return. "Good afternoon," he said, emerging from the towering pile of boxes with a warm smile. "Hello, I would like a wand," John replied, as anyone would desire one. "Ah, a new student from Hogwarts. What is your name?" "John Wick." "Excellent, Mr. Wick. Which hand do you favor?" "My right, though my left would suffice as well." John was ambidextrous, a skill honed over 2.5 years of practicing with pencils, allowing him to swiftly engage adversaries on either side. "Then let us go with the left hand." After a moment's contemplation, John opted for his left hand. Ollivander retrieved a measuring tape, enchanted for the task. Observing the serious demeanor of Ollivander, John felt an odd sensation arise within him. This old man seemed less like a wand seller and more akin to a tailor. Wands are unique. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Following the measurements, Ollivander mysteriously imparted this wisdom before returning to the counter. He retrieved a box from the shelf, and upon opening it, revealed a black wand. "Willow wood with unicorn hair, 7 3/4 inches. You should give it a try." With a heart full of excitement, John accepted the wand. His very first, he waved it with vigor, causing the wooden cabinets in the shop to explode, splinters flying in every direction. The overwhelming force left John momentarily stunned. "It seems this is not the one. Let us try this one instead." Ollivander cautiously retrieved another wand, this time one made of mahogany. John took it, and the adjacent box burst open. "You are quite discerning. Try this one. Purple heart with dragon heartstring." As time passed, it appeared none of the wands would suit him. After numerous attempts, John felt increasingly numb to the process. The once tidy shop had become a chaotic mess, prompting even Watson, who had been restrained outside by Mrs. Wick, to question if they were selling weaponry instead of wands. To Mr. Wick, I must be frank, I have never encountered a student as destructive as you. Even the gentlest oak and unicorn hair produced explosive results in John's hands, exhilarating Ollivander further. The more finicky the customer, the greater the satisfaction for Ollivander. I recall a wand that was as particular as you. An idea struck Ollivander, and he energetically ascended the shelves, leaving John in awe of his agility despite his apparent age, fearing he might lose his footing and fall after rummaging through the boxes. Ollivander produced a dusty wand. A single breath blew away the dust, revealing a wand of red oak and thunderbird tail feather, 9 3/4 inches, with remarkable flexibility. With a beaming smile, he handed the wand to John. His eyes fixed on him with anticipation, as if watching his own daughter marry. Upon receiving it, John inexplicably thought, "This is it." With a sense of instinctive clarity, he raised the wand and waved it gracefully. Instead of an explosion, a gentle glow emanated from the tip, cascading down like soft bubbles upon his face. "This is the one," he exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully, and Ollivander's satisfaction was evident. Each wand is akin to a willful child. To help a child find their true companion is the greatest joy. Ollivander smiled at John, stating, "The red oak wand thrives on the fervor of battle. It is a warrior among wands." "That sounds far more fitting than a pencil," John replied with a grin, relieved he no longer needed to carry the pencil in his pocket. He hoped the red oak wand would prove more durable than a pencil, thus alleviating his fears of breakage. The price for a wand was 7 galleons. After paying, John reunited with his parents, and along the way, Watson expressed great interest in John's wand, even jesting about conjuring a morning glory atop his wife's head. John snatched back his wand to prevent his father from causing further mischief. "And we must also acquire an owl." John slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that there were no telephones at Hogwarts. Without owls, he would have to rely solely on the communal Hogwarts owls. The thought of that ill-tempered owl made John feel it was best to purchase one in the Ilya Owl shop. The chaotic flapping and the unmistakable scent of bird droppings caused Mrs. Weasley to step outside in discomfort. This was the one. Among the myriad of owls, John instantly spotted a flash of white. It was a snowy owl, and he named it Basil. The snowy owl Basil tilted its head, its round face fixated on John, as if determined to remember its new owner. Upon returning home, Watson, in a playful mood, began taking pictures with John's wand in various poses. Had John's wizarding robe fit him, he likely would have donned it for a few more shots. Mrs. Weasley leaned against the cupboard, watching him with a smile reminiscent of a parent observing a child who has yet to grow up. Meanwhile, Harry received his own gift, a snowy owl he named Hedwig. It was the happiest day of his life. John received a present as well. When Mrs. Weasley revealed the gift, John was startled by the movement of the box and instinctively drew his wand in a defensive grip. As he opened the box, a little puppy sprang out, with large ears, a brown head, and a black back. It was a beagle, officially named Beagle. The puppy wasted no time in showering John with enthusiastic licks. Clearly embodying the traits of an affectionate companion, Mrs. Weasley chuckled at this warm scene, leaning into Watson's embrace as she said, "Your father and I thought it best not to send you to school with a spider or a rat. So this little darling is our gift for your new term." Watson nodded in agreement, silently mouthing that it was indeed his mother's idea. Watson, who had become quite the wizarding enthusiast, couldn't possibly think that a rat was undesirable. After all, bringing a rat to school would be incredibly cool. John mused that if his father were a wizard, he would undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor, embodying the spirit of exploration and the fearless adventure characteristic of those little lions. "Thank you, Mom. I agree that a rat wouldn't be ideal." John, sharing a mutual distaste for rodents, adored the gift, as it reminded him of a plot from Harry Potter. He recalled a greasy middle-aged man who had transformed into a rat, and how revolted he was upon reverting to human form. Cradling the puppy, still just a few months old, its tail wagged like a propeller, radiating energy. "You should name your pet. I named the first toy car your grandmother gave me." Watson lamented not being able to procure a black widow as a pet for his son. Naming was always a matter of shared taste between father and son, holding the puppy amidst its affectionate onslaught. John pondered, how about Tom? Yes, this Tom would be from the cartoon Tom and Jerry, certainly not the original name of Voldemort. Thus, John acquired his very first dog, September 1 SD, the Weasley family accompanied their son to King's Cross Station. Watson, dressed in a formal suit, repeatedly checked the address, ensuring he was not mistaken. 9 3/4. Despite living in England for so long, he had never heard of such a platform at King's Cross. After wandering for quite some time, they still had not located it. John cast a glance at his father, whose enthusiasm remained undiminished, even feeling too apathetic to reveal that he was eager to see the legendary wizarding train. As a Muggle, curiosity about magical matters was inevitable. Having seen the story, John knew precisely where to go and found the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. He turned back to wave goodbye to his father. And, in the midst of his father's astonished gaze, he dashed headlong into the pillar. With a considerable amount of luggage in hand, John accidentally collided with a young girl while passing through the platform. Oh dear, the two pieces of luggage clattered together. Years of physical training paid off at this moment as he steadied himself like a seasoned warrior. The timid wizard he collided with was not so fortunate. Knocked completely off balance, luggage spilled, scattering books across the floor. Strength versus magic. Round 1. Strength prevailed. Are you all right? Seeing he had knocked someone over, John hurried over to assist the fallen young wizard, while also helping to gather the scattered books. As he picked up the books, he glanced at the young wizard's face, dressed in robes, with thick, tousled brown hair and bright brown eyes. The most striking feature was her prominent rabbit-like front teeth. John, possessing no other notable quality but his honesty, exclaimed, "Your front teeth are quite large." Hermione, who had intended to reassure him that she was fine, felt her face darken at his remark, as the daughter of a dentist. Her prominent teeth had always been a source of insecurity, and being mocked about them was the last thing she wanted. The fact that this boy not only collided with her, but also mocked her teeth made her reluctant to give him any semblance of kindness. Unbeknownst to John, the girl he had bumped into was Hermione, one of the trio, having been portrayed more attractively in the Harry Potter films. After so many years, recalling certain plot points was largely due to the immense popularity of Harry Potter. But remembering specific details was quite a challenge for him. Oblivious to having offended her, John stacked the scattered books neatly and smiled at his own elegance. However, Hermione felt no warmth toward him. "Thank you," she muttered hurriedly, eager to distance herself from him, striding away with determination. John, mistaking her haste for shyness, brushed his hair back and lamented, "Oh, this cursed charm of mine." On the train, John arrived early. Finding many empty compartments, he casually entered one and sat, gazing out the window in boredom. He recalled that today, Ron would meet the Savior for the first time. Regrettably, he missed the iconic moment. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" A timid voice broke the silence. It was a boy with a round face, freckled and visibly anxious, as if afraid John would refuse. This was clearly a boy lacking confidence. Compared to Dudley, this plump little fellow seemed rather slim. John smiled and replied, "Please, take a seat." Hearing this, Neville sighed in relief. But as he entered the compartment, he noticed the boy before him appeared rather intimidating, with a refined appearance, dressed in a brown wool sweater. His wand danced between his fingers like a well-trained snake. The sight was reminiscent of a cowboy brandishing a revolver. The timid Neville shrank against the window, attempting to minimize his presence. Ribbit, Neville's pet toad. Trevor leaped out, prompting him to quickly grab it. Fearing he might irritate John, he cast a furtive glance at him. Meanwhile, John was observing him, which only made Neville lower his head further, convinced he had offended the other boy. Unbeknownst to him, John was merely intrigued by the toad, a creature that evoked memories of the Harry Potter series, where a character had a similar pet in the scant recollections that John possessed of the plot. Aside from the trio of friends, there were few impressions that lingered. Among the handful of names etched in his memory, the title of the Sword Master of Hogwarts undoubtedly stood out. Thus, he extended his hand with a smile and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am John Wick. I am Neville Longbottom." Neville stammered in response. Upon hearing this name, John silently acknowledged the truth of it. The future Sword Master of Hogwarts, a true Gryffindor. Some claimed that Neville was the chosen one. A notion that had likely indoctrinated countless individuals on the internet in his previous life. John leaned more towards the idea of dual saviors, for without Neville's destruction of the Horcruxes, Harry Potter would not have triumphed. Lacking Harry's brilliance, Neville's slaying of the serpent would have yielded nothing but wrath. Both were indispensable. Neville's inherent kindness destined him to be unable to slay Harry, the seventh Horcrux, even if he were aware of the truth. Hence, the notion of dual saviors seemed far more credible. Observing Neville fall silent after hearing his name, he pondered whether he should change compartments. The Longbottom name did not enjoy a favorable reputation among pureblood families. Being on par with the Weasleys, the atmosphere grew quiet. A commanding voice pierced through from outside. "May I sit here?" With her curly hair and oversized front teeth, the ever-inquisitive Miss Hermione Granger arrived. Thinking that the presence of another might alleviate the tension, Neville eagerly replied, "There's no one here." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at John. Hermione slightly tilted her head, a habitual gesture of hers. As the top student at school, she had always been a favorite among the teachers. However, upon seating herself, she realized that the dark-haired boy across from her was someone she had met earlier that morning. Remembering his comment about her prominent front teeth, her expression darkened. Initially pleased with the prospect of shared pressure, Neville misinterpreted Hermione's change in demeanor, fearing he had once again committed a social faux pas. The silence deepened once more. Ultimately, it was Hermione who broke the stillness, extending her hand towards Neville and raising her chin slightly. Her voice softened. "Hermione Granger." Neville Longbottom. Neville exhaled in relief. The oppressive silence had led him to doubt his ability to endure until school. John also came to his senses and chimed in. John Wick.it was then that he realized the girl he had referenced regarding her front teeth was none other than Hermione from the trio of protagonists. Hermione held no long-lasting grudges. She was inherently kind-hearted. Upon learning that Neville's parents were both wizards, her interest peaked. "So, can you perform magic?" Children from magical families must have been exposed to magic from an early age. "Could you show me?" Neville, unable to articulate a response, found himself at a loss for words, while Hermione's chatter continued unabated, reminiscent of a sewing machine in constant motion. John, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Recognizing Hermione's relentless inquisitiveness, setting aside his wand, he interjected, "Talent varies from person to person, much like how I come from a Muggle family, yet am a wizard myself." Upon hearing that John also hailed from a Muggle background, Hermione felt a sense of kinship blossom, her irritation waning. They began discussing the novelties of the magical world, occasionally seeking Neville's insight as a local resident. The atmosphere within the compartment brightened. Yet after their conversation, Neville realized his toad had seemingly vanished. Eager to assist, Hermione volunteered to help Neville search for his toad and inquired if John would join them. John, reluctant to move, contemplated his recently purchased chocolate frog. Gesturing dismissively, "I think I'll remain in the compartment to prevent anyone from assuming it's unoccupied." Hermione, finding this rationale reasonable, led Neville to search for the toad throughout the train. When the two had departed, it was a considerable time after the train had set off before they returned. "Oh my goodness, John, you wouldn't believe who I just saw," Neville exclaimed, somewhat incoherently, leaving John perplexed. It was Hermione who raised her voice, clearly articulating, "Harry Potter, the savior from the story, is also on the train." Reflecting on her encounter with the seemingly unremarkable savior, Hermione proudly lifted her chin and declared, "The savior isn't that impressive after all." Neville retorted, "But my grandmother said Harry Potter defeated Voldemort and saved the wizarding world." A debate ensued between the two. Upon hearing this, John realized the moment he had missed. The epic meeting of the trio was unfolding in their compartment. He felt a pang of regret for having forgotten this detail. After several hours of travel, the train arrived at Hogwarts as darkness enveloped the sky. Prompted by Hermione, John donned his school robes. And with his striking features accentuated by the attire, he exuded an air of mystery. Before they disembarked, John caught sight of Hagrid's enormous figure through the glass. Holding a lantern, Hagrid was a conspicuous presence in the night. As the young wizards stepped off the train, they marveled at Hagrid's size, while the older students departed in an orderly fashion under the leadership of their prefects. John noticed a red-haired boy by Harry's side. Such distinctive hair was unmistakably that of a Weasley. A throng of first years, guided by Hagrid, made their way towards Hogwarts. As they crossed the Black Lake in boats, John seized the opportunity to remind Neville. "Neville, did you find your toad?" Neville's round face fell as he recalled Harry's presence, momentarily forgetting his plight. Yet now aboard the boat, with Trevor still missing, Neville was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, John, the instigator of this predicament, remained unperturbed, recalling that Neville's toad would eventually make an appearance at the entrance of Hogwarts. Indeed, he had always been curious about where exactly Neville's toad had gone, having vanished from the train only to reappear at Hogwarts. Could it be that Trevor possessed the bloodline of magical creatures? Magical creatures were the enchanting beings of the wizarding world, playing a vital role in rendering this realm vibrant and diverse. "Lower your heads," bellowed Hagrid, prompting Hermione and Neville to hastily comply, while John remained standing. Once the boats had passed, they realized there was no need to duck, or rather, only Hagrid's colossal stature warranted such a gesture. Having traversed the Black Lake, the young wizards officially set foot in Hogwarts. The ancient school of magic, reminiscent of a castle, radiated an air of mystery in the darkness. The students ascended the time-worn steps. Steeped in history, the entrance, Professor McGonagall, her expression stern, awaited their arrival. Unlike her previous visit to the Wick household, this time she donned a black, pointed wizard's hat, adding an extra layer of authority to her presence. Nodding slightly at Hagrid, the unyielding Professor McGonagall spoke. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Ding. The first phase of the Hogwarts quest has commenced, to navigate through the inaugural year as a magical apprentice. The rewards for this task include 1 to magical blood and 2 to any point. Note, triggering corresponding tasks will grant additional rewards. As Professor McGonagall began to speak, John received a system notification. He vacated his mind, his gaze becoming vacant as if he were daydreaming in class. Before him, a transparent panel resembling something inscribed on glass materialized. This panel was rather simplistic, containing merely 4 elements. Magic, level 1, 0-100, spell, Alohomora, level 3, skills, proficiency in short weapons, level 7, proficiency in polearms, level 6, proficiency in heavy weapons, level 3, proficiency in firearms, level 1, enhancements, strengthening, speed attack, precision. John blinked his dry eyes. After returning home from Diagon Alley, he had devoted a month to studying magic, managing to elevate the unlocking charm to level 3, and additionally acquiring a spell attribute. Level 1 Alohomora could merely unlock simple door latches. Level 2 allowed for the opening of locks, while level 3 had enabled him to access the safe his father had covertly hidden from his mother. Consequently, he had also discovered a handgun within the safe, thus gaining a level 1 proficiency in firearms. Professor McGonagall continued to introduce the 4 houses. John was already familiar with this and paid little attention. Neville, upon spotting Leaf on the staircase, joyfully shouted and dashed out. This scene elicited chuckles from numerous young witches and wizards, prompting Neville to awkwardly retreat to the group. Once McGonagall turned to prepare for the sorting ceremony, the young Draco Malfoy, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, initiated his love-hate relationship with the savior, Harry Potter. It appeared that the rumors from the train were indeed true. Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts, accompanied by his steadfast companions. Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy ascended the steps, proudly introducing himself to Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. His demeanor exuded the arrogance and haughtiness of a pure-blooded aristocrat. These traits, ironically, were precisely what the Weasleys detested, causing Ron to snicker at Malfoy's ostentatious display. The sound, though soft, was just loud enough for Malfoy to hear. Malfoy turned to appraise Ron. For one's most loathed enemy often possesses the clearest understanding of oneself. Recognizing Ron as a member of the Weasley family, Malfoy unabashedly mocked. "Red hair and hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley." Ron felt unjustly aggrieved. The Weasley family was rather large. With 7 children to save money, he had no choice but to wear his brother's cast-offs. After deriding the Weasleys, Malfoy extended an invitation to Harry. "You will soon discover that certain wizarding families are indeed superior. Potter, no one wishes to befriend those of questionable repute. I can assist you." Malfoy's willingness to extend an olive branch revealed his desire to befriend Harry. This proclamation caused John to furrow his brow. While he had previously perceived Malfoy as merely arrogant, hearing his words firsthand was irksome. His remarks belittled all wizards outside of pure blood status, inciting an impulse to deliver a punch to that haughty visage. Yet, Malfoy seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. Harry was friends with the Weasleys. "And no one relishes the mockery of their friends that I believe I can discern right from wrong. Thank you." Harry decisively rebuffed Malfoy's overture, leaving Malfoy somewhat embarrassed as the two engaged in a seemingly deep gaze. John could no longer contain himself and shook his head. "Little Malfoy, that's not how friendships are forged." John discreetly stepped forward, joining Neville, with Hermione following closely behind. Hermione presumed that John's approach was fueled by anger at Malfoy's words. After all, striking someone on the first day of school would be ill-advised, regardless of the institution's magical nature. However, her worries were unfounded. Shortly after Malfoy had finished speaking, Professor McGonagall returned to lead them into the hall. The ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall was enchanted to resemble a starry night, with hundreds of candles floating above, illuminating the space. 4 long tables were filled with students, their robes adorned with colors representing their respective houses, red and gold for Gryffindor, blue and bronze for Ravenclaw, green and silver for Slytherin, and yellow and black for Hufflepuff. 4 enormous funnels in the hall represented the house points the upperclassmen observed as the first years entered, while Hermione incessantly chatted about Hogwarts history, causing John some vexation. It was no wonder that the other two from their trio had harbored ill feelings towards Hermione. During childhood, when self-esteem was high, having a friend who constantly flaunted their superior knowledge could be quite irksome. Fortunately, John was not a child and bore no ill will towards Hermione. His attention was more captivated by the elderly gentleman with a white beard and a kindly demeanor, who was not only the headmaster of Hogwarts, but also the pinnacle of power in the magical world. He was the very person that the two Dark Lords had feared, the steadfast anchor of the magical realm, and the one capable of summoning a phoenix, the White Wizard of the magical world. Albus Dumbledore. John's curious gaze caught Dumbledore's attention. The elder, never lacking in patience for his students, playfully winked at John. Subsequently, Dumbledore announced the unfolding of the plot task and specifically emphasized the dangers lurking in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. To this, John could only scoff internally. Was he not blatantly inviting the curious lions to investigate? Then came the sorting ceremony, with the unyielding Hannah Abbott being sorted into Hufflepuff. When it was John's turn, Hermione had already been assigned to Gryffindor and was eagerly watching him. No one wished to be separated from their friends, John Wick. Professor McGonagall called out John's name, and he stepped forward. His smooth, dark hair complemented his refined features and perfectly fitted wizarding robe. The foreign girls his age were far more precocious than those back in the Celestial Empire. They blushed and whispered among themselves, discussing the striking young boy. As he stood beneath the sorting hat, John noticed a spider laboring atop its brim, prompting him to nearly recoil in distaste. While he had developed an impression of wizards being somewhat disheveled, this was rather excessive. Did Professor McGonagall not find it repulsive? The sorting hat was placed upon his head, and a vexed voice emanated from it. What a rude little wizard, just as arrogant as Slytherin. John felt a wave of embarrassment. He had not anticipated the sorting hat's ability to discern his thoughts. Curiously, he inquired, "Is this legilimency? Legilimency? This little wizard knows such advanced magic, but alas, that is not the case." As the hat, a relic of the founding member Godric Gryffindor, was not employing legilimency. Rather, it utilized a more advanced form of perception. What a difficult decision. You possess courage and a spirit of exploration, as well as diligence and a capacity for compassion. Your cleverness and ambition align closely with Slytherin's values, especially your obsession with honor, the sorting hat muttered to itself, leaving John momentarily stunned. Wait a moment. You haven't mentioned wisdom at all. Are you implying that I am foolish? That is quite unfair. No, the real concern was how he had been associated with Slytherin. He was not a pureblood, and Slytherins were notorious for their pureblood elitism, making him their natural adversary. As for ambition, John felt unjustly accused. He merely aspired to become a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber. What was wrong with that? Were you to claim that you had never dreamed of being a superhero in your youth? At most, he wished to dominate a house, akin to becoming a class monitor. Hardly a grand ambition. Slander. This was undoubtedly slander. Yet, regardless of how he ruminated, the sorting hat ultimately hesitated before loudly proclaiming, "Slytherin." What? John was taken aback. A mere muggle-born like himself was being sent to Slytherin. Who doesn't he know that Slytherin is notorious for its pure-blood elitism? He wasn't even half-blood. At best, he could be referred to as a mudblood. To place himself there was akin to inviting bullying. The sorting hat calmly reassured him, "Fear not, young wizard. Your honor will surely win Slytherin's respect." John suspected that this was an act of vengeance for his disparaging remarks. The sorting hat's assignments were absolute, a fact even Dumbledore could not alter. With no other option, he trudged heavily towards Slytherin. In Gryffindor, 2 concerned gazes fell upon him. Hermione and Neville worried for their friend. Alas, life was not easy. Unfortunately, the only remaining seat in Slytherin was beside Malfoy. As John took his place, Malfoy, noticing his good looks and polite demeanor, mistakenly assumed he was a pure-blood child. After all, in Malfoy's worldview, purebloods were synonymous with elegance, and he could hardly fathom the Muggle side, a scion of the Malfoy family. He was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Having an ally would only benefit him. Thus, he proudly extended his hand in friendship, declaring, Draco Malfoy. Of the sacred 28 pureblood Malfoys, he raised his chin, looking down his nose at others, akin to a peacock eager to display its plumage. John cast a sidelong glance and politely shook his hand. Responding calmly, John Wick. Malfoy appreciated his discerning behavior, unlike that of Harry Potter, although John was not among the sacred 28. Malfoy resolved to treat this classmate favorably due to his perceptiveness. He then proudly inquired, Are you pureblood or half-blood? John glanced at his haughty demeanor and replied nonchalantly, Neither. Malfoy's expression froze. Neither. Did that mean he was entirely Muggle-born? You're a mudblood. The term sprang to his mind, and he instinctively uttered "it'd in." The next moment, his chin was struck, and he found himself in a whirlwind of chaos. Crabbe's screams and Goyle's howls echoed in his ears, followed by the uproar of the entire house, and then Professor McGonagall's reprimands. Thus, on his very first day at Hogwarts, Malfoy spent the night in the infirmary. Fast forward to the first Thursday of the school year. Life, ever so full of uncertainties. Life, fleeting as it is. In the trophy room, John wielded a cloth with an elegance reminiscent of a servant brandishing a pristine handkerchief, polishing the medals of James Potter. The overseeing Filch averted his gaze in exasperation, after having struck the son of a board member on his first day. The fact that John was still permitted to polish trophies was already an act of leniency. Not to mention, he had jabbed a fork into Goyle's hand and forced the young wizard's head into the table for an intimate encounter. Although Goyle had instigated with insults, John's response was excessively fierce. Slytherin's points were substantially deducted on the first day of school, and Snape's expression was so dark it seemed it could rain. Were it not for Dumbledore's intercession, John would likely have been expelled. As punishment, John was assigned to clean the trophies for 2 months. Consequently, his reputation as the most notorious student of the current term echoed throughout Hogwarts. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, licked her paw, a Maine Coon that, despite its size, was alarmingly lean. John completed his day's work and waved goodbye to Mrs. Norris. Farewell, Mrs. Norris, I shall bring you some cat food tomorrow. You must be so thin. After bidding his farewell, he swiftly exited the trophy room before Filch could unleash his wrath. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, John's arrival silenced the chatter of the young wizards within. The small wizards were intimidated by his fierce demeanor displayed at the start of the term. Whispers circulated that he was dubbed the Boogeyman. His hair and his formidable prowess during that encounter contributed to this nickname, which bore a meaning akin to that of a phantom, indicative of their fear. John, however, paid little heed to such monikers. His motives in the altercation were clear as a wizard from a Muggle family. To avoid becoming a target of Slytherin's bullying, it was imperative to establish his reputation. Clearly, he had succeeded, albeit at the cost of losing friends within Slytherin. Yet, there were benefits. He embarked on a series of quests titled Boogeyman, and upon achieving a cumulative nighttime exploration of 100 hours, he would receive a boon of Boogeyman enhancement. Upon returning to his quarters, John, fearing further conflicts, was granted a single room. This pleased him immensely, for it allowed him the convenience of caring for his dog and exercising. 3-month-old Tom, in a fit of energy, would leap about the room, occasionally provoking the snowy owl, Basil. Yet, such antics typically resulted in a swift wing to the face, after which he would promptly return to his mischief. Upon returning, John's first order of business was to commence his training. This had become his daily regimen, serving as a means to accumulate magical energy. Strengthening one's body. Through exercise, one enhances their adaptability to magic, drawing in magical energy during the process. Where is the promised apprenticeship in magic? Why do I feel as if I am on the verge of becoming a berserker? After completing his workout, John felt his muscles, now noticeably more defined. Is it truly appropriate for a first-year student to possess an 8-pack? Who builds magical prowess through physical training? Yet, this had been his routine for years, and he had grown accustomed to it. After a refreshing shower, he concluded his day. The following day, John made his way to the potions classroom. As he took his seat, a space cleared around him. Upon the arrival of Gryffindors, Hermione and Neville cast concerned glances his way. John shrugged and offered a reassuring look. Class commenced. Snape, resembling a greasy bat, strode in, his robes billowing as if propelled by an unseen wind. This lesson required neither mindless wand-waving nor nonsensical incantations. Positioning himself at the front, Snape crossed his arms, his piercing gaze sweeping over the students before commencing his opening remarks. I can teach you how to sow chaos in the mind, how to deceive the senses. I will guide you to fame, to create splendor. I could even teach you the secret to immortality. Upon hearing these words, John scoffed. If he could teach such things, would Voldemort still be in pursuit of Horcruxes? His attention waned, and he summoned his interface, noting a slight increase in his magical prowess following his training. Magical energy, level 1, 20,100, spells, Alohomora, level 3, skills, proficiency in short weapons, level 7. Proficiency in polearms, level 6, proficiency in heavy weapons, level 3, proficiency in firearms, level 1, enhancements, strength training, swift attack, precision. Calculating, he realized that a day's training yielded approximately 5 points of magical energy. He contemplated acquiring some dumbbells or the like to keep in his room. Lost in thought, Snape's gaze settled on John, his disdain unmistakable. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts with a modicum of reputation and a measure of power, allowing you the arrogance to disregard my lessons." John snapped back to attention, noticing Malfoy's smug expression beside him. Emotionless, he picked up a quill from the table. This simple action caused Malfoy's grin to falter abruptly. Although Snape harbored a strong dislike for John, a more despised presence was before him now. Without hesitation, he redirected his ire toward the savior. "Harry Potter, Mr. Potter. Tell me, what would happen if powdered daffodil root were to be added to an infusion of mugwort?" Not long ago, Harry Potter was merely a humble child lodging with a muggle family, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary world that lay before him, innocently shaking his head. However, Severus Snape was resolute in his inquiry. Pointedly disregarding Hermione, who had raised her hand high beside him, he continued his relentless questioning. "Mr. Potter, if I were to seek a piece of dragon dung, could you tell me where to find it?" "I don't know, Professor. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "I don't know." The exchange was a mere formality, as anyone could discern Snape's disdain for the so-called savior. John observed this spectacle, unable to suppress a chuckle. After all, it was quite a notable scene. Yet, this laughter redirected Snape's animosity. "Mr. Wicks, perhaps you could enlighten Mr. Potter with the answer to my previous question." Snape turned his gaze towards John. John, bewildered, wondered why he was suddenly involved. Ding! A quest trigger activated. Answer Professor Snape's questions to gain the Scholar Boon. Scholar, gain 2 hours of enhanced learning efficiency daily. Could this really trigger a quest? John, momentarily lost in thought, quickly regained his composure. Recalling the relevant details that it was rather fortuitous. While he had forgotten much, he distinctly remembered Snape's 3 questions. Thus, he stood up, maintaining a dignified demeanor, and stated, "Daffodil root powder mixed with wormwood infusion can yield the potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Dragon dung can be found in the stomach of a goat. Aconite and wolfsbane are one and the same. They are the same plant." With confidence, John answered all 3 questions, revealing a modest smile. In that instant, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Malfoy's smirk, which had anticipated John's embarrassment, froze in place, while Snape's surprise was overshadowed by his frustration at having failed to achieve his goal. Coldly, he declared, "Sit down. Slytherin gains 5 points. Gryffindor loses 5. Despite his irritation, Snape adhered to the rules. John shrugged and took his seat, his mind noting the acquisition of the Scholar Boon that Snape's unspent wrath had successfully transferred to the other students, causing Malfoy, who had been reveling in schadenfreude, to behave like a chastened colt. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and the other Gryffindors regarded John with admiration, viewing him as a hero. After potions class, Slytherin exited in droves, leaving John feeling solitary amidst the throng. During dinner in the Great Hall, John gazed at the so-called British cuisine with a sigh. Despite having eaten it for years, he occasionally found himself longing for the delicacies of his homeland. Hermione approached him, observing his struggle with a fork against a potato with its skin intact, and expressed her concern. "John, are you all right?" Hermione was genuinely worried about John's situation with Slytherin, but she clearly underestimated him. As John pondered why anyone would eat potatoes with skin, he casually replied, "Of course, I'm fine. Haven't you noticed how they all fear me?" However, in an effort to reassure Hermione, John decided to bury the hatchet with Malfoy. Glancing at Malfoy as he passed, John reached out and called to him, "Malfoy, Malfoy halted, eyeing John warily and instinctively stepping back. Mortified by his own reaction, he retorted angrily, "Wix, what do you want? You dare challenge me. And if you do, I'll send you straight to the hospital wing." John's benevolent smile only served to heighten Malfoy's apprehension. John placed a hand reassuringly on Malfoy's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. After all, I'm not a monster. We're all classmates, and we see each other often that I won't go too far." With that, he flashed a smile at Malfoy's two cronies, causing Crabbe and Goyle to shiver and nod hastily. "See? Even Crabbe and Goyle agree. So let's make amends." Malfoy glared at his companions. Fuming, "You fools," he stubbornly refused to shake John's outstretched hand, asserting, "I refuse to be your friend, and don't think you can act arrogantly just because you ambushed me. Wizards should settle their disputes with magic, not fists." John nonchalantly withdrew his hand and replied, "Very well. Let us find a place to duel openly. Aren't nobles fond of dueling? I can accommodate you." This remark sent Malfoy into a panic. His neck still ached from their previous encounter that he fell silent, lowering his gaze as he slinked away. John returned to his seat, turning to a bewildered Hermione and saying, "See, it was no problem at all." Hermione, still confused, nodded. Was this truly no problem? However, the mind of a scholar often works in mysterious ways, and she began discussing potion-making with John. He, overwhelmed, hastily finished his meal, leaving the potato behind, and departed in a hurry. Knowing nothing beyond those three questions, that a flurry of owls swooped into the great hall, while Neville received a memory ball. Hogwarts had one remarkable feature: short class durations and lengthy breaks, with weekends off. Taking advantage of his weekends, John ran by the Black Lake, carrying a stone the size of a human head. The sensation of witnessing his magical prowess enhance was exhilarating, observing the growth in his abilities. John felt as though he were playing a game. He had not forgotten the perils of the Harry Potter universe, knowing that the tranquility of school life would not last long. During the week, he had already encountered Professor Quirrell, recalling the suffocating stench that lingered in his memory that in his previous life. John had watched the film, possessing only a vague understanding of the original story. Much of the plot had faded from his mind. But he distinctly remembered Quirrell's encounter with Voldemort. He had failed to recognize him at the Leaky Cauldron, but now he did. Yet, he wondered how the fearsome Dark Lord could tolerate such a foul odor. His recollections were hazy, only remembering that Quirrell was ultimately possessed by Voldemort and defeated by Harry. John silently concluded, this danger could not be ignored. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Reality was not a novel. Even the slightest peril could prove fatal. Discarding the stone and glancing at his soiled clothing, he contemplated where he might procure some weighted training equipment. The second week of classes commenced. The second course that left a lasting impression in the magical realm was flying lessons. Old brooms lay at the feet of each young witch and wizard. Madame Hooch, clad in a striking outfit, instructed the students. Despite her numerous warnings to exercise caution, mishaps still occurred. Neville lost control and soared high into the sky, dropping his memory ball. A free fall, although cushioned, resulted in a broken arm. Madame Hooch abandoned her teachings to rush Neville to the hospital wing. Leaving the young witches and wizards from the two houses exchanging glances, Malfoy seized Neville's memory ball, tauntingly brandishing it to provoke Harry, only to be unexpectedly discovered by Professor McGonagall, who recognized Harry's talent as a seeker. John did not involve himself in the fray. He knew Harry was present, and he was still engaged in mastering the broom. After several attempts, John finally took to the skies. Hermione, wishing to dissuade him from emulating the other's reckless behavior, found herself grasping at air, her frustration manifesting in stomping her feet in exasperation. Initially unsteady, John gradually found his balance and stabilized himself. Ding! He received the boon. Pilot. Increases broom speed and enhances control. Could this be possible? Once he regained stability, John began to fly freely. As he soared past, Snape caught sight of his performance, scoffing disdainfully before turning away. Since time immemorial, flight had been a coveted ability among humans. Mastering this skill, John continued to fly until class concluded, reluctantly descending to tea dinner time. John encountered Malfoy once more. Malfoy, flanked by his two cronies, had shed his earlier timidity, now strutting with an air of arrogance as he declared, "Wix, weren't you eager to duel? I hereby challenge you. Meet me at 11:30 tonight in the trophy room on the 3rd floor." Upon finishing his words, Malfoy strutted away like a victorious rooster, flanked by his two lackeys. John watched him depart with a bemused expression, muttering, "Has this fellow been listening to too many of Liang Jingru's songs? Such audacity! Does he not realize he is meant to clean the trophy room?" With a bag of cat food sent by Mrs. Weasley in hand, John dutifully made his way to the trophy room. There, he found Mrs. Loris sitting at the entrance, her glassy red eyes meowing upon spotting John. Over time, John had become quite familiar with Mrs. Loris and proceeded to open the cat food, pouring it out for her. After John had finished polishing the trophies, Mrs. Loris had also completed her meal. He gently picked her up and retrieved a comb from his pocket, meticulously untangling her matted fur. Mrs. Loris reveled in the attention, purring contentedly. It seemed that Filch was preoccupied with catching students, having realized that John was not one to cheat or cut corners. He had grown accustomed to leaving John to clean the trophy room alone. "I shall merely observe what you intend to do," John thought, knowing full well that Malfoy would not foolishly challenge him. With the punishment of cleaning already imposed, he was indifferent to the prospect of returning late, by 11:30. Instead of Malfoy, John was met with a flurry of whispers. 4 figures entered the trophy room, the trio of protagonists accompanied by a wild Neville. Neville had been locked out for hours due to forgetting the password to the common room while tending to his injured arm, only to be discovered by the trio upon their exit. Once inside, they spotted John, and both parties were momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here?" John asked, perplexed. Harry, equally confused, replied, "Malfoy summoned us." "Are you his accomplice?" John stared incredulously at Harry, who had suddenly grown wary, and retorted, "Do you truly believe Malfoy would squander his first meal of the term?" This statement held merit, rendering Harry speechless. The 4 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin exchanged bewildered glances until Harry, regaining his composure, exclaimed in frustration, "We've been duped by Malfoy." Ron, equally incensed, added, "That despicable Slytherin." "Oh, John, not you." Following the incident at the beginning of term, John's remarkable display of courage had made him the only Slytherin favored by Gryffindor. Among the 4 houses, whenever they mentioned John Wick, the immediate reaction was disbelief, as if the sorting hat had malfunctioned. He was undeniably a Gryffindor. Even the Weasley twins believed the hat must have been clouded with dust. Gathering a plethora of cleaning supplies to wash it at as the group conversed, Filch's voice suddenly echoed from outside that in an instant, John understood Malfoy's intentions. He sought to catch them out after hours. Harry quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's Filch. We must flee." Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 dashed towards the exit. Both Neville and Hermione seized one of John's hands, forcibly dragging him along. It was evident that their entry into Gryffindor, known for its reckless bravery, was not without reason. Denied an opportunity to explain himself, John was transformed from an innocent bystander into a fugitive. Reluctantly, he followed suit, reaching out to steady Neville, who nearly stumbled. As they fled, Filch pursued them relentlessly, the sounds of meowing cats occasionally alerting him to their presence. John recognized Mrs. Loris's warning and could not help but bitterly muse, "All that cat food wasted. After all that I fed her, she betrays me without a second thought." At a critical moment, the group sprinted from the trophy room to the vicinity of the Charms classroom. After such a long run, the 4 out-of-shape young wizards leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath, while John remained unfazed. Strength versus magic. Round 2. Strength emerged victorious. Gasping for air, Hermione reproached, "I told you. Malfoy tricked you. Do you understand now? He had no intention of dueling you. He must have tipped off Filch." Harry recognized the truth but, constrained by his pride, could not voice it. They decided to return to the Gryffindor common room, knowing that capture could result in expulsion. "That vile Malfoy," Harry muttered under his breath as they attempted to leave. Unforeseen complications arose. A door creaked open, and Peeves the Poltergeist, donned in a clown costume, burst forth with an ear-piercing shriek. Upon spotting the young wizards, he let out a high-pitched cackle. Harry's heart sank at the sight of Peeves, pleading, "Peeves, please, you'll get us expelled. I'll inform Filch and have you all caught. It's for your own good." Peeves taunted. Ron attempted to threaten him, but to no avail. In frustration, he swatted at Peeves. This action provoked Peeves further, causing him to wail, which, in turn, attracted Filch's attention. John shot Peeves an irritated glance, feeling his anger rise. No wonder Peeves was so universally disliked. He truly deserved a good thrashing. Upon noticing John, Peeves recalled the boy's notorious reputation for violence, and fear flickered in his eyes. Once this is over, I shall make it my mission to deal with Peeves. John resolved as he passed by. He menacingly drew a thumb across his throat. He recalled hearing of a spell particularly effective against Peeves and vowed to learn it for vengeance. The group reached the end of the corridor. Confronted by a locked door, the impenetrable barrier prompted Ron to lament. "This is it. Stand back. Alohomora," John declared, producing his wand from his sleeve and casting the spell. With a click, the lock sprang open. They hurried inside, closing the door behind them, pressing their ears against it to listen. Outside, Filch encountered Peeves, who began to torment him, provoking a furious tirade of curses from the irate caretaker. Bored, John surveyed the room, but as he turned back, he was met with the sight of 3 enormous heads. Their massive bodies nearly filled the entire room, and 6 menacing eyes darted around, seemingly taken aback. Swallowing hard, John's voice trembled slightly as he said, "Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville, I think you all ought to see this." Hearing his words, they turned and froze in shock. Death, alongside Filch, was a foreboding presence. There was no question that Filch seemed the more amiable of the two. Without hesitation, John reached for the doorknob and swung the door open. "Run," he shouted, urging the paralyzed 4 into motion. Grabbing the now trembling Neville, he pulled him along as the others hastily followed suit. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut behind them. They took off at a sprint, heedless of Filch's whereabouts. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Filch had gone elsewhere in search of students. The group raced back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady, the portrait guarding the entrance, looked at them in astonishment, asking, "Where have you all been?" "No time for questions, just open the door," they gasped, drenched in sweat and glancing back anxiously, fearing the monstrous entity might pursue them. As Harry uttered the password pigsnout, preparing to enter, he hesitated, saying, "Wait, John, aren't you a Slytherin?" As he was about to enter, Harry recalled that John belonged to Slytherin.at that moment. John realized he was not a student of Gryffindor and could only watch as several individuals made their way into the Gryffindor common room. Once the door closed behind them, he paid no heed to the fat lady's astonishment at the mingling of Gryffindors and Slytherins. Alone, he made his way back. On his return, he encountered Malfoy, perhaps out of curiosity to see if his scheme had succeeded. Malfoy was taken aback to find John before him. Just as he turned to retreat, John swiftly intercepted him, utilizing his towering height to execute a wall slam against Malfoy. With a menacing expression, he remarked, "Little Malfoy, I trust you wouldn't want the headmaster to discover your nocturnal escapades, would you?" Malfoy instinctively glanced around, realizing they were the only 2 in the corridor, not to mention his lackeys. Crabbe and Goyle, who were likely nestled snugly in their warm beds. "What do you intend to do?" "You're the one out after hours," Malfoy stammered, intimidated by John's imposing presence. John let out a cold chuckle. "I generally don't hold grudges. I prefer to settle scores on the spot. What do you think I might do?" Before Malfoy could react, John's right hand swiftly covered Malfoy's mouth with a flick of his left wrist. His wand slipped out from the cleverly modified sleeve. "You know, aside from casting spells, wands are made of remarkably sturdy materials." The wand waved menacingly before Malfoy's eyes, its tapered end resembling a pair of chopsticks. It hovered near Malfoy's eyes as if poised to pierce through, causing Malfoy to tremble uncontrollably. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want Filch to hear. His office is stocked with quite a collection of punitive instruments." The voice echoed in Malfoy's ears like a demon's, filling him with regret for provoking such a lunatic. After a moment of menacing wand play, John swiftly clenched his fist and delivered a punch to Malfoy's abdomen. The blow nearly forced the breath from Malfoy, who doubled over in the corridor, clutching his stomach. "Remember, never scheme against me again." John looked down at him from his elevated stance before turning to walk away. Glancing back at the incapacitated Malfoy, his heart softened. If Filch caught him, Slytherin would lose points again. He had no desire for Slytherin to finish at the bottom among the 4 houses every year. Approaching Malfoy, he helped him up and spoke earnestly, "We are from the same house. There is no need for us to be adversaries." Malfoy's face was ashen, his lips trembling. How could this frail boy withstand John's blow? John continued, oblivious to Malfoy's state. "Logically, as Slytherins, why can't we coexist peacefully? As long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother you, and who knows, we might even become friends." John perceived Malfoy as a spoiled child, raised with the belief in pure blood superiority, a notion he did not hold against him. If not for Malfoy's foolish provocation, he would not have resorted to violence against him. arriving before a damp stone wall. John uttered the password. The door to the Slytherin common room swung open, and he placed Malfoy on the sofa of the communal lounge. The design of the lounge was peculiar. It was narrow and low, adorned with bones and bronze, enveloped in a dark, chilling atmosphere devoid of warmth. Outside, the Black Lake shimmered under the moonlight, and a gigantic squid glided past the window. John leaned closer to Malfoy and whispered, "Remember my words. We may not be friends, but we should not be enemies." Malfoy clutched his abdomen, his gaze fixed on John, unsure how much of his words he absorbed. Waving his hand dismissively, John chose not to say anything further and retreated to his own quarters. After a day of training, his magical energy reached level 65, and he was not far from leveling up. After washing up, he lay in bed, recalling the three-headed dog and the trapdoor beneath it. Seemingly related to the trio, he remembered a particular weakness, perhaps involving music. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep. The following day, Malfoy strutted past John with an air of arrogance, seemingly unaffected by the previous encounter. Likely heeding John's earlier words, he was astonished to see Harry and Ron still at Hogwarts, engaged in a discussion about what lay beneath the three-headed dog's trapdoor. Harry reminisced about the reports of the Gringotts heist, recounting the peculiar small package he and Hagrid had seen during their visit to Gringotts, while the two boys engaged in a conspiracy theory brainstorming session. Meanwhile, Hermione, having had a quarrel with Harry and Ron the day before, chose to ignore them. She approached John, sitting down with a huff and lamenting, "Those two arrogant fools. We nearly got bitten by that dog, and they find it amusing. Goodness, how can there be such foolish people?" Especially among my classmates, John had grown accustomed to Hermione's incessant complaints that moment. All he needed to do was listen. Neville also joined them, providing John with a sense of security. Had it not been for John the previous day, he might have become the morning's fresh offering from the three-headed dog. It was a rare sight to see Gryffindors and Slytherins mingling together. After breakfast, John did not forget to dedicate some time to exercise. He didn't want to waste such a beautiful morning. His daily routine was as follows: a run around the Black Lake after breakfast, push-ups and frog jumps at noon, and after dinner, he would head to the trophy room before returning to his quarters for more push-ups and sit-ups while studying. His schedule was packed, with occasional leisurely strolls in the Forbidden Forest accompanied by Tom and Basil. However, misfortune struck when Hagrid caught him in the act. Although he did not enter the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid merely issued a verbal warning. John did not take it to heart. On the contrary, his frequent visits had allowed him to become quite familiar with Fong, the three-headed dog, who had shamefully succumbed to Tom's dog food. Ding! Magical energy upgrade successful. Current level 2. Jogging along the edge of the Black Lake, John wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, beaming with a radiant smile. Finally leveled up, which meant he could commence spell training. With his magical energy at level 2, he currently possessed only one spell. However, practicing the unlocking charm seemed of little use. He needed to learn new spells, with the advantage of being a top student. John's learning capabilities were remarkable. Before the charms class commenced, he mastered the levitation charm. Wand in hand, he aimed at a leaf lying before him and cast the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. He felt a portion of his magical energy dissipate, and the leaf began to float under the spell's influence. Magical energy. Level 2, 10,500, spells. Alohomora, level 3, levitation charm, level 1, skills. Proficiency in short weapons, level 7. Proficiency in long weapons, level 6. Proficiency in heavy weapons, level 3. Proficiency in firearms, level 1. Abilities: enhanced strength, speedy attack, precision, scholar, pilot, long-distance runner. Though still at level 1, being able to levitate lightweight objects like leaves brought a smile to John's face. And he had set his sights on the restricted section. Compared to the levitation charm, he was far more interested in the electric shock charm, or rather, the stunning spell if he were to venture into the restricted section. He could certainly try it out over the next 2 months. Once he completed the nighttime excursion task, he would be able to access the restricted section as a reward for his efforts. With a punishment looming over him, it would be quite reasonable for him to clean up in the restricted section, wouldn't it? On Monday, there was a transfiguration class. When John awoke, he was first greeted by Tom's eager tongue. Groggily getting out of bed, he shuffled over to the table and placed a generous spoonful of dog food before Tom, then proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face, gazing into the mirror. John had the unsettling feeling that he had forgotten something. Oh no. Today is the transfiguration class. After a late night outing, He had collapsed into bed following his workout. Hurrying out, he noticed the alarm clock on the floor. Glistening with Tom's saliva, no wonder he hadn't heard the alarm. It had been used as a chew toy by Tom. Dressed in his wizarding robes, John stepped out of the dormitory, only to find the Slytherin common room deserted. As he walked down the corridor, he couldn't help but envy the Weasley twins, who always managed to find convenient shortcuts. Fortunately, John was in good shape too. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he realized he still had time to grab breakfast. Hermione, who had been looking around, waved at John as he approached. Taking a seat beside her, he cast a glance at Hermione, who was still in a cold war with Harry and Ron, but chose to remain silent. As for Neville, had he overslept or gotten lost again? From John's understanding, Neville was perpetually forgetful and often lost his way. His toad had gone missing, and he was probably searching for it in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was munching on a buttered bread roll, crumbs adorning the corners of her mouth. She had deliberately slowed her pace to wait for John. Otherwise, she would have been on her way to class by now. Cutting into his fried egg and popping it into his mouth, John sighed. Well, I think I know what to get Neville for Christmas. He needs a cage to keep Trevor locked up. Noticing the crumbs on Hermione's mouth, John pointed to his own, signaling her to as Hermione realized. Her cheeks flushed as if painted with blush. Just as John was finishing his meal, Neville finally stumbled in, having gotten lost for the fourth time. John thought it might be time for Neville to acquire a Marauder's map. Once seated, Neville pulled out a memory ball, staring at the red orb in confusion. The ball turned red whenever he forgot something. Yet Neville could never recall what it was he had forgotten. John appraised him and remarked, Neville, you might just miss breakfast this time. Why? Neville asked, disheartened, having only just arrived in the hall, with a sympathetic glance. John raised 2 fingers. 2 reasons. 1, class is about to start. And 2, you need to return to your dormitory because you forgot to wear your outer robe. At last, Neville remembered what he had forgotten and, disregarding his meal, hurried off toward the dizzying moving staircase. John arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, regretting that he had missed the last session due to being confined for fighting it. He had a keen interest in Transfiguration, though the details eluded him. Upon entering, the stark contrast of Slytherin green and Gryffindor red caught his eye, and he settled into a seat apart from Hermione, regardless of whether in the magical world or beyond. Students always seemed to shy away from the front row. With the few remaining seats located there, John made his way forward to occupy one. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a tabby cat perched on the lectern. Its markings intriguingly resembling a pair of square glasses. A lover of plush toys, John felt an irresistible pull. Although he vaguely recalled a storyline involving a cat, his body acted before his mind could catch up. Pulling out the cat treats he had brought for Mrs. Longbottom's cat, John approached the tabby with a smile, extending his hand. This singular action left the young wizards of both houses dumbfounded, as well as the cat itself. Would you like to give this a try? John thought to himself, surprised at how much his tone resembled that of a child's playmate. After his gesture, he was met with a wave of awe and admiration. The tabby cat quickly broke free from his grasp, leaping off the lectern to transform into a middle-aged woman. Mr. Wick, I believe you should find a seat instead of standing here like a statue. Professor McGonagall remarked, maintaining her authoritative demeanor. The square glasses on her face finally revealed the origins of the cat's peculiar markings to John. Feeling somewhat dejected, he returned to his seat, a psychological shadow looming over him. He vowed to be more cautious in the future about whether he was petting an animagus. If he were to find himself face-to-face with a greasy old man instead, it would be disastrous. Hearing the muffled laughter around him, John turned to find the Slytherins silenced by his glance. The Gryffindor wizards regarded him with admiration, while the famed savior, Harry, looked as though he had just encountered someone even more reckless than himself. Hermione lowered her head to stifle her laughter, though her tousled brown curls betrayed her, bouncing like a small lion. With this little incident, the young wizards began to reassess their impression of John. Realizing that he possessed an endearing side, the Transfiguration lesson focused on transforming objects. Eyeing a box of paperclips, John attempted to transfigure it into a mouse. Unfortunately, the transformation proved difficult to control. After several attempts, he finally managed to activate the spell. Though still at level 1, he successfully completed the transformation before the class ended. Observing the lifeless mouse before him, he noted how it paled in comparison to the goblet Professor McGonagall had transformed in their first class. Slytherin gained 5 points. As the first to complete the task, Professor McGonagall rewarded John with points. What John considered a subpar result was met with satisfaction from Professor McGonagall, given that he was a beginner and had missed a class. It was quite commendable. Due to the challenges of transfiguration, even the ever-prepared Hermione had not completed her task. After class, just as John was about to leave, Hermione hurried after him. "How did you manage that?" she asked, her scholarly instincts compelling her to inquire. Clearly perturbed by her own inability to transform, Hermione was relentless in her questioning. John, not wishing to divulge that he had a hidden advantage, could only say that he had witnessed Professor McGonagall's demonstration before enrolling. Fortunately, the ever-curious Hermione did not press for too long as they walked down the corridor. John's attention was drawn to his suit of armor. "What are you looking at, John?" Hermione asked, halting in her tracks. Behind them, a painted figure that had been enchanted leaned in, equally curious. John stroked his smooth chin, muttering to himself, "This seems like a rather good weight to carry." The enchanted figure gasped in astonishment, wondering what sort of young wizard would contemplate such a burden. John had always been one to act decisively, and he focused on the medieval armor, more specifically, the sword it wielded. While the armor itself was a viable choice for weight training, its size made it cumbersome and impractical for movement. Conversely, the sword could easily be slung over his back and used as a training tool. When not running, he could simply retrieve the sword later that evening. A flicker of intrigue appeared in his eyes, causing the armor to exhibit a moment of alarm. Aside from the Gryffindor common room, Hermione frequently visited the library. The ever-curious Miss Granger possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge about all things. With the sole exception of divination, John was also drawn to the library, primarily to familiarize himself with the location of restricted books. Grasping a volume of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, he began to feign interest. The library upheld strict regulations. Should one create a disturbance within its hallowed halls, the stern librarian, Madame Irma Pants, would ensure you understood the seriousness of your transgression. Just moments ago, John had witnessed Neville, having indulged in too many beans at lunch, being pursued and thrashed by a broom. John felt a twinge of sympathy for him. As night fell, John concluded his tidying of the trophy room and stealthily approached the corridor where the armor stood. Poor Sir Armor would awaken the next day to find his sword missing. This incident would soon become a perplexing mystery within Hogwarts. Only Mr. Filch adamantly insisted that it was the work of the Weasley twins. The sword, indeed, felt quite balanced in his hands. Rowena swiveled her round head, seemingly pondering the origins of John's sword. With a flick of her wings, she swatted Tom's drooling dog away, soaring to a height beyond Tom's reach. John grasped the great sword, a weapon befitting a medieval knight, its hilt nearly reaching his shoulder. Perhaps, with time, it would suit him perfectly. With determination, he seized the sword's grip and hoisted it aloft. This was a typical knight's sword, approximately palm width, forged from steel. Its considerable weight made it an excellent choice for John, given his current capabilities. Utilizing the great sword as a form of resistance, he began his training. After securing the blade with a rope and strapping it to his back, he commenced doing push-ups. Effort, he believed, would yield rewards, and upon awakening the following day, he found his magical prowess had increased by 10 points. Magic. Level 2, 20,500 spells. Alohomora, Level 3. Levitation Charm, Level 1. Transfiguration Charm, Level 1. Skills. Proficiency in short weapons, Level 7. Proficiency in great swords, Level 3. Proficiency in firearms, Level 1. Enhancements. Physical conditioning, speed attack, precision, academic excellence. Pilot, long-distance runner. His skill set had undergone a transformation. Proficiency in heavy weapons and polearms had vanished, supplanted by proficiency in great swords. This weapon indeed conformed to the criteria for both polearms and heavy weaponry. Upon closer examination of the great sword, John experienced an epiphany. The fusion of his two weapon proficiencies into great sword mastery afforded him an immediate sense of familiarity. He executed a basic series of slashes and thrusts with the great sword, reminiscent of a knight who had trained for years, achieving a level of skill that would astonish even seasoned knights. The tiers of skills bore similarity to those of spells. Level 1 represented a novice, capable of merely demonstrating the basic form. Level 2 denoted foundational proficiency, where one could apply learned techniques. Level 3 indicated a competent practitioner, capable of handling multiple opponents of similar size. Level 4 marked a professional, akin to a seasoned assassin, no longer merely engaging a few foes, but wielding true weaponry. Level 5 represented a teacher, adept at imparting knowledge with unique insights. Level 6, a master level, signified the emergence of a personal style. Akin to reaching the pinnacle of one's craft, level 7 embodied a grandmaster, unconfined by convention, returning to a primal essence, where even a diminutive pencil could unleash the lethality of a dagger. With his short weapon proficiency reaching level 7, John could confidently be classified as a grandmaster, capable of dispatching 3 flies within a second using a mere pencil. The disappearance of his 2 weapon proficiencies did not leave him feeling bereft of skill. Rather, he found his understanding of weaponry deepened significantly. The proficiency in greatswords must have stemmed from the amalgamation of the 2 prior branches, hence the absence of any unfamiliarity. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but jest. As a wizard, this doesn't serve much purpose to present. For John, enhancements took precedence, followed by magical power, spells, and weapon proficiency in that order. After practicing the transfiguration charm for a while, he made his way to class. With the academic enhancement activated, he was able to swiftly absorb knowledge. After reconnoitering the layout of the library with Hermione once more, he resolved to commence his plan that night, the 5th-floor corridor of Hogwarts at night. The portraits on the walls appeared drowsy, while the medieval armor, devoid of weapons, had somehow procured a stick as a makeshift weapon. Lumos, hey, turn off that wretched light. Oh, whoa. The sudden illumination provoked the portraits to voice their discontent. John traversed the corridor, arriving at the 5th-floor library. The library closed at 8 o'clock, and now, aside from the nocturnal wanderers, no one else would be present. Thousands of books filled the shelves, creating a veritable ocean of literature. With hundreds of narrow passages leading to the restricted section, John's intended destination. Extinguishing the light from his wand, he approached the entrance to the restricted area at a simple latch served merely as a decorative barrier, intended to deter the honorable rather than the unscrupulous. Unfortunately for John Wicker, tonight he intended to play the role of the latter. With a soft tug, the door to the restricted section swung open effortlessly. John needed to exercise utmost caution. Without Harry's invisibility cloak, he could only remain vigilant. Fortunately, his physical training proved advantageous as he silently stepped into the restricted area, where he beheld a multitude of sealed tomes. These restricted books were not forbidden for study, but had been sequestered due to their perilous nature. Among them were also tomes of dark magic deemed unsuitable for student consumption. However, it was possible to access the restricted section through formal channels. Acquiring a note from a professor would grant one the privilege of borrowing books from there. Reflecting on the formidable headmaster, who could almost squash a fly with his brow, John deemed it more prudent to take matters into his own hands. Confirming that no one was present, John illuminated his wand and began to search for the book he sought. He had come in search of a tome containing the disillusionment charm. Yet, navigating this sea of literature would require some time. Potent potions, spotting a book, John's curiosity compelled him to pull it out for inspection. It was a tome on potion making, detailing a myriad of concoctions, including the truth serum and polyjuice potion. After a brief glance, he returned the book to its place. While the polyjuice potion's ability to transform one into another's likeness was intriguing, the notion of acquiring someone else's hair for the potion was somewhat off-putting. Continuing his search, he discovered a book bound in black and silver. After tentatively touching it, John hesitated to open it. The contents might contain dark curses or the like. Best to continue seeking what he required. After a thorough search, he finally located a reference to the disillusionment charm. Following a revelation of advanced dark magic, he stumbled upon a volume on advanced charms, which not only included the disillusionment charm, but also higher-level spells such as apparition. As he prepared to depart, he paused before the peculiar book. Curiosity tugged at him, prompting him to tentatively extract it and open its pages. John covered his ears and hastily closed the book. But it was too late. The noise had alerted Filch, the ever-watchful caretaker, renowned for his robust physique honed by years of cleaning, sprinted towards the library. "I've found you." Fairkey held the night lamp aloft, his hawk-like nose inhaling deeply, resembling a hound on the hunt. The distant meow echoed from the bookshelf, igniting a spark of excitement upon his visage. He and Madame Loris shared an unspoken connection. Dashing towards the shelves, the moment Fairkey stepped out from the library's threshold, John emerged nonchalantly from a nearby bookshelf, departing with an air of confidence. As he left, he gave a thumbs up to Madame Loris, who was elegantly grooming herself by the shelves. Indeed, no morsel of cat food is offered without purpose. Their seamless coordination was nothing short of perfection. Upon returning to the dormitory, John eagerly commenced his practice. To the extent that by the next morning, his eyes resembled those of a panda. After 3 days of relentless training, he finally glimpsed the pattern for the first level of the disillusionment charm. Efforts eventually bear fruit. The following day, John beheld 6 long-eared owls soaring towards Harry Potter, delivering a slender package, which inadvertently resulted in a close encounter between the uneaten smoked bacon and the floor. Ding! Professor Minerva McGonagall had no desire to converse with him and hurled a Firebolt 2000 in his direction. The savior was about to embark on a Quidditch conquest. Accompanying the Firebolt 2000 was a letter from an older cat lady, inviting him to the upper Quidditch training session. Although Harry was somewhat bewildered, he possessed an instinctual talent for flying. Unable to conceal his inner joy, he shared the letter with Ron. Ron expressed envy, recalling that the finest broom he had ever touched belonged to his brother Charlie Weasley during his Quidditch days. Compared to that, this one seemed like mere refuse. Harry and Ron hastily departed the hall. Eager to unwrap the package before their first class, the corner, they encountered Love. The savior confronted the malevolent Slytherins. Draco Malfoy, as ever, teased, nay, provoked, his lifelong adversary. John, munching on a meat pie, cast a casual glance their way. Rather than the enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor, he was more concerned with the pie's tough texture, suspecting it contained undercooked stones. Well, how long must you maintain this Cold War? Regrettably setting down the meat pie, John found himself opposite Hermione, who had already stolen glances at Harry and the others 3 times. Hermione angrily declared, "Unless they apologize to me, they can forget it. That would likely take a while." John surmised that Harry and Ron had probably already forgotten about Hermione. Neville was once again fretting over his memory ball turning red. John had no choice but to remind him that it would be best to change his trousers for Charms class. As this was not a pajama party.in class, John received bonus points from Professor Flitwick, successfully helping Slytherin recover from a slight slump. After the day's lessons concluded, John wandered through the castle. Each time he passed a grand tapestry, he would walk back and forth 3 times, silently wishing for a training room. Such behavior may seem peculiar, yet those familiar with the Harry Potter narrative would find it familiar. Indeed, he was on the hunt for the Room of Requirement. As previously mentioned, his memory was somewhat hazy. He recalled that the entrance to the Room of Requirement lay opposite a large tapestry, yet the specifics of the tapestry eluded him. Fortunately, there were not many grand tapestries within Hogwarts. And after his 3rd pass by the tapestry depicting the giant beating a hapless troll on the 8th floor, he spotted a wooden door across from it. John pushed the door open, revealing a space designated for spell training that a somewhat antiquated human-shaped target stood within, causing John's brow to furrow upon entry. The dust was overwhelming, as if the room had not been cleaned in decades. With a flick of his wand, he cast Scourgify, utilizing the newly learned spell to purge the dust, finally allowing him to relax. The old target remained sturdy, and in the corner, a dark-hued training sword lay. Judging by its size, its former owner must have been quite robust. John hefted it, finding it heavy, heavier than a sword from medieval armor. With his current strength, he could hardly swing it. Nevertheless, he could now conduct his spell training here, with all the equipment available for exercise, making it a veritable boon. Lacking offensive spells for the moment, John could only engage in some basic training. Through his relentless efforts, the disillusionment charm advanced to level 2. With a wave of his wand, a liquid-like layer enveloped him, gradually concealing his form. That he raised his hand to observe, transforming into a semblance of water. Without keen observation, one would scarcely discern his presence. However, those close enough would notice subtle differences. It resembled optical camouflage. Satisfied with his understanding of this phenomenon, John nodded in approval. With the assistance of the disillusionment charm, his impending nocturnal escapades would be far more manageable. After concluding his training, he exited the Room of Requirement. It was now time for bed, and he made his way to the trophy room to tidy up the trophies, producing some cat treats from his pocket as a reward for his previous assistance. John set about untangling Madame Loris's fur. "Have you put on weight?" Lifting Madame Loris, John noted a significant increase in her heft. He had previously been unaware of how Fairkey had managed to underfeed her. Remembering that Madame Loris often groomed herself, he thoughtfully brought a bottle of fur treatment. Upon leaving, he caught sight of Fairkey's increasingly sour expression, accompanied by an odor reminiscent of spoiled durian, likely the handiwork of the Weasley twins. Not long after exiting the trophy room, John encountered 2 suspiciously identical red-haired figures. With matching features and mischievous grins plastered across their faces, it was unmistakable that these were the infamous Weasley twins. With a swift turn of his eyes, John cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, stealthily following in their wake, eavesdropping on their conversation. "George, we can throw the dung bombs in there." "Wait, Fred, John Wick is still in the trophy room. I don't want to drag him into this." "All right, we can toss them in a Filch's room. What do you think?" "Brilliant, George. It's about time this detestable fellow tasted some retribution." George Weasley and Fred Weasley. The notorious Weasley twins were the bane of Hogwarts. Their long-standing feud with Filch was no mere whim. As the most mischievous duo, they were the natural adversaries of the caretaker. To this end, the Weasley twins intended to teach Filch a lesson. Perhaps 2 dung bombs delivered to his room would serve as an excellent gift. Following closely behind, John shivered at their discussion, relieved that his reputation was favorable. Had he been struck by a dung bomb, he would likely have needed 10 baths to cleanse himself. The Weasley twins remained oblivious to John's presence. Upon reaching their destination, they hurled 2 dung bombs inside. The foul stench wafting out caused John to silently mourn for Filch. Pondering where this unfortunate soul would find rest tonight, the odor was intolerable even for the Weasley twins. After their act, they fled the scene. John peered inside. The door to Filch's office was cluttered with various items. One drawer labeled confiscated, highly dangerous, containing numerous contraband items. John had no time for a thorough inspection, as he soon heard Filch's furious, stomping footsteps. The Weasley twins hastened their escape, and as they passed John, a piece of parchment fell from their grasp. John picked it up, examining the pristine parchment that sparked memories of something significant. The Marauder's map. Now was not the time for scrutiny. He had already heard Madame Loris's meow. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, he sprinted in the opposite direction of the Weasley twins. Filch was seething, pursuing the twins with fervor. Once back in the dormitory, John detected a lingering odor reminiscent of dung bombs. He retrieved the parchment, drawing forth his wand. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The pristine parchment began to transform, as ink-like lines reminiscent of watercolors extended outward, coalescing into a line of text upon the parchment. Moon face, large foot, pointed fork, worm tail. John recalled that among these 4 names, one belonged to Harry's father. As he unfolded the parchment, he discovered a map adorned with footprints, indicating the movements of individuals within Hogwarts. Filch was still wandering about. If he took a turn, he would surely spot the Weasley twins nearby. The map was remarkably comprehensive, even detailing the number of secret passages within Hogwarts, with their names displayed prominently. Acquiring this map essentially granted dominion over all the hidden pathways of Hogwarts. Yet, Filch ultimately did not veer off course, instead reversing direction towards an entirely different destination. The Weasley twins had also commenced their journey towards the Gryffindor common room. Utilizing a shortcut on the 5th floor, John focused intently on the map and soon discerned a name. Quirinus Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was active outside during the night, and John was eager to see if he could locate the man whose name was taboo. Regrettably, he failed. It appeared that the Marauder's map could not reveal everything. Disappointment washed over John. Though he reassured himself that such occurrences were rare, he watched with keen interest as his bat-like head of house approached a hapless couple out for a moonlit stroll. Estimating that the pair would find themselves docked several points. Mischief accomplished. Tapping the parchment with his wand, John closed the Marauder's map and tucked it beneath his pillow. No longer would he fear being caught during nighttime escapades. This was indeed good news. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news was that, in addition to his academic pursuits, John had acquired a new pastime, watching the savior Harry perform his aerial acrobatics at the Quidditch pitch. It must be said that such familial legacies were seldom witnessed. One could not help but wonder how bespectacled nearsighted individual possessed such remarkable dynamic vision. The golden snitch was already diminutive. Roughly the size of a walnut, coupled with its extraordinary speed and vast three-dimensional playing field, John found himself somewhat dizzy from the spectacle, while Harry consistently managed to track and seize it. However, this did not hinder John's enjoyment, for it was a glimpse into the Savior's training history. After Harry's 3rd dive into the stands, he heard Hermione's voice echoing in his ears that in 1269, the chief warlock of the Wizarding Council, Bartholomew Bragg, introduced the Golden Snitch during a Quidditch match, offering a reward of 150 galleons for its capture. Subsequently, the release of the snitch became customary, with teams earning 150 points for catching it. Due to the popularity of hunting the snitch, Its numbers dwindled dramatically, leading to the introduction of the golden snitch as its replacement. Hermione was flaunting her knowledge, which left John feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed she was gradually viewing him as a rival, a true academic powerhouse. Hermione displayed an unwillingness to accept that John could earn more points than her in class. This was indeed bad news. Especially for John before he truly embraced his scholarly prowess. It felt as though someone were wielding a whip behind him, ready to strike if he faltered. Ding! Challenge task triggered. Surpass Hermione Granger in points acquired over the course of a school year. Earning the enhancement. Scholar 2.0. Scholar 2.0. Gain 4 additional hours of enhanced study efficiency daily. A task had been triggered. John was lost in thought when a flash of gold caught his eye. Followed closely by a flying broomstick zipping past him, he had no time to ponder, as a bludger hurtled towards him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to catch the approaching bludger, but his arm suffered a loud pop as it dislocated. "Oh my, John, are you all right?" Hermione's panicked voice reached him belatedly. The Gryffindor Quidditch players, still training, realized something had gone awry, with the Weasley twins being the first to swoop in. The bludger struggled in John's grasp. Yet his seemingly frail arm held fast. Even Wood, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "You've caught a bludger with your bare hands. You truly are a natural beater." George chimed in. "If only you were a Gryffindor." "John Wick," Fred added. "Then we could step down." The twins engaged in their playful banter. Angelina Johnson, with her long black hair tied in a braided ponytail, interrupted their teasing. "You two, be quiet. It looks like his arm might be broken." Harry hastily descended from his broom. Realizing that the bludger had been pursuing him, he had been so focused on the golden snitch that he had not noticed the commotion until it was too late. And now he felt a wave of guilt washing over him. "That it's all my fault," he muttered. John's face paled. Even he knew that a dislocated arm was not a pleasant experience. "Could you stop chatting and get this thing away from me?" The bludger was heading towards Hermione, and if I let go, her face would have met the bludger. Wood fumbled to secure the bludger. This unruly ball could even break a bat bogey hex in mid-flight. Once the bludger was restrained, John let out a sigh of relief, shifting into a half-kneeling position. With his dislocated arm braced against the ground, under Hermione's anxious gaze, he mustered the strength to push his arm back into place. Cracked. "Oh dear, that must hurt." "John, you should go to the hospital wing," Hermione exclaimed. The little lions were taken aback, and even the Weasley twins regarded John with admiration. It was astonishing how, despite being in Slytherin, the disparity was so pronounced that little Malfoy would wail for ages over a mere scratch. Madame Pomfrey had attempted to expel him on numerous occasions. The throng of little lions surrounded John, their expressions suggesting they believed Gryffindor had banded together to thrash Slytherin. Hermione, mingling in the crowd, could not suppress her worry, asking, "John, are you all right? You really need to work out more." After a brief moment, John flashed a smile at Hermione. Turning to the equally concerned Harry, he remarked, "Harry, this isn't your fault. I think I should go to the hospital wing." Stubbornly, Harry insisted on escorting John to the hospital wing. Unable to resist their insistence, John allowed himself to be supported along the way, leaving others to wonder what calamity had befallen him. After lying in the hospital wing for a short while, he was soon dismissed by Madame Pomfrey. "See, I told you it was nothing." Shrugging, John wore a relaxed expression. At last, Harry could breathe a sigh of relief, turning to Hermione. "I'm sorry, Hermione, it was my fault for flying too low." "It's not your fault, Harry. The trajectory of the golden snitch is unpredictable," Hermione replied. Following this incident, the Cold War between Harry and Hermione was finally thawed. Among the trio, only Ron remained at odds. Harry came to appreciate Hermione as a commendable individual, contrary to their previous assumptions, and he felt compelled to help them reconcile. By day, he studied. By night, he trained. Ever since the collision, John had come to a profound understanding of the significance of physical fitness for a wizard. Following his nocturnal escapade, the restricted section had gained a new regular visitor. With the Disillusionment charm cast, John retrieved an advanced spellbook within the restricted section, making his way to the room of requirement through the shortcut on the 5th floor. "I need a place to train." After pacing back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, a wooden door materialized on the blank wall. Inside was the same training room as before. And this time, John had brought a massive sword of medieval armored. "I've become accustomed to the weight of this sword." Gripping the great sword, John adopted a different method of training, within the flickering candlelight of the training room. The glimmer of the sword resembled a constellation of stars. The great sword danced through the air, casting a silvery sheen as it struck towards a human-shaped target. Upon contact, the target was instantly shattered into fragments. As one target disintegrated, John swiftly redirected his aim to the next. This cycle continued until the final target was obliterated, at which point all the shards of the targets magically restored themselves. Enchanted with a restoration spell, each shattered target reverted to its original form, thus saving John considerable time. Ding! Enhancement acquired. Sword Dance. Sword Dance. Utilizing sword-type weapons enhances both aesthetic appeal and destructive capability. With his arms slightly sore, John set down the great sword. With his current physique, he could distinctly feel an increase in magical power after a series of strenuous exercises. In just one night, he had gained 15 points of magical power that if he persisted, he would be able to level up again in no time. After completing his training, John remained undeterred and commenced the second round of spell training. Under the near-exhausting effort, his spell casting significantly improved. The most notable enhancement was with the newly learned spell, the Disillusionment charm. That he needed to utilize this charm for his nightly excursions, and upon the arrival of October, it had reached level 3. Magical power. Level 2, 450-500, spells. Alohomora, level 3. Levitation charm, level 4. Transfiguration, level 2. Disillusionment charm, level 3. Lumos, level 2. Conflagration, level 1. Reducto, level 1. Skills. Proficiency in short weapons, level 7. Proficiency in greatswords, level 4. Proficiency in firearms, level 1. Enhancements. Physical fortitude, quick strike, precision, academic excellence, pilot, long-distance runner. Sword Dance. Thanks to the existence of the restricted section, John acquired a wealth of magical knowledge. He had come across the Fiendfire spell there, but, upon reflection, decided against studying such a notoriously difficult spell, even within the realm of dark magic. During his first year, he recalled a certain fool who had used Fiendfire in the room of requirement, ultimately setting the entire room ablaze. He had no desire to repeat that folly. Once he activated his academic excellence time, the array of knowledge available to him expanded significantly. On Monday, during Transfiguration class. Well done, Wick. 5 points to Slytherin. Today's lesson involved transforming animals into goblets. On John's desk sat Tom, a large-eyed adorable creature, who playfully stuck out his tongue. John took out his wand and pointed it at Tom. Vera Verdo. Under his gaze, Tom transformed into a goblet. Professor McGonagall marveled at the sight, adding a much-needed boost to Slytherin's previously meager point tally. Hermione appeared somewhat despondent, feeling increasingly distanced from John. Only John understood that he was, in fact, an overachieving workhorse. In pursuit of ample time for nocturnal adventures and training, he had burned the midnight oil, achieving a new milestone. Insomniac. You require only 2 hours of sleep each day to sustain your energy. With this enhancement, he finally managed to avoid dozing off under Snape's brooding gaze. Rumor had it that Snape had made several trips to the hospital wing. John hoped Madame Pomfrey would refrain from administering any stimulants to certain students. He mused that this particular student was likely not intended to be a veiled reference to himself. In the room of requirement, John swung his great sword, sending forth a cascade of silvery light that shattered the target before him. With his left hand, he aimed his wand at the target positioned at 7 o'clock. Reducto. The wand, resembling a chopstick, unleashed a beam of white light that struck the target, causing it to explode into a shower of debris. Compared to his initial attempts, which barely caused a minor explosion, his proficiency had undergone a remarkable transformation. After concluding his training, John took a moment to rest before preparing to leave. The following day was the eve of Halloween festivities, and he needed to maintain a commendable state. The day after tomorrow would mark the end of his 2-month-long punishment in the trophy room. Slytherin's common room lay underground, necessitating John to traverse from the 8th floor back to the 1st. Fortunately, Hogwarts was replete with shortcuts, and upon reaching the 1st floor corridor, he encountered the ghost known as the Bloody Baron. This taciturn Slytherin ghost seemed to be waiting specifically for him. Baron.as he approached the Slytherin common room. John dispelled the disillusionment charm. Yet, rather than feeling the embarrassment of being caught out late, he was intrigued by the Bloody Baron's presence. Gazing into the night outside, the Baron appeared lost in thought. It is you, the Slytherin who sneaks out. The Bloody Baron was a rather fearsome specter, with hollow eyes and a gaunt face, his tattered robes marred by splatters of silver blood. Peeves the poltergeist feared no one. yet trembled at the mere mention of this ghost. John could discern that the bloodstains on the Bloody Baron signified a past tragedy, and though curious, he had no intention of prying into another's wounds. It seemed the Bloody Baron was aware that someone frequently slipped out, though he remained oblivious to the identity of that individual. John nodded in acknowledgement, while the Baron scrutinized him with a peculiar expression. After all, it would strike anyone as odd to see a wizard bearing a great sword. What brings you out at this hour? Training that I feel I must strive harder to be worthy of Slytherin. Compliments were never unwelcome, and John's words prompted the Bloody Baron to shake his head. You are diligent, yet I sense you resemble more of a Gryffindor. His sentence remained unfinished, as the resemblance was indeed striking. The Bloody Baron lived during the era of the Four Founders. Having pursued Helena Ravenclaw, he tragically killed her, and in a fit of sorrow and remorse, chose to end his own life. Therefore, he had encountered Godric Gryffindor, a man equally obsessed with swordsmanship and combat, who had commissioned a silver sword from the goblins. However, the silver sword's perfection incited the goblins' greed, leading Godric Gryffindor to battle against them. The outcome was evident. Though the goblins claimed that Gryffindor had stolen their sword, not a single goblin dared to reclaim it from Hogwarts. Compared to Salazar Slytherin, John was a living reflection of the youthful Godric Gryffindor. Merlin S. Beard. Who knows if that old hat is malfunctioning, sending a Gryffindor replica to Slytherin. I am here to warn you that there are other dangers lurking at night. Caution is advised. Returning to his thoughts, the Bloody Baron had not spoken so much in ages. John's mind wandered to Quirrell. According to the Marauder's map, Quirrell often left Hogwarts. The Bloody Baron was the most unique ghost among the four houses. Possessing the ability to become invisible, it seemed he had uncovered something, prompting him to issue a warning that I understand. Mr. Baron, I will exercise caution. Accepting the ghost's goodwill, John hurried back to his room and eagerly retrieved the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment revealed a map of Hogwarts, and aside from professors like Snape who monitored students, John spotted Quirrell's name. Quirrell's name eluded the patrolling professors and Filch. Making his way toward the castle's exterior, where could he be going? John found himself perplexed. Quirrell was leaving the castle in the dead of night, but alas, the map's display was confined to Hogwarts, rendering locations beyond its borders, such as the Forbidden Forest, invisible. Could he be headed to the Forbidden Forest? After much contemplation, John concluded that if Quirrell was not departing Hogwarts, the only plausible direction would be towards the Forbidden Forest. Within the forest lurked numerous magical creatures, from werewolves to centaurs, and even the pure-hearted unicorns. Was the Bloody Baron's mention of danger a reference to Voldemort? Upon the mention of Voldemort, John's sense of crisis intensified. Although this second Dark Lord lacked the sweeping influence of his predecessor across Europe, Voldemort's moral depravity knew no bounds. For his own gain, he had never adhered to principles of honor or shame, casting the killing curse even upon infants without a shred of remorse. Had Voldemort possessed even a fraction of the gravitas of the first Dark Lord, John would not have found himself trembling within the walls of Hogwarts. No, he needed to fortify himself, covering his ears to drown out the whispers of prophecy. John refused to place his hopes in something so elusive. Who could ascertain the truth of such prophecies? Besides, Hogwarts was no stranger to mortality. On October 31 SD, during Charms class, the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkins filled the corridor. In pairs, students listened intently to Professor Flitwick as he elucidated the intricacies of the levitation charm. John could distinctly observe the bobbing Adam's apples of Goyle and Crabbe, while his partner was none other than Malfoy. Truly, a case of foes colliding. This proximity kept Malfoy perpetually on edge, as if fearing John might suddenly thrust his wand into his eye. Professor Flitwick perched atop a makeshift podium of books, his high-pitched voice guiding the students. Now, do not forget the subtle wrist movements we've been practicing. A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. Pronouncing the incantation correctly is of utmost importance. Do not forget about the great Professor Burbage. As the head of Ravenclaw and Charms instructor, Professor Flitwick undoubtedly excelled in his role. He seemed eager to dissect each charm, feeding it to the students in digestible pieces, a truly admirable educator. Rumor had it that the young Professor Flitwick was once the champion of the dueling championship, a testament to his formidable prowess. After he finished outlining the key points, the students began their practice. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy nearly jabbed his wand into John's face, yet the feather on the table remained obstinately still, leaving John exasperated. With remarkable patience, He calmly reassured, "Malfoy, if you poke my hand one more time, I shall stick my wand in your ear." The threat caused Malfoy to stiffen, but the pride of a pure-blooded aristocrat forbade him from yielding to a mudblood. Defiantly, he retorted, "If you think you're so capable, why don't you show us?" "Apologies, but I truly can." John shrugged, elegantly extracting his wand and directing it at the feather on the table, with a flick and a swish. The feather soared into the air under the watchful gazes of all present, gliding gracefully towards Professor Flitwick, where it landed gently in his hand. "Splendid," Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands with enthusiasm, his voice reaching a higher pitch. "Look at Mr. Wick, elegantly and flawlessly executed. 10 points to Slytherin." Meanwhile, in the direction of Gryffindor, Hermione, who had been confident after ample practice, found herself slightly overwhelmed by Ron's brutish attempts, just as she was about to cast the correct incantation. John had already beaten her to it. Observing the feather's precise levitation, Hermione felt a twinge of disappointment, and her emotions found a perfect outlet in Ron. Consequently, Ron's mood soured further under Hermione's emotionally charged guidance. After class, in the bustling corridor, Ron lamented to Harry, "No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. She's practically a nightmare." Hermione, overhearing this, felt a surge of indignation. She had merely been trying to assist Ron, yet he had dismissed her efforts. Heartbroken, she chose not to wait for John. Seeking a quiet place to see her as she navigated through the crowd, she accidentally collided with Harry. Noticing her tear-streaked face, Harry, having recently reassessed his opinion of Hermione, felt that Ron had gone too far. "Did I think she heard you?" he remarked. Ron, catching sight of Hermione's sorrowful expression, felt the weight of his pride and stubbornly replied, "So what? She probably noticed. She has no friends." "Ron, you shouldn't say that," Harry admonished earnestly. With Harry's intervention, Ron begrudgingly lowered his head and muttered, "All right, fine, but she does have a friend, John." Harry intended to lead Ron to apologize to Hermione, but she was nowhere to be found until the end of the next class. The entire afternoon passed without a glimpse of Hermione, prompting Harry to set the matter aside as they made their way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. Harry and Ron inadvertently overheard Hermione's roommate, Parvati Patil, discussing how Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom. This revelation unsettled Ron, particularly as Harry urged him to reconsider his actions. "We should go find her and apologize," Ron suggested. He was not a bad boy, after all, and his conscience weighed heavily upon him. Harry nodded in agreement, and the two decided to wait until the feast concluded to express their apologies. Upon entering the Great Hall, they were immediately captivated by the vibrant Halloween decorations. 1,000 bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000, resembling low-hanging clouds, danced above the dining tables. Hollowed pumpkins flickered with candlelight, and the golden platters on the tables overflowed with sumptuous dishes. John surveyed the scene and, in a playful moment, tossed a potato at Neville's head. "Neville, where's Hermione?" he inquired. Rubbing his sore head, Neville turned to John and recalled, "I heard Parvati Patil say that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wouldn't let anyone comfort her." "Is that so? I should check on her. She wouldn't want to miss such a splendid feast," John thought. A sense of unease creeping into his mind, he recalled the ominous words of the bloodied Baron, sensing that something was amiss today, as if a narrative was unfolding right before him. Ding. Locate Hermione to resolve the troll incident. Gain 1 point. Bonus. Trollslayer. Trollslayer. Increases damage to giant creatures. The notification startled John, and his expression shifted. He remembered that a troll was expected to appear during the Halloween feast. He did not believe for a moment that Hermione, a mere first-year witch, could contend with a 12-foot-tall brute. Without further contemplation, John vacated his seat. Dumbledore, savoring his pumpkin cake, observed the unfolding scene through his half-moon spectacles, his wise eyes deep in thought. Shortly after John departed, Quirrell rushed in, his face a mask of terror, causing a hush to fall over the hall. That he hurried to Dumbledore's side, leaning heavily against the chair, breathless and trembling. "There's a troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." His fragmented words conveyed a singular message. A troll was indeed loose. As he collapsed onto the floor, chaos erupted in the Great Hall. Dumbledore quickly restored order, commanding the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories. Harry and Ron found themselves swept up in the commotion, with Ron suspecting Peeves was behind the disturbance. Yet, Harry's thoughts were consumed with concern for Hermione. Oh no, Hermione has no idea about the troll. Ron bit his lip, glancing at his older brother Percy, who was serving as a prefect, and decisively stated, "All right, We should avoid letting Percy see us. They promptly lowered their bodies to evade detection and slipped away from the group. As they made their way to the girls' bathroom, Harry noticed Professor Snape heading towards the fourth floor. This planted a seed of suspicion in his mind. In the first-floor girls' lavatory, Hermione sobbed in a stall. Feeling isolated and heartbroken despite her many talents, she was still just a girl. After weeping for some time, she felt somewhat better. Sniffling, she approached the sink to wash her face, her eyes still slightly red. Well, John wouldn't hate me. She consoled herself. At least she still had John as a friend. Gazing into the mirror, she was lost in thought when a knock echoed from outside. Hermione jumped, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. "Who is it?" "Hermione, are you all right?" It was John. Having located the ladies' restroom and hearing that Hermione was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, just as he was about to urge her to open the door. A foul stench wafted toward him. The odor rivaled that of the dung bombs thrown by the Weasley twins, a noxious blend reminiscent of stale socks and an unkempt public restroom. John nearly succumbed to the overpowering smell. And as he turned, a massive silhouette lurked in the shadows, emitting grumbling sounds and the heavy thud of footsteps approaching. That he swiftly seized the door that was about to open and spoke sternly to the inside. "Hermione, find a place to hide and do not open the door." His eyes were fixed on the ogre, universally acknowledged for its low intelligence, yet the pressure exerted by this 12-foot creature with granite-like skin was undeniable. Its underdeveloped head resembled a stone with a cocoa bean perched atop, and in its grip was a hefty wooden club. John had no doubt that being struck by this creature would be far more painful than being hit by a quaffle. Today was going to be a fierce battle. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, John faced this behemoth for the first time, even larger than Hagrid. The dim-witted ogre scratched its head in confusion upon seeing John. But one should not be fooled into thinking it was harmless. On the contrary, the ogre was exceedingly dangerous. John cast a glance at the advancing giant, his nerves prompting him to shift his stance. "Come on, big fella, perhaps we should engage in a truly bloody battle." Licking his lips, a glint of ferocity sparkled in John's eyes. With a flick of his left hand, his wand appeared, aimed at the ogre as he swung it. Reducto! The bright beam struck the ogre, causing it to recoil in pain, leaving a fist-sized mark on its skin. This action thoroughly enraged the creature, which roared and swung its club at John that he rolled aside, narrowly escaping as the club crashed through the restroom door, splintering it to pieces. Hermione's scream pierced the air, and as the ogre turned to investigate, John unleashed another spell upon it. "Come here," he shouted as he sprinted backward. The ogre, undeterred, pursued him. John retreated while fending off the giant, drawing it away from the ladies' restroom. When Harry and Ron arrived at the restroom, their hearts sank at the sight of the wrecked door. "Hermione!" They rushed into the restroom to find her cowering in a corner. It appeared the ogre had not entered. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, Hermione's trembling voice pierced through the tension. John led the ogre away. "We must go save him." Even Ron, at this moment, cast aside his grievances with Hermione. Gryffindor was never lacking in courage to venture forth for a friend. They raced toward the direction of the ogre. John gauged the distance, now far enough from the restroom to ensure Hermione's safety. He ducked and rolled to evade the swiftly approaching club, turning without hesitation to cast a spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The rubble from the shattered wall floated upwards, guided by his wand, and crashed down upon the ogre. The giant staggered back, struck in the face. Seizing the moment, John snatched a sword from a nearby suit of medieval armor and swung it with all his might toward the ogre's arm that clutched the club. Blood sprayed under the moonlight, creating a scene as graceful as a waltz. This blow did not sever the ogre's arm, but inflicted enough pain to loosen its grip on the club, inciting further rage within the beast. The ogre's attack pattern, as simplistic as its mind, became more transparent in its frenzy. Reducto! John repeated his earlier spell, dodging the sweeping club and striking the ogre squarely on the forehead. Sending it crashing to the ground, he swung the sword down, severing the fingers of the ogre, rendering it incapable of grasping the club. Before the weapon could hit the ground, John employed the levitation charm to control it, hurling it back at the ogre with all his strength, sending the creature flying. It was over. Watching the ogre collide with the unfortunate medieval armor and fall silent, John exhaled in relief, approaching cautiously. He intended to confirm that the creature was truly dead. Just as he neared, Harry, Ron, and Hermione burst onto the scene. Their mouths dropped open at the chaotic tableau before them, wide enough to swallow a baked potato whole. "John, "Are you all right?" Harry shouted. Turning back, John was startled to see the supposedly lifeless ogre open its eyes. The ogre's relatively intact left hand swung toward him, eliciting terrified screams from the trio. Instinctively, John clashed his sword with the creature's hand. Clang! The sword flew from his grip, embedding itself into the ceiling, leaving John's right hand numb and weaponless. But he was a wizard. His left hand gripped his wand, which pierced the ogre's eye like a striking serpent before it could rise. With a cold glare, John pronounced the ogre's death sentence. Reducto. Even an ogre could not withstand the explosion of a spell detonating within its skull. The creature's comically oversized head burst open like a boiled bean, a gruesome spectacle that left the trio feeling queasy that in fact, they had already retched. Moments later, Professor McGonagall arrived on the scene. "How dare you? What on earth are you playing at?" Harry swore he had never seen McGonagall so furious. Her lips were pale, and even the usually stern professor displayed a flicker of astonishment and relief. But mostly, anger. Her gaze fell upon the three, who dared not meet her eyes, and her voice dripped with icy fury. "Why weren't you all behaving properly in your dormitory?" The trio felt unjustly accused. Especially Ron, who fancied himself a hero, believing he could at least earn 50 points for Gryffindor. However, McGonagall's expression indicated that they were fortunate not to lose any points at all. Hermione, unwavering for the sake of her friends, stepped forward. "Please, Professor, don't be this way. They were looking for me." Meeting McGonagall's gaze, Hermione told her first lie that "I went to find the ogre because I thought I could handle it alone. You know. I've read about them and know a lot. If they hadn't found me, I would surely have been dead by now. They didn't have time to find anyone, just as the ogre was about to swallow me." John led it away, and Harry and Ron saved me. That Hermione's boldness surprised Harry and Ron, warming their hearts. No one disliked a friend who would shoulder all burdens, and even Ron, who often held reservations about Hermione, let go of his grievances. McGonagall felt a sense of pride seeing Hermione take all the blame for her friends. Indeed, friendship was the noblest quality of Gryffindor. Yet, Miss Know-It-All seemed to have forgotten one crucial fact. Despite her best efforts to weave a web of lies to bear all the blame, McGonagall was no fool. "Are you saying John Wick killed the ogre?" She surveyed the wreckage around them, the severed fingers of the ogre. The blood splattered across the walls, and the sword embedded in the ceiling. Even McGonagall was taken aback by the scene. She did not believe that a mere student could accomplish such a feat. At least, not the three Gryffindors before her. Shifting her gaze to the seemingly lifeless John, McGonagall pursed her pale lips. "Mr. Wick, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Coughing, John steeled himself to explain. Professor McGonagall. There's a reason for all of this. All right, it was me." Yet, under McGonagall's piercing scrutiny, he felt it prudent to remain silent. "Heavens, I can't believe a wizard as young as you could kill an ogre." Professor McGonagall watched him admit it, somewhat incredulous. Even an adult wizard would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat a troll without a particular method. Yet John had slain a troll in his first year. A feat that was simply beyond belief. "Very well, Miss Granger, due to this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. I am disappointed in you. That if you are uninjured, it would be best to return to Gryffindor Tower promptly." As the students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses, Hermione, feeling dejected, lowered her head and departed. Harry and Ron remained, filled with anxiety, but Professor McGonagall did not blame them. On the contrary, they had fought the troll to aid a friend and were rewarded 5 points each. This left the two feeling undeserving, as they both knew it was John who had single-handedly dealt with the troll. They had merely accompanied Hermione. The two were soon sent back as well, leaving John alone. As the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall felt it prudent to wait for Professor Snape to handle the situation. Before long, Snape and Quirrell arrived, both taken aback by the news. Quirrell, in particular, was stunned. He had released the troll himself and captured it. He knew all too well the troll's formidable strength, and for a first-year wizard to encounter such a beast was nothing short of a nightmare. Yet now the troll lay dead, and quite gruesomely at that. This drew Quirrell's gaze more intently towards John. This student had performed admirably in class, yet he had not expected him to be capable of dealing with a troll. The dark thoughts of Voldemort lurking in Quirrell's mind began to take shape. Perhaps such an exceptional young wizard could become a worthy Death Eater. "Mr. Wick, it seems you have always considered yourself quite remarkable." Professor Snape continued in his usual sardonic tone, beginning to reassess John. Snape had always been zealous in granting points to Slytherin. John received 20 points, a far more generous allocation than that of Professor McGonagall. Due to your recklessness, Mr. Wick, you shall spend some time in the Forbidden Forest this academic year. John, who had been momentarily pleased with Snape's rare display of humanity, felt his expression darken at those words. Had he known Quirrell frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest, he would have gladly accepted the punishment before. After all, what difference did it make where one roamed at night? But now, with a Dark Lord potentially wandering the forest, he found no joy in the matter. Regrettably, he had no choice. Professor McGonagall still needed to inform Dumbledore, and John was dismissed. Just having left the trophy room only to be sent to the Forbidden Forest again, what was this madness? He grumbled, yet felt no real regret. The mere thought of gaining additional points made him feel it was not in vain that he chose not to use them immediately, but rather to save them until he reached a bottleneck. Should he learn the Fiend Fire or prioritize the brain-locking spell first? Considering the existence of the mind-reading curse, John decided it best to learn the brain-locking spell first. He had no desire to be subjected to the thoughts of a batty old man or a noseless figure. November 1 SD. The news of a troll being slain by a first-year wizard spread like wildfire. John became even more prominent within Slytherin, drawing the curiosity of Draco Malfoy, who could not resist asking, "Did you really kill a troll?" Elegantly consuming bread with water, John had no desire to see milk or tomato juice for a time, believing Harry and the others shared his sentiments. Glancing at the unusually talkative Malfoy, John replied coolly, "Do you truly wish to know? I can provide a detailed description." Malfoy recalled Filch grumbling while cleaning the walls in the first-floor corridor, and suddenly, the milk before him seemed to transform into something else entirely. "No, thanks, I'm good." Clearly, Malfoy's young mind could not quite handle the shock. After this incident, John garnered even more respect within Slytherin. Even the older Slytherins no longer dared to act arrogantly before him. John disdainfully changed his seat. And just as he settled, the trio approached. "John, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Will you come watch?" The three were back on friendly terms, and John had gained the friendship of Harry and Ron. Especially Harry, who suddenly recalled where he had heard John's name before. It was from Dudley, who feared John Wick the most. "Quidditch? I think I will attend, but I must clarify my stance first. I will be cheering for Slytherin." John had no reason to decline, and Harry and Ron exchanged awkward smiles, almost forgetting that he was a Slytherin. It seemed there was no hope for John to cheer for Gryffindor. Hermione, however, was more concerned about John's punishment. Expressing her worries, "There are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. I can't believe the school would send first-years to patrol there." She was infuriated. After all, John had saved her, and yet was still to be punished. Harry too found himself disliking Snape even more, particularly after he discovered Snape had been bitten while heading to the 4th floor to retrieve the magical Quidditch ball, which only worsened his opinion of him. Today, Slytherin and Gryffindor were not sharing a classroom. As John prepared to leave class, Malfoy could not resist asking, "Wick, will you be cheering for Slytherin at tomorrow's Quidditch match?" To Malfoy, John seemed like a Gryffindor, likely to support them. John smiled at Malfoy and replied, "Of course, for eternal glory." Malfoy was momentarily stunned, muttering under his breath, "For eternal glory." This phrase shifted Malfoy's perception of John. Perhaps he could indeed be considered a Slytherin. Slytherin forever pursued gloried as night fell. John followed Hagrid, carrying a lantern. One must admit, Hagrid's massive frame offered a sense of security, especially with the glinting crossbow in hand. John could confidently assert that being struck by it would be anything but pleasant. Shortly after entering the Forbidden Forest, they heard a wailing sound that Hagrid's expression changed. It was the cry of a unicorn. That a unicorn? John envisioned a white horse with a spiraled horn upon its head. The unicorn was a symbol of purity and a protected species. Upon hearing the wail, Hagrid sprinted towards the sound, and his robust physique allowed him to move swiftly. In contrast, John's athleticism felt inadequate against Hagrid's natural agility. While Hagrid ran without a hint of exhaustion, John struggled to keep pace, barely managing to follow a woodland water source. They discovered a unicorn. The beautiful creature was in distress, a horrific wound marring its body, from which flowed a silvery blood reminiscent of mercury. "Approach with caution," Hagrid warned, gripping his crossbow tightly, ready to dispatch any threat without hesitation. They carefully approached the unicorn, and, upon seeing its condition, Hagrid could no longer bear to look. "Oh no," he knelt, wishing to heal the unicorn, but the injury was too grave. No one would dare harm a unicorn, save for those reckless lunatics. Hagrid felt a heavy sorrow. This wound was beyond salvation. John's heart sank as well. Unicorns were pure beings, and even the creatures of the Forbidden Forest would not harm them, but a figure flashed through his mind. Quirrell, that it struck him as odd that he left Hogwarts every night. And now a unicorn had been attacked. It was hard to say that Quirrell was not involved. John, let us give her a proper burial. The two accompanied the unicorn as it took its final breaths. The unicorn gradually lost its vitality, its eyes dimming until it lay lifeless before them. They buried the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid remained somber throughout the journey. John understood. Hagrid was a lover of magical creatures, and witnessing a unicorn die before his eyes must have weighed heavily on his heart. Hagrid, try to stay strong. We must keep our spirits up. Within Hagrid's quaint abode, John savored the taste of rock cakes. It was this very delicacy that nearly sent him away. However, after receiving John's comforting words, Hagrid's spirits gradually lifted. Such an occurrence could not have been ordinary, and we must take precautions to prevent its recurrence. John was aware that a second incident was inevitable. Thus, he sounded an early alarm for Hagrid. You are right, John, Hagrid declared, his spirits rekindled. We must protect those adorable creatures. Adorable creatures. John mused that only Hagrid would refer to the beings of the Forbidden Forest in such a manner. Following the patrol, John fed Fong some dog food. Rather than retreating to the common room immediately, he made his way to the library on the 5th floor, skillfully navigating to the restricted section. John sought out the spell pertaining to the brain-locking charm. With an increasing sense of impending crisis, the urgency for the charm grew palpable. He headed to the room of requirement to study, and after a night of attempts, he finally succeeded in leveling up to level 1 while in full academic mode. On the day of the Quidditch match, John entered the Great Hall, enjoying some toasted bread. While Hermione coaxed Harry like an elder sister, I don't want to eat anything, Harry replied, shaking his head in rejection of Hermione's kind offer. He was currently engulfed in anxiety, his legs trembling. This sensation was utterly dreadful. He feared losing the match far more than falling from his broomstick in front of a crowd. No need to be nervous, Harry. Just be yourself, John said, sipping some water, and smiled. If you catch the golden snitch but lack the strength to seize it, that would indeed be unfortunate. Getting hit by a bludger is even worse. You'd have to spend some time in the hospital wing. Harry found some sense in John's words and reluctantly took a couple of bites of bread. He certainly did not wish to endure the incessant chatter of Professor Pomfrey. The brilliant young genius of Gryffindor, Seamus Finnegan, curiously inquired, John, are you going to watch the match? Witness how we dismantle Slytherin. I am actually part of Slytherin. Sorry, that's not what I meant, Seamus hastily clarified, and John assured him of his understanding. It was puzzling why the Gryffindor students consistently perceived John as one of their own. Draco Malfoy approached, flanked by 2 lackeys, and upon spotting the Gryffindors and the loathed Potter, he scoffed. Weasley, I'll show you to the Quidditch pitch. You probably don't know where it is. He bore a rather magnanimous demeanor. John, considering he was also heading to cheer for Slytherin, decided to accompany them. After their departure, Ron gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, I can't believe it. Malfoy actually invited John. Harry mirrored his astonishment. I want to say you must be mistaken. But I saw it too. Seamus outright ventured a conspiracy theory, adamantly asserting John must have used a confundus charm on Malfoy. Hermione felt that the young lions were being rather extreme, wrinkling her nose. John has always performed admirably. He has already contributed nearly 200 points to Slytherin. Perform admirably? The Gryffindor lions exchanged glances, recalling how he had physically confronted Malfoy at the start of the term. Questioning whether such behavior could be deemed admirable, they were left perplexed. Quidditch, undeniably the most popular sport in the magical realm, nearly rendered John unable to find a spot in the vast stadium. See, only I could secure such a prime location, Malfoy boasted, as though John had not just saved him from nearly tumbling down the stairs. Crabbe and Goyle forged a path, leading them to an excellent vantage point. The arena was distinctly divided, one side adorned in Gryffindor's red, the other in Slytherin's green. Before the match commenced, the spectators nearly erupted into a brawl, with Madame Hooch's silver whistle piercing the air. The Quidditch match officially commenced. The commentator was Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, with Professor McGonagall, a fervent Quidditch enthusiast, by his side. When Gryffindor scored, he nearly leaped from his seat in joy, while Slytherin's scores elicited little more than a dull remark. This blatant favoritism prompted John to silently scoff. How could no one else find this overt bias troubling? After the first goal, John spotted Hagrid struggling to weave through the sea of red. Clearly, Even wizards found it hard to resist the allure of Quidditch. Ron and Hermione appeared like two dolls beside Hagrid. The match was intense, primarily due to the frequent fouls. John had already heard at least 5 or 6 shouts of foul from the stands. Unfortunately, Quidditch did not adhere to the same rules as football, and there was no notion of red cards. Suddenly, John noticed Harry's broomstick erratically jerking up and down, as if he had consumed a spurious potion. Instinctively, he glanced at Malfoy, who was reveling in Harry's misfortune. Of course, Malfoy lacked the skill to orchestrate such a mishap, John muttered, though Malfoy did not catch his words. After a moment of observation, Harry's broom finally stabilized. However, John then witnessed their headmaster's robe catch fire. In his startled state, he inadvertently elbowed Quirrell in the face. That must have hurt immensely. Surprisingly, their headmaster demonstrated remarkable agility, nearly knocking Quirrell unconscious with that elbow. John observed Quirrell's head collide violently with the back of the seat, rendering him dazed for several minutes. Once recovered, Harry spotted the golden snitch, pursuing it with haste, only to crash to the ground. Onlookers saw him covering his mouth, expelling the snitch he had swallowed. Lee Jordan promptly announced Harry's capture of the golden snitch, thus concluding the match. With a score of 170-60, Gryffindor emerged victorious. John felt a twinge of regret, remarking, "We are lacking a competent seeker." With Harry's remarkable flying skills and the enhanced Nimbus 2000, Slytherin's seeker appeared utterly ineffectual. Malfoy nodded in agreement, but soon realized how close he had become with John Wick and promptly departed. At that moment, Malfoy secretly planted a seed in his mind, vowing to become Slytherin's seeker and decisively outmatch Potter. The broomstick's erratic behavior struck John as suspicious as for whether it was their headmaster's doing. John could only conclude that Snape was indeed a model citizen. After all, the love-struck Snape would never harm Lily's child. He even suspected that had Harry been a girl, Snape would have transitioned to a nurturing role. This was a man daring enough to betray Voldemort for the sake of his unrequited love. Forget that massive dog. Forget what it guards. This involves Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So this pertains to a figure named Nicholas Flamel. Does it? Hagrid's frustrated voice and Harry's inquisitive tone echoed. After watching the match, John stood at the entrance, contemplating whether to enter now. Glancing at the dog food he had brought, he deemed it acceptable to wait. Yet Fong, the gluttonous canine, likely could not. He could already hear Fong's drooling. It was curious how that large dog had come to recognize Tom as its master due to food. Knocking on the door and entering, he found Hagrid's face twisted in anger and frustration, clearly brooding. The trio was also present, and there, on the table, lay the rock cakes. One could only hope that Hermione's dentist father could mend their teeth. "I swear, Hagrid knows something," John declared as he exited the hut with the trio. Hermione and Ron also felt that Hagrid was concealing something. Their only lead now was Nicholas Flamel, eager to unveil Snape's true nature. Harry remarked, "I feel like I've heard that name before, but I just can't recall where." He had a nagging sensation of having encountered the name, yet it eluded him. The small package Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts was evidently Snape's objective, and it was connected to Nicholas Flamel. "John, have you heard this name before?" Harry pinned his hopes on John, who was even more intelligent than Hermione. John reflected for a moment, shaking his head apologetically as he said, "I'm sorry, I don't recall either. Perhaps you could check the library. If it isn't there, then this person simply does not exist." This suggestion sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Harry's eyes. Hermione had also considered the idea of visiting the library. And now, in unison, she urged, "Let's hurry over. It would be best to find it before Christmas." She and Ron were scheduled to return home for the holiday, and with just over 20 days remaining, they hoped to uncover the answers they sought. Upon hearing the mention of Christmas, Harry's expression dimmed slightly. He dreaded returning to the Dursleys, where he would be confined to the cramped cupboard under the stairs. And Dudley was always eager to torment him. Observing Hermione and Ron making plans for the festive season, Harry expressed his envy, saying, "I don't want to go back. It's simply dreadful there." Ron and Hermione expressed their sympathy, struggling to imagine having relatives so unpleasant. "John, will you also be going home for Christmas?" Hermione inquired, knowing John came from a Muggle family. However, John had no intention of returning. He shook his head and replied, "No, I plan to solidify my knowledge during the Christmas break. There's no magic to be used at home." Such a studious attitude sent a chill down Harry and Ron's spines. Hermione, too, felt the urge to rise to the occasion. Yet she worried that her father would suspect something was amiss if she did not return home. The four of them parted ways on the 5th floor, with John opting not to head to the library. Although he was somewhat familiar with the name Nicholas Flamel, his immediate priority was to master the brain-blocking spell. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he found the room of requirement, after completing a day of training inside. He emerged into the darkness of night, intending to visit the kitchen in hopes of securing a meal that on his way, he encountered someone he wished to avoid. John Wick. "Good evening," stammered Professor Quirrell, who seemed to have coincidentally crossed paths with John. John's left hand instinctively reached for his wand as he activated the brain-blocking spell, smiling politely as he responded, "Good evening, Professor Quirrell." Having witnessed John's prowess in vanquishing a troll, Voldemort contemplated the idea of recruiting John as a Death Eater. Pure blood? Voldemort was indifferent. During his reign, he acted as a fervent blood purist, yet he himself was a half-blood. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, Voldemort placed little importance on blood status. Rather, he was focused on whether one's power could be harnessed for his own ends. The ideology of pure blood supremacy was merely a tool for his domination. First-year wizards were particularly malleable, and Voldemort intended to groom John into a young Death Eater, much like Snape, and have him act as an informant within Hogwarts. He arranged for Quirrell to make contact with John. Professor Quirrell, aware of John's diligent nature, pretended to inquire, "Are you studying? How industrious." Having prepared a pretext, John saw no reason not to utilize it. He nodded and replied, "I've been quite absorbed in my studies if there's nothing else. I'll be off to dinner." He was keen to avoid lingering with Quirrell, uncertain of whether Voldemort might materialize at any moment. John sought to depart swiftly, but Quirrell was reluctant to let him go. "Truly, you are quite studious. Perhaps you would be interested in the knowledge contained in the restricted section." The mention of the restricted section piqued John's interest, causing him to momentarily halt his departure, his face betraying a yearning for its secrets. Quirrell noted this reaction, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes. Indeed, wizards who pursued knowledge were invariably drawn to the forbidden. The fastest way to transform a good child into a Death Eater was to instill in him the importance of power. Quirrell had ascended to Voldemort's service through similar means. Voldemort was acutely aware of these wizards. In his youth, he had frequented the restricted section, which housed a wealth of dark magic. Dark magic was not only potent, but also beguiling, and once John began to study it, they would merely need to guide him slightly to effortlessly gain a young Death Eater. The thought crossed Quirrell's mind in an instant, and he smiled, stammering, "You're a good boy. I can grant you access to the restricted section." "Really? I've long wanted to see it." John feigned the eagerness of a knowledge-seeking child. Precisely what Quirrell wished to observe. Quirrell instructed John to visit his office the following Monday to obtain the access pass, thus alleviating John's concern of having to sneak into the restricted section at night. As for Quirrell's ulterior motives, John could surmise some of them. However, that was of little significance. He was no child, and as long as he secured the signature, he could simply ignore the rest. After all, Quirrell's tenure would be limited to this first year, and by the second year, a new professor would inevitably replace him. It was well known that defense against the dark arts professors were merely expendable. On Monday, John received the signed note from Quirrell, who subtly suggested several book titles to entice him, such as 16th century dark magic, curses of magic, and 19th century notable curses. He even went so far as to claim that understanding the fundamentals of dark magic was essential for mastering defense against the dark arts. John merely chuckled at this. "If I believed your nonsense, I would indeed be unwell." That he outwardly expressed keen interest. However, upon arriving at the library, he reverted to his true self. There, he encountered the trio who had come to research Nicholas Flamel. But he chose not to disturb them. Presenting Professor Quirrell's note to Madame Pants, John gained unfettered access to the restricted section. The books within were mostly esoteric, and even with his elite scholar mode engaged, he found them somewhat challenging. His foundation was still inadequate, lacking depth. Sighing, John spotted a book on goblin forging. Intrigued, he recalled the Sword of Gryffindor, which had been forged by goblins at the behest of the founder, Godric Gryffindor. His current combat style bore similarities to Gryffindor's, yet he felt his weaponry was lacking. Last time, he had struggled against the troll with medieval armor. Magical creatures possessed impressive defenses. Dragons, for example, had scales imbued with remarkable magical resistance. If he were to confront a dragon, ordinary weaponry would clearly be insufficient. Perhaps I could forge my own weapon. John's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Possessing a weapon of his own would be ideal. He borrowed the book on goblin forging and immersed himself in its study with fervor. This book was a translation, originally authored by an Egyptian wizard. John found the reading somewhat laborious, but that was of little concern. He had ample time to refine his understanding. Over the following days, he also borrowed a book on basic magical texts from the library. While enriching his knowledge, John gradually began to grasp the contents of goblin forging. As night fell, he tucked the books away, preparing to head to the Forbidden Forest. His punishment had yet to be lifted, and every evening he was required to patrol the forest alongside Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, Fong rushed over, excitedly sniffing John all over. Hagrid chuckled heartily, saying, "Fong really likes you." "Like?" John observed Fong sniffing around his pocket, which contained a sandwich. "Are you sure he isn't just hungry?" Days had passed since the unicorn death incident. During this time, Hagrid had conversed with various magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest and learned from the centaurs that a malevolent presence was lurking at the forest's edge. Thus, the two were set to patrol the perimeter that night. John had gradually begun to match Hagrid's pace, with Fong bounding ahead. The large dog, despite its size, was remarkably timid, even more so than Tom. As they patrolled, a spider the size of a human head appeared before John. He instinctively gripped his wand, ready to cast the shattering curse. "What a massive spider! Wait, this is a descendant of Aragog." Hagrid shouted to stop John, and under John's apprehensive gaze, Hagrid seemed to be communicating with the spider. "Aragog is looking for me." Aragog was a friend of Hagrid, who adopted him during his childhood. After Hagrid encountered trouble, Aragog fled into the Forbidden Forest and transformed into a colossal spider. John numbly nodded. Hagrid truly had a carefree spirit. If Ron were to come into contact with this spider, it would likely lead to his immediate demise. Following the spider, they ventured towards a cave. Before entering, John had already spotted numerous spiders, and once inside, he was plagued by an unending wave of goosebumps. A glance revealed countless spiders, with those the size of human heads appearing diminutive in comparison. There were dozens of spiders the size of a person. Gulp. "Hagrid, are you certain they are friendly?" John nervously inched closer to Hagrid. Hagrid's towering figure provided a sense of security, but only in the outside world, not within the lair of the spiders. "Do not worry. These spiders are Aragog's offspring and will not harm you," Hagrid assured him, though John felt a nagging doubt. The spiders were practically drooling. Did Hagrid truly believe they wouldn't pose a threat? Clutching his wand tightly, John vowed to obliterate any spider that dared approach him. At the cave's end loomed a gray spider the size of a car, an acromantula, its cataracts rendering it nearly blind. "Hagrid, you have arrived," Aragog greeted, suppressing his eager progeny as he began to discuss the troubles plaguing the Forbidden Forest. "Something has entered. It is malevolent and is tracking unicorns." Hagrid had entrusted Aragog with investigating the unicorn situation, and Aragog had dispatched his offspring throughout the forest. "He is formidable. Many of my offspring have perished at his hands. He moves like a wraith, elusive and cunning. The Acromantula clan feasts on humans, and although Aragog had restrained his progeny for Hagrid's sake, they were certainly not easy to handle. The intruders single-handedly dispatched several Acromantulas, displaying power that rivals even that of Aurors. Despite encountering this foe, Aragog found himself unable to detain him. Hagrid's heart sank upon hearing this. John was indeed correct. The evil entity had not abandoned its pursuit of unicorns. "The blood of a unicorn is cursed yet possesses the miraculous property of sustaining a dying individual. I understand, Aragog," Hagrid replied, preparing to take his leave. However, at that moment, the Acromantulas began to draw closer. "Aragog," Hagrid looked at his friend in confusion. Aragog, with a tone of regret, said, "I am sorry, Hagrid. I instructed my offspring not to harm you, but they are defenseless against others." This was disastrous. With Aragog's warning, Hagrid realized that bringing John along had been a foolish mistake. "John, we must flee." Lifting John effortlessly, Hagrid resembled a human truck. Spiders blocked their path, but Hagrid simply barreled through. The spiders, eager for a meal, were unwilling to let them escape. John, too, was unrelenting. He drew his wand and aimed at an approaching Acromantula. Casting a spell, Reducto, the jet of white light struck the spider, sending it reeling, bloodied but not dead. "Impressive spell," Hagrid remarked. Despite Hagrid's imposing size, he was surprisingly nimble. With Hagrid carrying him, John focused solely on being a makeshift artillery. Incendio, his wand belched flames that engulfed the spider. Wingardium Leviosa, a fallen branch flew backward, striking another spider. As the onslaught continued, John's magical energy began to dwindle. In a moment of quick thinking, he seized a stone and hurled it at a spider. Ding! Magic level upgraded successfully. Current magic level 3. John felt a warm surge within him, replenishing his power. A spider the size of a small card appeared before him, and he aimed again. Reducto! This time, the white light grew larger. Previously the size of an orange, now swelling in magnitude. Upon contact with the acromantula, its body cracked and shattered, obliterated by the enhanced spell. Turning, John unleashed another spell at the pursuing spiders, with Hagrid's assistance. John successfully escaped the spider's lair. Once outside, Hagrid expressed his remorse, saying, "I apologize, John. I thought Aragog could control them." Indeed, Aragog had once held sway over them, but now he was too old, and his younger progeny no longer obeyed him as before. "It's all right, Hagrid, but it would be best to keep others away from there in the future." John had narrowly escaped. Had it been anyone else without Hagrid's help, they would have likely become a meal. Hagrid, too, felt a sense of dread. After patrolling the Forbidden Forest for a while longer, the two ended their excursion for the day. Back at Hagrid's hut, John poured a generous bowl of dog food for Fong, who had sprinted through the spider den and was likely utterly exhausted. After bidding Hagrid farewell, John returned to Hogwarts. He glanced at the Marauder's map and noted that Professor Quirrell was absent from his office. Ding! Gained ability. Night Stalker. Night Stalker. Blend into the darkness, enhancing stealth and visibility, with increased damage for stealthy kills. After achieving 100 hours of nocturnal wandering, John extinguished his wand's light, blinked a couple of times to adapt to the darkness. The previously pitch-black corridor gradually became clearer. While not as bright as during the day, he could read in total darkness. This newfound ability proved quite convenient. With the Night Stalker trait, John found it nearly impossible to be detected while walking through the corridors without using the disillusionment charm. When he did employ the charm, he achieved complete invisibility. In the following days, John frequently had chance encounters with Quirrell. Initially indifferent to teaching, Quirrell seemed to attend to John's needs with great care, constantly hinting that John could approach him with any problems, even implying his significant expertise in dark magic. John played the fool each time, appearing like an oblivious bookworm, yet he harbored his own thoughts regarding dark magic. After all, spells like Fiendfire were incredibly potent, a feat difficult to achieve with ordinary magic. Eventually, he broached the subject of learning Fiendfire with Quirrell, who readily acquiesced. Though Quirrell himself wasn't particularly adept at this curse, he had the legacy of the Second Dark Lord as his endorsement. Under the guise of Quirrell's instruction and with Voldemort's covert guidance, John successfully learned Fiendfire. However, he was cautious not to experiment with it lightly, as Fiendfire was one of the most uncontrollable spells. Once ignited, it could not be extinguished. Meanwhile, Quirrell seized his subtle hints and directly initiated discussions about the Dark Lord. John understood the implications and deftly sidestepped the topic, occasionally feigning agreement with the Dark Lord's ideology to appease Quirrell. As the days dragged on, December quietly approached in Potions class. After enduring a session under Snape's brooding gaze, everyone enthusiastically discussed their plans for Christmas. Ron, too, would not be returning home, as the Weasley parents had decided to visit Charlie, who was raising dragons in Romania. John watched as the Weasley twins enchanted a snowball to chase Quirrell, delighting in their antics. While Quirrell dropped his pretense around John, he maintained his facade in front of other students, continuing to feign weakness and vulnerability, all the while plotting with the Weasley twins. The biting cold wind battered the windows of the Hogwarts classroom, while the great hall blazed with a roaring fire, signaling the arrival of winter. John rubbed his hands together, exhaling a cloud of breath that fogged the glass. Observing Malfoy's antics with Harry before the holiday, John quipped, "They say elementary school kids bully those they have a crush on. Malfoy must be harboring a secret infatuation." Hagrid was hauling the fir tree intended for Christmas down the corridor. Ron was initially incensed because Malfoy had spoken ill of his family. However, Snape appeared as if he had deliberately waited for this moment to emerge, unhesitatingly deducting 5 points from Gryffindor despite Hagrid's pleas. Malfoy departed with a smug air, intentionally brushing off the fir's needles and scattering them everywhere. "That I want to teach him a lesson, just as John would." Ron seethed, gritting his teeth, wishing he could transform into John and deliver a punch to Malfoy's smug face. Harry nodded in agreement, sharing Ron's disdain for Malfoy and Snape, the two individuals he loathed most at Hogwarts. Hagrid, dousing their spirits, remarked, "That might be difficult. John is the most formidable wizard I've ever seen. Come with me to the Great Hall. John will want to see it too. Ron's mood soured instantly. Hagrid had invited them to witness the nearly decorated Great Hall. And John was eager to observe how Christmas was celebrated in the magical world. The Great Hall, adorned by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, had transformed into a magnificent spectacle. The walls were draped with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the space. Some trees were adorned with sparkling icicles, while others glimmered with hundreds of flickering candles. Hagrid had just delivered the final tree, and once it was decorated, they would be finished. Hagrid began to anticipate Christmas, inquiring, "How many days until the holidays?" "Just one day. Which reminds me, we have half an hour to visit the library." Hermione, undeterred by her interest in Nicholas Flamel, extended an invitation to John. "Would you like to join us?" "Well, since I have nothing else to do," John pondered, intrigued, and agreed. Hagrid, curious, asked, "Why read books when the holidays are approaching? You lot are far too studious." He felt quite cheerful, given that Christmas was on the horizon. Yet, Harry was soon to dampen his spirits, cheerfully stating, "We're not reviewing schoolwork. We're trying to uncover who Nicholas Flamel is. I've told you to drop it." "That big dog guards something that doesn't concern you," Hagrid urged, his surprise morphing into alarm as he implored the trio to cease their perilous pursuit. Yet, he underestimated Gryffindor's reckless spirit. The more he discouraged them, the more motivated they became. The name proved elusive, and the three friends combed through numerous books in the library without success to assist in their search. Hermione even compiled a list when dinner time arrived. The four departed the library. Hermione, refusing to relent, insisted they continue searching over the holiday and, ideally, report their findings via owl. The holidays had begun. John was enjoying roasted turkey and mused that this bird seemed to have grown only a head. As he sliced a piece of meat from the turkey with knife and fork, he felt an urge to wrap it in a pastry. Meanwhile, his owl, Basil, had flown off, presumably to retrieve gifts prepared by his parents. The postal service was remarkably efficient. If one could establish an owl delivery service, it would surely be a lucrative venture. John was uncertain about what his parents would send, hoping only that Mr. Weasley would not dispatch a rat or a black widow. During the holiday, John attempted to play wizard's chess. The rules were somewhat akin to those of regular chess, but the game was far more visually stimulating. Watching his queen get crushed by Ron's knight, John merely chuckled. Initially doubting his chess skills, John found solace in seeing Harry kneel 18 times as snow began to fall outside. John did not forget his training. With the enhancement of his magical power, the potency of his spells would also increase. This concept was quite straightforward. Magical power resembled a faucet, with the water flow determining the magnitude. Previously, his lack of magical energy meant his spells were rather feeble. After reaching level 3, the strength of his spells had significantly improved, allowing him to learn a greater array of offensive charms. However, the first spell he chose to master was a defensive one, Protego. This charm served to shield against intrusions, effectively neutralizing most attacks. It was a highly practical spell. Exiting the room of requirement, John returned to the dormitory. Upon waking the next morning, he found Basil had returned with gifts. He unwrapped one present from Mrs. Weasley, discovering a pair of warm gloves she had knitted by hand. The second gift, from his father, Arthur Weasley, was wrapped in a perfect cube. Shaking it, John deduced it likely did not contain a rat. Unwrapping the gift revealed a bottle of hot sauce. As he puzzled over this, he noticed the sauce's name, Diagon Ma. Trivia: Diagon Ma was established in 1984. Accompanying the gift was a letter from Mr. Weasley. Upon reading it, John learned that his father, aware of his son's fondness for the cuisine of that mysterious Eastern nation, had pulled some strings to procure a bottle of Diagon Ma. Eagerly, John opened the sauce and sampled a small amount with a fork. The familiar flavor burst upon his palate, nearly bringing him to tears after 11 years. Suddenly, the gifts from Hagrid and Hermione seemed insignificant. In the Great Hall, Harry curiously glanced at the peculiar bottle in John's hand, asking, "What is that?" "It smells quite strange. This is chili sauce. You can give it a try." John claimed that one spoonful of Diagon Ma could enhance anything. Ron, clad in a dark burgundy hand-knit sweater, curiously sampled the sauce, finding the peculiar flavor rich with the essence of the ancient Eastern culture. The taste was odd, a blend of spiciness and strangeness. Despite his description, Ron still attempted to dip a chicken leg into the sauce, and the moment he tasted it, It felt as if a new world had opened before him. Seeing Ron's reaction, Harry was also tempted to try it. He too found the flavor peculiar yet oddly addictive. Ron then gifted John some fudge, which tasted delightful and sweet. John unwrapped the chocolate frog from Hermione, nearly losing it as it attempted to leap away. The twins wore hand-knit sweaters identical to Ron's, but theirs were blue and bore different letters. At the Christmas feast, John's loud gonma successfully drew more attention. Dumbledore, adorned with a hat decorated with flowers, took a taste, but judging by his expression, he was likely disappointed that it was not sweet. After the Christmas feast, both professors and students were in high spirits. In the room of requirement, John rarely chose a different place to rest. Taking out the chocolate frog gifted by Hermione, he bit into it, and a wizard card fell from the box that featured Albus Dumbledore. Initially indifferent, John casually glanced at the card, but his gaze lingered on the name Nicholas Flamel. Alchemy? Rubbing his chin, John recalled seeing mention of a legendary item in the records of alchemy that was called the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality is a universally sought-after existence. The Philosopher's Stone could achieve this, though not in the strictest sense of eternal life. It was sufficient. If he could acquire the Philosopher's Stone, it would greatly aid his potion-making endeavors. Of course, John merely entertained the thought. The Philosopher's Stone seemed to be a mythical object. No one had seen it in reality. However, this did remind John that he could delve into alchemy, perhaps accelerating his mastery of goblin metallurgy. There might be something in the restricted section. He could take a look. With unwavering determination, John cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. He departed from the room of requirement, making his way towards the library on the 5th floor. To ensure that he would not be caught, John retrieved the Marauder's map. Had Harry emerged? Spotting Harry as he exited Gryffindor Tower, John surmised that he was out for a nocturnal adventure. Observing his direction, it appeared they shared a common goal. However, upon reaching the restricted section, John found no sign of Harry. Just as he was pondering this, he witnessed the door to the restricted section swing open of its own accord. An invisibility cloak. That a realization dawned upon him. He recalled that Harry possessed an invisibility cloak, which he had evidently retrieved. Before the door could close, John stealthily slipped inside behind it. A mischievous impulse stirred within him, prompting him to delay revealing his presence as he watched Harry remove the invisibility cloak. Harry's lantern flickered as it searched the shelves for traces of Nicholas Flamel. He was visibly anxious, even perceiving faint whispers emanating from the tomes, leaving him uncertain if they were figments of his imagination or reality. Amidst the vast sea of bookshelves, Harry needed to identify a starting point. He carefully placed the lantern on the ground and peered beneath the shelves, hoping to find an intriguing volume. Suddenly, he spotted a large book, black and silver, and without hesitation, yanked it from its place. "Stop!" John exclaimed, but it was too late. Harry, startled by the exclamation, instinctively opened the book. That a piercing, chilling scream shattered the silence. The entire book seemed to wail, causing Harry's ears to throb painfully as he slammed it shut. Yet, it was too late. The scream persisted, and in his panic, he knocked over the lantern. In a frenzy, he paid no heed to the voice he had just heard, replacing the book on the shelf. He donned the invisibility cloak and bolted for the exit. Filch rushed towards the commotion, his eyes ablaze with fury. Harry narrowly slipped beneath his outstretched arms. In a frantic flight, Harry lost his way, disoriented and lanternless. Ultimately, he skidded to a halt before a towering suit of armor, the sound of Filch's report still ringing in his ears. As he retreated cautiously around a corner, he found himself in a precarious position. Inching into an ajar door on the left, pressed against the wall, he listened to the receding footsteps, took a deep breath, and removed the invisibility cloak, just when he thought he was safe, and began to survey the room. The slightly ajar wooden door swung open. Harry saw no one enter, and a chill ran down his spine, making him feel as though he were in the presence of a ghost. The hairs on his arms stood on end as he stepped back in fear. Suddenly, a hand brushed against his shoulder, and he opened his mouth to scream, but a hand covered it. "Shoo, you'll get us points deducted." "John?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Harry turned to find John seemingly materializing out of thin air. John felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that his earlier antics would draw attention, he would have refrained. It was clear that Snape was now aware of someone lurking in the library. "Was that voice you? How did you manage that? Do you also possess an invisibility cloak?" The rapid-fire questions revealed Harry's astonishment, while John felt a sense of overwhelm. "Shall we take a look around this place first?" "I've never been here before," he suggested, Redirecting the conversation to John's words, Harry began to notice their surroundings. It appeared to be an abandoned classroom, with numerous desks and chairs piled against the walls, casting large, dark shadows. Moreover, an overturned wastebasket stood in stark contrast to the rest of the room, and on the wall directly opposite them was an object that seemed out of place. John's attention was drawn to a magnificent mirror, towering almost to the ceiling. Its opulent golden frame rested upon two clawed feet. Inscribed at the top were words that John read aloud. Aristra elibro I to be kafra atron vohes. It was a peculiar mirror indeed. As a Gryffindor, Harry approached it without trepidation. In the next moment, he stood before the mirror, filled with terror. What is it? John inquired, puzzled by Harry's reaction as he noticed Harry's breath quickening and color draining from his face. There are many people in the mirror, at least a dozen, all behind me. Harry's words stunned John, prompting him to lean closer and glance into the mirror. Nothing was there. No, that's not right, John exclaimed as he beheld a banquet of delectable Chinese dishes appear beside him in the reflection. His eyes widening in disbelief, rubbing his eyes, he looked again, and to his astonishment, he found himself relishing the feast. Not only that, but the reflection of John was clad in a splendid wizarding robe. Appearing in his 20s, wielding a wand that symbolized power, and adorned with a first-class medal from the Order of Merlin, memories of the mirror's narrative flooded back to him as he muttered, "The mirror of Arist." He recalled that this mirror did not appear until the end. Why was it manifesting now? "John, I believe they are my family." Harry pointed towards a beautiful, gentle woman with kind eyes smiling at him from behind his reflection. Beside her stood a man with unruly black hair and glasses, reminiscent of Harry himself. Harry felt certain they were his parents, and beyond them, other relatives, all sharing his green eyes. They represented everything Harry had ever longed for. And he gazed at the mirror with insatiable yearning, as if he could step through and reunite with them. John, noticing Harry's entranced state, pulled him away from the mirror. "We should leave. Filch and the others will return." Though reluctant, Harry conceded to the suggestion. He donned the invisibility cloak and invited John to accompany him, to which John smiled enigmatically, replying, "I don't need to." With a flick of his wand, John vanished before Harry's eyes. Unsure, Harry tentatively called out, "John, are you still there?" "Of course," came the reply, and as Harry reached out, he felt John's face. "Be careful, you nearly poked my eye out." Embarrassed, Harry withdrew his hand. Before exiting the room, John paused to glance at the mirror once more, where he thought he glimpsed a silver-haired elder, but it vanished with a blink. "Dumbledore?" John mused, realizing that this was an artifact placed there by Dumbledore. With this understanding, he felt reassured that Harry would be safe. Parting ways at the staircase, John ventured into the restricted section, where he found an ancient tome on alchemical mastery to bring back to his dormitory. Yet, after only a brief perusal, he felt overwhelmed. The content was too esoteric, akin to goblin metallurgy, requiring a solid foundation for comprehension. He recognized the folly of trying to learn too much at once and resolved to build his knowledge step by step. Placing the book beneath his pillow, John opened the Marauder's map and observed Quirrell making his way out of Hogwarts. Hesitation flickered within him. Should he follow? After some contemplation, he dismissed the thought, leaving aside Voldemort. Quirrell himself was not an adversary he could confront, unless through cunning surprise. The disparity in their magical prowess was too great. Moreover, John lacked any formidable spells akin to the Killing Curse. Should his identity be uncovered, the consequences would be dire. The Christmas holidays had not yet concluded. During this period, John made several visits to the library, acquiring numerous foundational texts on alchemy. He fervently absorbed alchemical knowledge, yet it still felt insufficient. However, he stumbled upon a reference to Nicholas Flamel in an ancient alchemical book. Nicholas Flamel, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, as history remembers him. Upon glimpsing the tome, John found his thoughts swirling tumultuously. He recalled that the object safeguarded during Harry Potter's first year was none other than the Philosopher's Stone. This artifact could potentially save John an immense amount of time, enabling him to wield the highest caliber of alchemy with ease. The Philosopher's Stone, he mused, as he caressed the accounts pertaining to it. The notion of immortality flitted through his mind, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. He remembered that the quest for eternal life carried considerable drawbacks, not only dulling one's emotions but primarily rendering the body exceedingly frail. Such a hollow form of immortality would be tantamount to a death sentence for John. Perhaps he could share this insight with Harry and the others, who seemed on the verge of surrender these days. In the Great Hall, Ron voiced his frustration. "You should have woken me. I wish to see your parents." His annoyance stemmed from Harry's solitary encounter with the mirror of Eriste the previous day. Harry replied, "You can go tonight. I want you to see that mirror." The two engaged in an eager discussion about the mirror, nearly forgetting about Nicholas Flamel. As John prepared a turkey sandwich, he paused to listen as Harry remarked, "John is here too, but I haven't seen his family." Setting down his sandwich, John said with a serious tone, "Harry, that mirror does not merely reveal family. It reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. You must not become too obsessed." Curious, Ron inquired, "What did you see, John?" John recalled the scene from the previous day and replied, "I saw a table laden with food." Ron and Harry exchanged incredulous glances, having expected John, a dedicated scholar, to yearn for books instead. Yet, Harry took John's words lightly, his yearning to visit the mirror intensifying. He craved affection. The strongest magic forged from eternal love could not fill the void within him. More than being a savior, he longed for the companionship of his parents. John, undeterred by whether Harry absorbed his counsel, had said what he needed to. With Dumbledore present, even Voldemort could not harm Harry and the others. After finishing his meal, John recalled Nicholas Flamel and retrieved a chocolate frog wizard card from his pocket, offering it to Harry. "What's this?" Harry asked, puzzled by John's gesture. John smiled mysteriously. "Perhaps the answers are not as profound as they seem. You must learn to observe the world around you." His cryptic words left both boys bewildered, yet Harry accepted the card, distracted by thoughts of the mirror of Eriste, promptly stuffing it into his pocket, likely to forget about it for some time. These matters were of no concern to John. He had already made his way to the library. Under the watchful gaze of Madame Pants, he piled numerous tomes on alchemy upon the table. His diligence brought a smile to Professor McGonagall, though her only grievance was that he was not a Gryffindor student. After 2 arduous hours bolstered by his studious nature, John had managed to compile some alchemical theories. Once his time of intense study concluded, he set aside the mountain of books and rubbed his sore eyes. Relying solely on these theories would prove too challenging. Before him lay elementary texts, such as an introduction to ancient runic and basic alchemy, which, while fundamental, could easily overwhelm the mind. Yet, thanks to this foundation, John could commence practical alchemy. According to the records in goblin metallurgy, the combination of runes and alchemy equated to goblin forging. Although the formula was simple, achieving success required countless trials. Heading to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, John decided to change his location. "I need a place to create potions," he thought. After pacing back and forth 3 times before the grand tapestry, a wooden door materialized on the blank wall. Pushing open the door, he entered a chamber filled with numerous cauldrons. Shelves along the walls held an array of empty bottles, some containing materials from magical creatures. John flexed his fingers. It seemed he would need to replenish his supplies. Just as with wand making, magical creatures held significant value in a wizard's possession, given John's modest means. Purchasing these materials outright was impractical, but he had a wealthy acquaintance in the form of Hagrid, from whom he could borrow. The following day, John approached Hagrid's hut. "Here you go, John. What do you need the blast-ended Script's rear for?" Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, had amassed a treasure trove of magical creature materials over the years. However, it seemed Hagrid remained blissfully unaware of their worth, sitting atop a mountain of riches without realizing it. John, one of the few students with a close rapport with Hagrid, shared a bond forged through their adventure in Aragog's lair. Upon hearing John's request for materials, Hagrid eagerly gathered a substantial collection. As John accepted the materials, he nearly stumbled. Despite Hagrid's ease in carrying them, the load was quite heavy. The blast-ended Scrut, a peculiar creature bred at Hogwarts, was possibly a hybrid of a manticore and a fire crab. Only Hagrid could manage to procure such a bounty, which John intended to use for his first foray into alchemy. "I am studying alchemy, Hagrid. After all, who better to understand these matters than you?" Hagrid beamed at this compliment, and John politely declined Hagrid's offer of rock cakes. Clutching the basket of blast-ended Scrut rear ends, John trudged back to the room of requirement, ready to commence his alchemical endeavors. He was so engrossed in his work that he lost track of time, even missing dinner. Emerging from the room of requirement, John noticed some soot on his nose. As he prepared to return, he passed the 5th floor and stopped. Noticing the door to the room containing the mirror ajar, he knew Harry was inside. With a sigh, John reconsidered his intention to return to the dormitory and instead approached the left room. Nearing the door, he overheard voices within. Could it be Ron? After all, Harry had taken Ron to see the mirror the day before. Casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, John melded into the shadows. Inside, a gentle yet aged voice resonated. Like countless others before you, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of East. I don't know its name, sir, Harry replied, but I assume you've come to know its magic. It shows me my family. Harry conversed with Dumbledore, learning that the mirror indeed revealed one's deepest desires, just as John had explained. Dumbledore used this opportunity to impart wisdom to Harry, informing him that the mirror would be moved to a different location soon. Though reluctant, Harry obediently donned the invisibility cloak and returned to his dormitory. Professor Dumbledore, what did you see in the mirror? Harry inquired curiously before departing. Dumbledore, with a mysterious smile and a hint of playfulness, replied, I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. One can never have enough. Harry found this answer somewhat dismissive, yet undeniably sensible. After all, John had seen a banquet of food, leading him to believe that both John and Dumbledore were individuals imbued with wisdom. As Dumbledore watched Harry leave, he did not exit the room. Instead, with a gentle smile, he spoke to the empty air. Perhaps I should have a face-to-face conversation with you, Mr. Weasley. John, realizing how naive it was to think he could evade the notice of the century's greatest wizard, stepped out of the shadows and dispelled the disillusionment charm. He gradually became visible, as if he had materialized from thin AI, or in excellent disillusionment charm. It seems you have learned quite a bit in the restricted section. Dumbledore complimented. John felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being caught in his rule-breaking by the very headmaster of Hogwarts was disconcerting. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Do not fret, that I believe Professor Quirrell signed your note, did he not? He blinked playfully, far from resembling an elderly man. John knew that Dumbledore would not summon him without reason. He was about to leave when Dumbledore called him back, that as expected. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward John, his kind eyes sparkling with an understanding that pierced the soul, and inquired, Mr. Wick, what do you see in the mirror? John's body tensed, instinctively activating his mental barriers, and he answered honestly, delicious food, an abundance of it, and my own strength. After a brief hesitation, John chose not to conceal the truth. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with this response, clapping his hands in delight as he exclaimed, let us applaud honesty. John, do you know that Minerva has been nagging in my ear about the possibility of a flaw in the Sorting Hat? Beneath the crescent-shaped lenses, Dumbledore's eyes held profound meaning, his voice rich and almost magical. She is mistaken. The Sorting Hat is not at fault. You are indeed most suited for Slytherin, without a doubt. Promise me, John, that you will not dabble in irretrievable magic, that I promise you. Professor, it was unclear why Dumbledore brought this matter up. Perhaps he was aware of John's explorations in the restricted section, where he had encountered numerous dark spells. John nodded without hesitation, knowing that this elderly man would not harm his students, yet still feeling a twinge of fear about being discovered. You possess the self-control to conquer your desires, and I believe in you. John. As a reward for your pursuit of answers, you may have the opportunity to encounter the true Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted from serious to playful as he winked, as if hinting at something. John was taken aback. Answers? He recalled the Chocolate Frog Wizard card. This old man seemed to know everything, be it the restricted section or the Chocolate Frog cards. January 1 St. The new term had begun. John felt little about it. Hermione had arrived at school the previous day, disappointed that Harry and the others had not found Nicholas Flamel. John, are you studying alchemy? In the library, John was engrossed in a beginner's guide to alchemy. And upon witnessing this scene, Hermione momentarily set aside her search for Flamel. She examined John's reading list, which included not only alchemy but also ancient runes. Hogwarts offered a course in ancient runes, but that was an elective for third years. Undeterred, Hermione, who viewed John as a rival, promptly returned with a stack of books on ancient runes. Unfortunately, when they met the next day, Hermione sported two large dark circles under her eyes, resembling a weary lion. Ancient runes proved too challenging for a first-year wizard, a fact Hermione reluctantly acknowledged. I swear I've seen that name before. I just can't recall where. Ever since Dumbledore had advised him against venturing to the Mirror of East, Harry had been plagued by dreams of his parents' death at the hands of Voldemort. This renewed his focus on Nicholas Flamel, despite Harry's steadfast belief that he had encountered that name somewhere. Hermione and the others had nearly given up hope of finding Flamel in the library. They ceased their previous obsessive searches and reverted to using their break time for research. That I remember having seen it. Harry began to doubt whether he had truly seen it. they gathered to discuss, while John, not far away, took out a simplified guide to ancient runes, alternating between reading alchemy and runes to stave off fatigue. "Wick, what are you looking at? Are you planning to become a vendor of magical items like the Weasley twins?" Since watching the Quidditch match with John, Malfoy had changed his dismissive attitude towards him. Upon noticing John's interest in alchemy, he instinctively assumed John wished to make money selling items, just some small endeavors. Alchemy is a vast and intricate field. Do you know of Godric's sword? Closing the book in his hands. John's gaze grew distant. Malfoy, puzzled, asked, "What is that?" "It is the legendary silver sword forged for Godric Gryffindor by goblins, only discoverable by a true Gryffindor. However, that is of little consequence. The sorting hat is also a product of alchemy." After diligent study, even neglecting physical exercise, John finally illuminated his skills in ancient runes. This signified that he had grasped the basics of ancient runes, and now he only needed to illuminate his alchemical knowledge to engage in goblin forging. However, this process proved challenging. Having exhausted the blast-ended scrypt tales obtained from Hagrid, he still had not succeeded. Malfoy nodded, somewhat understanding. As a member of the Malfoy family, he lacked for magical items. He merely felt that John, hailing from a Muggle family, faced considerable difficulties and needed to brew his own potions. That evening, astronomy class awaited. The group gathered in the astronomy tower, where Professor Aurora Sinistra spoke of the position of Sagittarius. After the day's classes concluded, John encountered Quirrell, who handed him a note that IT directed him to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Upon opening the note, he found only a location. John was reluctant to go, but feared arousing Quirrell's suspicion. So he reluctantly set aside his alchemical studies. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Realizing he had gradually led this diligent student toward darkness, Quirrell began to shed his disguise. Quirrell was, in fact, a wizard of considerable talent. Had he not succumbed to Voldemort, he would not have had to masquerade as an inept professor. "Well done, John Wick. It appears you have chosen the correct path." Seeing John arrive at night, Quirrell was quite pleased. Indeed, knowledge is the greatest forbidden fruit, and having tasted the power that dark magic brings, even the diligent John Wick had begun to fall from grace. Professor Quirrell, upon entering the classroom of Defense Against the Dark Arts, John felt as though someone was pricking his head with a needle, a sensation indicative of legitimacy, a probing attempt to delve into his thoughts. Resolutely, he employed the technique of mind closure, and after the commencement of the new academic term, he managed to elevate this skill to level 2. Though it still seemed insufficient, he allocated points to further enhance mind closure, advancing it to level 3. At this stage, he had become quite adept at the spell, capable of contending with the fragmented soul of Voldemort. Displaying an appearance of excitement, John resembled a devoted acolyte, utterly captivated by knowledge. The Voldemort that had invaded John's mind through legitimacy was quite pleased. Now, John merely needed to utter a single phrase to become the most loyal Death Eater. Voldemort, eager to cultivate an undercover agent within Hogwarts, generously imparted knowledge through Quirrell, enabling John to learn a great deal. Being a formidable wizard in his own right, Quirrell possessed an extensive array of knowledge. Under his tutelage, many of John's uncertainties were illuminated. In the ensuing days, John attended classes during the day and dedicated his evenings to study in the classroom. This commitment facilitated a rapid enhancement of his skills, culminating in his successful mastery of Fiendfire, magical power, level 3, 301,500, spells, Alohomora, level 3, levitation charm, level 4, transfiguration, level 2, disillusionment charm, level 3, Lumos, level 2, conflagration, level 3, shattering curse, level 3, Fiendfire, level 2, shield charm, level 2, skills, proficiency in short weapons, level 7, proficiency in greatsword, level 4, proficiency in firearms, level 1, proficiency in runewriting, level 1, proficiency in alchemy, level 1, buffs, enhanced strength, swift attack, precision, academic overachiever, aviator, long-distance runner, sword dance, giant slayer, night stalker. While the increase in magical power was modest, his comprehension of spells had significantly improved. The most encouraging news was that alchemy had also been unlocked. Although still at level 1, John was now capable of successfully crafting a simple magical artifact. Items imbued with sentience, akin to the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor, would likely require reaching level 7 for creation. Harry was dragged into rigorous training by Wood, even enduring snowy and rainy days. His singular focus was to vanquish Slytherin and secure the championship in the House Cup, which would enable them to catch up in house points. The immense expectations placed upon him by what only heightened Harry's stress. Even Hermione and Ron could no longer bear to watch. In the common room, they implored Harry to abstain from the competition. Ron suggested feigning illness, while Hermione, more audacious, proposed claiming he had a broken leg. This left Harry feeling quite distressed. At that moment, Neville stumbled into the common room, bouncing in a rather awkward manner. His legs were tightly bound together. Ensnared by the leg locker curse, it was obvious that Malfoy was responsible, and Ron, filled with indignation, immediately sought to confront Malfoy. However, Neville halted him, not wishing to cause trouble for Harry and the others. Hermione dispelled the leg locker curse on Neville, and as Harry reached for a chocolate frog to comfort him, he stumbled upon a wizard card in his pocket. What could this be? Harry handed another box containing a chocolate frog to Neville, who paused upon seeing the wizard card in his hand. This was the one John had given him. John had mentioned something about it. Ron recalled the card's origin. It was an Albus Dumbledore wizard card, and as Harry turned it over, he initially thought it was merely something John had discarded. Yet, his gaze froze upon the small print on the card. Ron, Hermione, look quickly. Harry gasped, his voice quivering with excitement. Ron and Hermione leaned in to see, both struck by this unexpected revelation. With his partner Nicholas Flamel, he has made significant contributions to alchemy, Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Finally, after a prolonged stagnation, a pivotal breakthrough had emerged. The trio was particularly exhilarated, with Hermione leaping up in sheer joy. Suddenly, Hermione had a thought. Gazing at the mention of alchemy, she remarked, "No wonder John has been studying alchemy. He must have already known." With that, Hermione dashed upstairs and returned with an enormous old book from the girls' dormitory. As they rifled through the pages, they eventually uncovered information about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. John, Hermione stormed over, flanked by Harry and Ron, leaving John somewhat bewildered. With an irate tone, Hermione raised her voice. "Did you know about Nicholas Flamel?" "Indeed," John replied nonchalantly, catching the trio off guard. Harry, puzzled, inquired, "If you knew, why didn't you tell us?" "We searched for ages," John, surprisingly, responded. "I did mention it. You didn't realize the significance of the wizard card until now." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Harry scratched his head, and the trio's earlier indignation was swiftly quelled. Ron, still attempting to protest, muttered, "You could have been less cryptic and just told us the answer from the start." Upon hearing this, John's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, prompting Ron to feel guilty and lower his gaze. "Ron," John said earnestly, "the answers given to you by others can never compare to those you seek yourself. In the pursuit of answers, you not only acquire knowledge but also gain a wealth of additional understanding." The trio reflected on this, particularly Harry, who had previously struggled with history of magic, but now found himself able to respond to questions with ease. They realized they had misjudged John. Hermione, apologetically, said, "I'm sorry. John, we shouldn't have doubted you. It's quite all right. But now that you know about Nicholas Flamel, what will you do next?" John glanced at Harry, who seemed hesitant to speak, and continued, "You don't suspect Professor Snape of trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, do you?" Harry chuckled nervously, recognizing the awkwardness of accusing the head of Slytherin House of being a thief. John sighed in resignation, stating, "The Philosopher's Stone is not as splendid as you might think. While it is indeed the pinnacle of alchemy, and can theoretically create the elixir of life, it is merely a theoretical immortality. The consumption of the body and the diminishing of emotions will wear away with time." Professor Snape, being a master of potions, was acutely aware of these shortcomings and certainly lacked financial need. What reason would he have to steal the Philosopher's Stone? His every word resonated with reason. Leaving Harry momentarily speechless, Ron pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps he is doing it for the Dark Lord." "Goodness," John exclaimed, incredulously regarding Ron. "You must have read the script. You know Voldemort is not dead. Are you perhaps also a time traveler?" Ron, feeling slightly embarrassed under John's gaze, muttered, "I heard many of the Dark Lord's followers were Slytherins. After Voldemort's downfall, many Death Eaters claimed they had been imperised by him. The fact that Snape had once been a Death Eater was no secret among certain wizards. He had been bailed out by Dumbledore." John was at a loss for words. Ron had stumbled upon some truths. Had Voldemort not targeted Harry's family, perhaps Snape would still be a Death Eater, but that was no longer possible. Be careful with your words, Ron. After all, he is the head of Slytherin House. Do not allow Ron to casually utter that phrase again. John has finally managed to deceive the three of them. Time seems to have settled into a tranquil rhythm. John has also spent an extended period studying with Quirrell, all the while remaining mindful of his patrol duties in the Forbidden Forest. Since the eight-eyed giant spider attacked John, Hagrid has grown increasingly wary of Aragog's offspring. He has cautioned John to be vigilant of spiders, a warning that John has taken to heart. He discovered a spell in the library specifically designed to deal with spiders, which could prove invaluable for his safety. Utilizing his time wisely, John attends classes and reads during the day, while training and patrolling the Forbidden Forest at night, in addition to his studies with Quirrell. This has rendered his schedule rather hectic. Without the aid of the sleepless potion, John would likely have already succumbed to exhaustion. Even with the potion, he still feels pressed for time. On this particular day, he prepares to head to the Quidditch pitch for the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Had it not been for Hermione's reminder, John would have remained unaware of the event that as he makes his way down the corridor. A cacophony of crashing sounds reaches his ears. The first-year student clad in Slytherin robes, along with a Hufflepuff, finds themselves under attack from Peeves, who is hurling stones at them. "Peeves, cease this at once," shouts John. Peeves, unafraid of anyone save for the Hogwarts professors and the blood-curdling Baron, shows no signs of stopping. John witnesses his classmate, Daphne Greengrass, being struck by a stone hurled by Peeves. "Peeves, you have gone too far." Upon hearing John's voice, Peeves initially mistakes him for a professor, but soon recognizes the Slytherin student. "It's you, John Wicks," he cackles, grinning mischievously, entirely dismissive of John's presence. John furrows his brow and helps the injured Daphne Greengrass to her feet. The golden-haired girl is taken aback that John, whose reputation in Slytherin is less than favorable, has come to her defense. "Thank you," she says, her cheeks flushing as she gazes upon his striking features. John intercepts Peeves, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light as he speaks in a menacing tone. "Peeves, you ought to be punished for this." "Punished?" Peeves retorts with a mocking laugh, flinging another stone at John. Daphne, unable to contain herself, instinctively shuts her eyes. With calm composure, John retrieves his wand, wielding it with the elegance of a symphony conductor. Wadawasi. The incoming stone seems to collide with an invisible net, rebounding towards Peeves and striking him squarely, causing him to tumble. Without pausing, John continues to weave his spell. Wingardium Leviosa, Wadawasi. The combination of spells animates the scattered stones on the ground, propelling them toward Peeves. The poltergeist yelps in distress as he is pelted, retreating with a multitude of bumps adorning his head. The scene elicits cheers from the students who had been pursued. John turns to the still cowering Daphne, smiling as he asks, "Are you all right? Do you need to visit the hospital wing?" John's confrontation with Peeves has elevated him to the status of a hero in the eyes of his peers. Slytherin students begin to view him differently. He is someone willing to stand up for his classmates. Daphne, a girl of considerable pride, now regards John with newfound respect. "Thank you," she murmurs, her voice lowered, tinged with shyness as she sneaks glances at him. John peers outside and realizes he will likely miss the Quidditch match. Accompanying the injured student to the hospital wing, he finds Madame Pomfrey already occupied. Students have long suffered from Peeves' antics, and word of John's intervention spreads rapidly throughout the school as the Quidditch match concludes. Ron clutches his nose, while Neville is carried off to the hospital wing. Malfoy, along with his cronies Crabbe and Goyle, sports black eyes and glares menacingly at Gryffindor from across the long table. "Damn that Weasley. He ambushed me." Malfoy seethes with rage. During the match, a scuffle broke out between him and Ron, escalating as Neville and Crabbe joined the fray. Meanwhile, Harry has vanished after the celebrations. Yet this does not deter Malfoy's animosity towards Gryffindor. John shakes his head in disbelief, remarking, "Malfoy, you were outnumbered 3-2 and still lost." This remark reddens Malfoy's face as he retorts angrily, "If wands were involved, I could take on 12 Weasleys and a Longbottom." To believe his words would be the height of folly as darkness envelopes the sky. John closes his book and prepares to head to the room of requirement for training, followed by a patrol of the Forbidden Forest. The Gryffindors, sensing the brewing animosity from Slytherin, have relocated their celebrations back to Gryffindor Tower. Fred and George are sneakily making their way to the kitchen to pilfer some cake, and John refrains from exposing them. He knows that if they communicate well with the house elves, the latter would be more than willing to provide cake for the esteemed wizards at the entrance of the room of requirement. John encounters Harry returning. "John, it's Snape. I saw him with my own eyes threatening Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest," Harry declares emphatically. "Snape? Threatening Quirrell? Surely you must be mistaken." John responds skeptically. Harry, you need to take responsibility for your words. You are now implicating a Hogwarts professor and the head of Slytherin House. If you lack evidence, you could face expulsion. Of course, the notion of expulsion is merely a casual remark from John. Given Harry's track record at Hogwarts, he could fill an entire common room with breaches of school rules without facing any repercussions from Dumbledore. Unaware of this, Harry feels a pang of guilt but insists. I swear, John, I am not lying. He cannot fathom why he feels compelled to divulge this information to John, a boy he respects despite the latter's reputation in Slytherin. Witnessing John's earnestness, John sighs and concedes. Fine, I believe you, but I will need to investigate. With exams approaching, you should prioritize your studies. Harry beams at John's trust, feeling as though he has done a good deed, and heads off to the Gryffindor common room. Dispelling any lingering shadows of doubt, however, he has not considered why John would be on the 8th floor, as the Slytherin common room is not located there. In the room of requirement. John carefully dips a quill into ink and begins inscribing a runic symbol on the backside of a blast-ended script. He is just one stroke away from completion, his brow furrowed in concentration as he delicately glides the quill over the creature's surface and, resembling a bent arm, is etched onto the script's rear. Just one final step remains. A look of delight graces John's face as he retrieves his wand, tapping the table and clearing his throat. Pointing his wand at the runic symbol, magical energy surges through the quill's pointed tip. The begins to glow, and just as John believes success is within reach, the light transforms into a cloud of black smoke, causing the script's rear to explode and shower debris upon the cauldron. Having anticipated such an outcome, John had cast a shield charm upon himself, but he still feels disheartened that it appears that relying solely on level 1 magic to complete the enchantment is far too ambitious. John suspects that the ink used for the runes may be the issue and mutters to himself, must I resort to the blood of magical creatures? Since ancient times, alchemy has been inextricably linked with potions. John had only 2 places where he could procure quality materials, the Forbidden Forest and the office of his own headmaster. In terms of difficulty, John decided it would be more prudent to seek out Hagrid. If he happened to stumble upon Snape concocting a Veritasserum, he might just become one of the fortunate few to sample it. The flavor was unlikely to be pleasant. Before setting off, John returned the books he had finished reading to the library. In the library, our ever-knowledgeable Miss Hermione Granger had entered Spartan mode, outlining an extensive revision plan that seemed designed to overwhelm her classmates. Harry and Ron dared not disturb her during this time. Hermione was intent on ending John's undefeated record during the final exam week. She was engrossed in her studies, dragging Harry and Ron along as reluctant companions. Even Neville was not spared. Upon John's arrival, Harry and Ron looked at him as though he were their savior. John, over here, Neville exclaimed excitedly, only to be chased by a floating feather duster. You all are studying here? John asked, somewhat surprised, while he was not astonished to see Hermione. The other 3 appeared as if they were mere attendants to a scholarly emperor. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet, John. The gift you sent is incredibly useful. Neville finally managed to keep quiet long enough to avoid further duster assaults. He referred to the pet cage John had gifted him at Christmas, which had successfully contained Trevor ever since. I'm glad to hear that, John replied as he set his books down and sat before the group. Puzzled. Didn't Nicholas Flamel find something out? It's Hermione, Ron lamented loudly. She's devised an extensive revision plan. Merlin's beard. I would rather face a troll. This comment earned him another round with the feather duster. Harry nodded vigorously, adding, we've got decades until the exams. Hermione furrowed her brow and retorted, decades? We have less than 10 weeks left. Look, even John is starting to revise, she pointed out. John felt a bit embarrassed at being singled out. He had not actually begun studying, as the books he had read were mostly related to alchemy and of little relevance to the upcoming exams. However, this reminded him of his task to suppress Hermione's relentless determination. Observing her buried under a mountain of books only intensified his sense of pressure. All right, I need to go find Hagrid. You all carry on, he declared, leaving behind the impression of someone who had just paid a visit to a scholarly overlord. Ignoring the pleading gazes of the other 3 as he exited. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, John was greeted by an oppressive heat. The scent of summer was already in the air. Even the coldest of souls wouldn't need to light a fire indoors. Hagrid, are you cooking? Merlin's beard, Hagrid exclaimed, startled as he stood in front of the fireplace, his immense form casting a shadow over the flames, a smile breaking through his bushy beard. It's just you, John. Who else would it be? John replied, his expression bemused as he approached a chair, directing his gaze toward the fireplace. Hagrid subtly shifted to block his view. "Oh dear, it seems you've acquired yet another peculiar item." Hagrid. "Nah, it's not peculiar. It's just a rare Norwegian ridgeback," Hagrid instinctively countered, only to be met with John's knowing expression. Hagrid, with his loose lips, could not keep secrets. Once his secret was out, he resigned himself to stepping aside from the fireplace. John then spotted a kettle perched over the flames, beneath which sat an egg the size of an ostrich. "Is this a dragon egg? Are you certain it won't be overcooked?" John remarked, noting that the egg was already charred, perhaps 3/4 cooked. "No, you need to keep it in the fire. Their mother breathes on them," Hagrid explained, revealing his considerable knowledge of magical creatures. That John's mind raced. He was still troubled by his ink supply, and the potent blood of a fire dragon might be a splendid alternative. That a smile crept across his face, causing Hagrid to feel uneasy. "You must promise me not to tell anyone else about this." "John," Hagrid said, lowering his voice. "Doe," John teased, his grin widening, causing Hagrid's anxiety to heighten. "Hagrid, I assume you wouldn't want others to learn of this, would you?" "John, we're friends," Hagrid mumbled. "True friends correct each other's mistakes rather than collude in folly." John countered playfully. That Hagrid's hopeful gaze bore into John as he continued, "Who would betray a friend? After all, who wouldn't want to own a fire dragon? That's brilliant. John, I knew you wouldn't betray me." Hagrid beamed, his joy reminiscent of a child weighing half a ton. Feigning exasperation, John sighed, "As much as I would love a fire dragon, the 12 uses of dragon's blood for the exam have me in a bind. You know I'm short on funds." "Don't worry, John. Once Norbert grows up, you'll have access to free dragon's blood," Hagrid promised, ever generous with his friends. John smiled, and after securing a large basket of blast-ended script tales from Hagrid, he left in high spirits. Shortly after his departure, Hagrid made his way to the library in search of more books on fire dragons, coincidentally encountering the trio deep in their studies. The outcome was predictable. The trio discovered the dragon egg just as John had. However, they kept the secret safe for the sake of their friend. In herbology class, Professor Pomona Sprout was discussing the characteristics of Devil's Snare, an intimidating creature that was, in reality, quite timid in the presence of light. John listened attentively while jotting down key points of alchemy. After several tests, he found that pigeon feathers were inadequate for writing on the tails of blast-ended scripts. So he crafted a writing tool from silver and basilisk feathers. Having obtained some magical creature blood from the Forbidden Forest, he successfully completed his alchemical experiments. His first magical artifact was a bracelet adorned with ceramic pieces resembling blast-ended script tails. Though not particularly powerful, it functioned like a one-time protective charm, capable of activating the iron armor spell in moments of danger. This was merely the first step. With stronger dragon's blood in hand, he hoped to achieve even greater feats in alchemy. As he cleared his mind, occasionally nodding to appear earnest, the trio nearby found themselves in a quandary. "Should we tell John? It's a fire dragon." Ron insisted, captivated by the idea. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, frowned and replied, "Ron, have you forgotten what we promised Hagrid? The fewer people who know about the fire dragon, the better." "I don't think this would be good for John." During breakfast, Hedwig delivered a note to Harry, penned by Hagrid. It informed them that the dragon egg was about to hatch. This exceedingly rare occurrence was too enticing for the trio to ignore, causing studious Hermione to lose focus in class. Harry, surprised by her distraction, remarked, "I thought you'd definitely tell John. You and he are so close." Among the trio, Hermione undoubtedly shared the most profound bond with John, which is why Harry was taken aback. If it were him, he surely would have blurted it out to Ron and the others. "This is illegal," Hermione exclaimed. "The 1709 Wizarding Conference passed a law prohibiting the keeping of fire dragons. John's situation in Slytherin is already precarious. If he gets points deducted because of this, it would be even worse." Hermione's reasoning was sound, and Harry reluctantly abandoned the idea of sharing the news with John. Little did they know, John had also received a note. Eager to obtain dragon blood for his experiments, John was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Glancing at the smirking Malfoy beside him, John wondered if the boy had mistaken a dose of excitement for a drink. "Malfoy, why are you grinning like that? You wouldn't believe the foolish stunt that dimwit Potter has pulled this time." "I am determined to have him expelled," Malfoy declared. Malfoy's pallid visage wore an increasingly abstract smile, his eyes occasionally darting towards the direction of the trio. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed as though he had discovered some incriminating evidence against them. John shrugged. After all, this was not the first time Malfoy had spoken in such a manner. During the morning break, John did not brazenly make his way to Hagrid's hut. he was well aware that the fire dragon was a forbidden creature. So he shrouded himself in an invisibility charm and proceeded towards Hagrid's abode. Upon reaching the rear of the hut, the trio was already gathered around the table. John edged closer, unnoticed by those present. Only Yaya lifted her head, sniffing the air inquisitively. Crack! A deep fissure appeared on the dragon egg resting upon the table, and something within was stirring. The sound of clicking was quite amusing. Hagrid, brimming with excitement akin to that of a child, watched as the four of them inched their chairs closer to the table, holding their breaths in anticipation. Finally, under the collective gaze of all, the fire dragon Norbert successfully hatched. Its appearance was far from charming, at least not in the way John had envisioned. Yet this was no concern, as he was merely enticed by its blood. With spiny wings and a slender, dark body, its long snout featured white nostrils. Horny protrusions adorned its head, and its orange-red eyes bulged outward. Norbert sneezed, sending a plume of fire from its nostrils. Hagrid instantly transformed into a doting figure, lifting Norbert and showering it with praise. "Isn't it beautiful?" he exclaimed. Despite Hagrid's adulation, Norbert had quite the temper, promptly biting down on Hagrid's finger. John mused that had it been anyone else, they would have likely lost a chunk of flesh. How unfortunate that he missed the spectacle. Harry and Ron, eager and restless, felt that raising a fire dragon would indeed be exceedingly cool. Hermione, on the other hand, was more curious about the growth rate of the Norwegian Ridgeback. John felt it was time to lift the invisibility charm, but just as he was about to do so, he noticed someone peering in from outside. Silently halting his movements, he crept closer to the window, where Malfoy was stealthily crouched, observing them. Just as Hagrid was about to respond to Hermione's inquiry, he too noticed the window, his face paling in an instant. Realizing he had been spotted, Malfoy hastily turned to flee. Despite Hagrid's intention to pursue, it was too late. This left Hagrid dumbfounded, while Harry leaned closer to the window, recognizing the distinctive slicked-back hairstyle. This was disastrous. It was Malfoy, and he was undoubtedly going to report them. Harry swore that Malfoy had definitely seen the baby dragon. As Malfoy fled, an uncontrollable grin of excitement spread across his face, muttering to himself, "Ha! Potter, you're finished. I'm going to get you expelled." As he walked down the corridor, he was suddenly yanked into a room by an unseen force. Malfoy was terrified, ready to scream. John lifted the invisibility charm, covering Malfoy's mouth with one hand while signaling for silence with the other. "Weasley, what are you doing here?" Setting aside the Mudblood identity, John still felt quite good about the nearly 200 points he had added to Slytherin, although Malfoy was frightened of another beating from John. He feigned composure. John executed another wall slam, pinning Malfoy in the corner and speaking gently. "Malfoy, I hope you will agree to one thing. Do not inform the professors about today's events. Today's events? You know about that big fellow's fire dragon?" Malfoy's eyes flickered as he grasped the truth. John did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. "I hope you will keep this from the professors. At least for a while." "Why should I agree to that?" Malfoy retorted defiantly. John thought to himself that if Malfoy revealed this, his dragon blood would be in jeopardy. He promptly replied, "Currently, we are not far behind Gryffindor in points. If you tell the professor, he will deduct points not only from your house, but from Slytherin as well." This reasoning struck a chord with Malfoy, who had not considered this angle if he reported it. And Hagrid, that oaf, implicated John. Slytherin's hard-earned advantage would vanish. Losing the House Cup was far more painful than simply losing to Gryffindor. After a moment of contemplation, Malfoy reluctantly nodded. "Fine, I will wait a while before saying anything. This ISNT for you, but for the House Cup." This display of understanding altered John's perception slightly. A smile crept onto his face as he extended his hand towards Malfoy for a handshake. "For eternal glory, I trust you will not regret today's events." Malfoy shook John's hand for the second time. He thought that John had not resorted to threats of violence and seemed quite decent. Perhaps being friends with John, even for a noble pureblood, would not be such a bad thing. The two reached a consensus, yet the trio felt increasingly uneasy. Although Malfoy had not reported them, he gazed at them daily with a sinister grin. This left the trio in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that any moment an auror from the Ministry of Magic would invade the castle, taking them, the dragon-raising miscreants, away. Hermione had reassured Harry and Ron that the Ministry would not apprehend them simply for having seen a fire dragon. Yet their imaginations ran wild nonetheless. Thus, after a week of deliberation, they decided to send Norbert away. Coincidentally, Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, was in Romania raising dragons, and he had written to Charlie, receiving a prompt reply. Once more, John found himself before Quirrell, this time feeling a tinge of nervousness that Quirrell's desk bore an additional occupant, a bug confined within a cage. As he smiled and introduced today's lesson, they were to delve into the realm of dark arts, focusing on the unforgivable curses that if John passed this trial, he would be fully accepted as one of their own. Conversely, failure would mark him as a target for Voldemort, making him a prime candidate for the killing curse. This was a forced choice, one that could not be sidestepped, voluntary or coerced. Look at that lovely girl. Quirrell held the long-jointed bug in his hand, a look of utter enjoyment on his face. John felt a shiver run down his spine. Caressing the bug, Quirrell wore an evil grin. John, good lad. Now please tell me the names of the 3 unforgivable curses, after a brief glance at Quirrell's wand. John pondered for a moment before responding. The killing curse, the Cruciatus curse, the Imperius curse. Good lad, Quirrell praised. He then aimed his wand at the bug, stating, now, let me teach you these 3 supreme curses. The Imperius curse, Imperio, flashed before him, and the bug became exceedingly obedient in Quirrell's grasp that a strange light glimmered in Quirrell's eyes as he explained, the Cruciatus curse, a spell that compels obedience from wizards, even to the point of death. Under his control, the bug leapt into a nearby basin of water, showing no sign of struggle even as it faced drowning. It then jumped out, moving towards a candle, allowing the flames to scorch its joints without resistance. John observed this scene, feeling a chill creep over him. The Cruciatus curse was far more insidious than mere brainwashing. It could seize control of a person in an instant, come back, summoning the bug back into his palm. Quirrell pointed his wand at it once more, casting the second curse, the Cruciatus curse, Crucio. The bug emitted a piercing scream. Even without seeing its expression, one could sense its profound agony. The chilling cries echoed throughout the classroom. John's countenance darkening as discomfort washed over him. In stark contrast, Quirrell appeared to revel in the moment. Listen, what a wondrous sound this is. The sensation of wielding absolute control is exquisite. In his pursuit of such power, he did not hesitate to become a servant of Voldemort. Dark magic has a way of corrupting the human soul, and after acquiring this formidable strength, Quirrell's psyche became grotesquely distorted. Under the moonlight, John's features were obscured, yet Quirrell sensed that the young wizard was undoubtedly captivated by this overwhelming force. Ceasing his incantation, Quirrell's eyes glowed with malevolence as he placed a bug upon the table. Preparing to unleash his final unforgivable curse, Avada Kedavra, the tip of his wand emitted a green beam, effortlessly severing the bug's life. The ability to manipulate hearts, torment bodies, and control life and death. These 3 curses possessed unfathomable power. Grasping John's hand, Quirrell's expression ignited with fervor. This magnificent power, the Dark Lord has high hopes for you. You must not disappoint him. I shall never betray your teachings, John replied, bowing his head, much to Quirrell's satisfaction. His trust in John had reached a level where he believed betrayal was inconceivable. Having learned the unforgivable curses, John had one foot firmly planted in the ranks of the Death Eaters. In the time to come, John would need to pursue further learning. The peril of the unforgivable curses lies in their accessibility. One merely needs to harbor malice to master them. John cast the Cruciatus curse, channeling his malevolence toward Quirrell, who was thoroughly pleased. Damn it, this wretched thing. John submerged himself in the washroom, but the chill on his face did not wane, whether it was an illusion or not. He felt dark magic gnawing at his soul, driving him into a frenzy that he splashed water over his head, desperately seeking calmness. Quirrell couldn't prance about for long. John needed to distance himself from him swiftly. The academic year was nearing its end, and while John couldn't recall the exact date of the first event, he knew it preceded the Triwizard Tournament. If he could endure this semester, Quirrell would become nothing more than a mere passerby. As for dark magic, John steadied his mind, convincing himself there was no need for excessive panic. Dark magic was not inherently evil. At the very least, it provided him with an additional means of self-defense. In the wizarding world, using unforgivable curses was a grave offense, punishable by imprisonment in Azkaban. Yet John did not believe that the professors of the school were incapable of wielding such curses. He observed no signs of psychological distortion among them. As long as he maintained his self-control, he had no reason to fear becoming the next Voldemort. After reassuring himself, John finally relaxed, exiting the washroom. He changed his clothes and left the common room. After casting the disillusionment charm, He prepared to step outside for some fresh air to calm his nerves, arriving at the room of requirement. He entered to commence his alchemical experiments. Quirrell's use of the 3 unforgivable curses had made him realize that his protective charm needed fortification. After a night of diligent effort, he enhanced the charm with a new function, a defense against the soul-stealing curse. This was the utmost he could achieve at present, and as for the Cruciatus curse, he believed enduring it would not be insurmountable, merely painful. However, the soul-stealing curse was insidious, prompting him to add a warning mechanism to the charm. Should he inadvertently fall victim to it, the hidden mechanism would activate, allowing him to regain consciousness promptly. This was also a precaution against Quirrell using the soul-stealing curse on him, as he sensed Quirrell would become increasingly audacious. When the time came for John to resist, he would only have this fleeting opportunity as expected. It wasn't long before Quirrell extended an invitation to John to venture into the Forbidden Forest. This thought caused John's expression to shift involuntarily. "Professor, what is our purpose in the Forbidden Forest? I mean, I've patrolled it for quite some time and found nothing." John attempted to feign ignorance, but Quirrell was not inclined to let him off easily. In the pursuit of knowledge, one discovers that practice reveals the truth. Quirrell's pallor had noticeably deepened today. Voldemort was once again weakened, requiring unicorn blood to sustain his life. This frail existence was less than that of a mere rat, and he wished to remain concealed from John. When John's face betrayed his reluctance, Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. Do not engage with him. The voice emanated from Quirrell's consciousness, sending a wave of dread through John. Quirrell's demeanor shifted to one of reverence as he raised his wand, unleashing a beam of light. John was struck by the soul-stealing curse. The charm on his wrist glimmered momentarily before dimming. John's mind momentarily spiraled into chaos, only to be reassembled as he stared vacantly at Quirrell. Seeing this, Quirrell felt triumphant, respectfully addressing Voldemort. "Master, we shall now seek out the unicorn." After the previous slaughter of a unicorn, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest had concealed themselves. Time passed, and some unicorns, unable to resist any longer, emerged, providing Quirrell with leads to follow. He forged ahead, with John trailing behind. Quirrell aimed to irrevocably drag John into the abyss, and John understood that it was not the time to sever ties, continuing to feign the effects of the curse. Fortunately, upon locating the unicorn, Quirrell refrained from compelling John to act, as he had yet to master the killing curse, sparing him from unnecessary conflict. However, John could only watch helplessly as Quirrell slaughtered the unicorn, his emotions tumultuous, yet he refrained from drawing his wand. Within the Forbidden Forest, any sign of movement could render him the next target of the killing curse. Following this hunt, Voldemort's life was prolonged. Quirrell took John along, severing the unicorn's horn and placing it in John's hands, asserting that it was his kill. John displayed the bewilderment of a helpless child. Grappling with the turmoil of murder and the gradual descent into depravity, Voldemort was convinced that in no time, John would make a commendable Death Eater. The only thing left was to await the culmination of events. Killing a unicorn was a grave offense, and the young wizard dared not inform the professors, Voldemort brimming with confidence. John, on the other hand, found himself granted a respite from having to study under Quirrell. On that day, Ron was injured by a fire dragon. Harry and the others realized that if they did not act swiftly, it would be too late. By Saturday evening, they would need to send off Norbert. Upon returning, John immediately crafted a new protective charm for himself. Thanks to this preparation, he had narrowly avoided Quirrell's treachery. Saturday arrived. John obtained additional materials from Hagrid, and this time, he had a new idea. The unicorn's horn had begun to change. Gazing at the foul-smelling horn, John's brow furrowed. This horn had been severed after the unicorn was killed, thus harboring a significant curse. Initially, he intended to craft a charm from the horn, but it now seemed unfeasible. Grinding the horn into powder, John discovered the curse's potency was exceedingly strong. Perhaps it could serve as a dark magical artifact. On his way back, John made a stop at Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was tearful, knowing that Norbert would be sent away that very evening. Upon arriving, John observed that Norbert had grown several times larger, and he deemed this course of action exceedingly rational. "John, this is the dragon blood I promised you. I hope you treat it well." Reflecting on their bond, Hagrid presented John with a vial of dragon blood. "I promise." John received the vial, feeling the warmth of the dragon's blood still lingering within. It seemed to be a characteristic of the fire dragon, and despite its diminutive size, Hagrid had indeed managed to handle it. Observing Norbert's vibrant demeanor, it appeared that this single vial of blood posed no challenge for him. After parting ways with Hagrid, John proceeded to the room of requirement to conduct his experiments, by combining the dragon's blood with a blast-ended scrut. He successfully inscribed his first runic spell. He caressed the enchanted talisman. A surge of excitement coursed through him. After days filled with anxiety and trepidation, he had finally reaped the rewards. For the evening's endeavor to escort Norbert, he opted out, having made prior arrangements with Malfoy. John had no desire to invite further discord. The next morning, the members of Gryffindor awoke to the disheartening news that their point total had diminished by 150. This revelation left them utterly bewildered. As they had previously anticipated triumphing over Slytherin, upon further inquiry, they discovered that their so-called saviors, Harry Potter, Hermione, and Neville, had been caught wandering the school grounds after hours. In an instant, the trio's heroic status plummeted, rendering them the least favored individuals. In stark contrast, Malfoy, who had also contributed to the loss of 20 points for the house, faced no repercussions for his actions. His audacious feat of swapping places with 3 others had successfully thwarted Gryffindor's chances of a comeback. Harry Potter, our hero, Slytherin is grateful for your assistance, Malfoy taunted, eliciting a tight grip from Harry on his quill, his frustration mounting to the point of wishing to deliver a punch to that smug face. John believed it prudent to refrain from such overt confrontations. Although Hermione and the others had also lost points, their reputations played a crucial role in this moment. Harry had attracted the majority of the ire, and John could only surmise that fame was a double-edged sword, providing advantages while simultaneously bearing expectations. Clearly, Harry had not met Gryffindor's aspirations. They were left with no choice but to bury themselves in their studies. Hoping to forget this painful episode, damn Snape, he always meddles in everything. Quirrell's expression darkened as he faced yet another threat from Snape. This former Death Eater had transformed into an insufferable nuisance. And now that his master was faltering, they were compelled to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more. John was once again sought out. Subtly concealing the talisman within his sleeve, John's expression wavered as he contemplated whether to continue his studies with Quirrell. Noticing John's hesitation, Quirrell's impatience grew palpable. Perhaps it would take the death of an innocent creature for him to fully embrace his role as a Death Eater. The Cruciatus curse seized John, as Quirrell prepared to compel him to slay a unicorn. Leading John into the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell failed to notice the glimmer of resolve in John's eyes. He discreetly signaled to the corridor. A bird and a dog, hidden within the shadows, darted off in opposite directions. You wish to control me. I shall see how many lives you possess. John was not one to be manipulated easily. While he might not take Voldemort's life, he could certainly cause some inconvenience. Surely, the life of a unicorn would draw the professor's attention, though John wondered if Quirrell might meet an untimely end first. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes, as a fleeting smile graced his lips before vanishing. In the Forbidden Forest, poor Harry, Hermione, and Neville found themselves punished, assigned to patrol its treacherous depths. The once arrogant Malfoy now appeared pallid, for he had no desire to meet his end among the shadows of the trees. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the towering figure of Hagrid harbored resentment toward him. His report had cost Hagrid his dragon. Malfoy even feared that Hagrid might seize this opportunity to offer him as a snack to a werewolf. In truth, his apprehensions were not unfounded, as Hagrid exhibited little patience for the boy who had reported him. This is the work of a servant, not for students, Malfoy protested loudly. Hagrid retorted gruffly, Hogwarts operates this way. You must contribute meaningfully, or be prepared to leave. With that, Hagrid turned to the other 3, who were equally anxious, and added in a hushed tone, the Forbidden Forest is exceedingly dangerous. You must exercise caution. John is unwell today, or you might not be so tense in the company of your friend. John is sick? Hermione expressed concern for her companion. Hagrid pondered briefly before responding. I can't say for certain. Perhaps he was injured during potion making. Though he spoke thus, his gaze drifted toward Fong, who was munching on dog food, seemingly just given to him moments ago. Hagrid led the quartet into the Forbidden Forest to patrol, where they soon discovered the blood of a unicorn, a third such find. The previous week had seen the discovery of another unicorn's demise. Casting a heavy pall over Hagrid's mood to facilitate their search, they divided into 2 groups. Malfoy, convinced that Hagrid intended to harm him, stubbornly refused to stay with Hagrid, resulting in Neville being paired with him and Fong. Under the weight of such grim thoughts, Hagrid's team had not wandered far before they spotted red sparks signaling distress. Upon arrival, they found the insufferable Malfoy tormenting Neville, prompting him to send up the flare. Unable to tolerate the scene, Hagrid ordered Harry to switch places with Neville. Though it was a slight injustice to Harry, he would no longer be subjected to Malfoy's antics. Harry felt the tension mount within him. The night-shrouded Forbidden Forest was fraught with peril. John had entered the Forbidden Forest, where Quirrell donned a cloak to conceal himself. They pursued a unicorn, which, like an ethereal sprite, was relentlessly besieged. John, eliminated. Quirrell commanded. John raised his wand, casting a spell that shot forth a beam of white light, striking the ground before the unicorn and kicking up a cloud of dust, allowing the creature to escape swiftly. Damn it, you foolish imbecile! Quirrell could no longer contain his ire. This was the fourth instance. Aside from the initial nonchalant sleeping curse that had startled the unicorn, none of John's subsequent attempts had succeeded. Were it not for Quirrell's knowledge that John was under the thrall of the Cruciatus curse, he would have suspected deliberate interference. In truth, John's intentions were indeed to create chaos. He glanced at the weary unicorn. Growing increasingly anxious, had Rowling's failed to deliver the message, or did the professors doubt his sincerity? A sense of dread enveloped him. This would yield disastrous consequences. He had dispatched Rowling's and Tom to convey messages to several professors, hoping to orchestrate an end to Quirrell's menace, yet the messages seemed to have vanished into oblivion. As he watched the unicorn draw closer, his internal struggle intensified. Was he truly destined to slay the unicorn? After Quirrell defeated the creature once more, blood flowed from its body. Quirrell's breaths grew labored. Seizing the opportunity, John stepped forward, his wand aimed at the unicorn. He beheld the sadness in its eyes, a reflection of humanity, and bit his lip. Quirrell urged him, "Hurry, use your most familiar spell to finish it." The unicorn was too frail. Without its blood, it would perish, and Voldemort continued to siphon his life force. Had it not been for his desire to bring down this little Death Eater, he would have already slain the unicorn. With newfound resolve, John unleashed a torrent of flames. Fiend fire erupted uncontrollably, igniting the surrounding flora and consuming everything in its path. Fool! Quirrell had not anticipated John's reckless use of fiend fire. In a fury, he sent John flying, then rushed towards the unicorn. The flames engulfed everything but the unicorn itself. Quirrell, in desperate need of the unicorn's life force, cast aside all caution and approached the creature to siphon its blood. Just then, a streak of red light flew through the air. He reacted swiftly, evading the attack. The professors had arrived. Poor child, he is under the Cruciatus curse. John had initially contemplated betraying Chilo, but upon hearing approaching footsteps, he immediately feigned a state of being possessed. Professor Sprout hurried over to John's side, her heart aching at the sight of him. Professor McGonagall resembled an enraged lion, her lips turning pale from the strain. Harming a student of Hogwarts was a line she could not tolerate. Her wand erupted with light as she advanced, raising her hand to transform a nearby tree into a lion that lunged at Chilo. "You will pay for this. Do not question an angry professor, especially one who is an animagus." Chilo attempted to retaliate, but McGonagall, having transformed into a tabby cat, nimbly evaded his attacks, springing forth with claws sharp enough to leave marks on his cloak. Reverting to her human form, McGonagall raised her wand once more, launching an attack at Chilo. Stupefy! Chilo was struck and sent flying. McGonagall sought to pursue him, but the commotion had attracted patrolling young wizards. "Professor McGonagall?" Harry exclaimed, and McGonagall cursed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. She anxiously shouted, "Hide, Potter!" Chilo, who should have been rendered unconscious, seemed to slither like a snake. Agilely navigating the space as he neared Harry, McGonagall initiated another assault. Chilo veered and vanished into the Forbidden Forest. "What is happening?" Hagrid arrived on the scene, where a fierce fire blazed uncontrollably, with the combined efforts of Professor McGonagall and the arriving Professor Flitwick. They managed to extinguish the flames. Nevertheless, the battle had proven perilous. Hermione anxiously glanced at Harry, sighing in relief upon confirming he was unharmed. However, her gaze shifted to the fallen young wizard, and she let out a piercing scream. "Oh my goodness, John!" Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione dashed to Professor Sprout's side, her voice trembling as she asked, "He will be all right, won't he?" Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, was a short, plump, and kind-hearted witch. Upon hearing Hermione's query, she affectionately stroked John's head. "He has been struck by the soul-binding curse. We must take him to the hospital wing." The name of the unforgivable curse sent a shiver through Hermione. Harry and Neville rushed over. And even Malfoy remained. incredulous at the unfolding events. McGonagall's expression was grave. Someone had infiltrated Hogwarts and harmed a student with the soul-binding curse. Professor Flitwick exclaimed angrily. Damn it! A centaur was stirred by the commotion. He appeared youthful, with platinum hair and the body of a silver-maned horse. Hagrid, professors, Firenze approached, taken aback by the scene before him. Centaurs could glean prophecies from the stars, yet the current events were beyond his expectations. Hagrid, take them back and escort Mr. Wick to the hospital wing. We must conduct a thorough search here. McGonagall assigned the tasks, and Hagrid lifted John, accompanied by the frightened young wizard. Firenze followed closely, engaging Harry in conversation about the mysterious night sky. The group made their way out of the Forbidden Forest, and John gradually felt a sense of relief. Surely, 3 professors would be sufficient to deal with Chilo, provided they could locate him. John felt a surge of joy. Realizing he could avoid encountering Chilo for a while, the unicorn had also survived, and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, responsible for the care of magical creatures class, had rushed to attend to the matter. As John relaxed, he noticed his eyelids growing heavy. Indeed, he had to remain vigilant to avoid revealing any weaknesses to Chilo, and now that he felt safe, exhaustion set in, just as he was about to drift into a deep slumber. John heard the sound of rustling movements, causing his heart to leap. Opening his eyes, he beheld a pair of vengeful eyes. Avada Kedavra! John could hardly believe that Chilo, in his madness, dared to show himself again. And he was even more astonished that he would end up saving someone. With a powerful kick, John shoved Harry and Malfoy aside, while still in Hagrid's arms, but he used too much force and tumbled down. The green light struck John, and in that instant, his protective charm activated. The shield charm absorbed some of the lethal curse's potency. Chilo, already weakened due to Voldemort's influence and further battered by McGonagall, cast a feeble killing curse. Although John was hurled backward, he was certain it would not claim his life. Before closing his eyes, he heard the sound of many hooves. The centaurs were approaching. Chilo dared not linger. Having cast the killing curse, he fled without looking back. His foolishness would come at a price, as he was pursued by the centaurs throughout the night. Since the onset of insomnia, John had not slept this soundly in a long time. Upon awakening, he found the surroundings still shrouded in darkness. He had slept for a full 3 days, during which Hogwarts had erupted in chaos. An evil individual had infiltrated the Forbidden Forest and used the soul-binding curse to abduct a Slytherin student. As participants in this incident, Harry and the others could have easily become the center of public attention, yet they did not. Even Malfoy, at this moment, was devoid of any inclination for mischief. His mind was consumed by the memory of the green light aimed at him and John's sudden act of bravery. He saved me. Wick. Why? Malfoy was perplexed. Despite their past animosity and derogatory remarks, John had come to his rescue. Leaving him bewildered, the trio felt similarly. Harry and Hermione were restless with worry. Particularly for Harry, the green light he had witnessed felt eerily reminiscent of the one from his dreams. He understood all too well what it represented. His friend John might have perished while saving him, and Harry trembled uncontrollably. 3 days felt like an eternity. Dumbledore made several visits to the hospital wing. And even Snape, who had never been fond of John, wore a continually dark expression, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent directed at Chilo, as if he might cast a killing curse at any moment. John awoke in the dark of night, but several professors had already received word of his condition. The first to arrive was Professor Snape, his demeanor more somber than ever as he questioned in his signature oily tone. "What on earth were you doing, John Wick?" "Calm yourself, Severus," Dumbledore interjected, his presence easing the tension. His crescent-shaped glasses glinted with satisfaction as he remarked with a smile, "This is good news, is it not? We should be grateful that the caster was too weak. Weak enough to allow John Wick to survive." That Snape's expression softened slightly, though it remained grim. "John Wick, do you recognize the individual who cursed you?" In response to Dumbledore's inquiry, John pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I couldn't see clearly, but he seemed quite familiar with Hogwarts. Among the professors, for househeads were present in the Forbidden Forest, and Snape, a double agent, could not betray them." The answer was all too clear. John nearly uttered Chilo's name directly, but Dumbledore merely smiled and remained silent. The following day, when Harry and the others came to visit, they shared news about the unicorn. It had survived, and Professor Chilo had taken a few days of sick leave. Likely absent during exams in the days that followed, John was free from Chilo's torment. All he needed to do was await the arrival of exam week. Moreover, John had not forgotten Dumbledore's previous remarks. The thought of the Philosopher's Stone ignited a fiery passion within him. Amidst the prolonged anticipation, exam week finally arrived. June. The examination period commenced. During the charms class, Professor Flitwick expressed his concern for John. "Mr. Wick, how is your recovery faring?" John smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I am feeling much better." Professor Flitwick spoke with a quavering voice, tinged with trepidation. "You are indeed most fortunate. That malevolent scoundrel cast a rather feeble killing curse upon you." He wished fervently that he had been present at that moment. He would have ensured that the unseemly creature experienced the true meaning of a dual champion. The examination in charms, involving the pineapple polka, saw John execute his tasks with perfect grace, much to Professor Flitwick's satisfaction. The second examination pertained to transfiguration, where John once again earned the fond attention of Professor McGonagall. This child had endured far too much suffering first. He had been subjected to Malfoy's taunts at the onset of the term, and subsequently, he was captured by a soul-stealing curse and struck by a killing curse. Yet, fortune favored him, allowing him to survive. Vera Verdo, John incanted, pointing his wand at the mouse before him in a flurry of transformation. The mouse morphed into an exquisite snuffbox. Perfect, an exceptionally executed transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall applauded generously. Next came the potions class, where John prepared a potion of forgetfulness. During the defense against the dark arts examination, Professor Quirrell was unable to attend due to illness, and Professor Dumbledore personally oversaw the proceedings. This made John somewhat uneasy, as Dumbledore had a penchant for greeting him with his inquisitive gaze and playful winks. The final subject was History of Magic, the easiest for John, although Professor Binns' monotonous lectures could induce slumber. This course was fortuitously the only one that could be quickly mastered by both Muggles and wizards alike. With mere rote memorization, one could effortlessly recite the history of the Goblin Rebellion. After inscribing the name of the old wizard who invented the self-stirring cauldron, John finally felt a sense of relaxation. "Wick, are you feeling all right?" Malfoy approached after the examinations concluded. John recalled how frequently Draco Malfoy's name had appeared among the mountain of get-well gifts he had received while bedridden. This wealthy young lad's demeanor towards John had shifted considerably. "Much better, and I have yet to thank you for sending me such a plethora of gifts." "Merely a trifle," Malfoy replied, with a hint of pride as he turned away. John thought to himself, "You are hardly a little girl, so why the pretense of being aloof?" He retrieved a few of the abundant gifts from his pocket and inquired if Malfoy wished to partake. Malfoy reluctantly accepted one, while Goyle and Crabbe nearly came to blows over the offerings, prompting Malfoy to scold them sharply at that moment. John noticed a beautiful girl with golden hair approaching, Daphne Greengrass. She came over, her tone laced with concern as she inquired, "I heard you were subjected to a soul-stealing curse. I cannot fathom who could have done such a thing." John rubbed his left hand, which had grown sore from writing, and replied thoughtfully, "It must have been a desperate soul. Otherwise, they would not have ventured into the Forbidden Forest." This lovely girl was the Belle of Slytherin, accompanied by Pansy Parkinson. As more Slytherins gathered around John, bolstered by Malfoy's relentless promotion, the reputation of this troublemaker had transformed remarkably since the start of term. Once the crowd had dispersed somewhat, John turned to Malfoy and sincerely stated, "Draco, I believe we should consider ourselves friends now." Malfoy paused in surprise upon hearing this term of endearment, glancing at his two companions before feigning calmness as he replied, "Oh, if that is your desire, then I shall begrudgingly accept it, John." The mutual use of their first names signified a recognition of their relationship. John smiled faintly, sensing he had taken a step further along the path of becoming the leader of Slytherin. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, John received a letter from Hagrid, informing him that the unicorn had sent a token of gratitude. Unicorns, being wise magical creatures, seemed to understand the concept of gratitude quite well. John reached Hagrid's abode, where Hagrid was seated in a large chair outside, hastily putting down a pot of peas upon seeing John. "Splendid, John. You are unscathed." Hagrid, having heard from Harry about John's recovery, was still brimming with concern. He enveloped John in a bear hug, then set him down, saying, "Willa sent you her shed horn as a token of thanks." John was taken aback. Willa, the name of that unicorn. Unicorns possess names of their own, though they seldom reveal them to others. Hagrid emerged from the hut with the spiral horn, which emanated a soft glow. Unlike the one that had been severed after Quirrell's fatal encounter, this horn exuded a sense of purity. Appearing as if crafted from pearl, John accepted the horn, which was far more precious than any mere blast-ended Scroot's tail. Tom emerged from the hut, accompanied by Fong, his loyal canine companion. The large dog exhibited the demeanor of a subordinate towards Tom, who strode proudly, oblivious to the fact that Fong could easily devour him in a single bite. "Well done, Tom. Thanks to you for bringing Professor Kettleburn." And of course, Fong did splendidly as well, guiding the way. John affectionately patted the two creatures. It was Tom who had sought out Fong in the Forbidden Forest that night, asking him to lead him to Professor Kettleburn to deliver John's message. Professor Kettleburn had dedicated his life to the study of magical creatures, residing near the Forbidden Forest. John, adopting the tone of a patroller, informed Professor Kettleburn about the recent injuries sustained by numerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, prompting Kettleburn to take it upon himself to investigate. John had also sent letters to several other professors, though he had not specified much, merely stating that intruders had been spotted in the Forbidden Forest. It puzzled him why Professor Snape had not ventured into the forest. Had he been present, Quirrell would undoubtedly have met his end. Upon receiving the horn, John was inspired to pursue alchemical endeavors and inquired of Hagrid if he had any additional materials. To his delight, he successfully acquired a large basket filled with various magical creature components, including the highly sought-after venom of an acromantula, which alone was worth 100 galleons per vial. Hagrid truly was a hidden treasure trove of riches. This bounty felt as though it had been discovered by mere chance. Hagrid then invited John for tea, just as the trio of friends rushed in. "Hagrid, I have a question for you," the three exclaimed. Their faces flushed from their haste. Harry urgently inquired, "Do you remember the night you won at cards against Norbert? What did that stranger look like?" Hagrid, somewhat perplexed, replied nonchalantly, "I cannot say." He refused to remove his cloak. Seeing the astonished expressions on the trio's faces, he explained, "The Hog's Head always attracts a peculiar assortment of guests. That fellow was likely a dragon dealer, and I never got a good look at his face. He was wearing a hood." Harry's heart raced. His instincts told him he was drawing closer to the truth. "What did you say to him?" "Did you mention Hogwarts?" Hagrid furrowed his brow, straining to remember that I might have mentioned it. "Oh, right." He asked what I did for a living, and I told him I was the keeper of keys and grounds here. He kept buying me drinks, wanting to ascertain whether I could handle a dragon. I told him I had no trouble managing Fluffy. A dragon would be no challenge for me. Recollection of the alcohol made Hagrid seem somewhat wistful. Harry, upon hearing the mention of a dragon, became increasingly convinced that the individual in question was indeed attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid unwittingly revealed that Fluffy enjoyed music, which only further confirmed the stranger's identity, by the time they realized the implications. It was too late. The trio turned and dashed away. Hagrid, filled with regret and alarm, saw John emerging from the hut, and said helplessly, "Hagrid, perhaps you should consider exercising some control over your tongue." "John, thank goodness you are here to assist me." Hagrid looked at John with pleading eyes. John, laboriously lifting the basket of materials, replied, "All right, but I must first return these items to my dormitory. If John's assumptions are correct, the trio is likely already scheming on how to access the hidden door. Should they attempt to breach the door, they would undoubtedly face Voldemort, and John is not keen on engaging in an unprepared battle." He refrained from returning to the dormitory and instead made his way to the Room of Requirement, where he gathered an assortment of materials to craft protective charms. After all, with the Marauder's map in his possession, he could monitor the trio's movements at any time that night fell. The trio began to stir. John glanced at the half-finished charm and quickened his pace. Finally, after the trio had ventured onto the fourth floor for some time, John completed his charm. Donning the charm, he filled his pockets with potions. He was resolved that even if he couldn't defeat Voldemort, he would resort to using potions to poison him. Armed with his great sword, he readied himself and approached the now-opened right corridor on the fourth floor. There, the three-headed dog, Fluffy, lay in wait. John tossed a music box, and Fluffy promptly fell asleep, allowing John to slip through the hidden door. The music box gifted by Neville was proving useful. The box spun, emitting melodious tunes, a Christmas gift from Neville. Knowing Fluffy's fondness for music, John had made a special trip to retrieve it from the dormitory. As he entered the hidden door, he used the summoning charm to retrieve the music box. This was a precious gift from Neville, and John did not wish for it to be damaged upon Fluffy's awakening. Ding. Challenge task activated. Clear the chamber containing the Philosopher's Stone to gain 2 points. Bonus. Night. Upon stepping into the room, John triggered a challenge task. As he fell freely through the hidden door, he spotted something writhing below, resembling tentacles. Reducto. A beam of white light pierced through the tentacles. And just before landing, John cast a levitation charm on himself. He descended gently. Looking upwards, the shattered tentacles writhed, sealing the entrance behind him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the Devil's Snare. Was this to prevent someone from falling to their demise? Pondering this, John surmised that only the benevolent Professor Sprout could have devised such a challenge. It was likely that Professor Sprout never anticipated anyone would breach it using such a violent method. As the Devil's Snare thrived in dark, damp environments, beneath the Devil's Snare lay a stone corridor, the only path forward. Following the corridor for a while, John heard rustling and a clattering sound, akin to a swarm of insects flapping their wings. At the corridor's end lay a brightly lit room, its high vaulted ceiling adorned with countless small birds, shimmering like jewels as they fluttered about. They were a flock of winged keys. On the opposite side of the room stood a heavy wooden door with a keyhole. John, contemplatively glancing at a nearby flying broomstick, remarked, "This challenge must involve finding a matching key." Staring at the multitude of keys, John mused that by the time he found one, Harry would likely have emerged. In light of this, he decided to adopt a different approach. He removed his great sword from his back and approached the wooden door, attempting the unlocking charm. To no avail. In that case, he would simply break it down. With both hands gripping the sword, John swung it down upon the door. The sword was not only heavy, but also expertly wielded, and with each strike, wood splintered and flew. On the 10th swing, the wooden door finally succumbed. Crashing to the ground, shouldering the great sword, John stepped through the doorway. The second room was engulfed in darkness. John blinked, momentarily disoriented by the transition from light to dark. As he stepped further inside, illumination filled the space, revealing an enormous chessboard. Standing at the edge, John observed the surrounding pieces, which were of black and white, resembling those of wizard's chess. Behind the white pieces was a wooden door. Ron? At that moment, he noticed a red-haired figure lying outside the chessboard. A sense of dread washed over him. Could something have gone awry? Calling out several times with no response, John cautiously approached. However, the white pieces on the chessboard drew their weapons. Blocking his path, John's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "Either move aside, or I shall shatter you to pass." Clearly, the white pieces were unwilling to yield, and John was not one to hold back. He brandished his wand and launched an attack. Reducto. The frontmost soldier was obliterated by the white light, provoking a frenzy among the white pieces. John cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, rendering him invisible before the white pieces. The vigilant white pieces, uncertain of the situation, were met with sparks as John's sword cleaved through yet another piece. With his wand in one hand and the great sword in the other, John melded into the darkness, ruthlessly decimating the white pieces. As the shattered white pieces attempted to reform, John's expression hardened. This sophisticated transfiguration was likely a challenge set by Professor McGonagall. Reform? Let's see how you all fare when mixed together. With a flourish of his wand, the shattered white pieces levitated and coalesced. John focused on the White King, recognizing it as the core of the challenge. Leaping into the air, he twisted mid-flight, delivering a powerful strike that cleaved the White King from above. The white pieces ceased their movement, and John examined the slightly warped sword, frowning. This sword was still lacking. Having resolved the chess pieces, he hurried over to Ron's side. Shaking Ron gently, he finally stirred awake. "Ron, are you all right?" Ron appeared dazed, recalling only that he had chosen to sacrifice himself to allow Harry to defeat the White King. After being knocked unconscious, he had lost all memory of the events that followed. Hearing John's voice, he opened his eyes, startled to find emptiness surrounding him, and let out a shriek. "It's me. Ron, are you okay?" John released the disillusionment charm, expressing his concern for Ron. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "John, how did you end up here?" Realizing something was amiss, Ron stared at John in disbelief. John shrugged, casually replying, "Hagrid was worried about you all and sent me to check in." Well, that excuse would suffice. Ron felt a bit woozy, and as he stood, he swayed slightly, almost toppling over. Just as John contemplated whether to escort Ron back, Hermione burst through another door. "Ron," she exclaimed anxiously, only to pause upon seeing John beside Ron. "Hermione, where's Harry?" "Harry has moved on to the final challenge." "John, how did you end up here?" John recounted the situation once more, glancing towards the door. Hermione, noticing his gesture, remarked, "Harry has already passed through. The antidote for the 5th challenge has been exhausted." Without the antidote, Hermione's concern was futile. They could only proceed to see if they could locate Dumbledore's return. Fire. John instinctively reached into the pocket containing several potions. What a coincidence. He happened to have a bottle of fire protection potion, which he had found among the powerful brews, requiring dragon's blood for its creation. Just this one bottle would be sufficient for him to pass through. You all should exit according to plan. I will go assist Harry. Having spoken, John paid no heed to Hermione's astonishment as he entered through the door behind the white chess piece. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately assaulted by a foul stench, a smell he knew all too well, having previously dealt with a creature that bore such an odor. However, this time the stench was even more overwhelming, causing tears to stream from his eyes. Through his blurred vision, he discerned a colossal beast lying on the ground. This creature was even larger than the last, its head marred by a massive swelling, indicating it had been unconscious for some time, just when John thought he could avoid a confrontation with the giant. The fallen beast unexpectedly opened its eyes. Ding! Second giant defeated. Random point 1. Enhancement. Giant Slayer. Giant Slayer significantly increases damage to large creatures and grants increased fear against them. That a task was triggered, and John's eyes narrowed. He observed the enormous giant beginning to rouse, and he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Before the giant could fully awaken, he maneuvered to its rear, the swelling indicating its weakness. John aimed for the head and unleashed a devastating blow. The unfortunate giant, barely on its feet, was sent crashing once more, this time suffering a massive gash on its skull from which blood gushed forth, quickly pooling into a small stream on the ground. Simultaneously, the system notified him of task completion. His crude yet effective method of overcoming this challenge would likely have left even Dumbledore astounded. Approaching the final door, John pushed it open. Before him loomed violet flames that barred his path. He retrieved a fire-resistant potion, preparing to imbibe it. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze distant as he summoned his status panel. Magic level 3, 105, 1500. Spells. Alohomora, level 3. Levitation charm, level 4. Transfiguration spell, level 2. Disillusionment charm, level 3. Lumos, level 2. Fiendfire, level 3. Shattering spell, level 3. Conflagration, level 2. Skills. Short weapon proficiency, level 7. Greatsword proficiency, level 4. Firearm proficiency, level 1. Unarmed combat proficiency, level 1. Alchemy proficiency, level 1. Enhancements. Fortitude, swift assault, precision, scholar, pilot, long-distance runner, sword dance, night demon, giant slayer. Recalling how my disillusionment charm had failed before Dumbledore, I resolved to remain vigilant. With determination, John focused on the disillusionment charm, applying the newly acquired random point to enhance it. The charm's level increased to 4. Satisfied with his preparations, he recast the disillusionment charm upon himself. That a level 4 charm was now on par with the prowess of an auror from the Ministry of Magic. After consuming the fire-resistant potion, John stepped into the flames. That it felt as though he had swallowed ice water, the potion rapidly permeating his entire being. The flames licked at his body, yet he felt no sensation of burning. He pressed onward through the violet flames, soon confronting the black fire. Sensing the potion's effects dwindling, he quickened his pace, eager to escape the black fire before its protection faded. Before him lay the final chamber. And he was not alone. 2 figures were already inside. Upon spotting the tall figure, John's body tensed. That it was Quirrell, and held captive before the mirror was Harry. What is the nature of this mirror? What purpose does it serve? Help me, master. Use that boy. Utilize that boy. Potter, come here. Quirrell seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps questioning. John emerged from the flames. Advancing cautiously, he recognized that this was not the moment to act. Voldemort had yet to appear, and he could not reveal himself. What intrigued John further was how Quirrell had survived. This man's existence resembled that of a cockroach, remarkably resilient, yet his aura was increasingly feeble, emanating a rancid stench, akin to that of a corpse rather than a living being. Harry, caught in Quirrell's grasp before the mirror, found himself contemplating many thoughts in that instant. He never expected that Snape, whom he had deemed a villain, was actually safeguarding him, while Quirrell, the supposed victim, was the true antagonist. He sought to protect the Philosopher's Stone, yet felt utterly lost. Quirrell pressed forward, confronting Harry, who stood before the mirror. The reflection of Harry blinked at him, as he stealthily placed the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket. This knowledge was known only to Harry. Not even Quirrell, standing nearby, was aware. Harry began to weave a web of deception. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I, Finnegan, have won the House Cup. Quirrell, frustrated by the lack of desired results, exploded with rage. Get away from me, he shouted, shoving Harry aside as he paced frantically before the mirror. Harry retreated, the Philosopher's Stone safely tucked away in his pocket, seeking an opportunity to escape. However, having taken barely 5 steps, he heard Quirrell's earlier self-dialogue echo in his mind. He is lying. Quirrell realized he had been outsmarted, and his fury escalated. Weak from lack of unicorn blood, he knew he would have perished long ago without Voldemort's alternative means of survival. Consequently, his hatred for Harry intensified. Drawing his wand, Quirrell unleashed a spell aimed at Harry, who was sent sprawling to the ground. Quirrell's face twisted with madness as he demanded, "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Harry gritted his teeth, remaining silent. "Let me handle this. You are utterly useless, Quirinius," a shrill voice interjected. "No, Master, I can do it. I will surely retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for you." At this, Quirrell fell into sheer panic, stammering as he implored his master for another chance. Yet Voldemort no longer trusted this servant, forcefully seizing control of his body. In his weakened state, Quirrell stood no chance against Voldemort. Under Harry's horrified gaze, Quirrell's body contorted grotesquely. He gripped his head with both hands, twisting and turning as if he were a gigantic rubber ball. The nauseating stench intensified as his scarf-wrapped head turned before him. Quirrell slowly unraveling it. Behind that head, a human face emerged. Harry had never encountered such a grotesque visage. Chalky white with glaring red eyes and 2 elongated nostrils resembling snake slits. Quirrell, trembling and ghastly, pleaded, "Master, grant me a chance." To Voldemort's face contorted with disdain, and Quirrell's breath faded. This body had been entirely overtaken by Voldemort. As Quirrell faced the architect of his current misery, he whispered, as if sharing a secret, "Harry Potter." Harry attempted to retreat, yet his legs felt paralyzed, unresponsive, while the scar on his forehead throbbed painfully. "Look at what I have become." Voldemort's voice dripped with venomous malice. His resentment was palpable. The Dark Lord, who ought to have ruled the magical realm, was now but a shadow, a wraith without a corporeal form, forced to inhabit the frail bodies of lesser beings. Some, like Quirrell, willingly offered their bodies for his possession. "Once I obtain the elixir of life, I shall recreate my own body." Voldemort envisioned the chaos that would ensue upon his return to physical form, convinced that he was in control of the situation. With Dumbledore dispatched to the Ministry of Magic, no one remained to stand against him. Wand in hand, his eyes narrowed dangerously, he addressed Harry. "Now, Harry, why don't you hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket?" He is not the fool Quirrell. In his prime, he was a wizard who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore. Such trivial tricks would naturally not escape his keen perception. With a flick of his wand, an invisible blade sliced through Harry's pocket. A vibrant red stone fell from the pocket, and as Harry attempted to retrieve it, he was ensnared by a transforming strap controlled by Voldemort. As Voldemort grasped the coveted object, he emitted a ghastly chuckle. He cast a disdainful glance at Harry, the very individual he loathed, climbing the ranks atop the great Dark Lord, a hypocritical charlatan. He aimed to torment this child, this being heralded by the world as the savior. "Look at you, child. Your parents were incredibly brave, a quality I have always admired. I struck down your father first. He fought valiantly, refusing to yield, while your mother could have survived had she not recklessly thrown herself in harm's way to protect you. A foolish endeavor indeed." Harry felt the scar on his forehead throb with increasing pain, memories of his childhood flickering in his mind, that flash of green light, along with the suffocating laughter. "No, Voldemort, I will defeat you," he shouted defiantly. Voldemort smirked coldly, his wand pressing against Harry's scar. "Behold this scar, the lie of the so-called savior. Do you truly consider yourself a savior?" The wand traced along the scar, eliciting a pained wail from Harry. Voldemort's smile twisted further, as he sensed his own body swiftly decaying. Having lost the soul of its original owner, Quirrell's body was in the process of becoming a corpse. Voldemort raised the Philosopher's Stone above his head, the crimson stone emanating a radiant glow, and lifted his wand, ready to end Harry's life. Harry's breathing quickened as he fixed his gaze on Voldemort. Was he truly destined to die here? "Child, does the magic your mother bestowed upon you still linger?" Before striking, Voldemort recalled an event from 12 years prior. Hesitating momentarily, he reached out to touch Harry's frail form, and bubbles began to rise rapidly over his weakened body, with that magic in existence. Voldemort found himself unable to harm Harry. This filled him with profound frustration. He regretted allowing Quirrell to perish so prematurely. With the Philosopher's Stone in his possession, he knew he must depart before Dumbledore's return. "Do not leave," Harry yelled in anger. But it was futile. Voldemort advanced step by step toward the exit right before his very eyes. Harry growled lowly, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, just as Voldemort was about to depart. John, who had remained hidden and motionless, sprang into action. Voldemort was but an arm's length away from John. In that moment, John decisively struck. The Greatsword glimmered with silver light. He executed a backstab. "Who are you?" Voldemort realized too late that John's sword, without hesitation, aimed for the hand that clutched the Philosopher's Stone. An arm flew away, devoid of blood, rapidly withering. "Come forth." Voldemort's remaining hand waved his wand, sending a green beam towards John. Anticipating this, John rolled aside and then lunged forward. He swung his great sword as if it were a windmill, severing Voldemort's other hand. Drawing forth his wand, John unleashed his final strike, aiming at Voldemort's chest. The wand emitted a blinding white light. Reducto! In that instant, Voldemort's frail body shattered into pieces, and John collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, his current state was still better than that of the Forbidden Forest. John's display was remarkably suave, yet it had drained him immensely, especially during the moment he evaded the green light. He realized he had made a grave error. Had Voldemort's body been in better condition? Had he not relaxed his vigilance due to overconfidence? That moment would have been enough to seal his fate. Thankfully, John's extensive training had ingrained instinctual reflexes that allowed him to evade it. After resting for a moment, John turned his attention to the thrashing Harry. Though Voldemort was dead, the magic still lingered. He approached and picked up the Philosopher's Stone. From Harry's perspective, it appeared as though he were witnessing a struggle against a ghost. In merely an instant, both of Voldemort's arms had been severed, and then his body exploded. Still in disbelief, he then saw the Philosopher's Stone begin to levitate. "I asked that you, Professor Dumbledore?" Harry gazed hopefully at the location of the stone. Just as John was about to speak, the deceased Voldemort coalesced into a swirling black mist, morphing into a grotesque visage that lunged towards Harry. "Stop!" Without a moment's hesitation, John hurled his weapon at the black mist in an attempt to obstruct it. Yet, this mist was not substantial. The flying sword passed through it, and the mist passed through Harry. Harry's ears were filled with piercing screams. His mind went blank, and he soon lost consciousness by the time John reached him. The black mist had dissipated. He called out Harry's name several times, yet there was no response. "Surely he hasn't perished?" John gazed at Harry with uncertainty, delivering a few slaps to the face of the savior. Seeing no reaction, he retrieved a plethora of potions, preparing to test them one by one. "I believe Harry Potter is merely in a state of shock." A rich, aged voice resonated, and John looked up to find Dumbledore standing there. He appeared as though he had just rushed back from outside. "John Wick, I think you may lift the disillusionment charm now." Prompted by the reminder, John recalled that he was still in an invisible state. Once he dispelled the charm, he revealed himself, awkwardly scratching his head as he said, "Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with approval as he remarked, "It seems you have chosen the right path, unclouded by the allure of power." A look of understanding flickered in John's eyes. Indeed, this elder was aware of his association with Quirrell. It seemed everything was under the other's control. Perhaps he had never truly left the school, and he had acted unnecessarily. He replied respectfully, "It is all due to the school's excellent teachings." In truth, John was unaware that Dumbledore had also returned hastily. Not long before, he had discovered that someone had entered the location of the Philosopher's Stone. Had it not been for John's timely arrival, Voldemort would likely have succeeded. Dumbledore cradled Harry in his arms, and with a wave of his hand, the flames dissipated. "Let us take Harry to the hospital wing. Poor Harry may miss the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw." John nodded in agreement, and as they were about to leave, he blinked, realizing he still held the Philosopher's Stone. Glancing at Dumbledore, who seemed oblivious, John hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Professor, what shall we do about the Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore paused, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "I am pleased to see that you are an honest child. Do you remember our agreement? I believe my old friend Nicholas Flamel would not mind his Philosopher's Stone being utilized by a certain young wizard for a time." Nicholas Flamel, John exclaimed in surprise, stopping in his tracks. His expression akin to that of a niffler that had just lost a coin. June 9th. 3 days had passed since the incident, yet John's emotions remained unsettled, mixing dragon's blood with damp earth. He scraped a bit of powder from the corner with a silver scraping knife. The vibrant red stone lay on the table as John prepared to craft a protective charm, using the dragon's blood along with various materials. Under his meticulous carving, a badge adorned with stars encircling a wand gradually took shape. John retrieved the feather of a snowy owl. Crafting a pin tube with a silver tip, he began etching upon it. Inscribing the name Nivern, the final step awaited. Wiping the sweat from his brow, John placed the badges into the cauldron to soak. After tossing in the magical stone and stirring for a while, the water in the pot transformed from red to black. Eventually, the liquid became crystal clear, and John retrieved both the badges and the magical stone. The badges shimmered as if reflecting the flow of a galaxy. He adorned one on his chest, imbued with 3 magical protections capable of withstanding 3 instances of harm, while 6 vacant slots remained for future enchantments, allowing the badges to sense one another. He successfully crafted a total of 9, setting aside the other 8. Turning his gaze towards a larger cauldron nearby, John opened it slightly, revealing that the molten silver inside was nearly readied. He then sequentially added dragon's blood and the remnants of a unicorn's horn before sealing it to await complete liquefaction. Pouring the silver liquid into a prepared mold, a sizzling sound resonated throughout the room. Once it had thoroughly cooled, John struck the mold open, unveiling a gleaming silver longsword. He tossed the cooled sword back into the cauldron, simultaneously adding the magical stone. Nervously, he observed the cauldron, anticipating its transformations. Having sold all he could to gather this precious silver, failure was not an option. As he watched intently, the changes within the cauldron ceased. With a heart full of hope, he opened the cauldron, but the sight within froze his expression. It had failed. The sword had turned to gold, a result of the magical stone's transmutation. However, John did not desire gold. He sought to elevate the sword's quality. Disappointment washed over him as he sighed, reflecting, even with a magical stone, crafting a sword of Gryffindor's caliber remains exceedingly challenging. He removed the golden sword, contemplating its potential resale value. Glancing at the time, he realized the year-end feast had commenced. Reluctantly, he stowed everything away, pocketing the magical stone as he exited the room of requirement. The atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Inside the Great Hall, Harry emerged from the hospital wing, feeling somewhat dejected upon learning that Gryffindor had lost to Ravenclaw due to his absence. The Slytherin colors of green and silver adorned the hall, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. John settled into the Slytherin section, casting a glance at Malfoy's smug demeanor, and noted that Gryffindor trailed Slytherin by a staggering 160 points. If not for Malfoy, the outcome might have been quite different. As Dumbledore addressed the gathering, the hall erupted with thunderous applause and stomping when he mentioned Slytherin's first place. John joined in, exclaiming, "Indeed, well done, Slytherin." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, but just as everyone anticipated an announcement of victory, he shifted his tone. However, several recent events must also be considered. A hush fell over the hall, and Slytherin sensed an unsettling shift. While Malfoy's smile faded, Dumbledore cleared his throat, stating, "I have a few final points to award. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, for his exceptional chess game. I award Gryffindor 50 points. Second, Miss Hermione Granger, for her calm logical reasoning in the face of fire. I award Gryffindor 50 points. Third, Mr. Harry Potter, for displaying remarkable courage and bravery. I award Gryffindor 60 points, a stunning turnaround." Gryffindor, once trailing, had now leveled with Slytherin, and the trio's contributions ignited a cacophony of cheers throughout Hogwarts. Dumbledore raised a hand for silence, smiling as he proclaimed, "Courage takes many forms. To face an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, but to stand firm in one's beliefs before friends also demands great courage. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points." An explosion of excitement ensued. Slytherin howled in frustration, while other houses celebrated as if they might upend Hogwarts itself. Malfoy, with a goblet in hand, banged it against the table in dissatisfaction, his peers wearing glum expressions. Gryffindor soared to the top. And apart from Slytherin, it seemed everyone else was pleased with the outcome. John couldn't help but mutter, "Gryffindor," as expected, racking up points. Just adding them on. As the dust seemed to settle, John noticed his head of house's stiff smile and shook his head in pity. "Quiet, please," Dumbledore called again. But instead of announcing the results, he turned his gaze to John. "Lastly, Mr. John Wick." Slytherin braced for the humiliation of accepting this score, yet a twist awaited them. Daphne, the golden-haired beauty, was about to voice her grievances to Pansy, but swallowed her words upon hearing John's name. Malfoy nearly smashed his goblet against Crabbe's head, incredulously looking at John. Dumbledore continued, "Mr. John Wick, possessing keen intuition and meticulous observation, uncovered the identity of that individual, saved a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and selflessly rescued Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. His willingness to risk his life for his friends is truly commendable. Therefore, I award Slytherin an additional 80 points. A reversal." In that moment, John Wick became the hero of Slytherin, and the earlier noise transformed into a different kind of uproar. Students from the other three houses stared blankly at John, as if finally recognizing the troublemaker from the beginning of the term. The focus shifted to the fact that he had defeated that individual, the one whose name could not be spoken, a feat accomplished by a mere young wizard. This marked the second defeat since the birth of Harry Potter. "Fantastic!" Daphne exclaimed first, and soon Slytherin was engulfed in jubilation. Malfoy threw his arm around John's shoulder, causing his goblet to spill pumpkin juice everywhere. Goyle and Crabbe, taking matters into their own hands, hoisted John up, parading him around the Slytherin table as if he were a celebrated hero. No one was foolish enough to mention John's blood status. They had embraced him as one of their own. Accepting the pumpkin juice from Daphne, John raised his goblet high under the watchful eyes of Slytherin. "To eternal glory," he proclaimed. "To eternal glory." Slytherin defended their title, achieving an unprecedented 8th consecutive win. Poised to break Hogwarts records, as Dumbledore sat down. He applauded, and Snape's previously stiff smile visibly brightened, surrounded by green and silver. The other houses began to join in the year-end feast celebrations. Among the trio, Ron scratched his face, saying, "I don't know why, but losing to John doesn't feel so bad." Hermione, though aware of Malfoy's insufferable presence, felt comforted by the friendship surrounding John. Despite a year of hard work, she still hadn't surpassed him. Harry, upon realizing that John had saved him, felt even less animosity, though he shot a disgruntled glance at Malfoy. Brimming with self-satisfaction, Slytherin was merely fortunate to have John. Otherwise, Gryffindor would certainly have triumphed. John indulged in pumpkin juice until he felt full, as if the little wizards had mistaken it for wine. He noticed the Weasley twins stealthily infiltrating the Slytherin table, leading him to decisively decline Malfoy's invitation for a drink. Sure enough, following this event, the Slytherin restroom became crowded. The Weasley twins had spiked the pumpkin juice with potions, resulting in some of the younger students feeling quite unwell as they departed Hogwarts. Malfoy swore vengeance upon the one responsible for the concoction, while John refrained from revealing that it was the Weasley twins. As he settled onto the train home, John patted his pocket. Dumbledore's silence implied permission for him to take it, didn't he? John felt a twinge of guilt. After all, this was the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure coveted by many. Now, not only had he taken it without a word, but he also intended to bring it home. Observing that Dumbledore had not come to confront him, John surmised that the latter must have tacitly approved of his actions. He bid farewell to his classmates, and Ron extended an invitation for John to visit his home next time. Hermione, however, appeared somewhat disheartened. The exam results had been released, and she had secured second place. The top spot had gone to John, a fact he had already anticipated, having received a system notification. The title of Academic Overachiever 2.0 was now his. Harry looked rather forlorn as he would soon return to the Dursleys. Noticing Harry's demeanor, John offered, "My home is just nearby. You are always welcome to come over and play." Upon reflecting on this, Harry felt a surge of relief, realizing that he lived at number 4 while John's residence was at number 6. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Neville, holding the cage that John had gifted him, found it quite useful despite occasionally misplacing it. Ding! The first phase of the Hogwarts mission has been completed, yielding rewards. Magic Blood 1. Any points 2.as the train jolted into motion. John received a system prompt in his ear. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what magic blood was and decided to investigate. Magic blood, when consumed, enhances one's magical power. Note: mixing with other blood may yield unexpected effects. Mixing? John pondered deeply, concluding that the other blood likely referred to that of magical creatures he indeed had a sample. the dragon blood he had not yet utilized. However, it appeared somewhat perilous. He hoped that using it would not trigger any unforeseen consequences. He certainly did not wish to be summoned for tea by the Ministry of Magic for consuming dubious concoctions at home. Putting that aside, he resolved to return home, having been away for nearly a year. John found himself longing for his abode. As the train thundered into King's Cross Station, John disembarked at platform 9 3/4. A gaunt old guard stood watch by the barrier, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time. This was to prevent a throng from emerging simultaneously through the solid wall, which would attract undue attention. Numerous acquaintances greeted John, predominantly from Slytherin and Gryffindor. The Slytherins acknowledged John for the glory he had achieved, while the Gryffindors believed that the sorting hat must have malfunctioned. Harry received a similar reception, with people continually jostling past him to offer their greetings. "I'll take my leave now," John said to the trio, before making his way toward the barrier. Crossing back into the Muggle world, he approached his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Weck, who had been waiting patiently. Nearby stood the red-haired little girl Ginny and Mrs. For how John recognized them. It was because after Harry's arrival, the little girl had screamed incessantly, giving John a profound insight into the power of fandom. "You must be John Weck," Mrs. Weasley said, having approached John after Ron's introduction, leading to a cordial meeting between their parents. The Granger family also joined the gathering, except for the Dursleys, who wished to distance themselves from anything magical. Behind the Dursleys, Dudley witnessed John's emergence, his expression one of sheer terror. John flashed him a friendly smile and gestured towards Harry, indicating that he was under his protection. Should Harry encounter any troubles, John would not hesitate to revisit their past altercations with Dudley. The summer holidays were typically filled with joy. However, Watson Weck felt that his son seemed rather at odds with the summer spirit. Having spent most of his time in the basement, John, having been at wizarding school for so long, "Haven't you learned any magic?" Watson pressed for the 11th time. John, feeling exasperated, looked at his father and replied, "I've told you, little wizards are not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world." Noticing his father's persistence, John retorted, "Do you wish to see your son sent to Azkaban?" Watson chuckled awkwardly, mumbling, "It can't be that serious, can it? Isn't there a law protecting minors in the magical world?" John merely cast him a look, silently warning that if his father continued to disturb him in the basement, he would not hesitate to slip a sleeping potion into his drink. In his hand, John clutched a vial filled with a blood-red potion, adorned with swirling patterns resembling fire dragons, magic blood. He was contemplating how to use it. Simultaneously, he extended his reach towards a magical monitoring device known as Trace, employed by the Ministry of Magic to oversee underage wizards. This functioned akin to a surveillance system affixed to their person. Before departing Hogwarts, students received a letter warning them against using magic outside school grounds. This device was as enigmatic as Hogwarts' enrollment list, yet John was determined to see if he could dismantle the Trace. This way, he would no longer fear warnings for using magic. While others might struggle, John possessed the knowledge of alchemy. Although his skills were modest, the Trace's enchantments were not overly complex, making it a perfect opportunity for him to practice. Without delay, John delved into the study of his wand. The Trace was a monitoring enchantment, and the notification letter students received upon leaving Hogwarts was essentially to extend its duration, akin to a subscription renewal, requiring annual payments. Thus, it was evident that the magical content within the Trace was not particularly potent. Moreover, its effectiveness was limited. It primarily monitored where magic occurred, and as long as adult wizards were present. It would not implicate the students in pureblood families. The use of magic by young wizards was commonplace, and the ministry would not interfere. To John, it seemed a blatant means of restricting Muggle-born wizards, effectively relegating them to a life of inactivity. John felt a surge of discontent. He acknowledged that privilege existed everywhere, and it was natural for pureblood families to have an advantage over Muggles. However, being targeted in such a manner was profoundly frustrating. After extensive research, he successfully extracted a transparent silver thread from his wand. Using silver tweezers, he gently placed it into the vial. He then retrieved another wand, one he had crafted from materials gathered in the Forbidden Forest. Though it appeared similar to his original wand, it lacked the finesse of Ollivander's craftsmanship, made from cherry wood and unicorn hair. It measured 11 inches and was intended as a backup. Now, he felt ready for anything. Taking the magic blood, John shook the vial and prepared to consume it. Originally silver, The potion had turned red upon the addition of dragon blood. He unscrewed the cap. It bore no discernible scent. Furrowing his brow, John muttered to himself, "This can't possibly taste like orange juice." Realizing he would have to drink it sooner or later, he steeled himself and downed it in one go. As the magic blood coursed down his throat, it felt akin to swallowing a vial of potion. His body began to heat up, and he clutched his throat, his face flushed and contorted in agony. The vial slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Just as Watson Weck was about to enter for the 12th time to inquire about his son, he heard the commotion and rushed in. "Good heavens, John, what is happening?" Watson exclaimed, reaching for his son, only to be met with a searing heat upon contact. Witnessing John's distress, he attempted to cool him down, but a wave of magical energy radiated from John, causing everything in the basement to levitate. "Get out, quickly." John's remaining rationality urged him to keep Watson away. With a mere wave of his hand, he propelled Watson out of the room without even using his wand. "John, lock the door, do not come in." John's skin burned crimson, and his magical aura wreaked havoc in the basement. The Weck couple could only stand outside, wringing their hands in worry. The surge of magic was escalating. With a clear perception of his own body, John felt his pain gradually dissipate. Some young wizards might experience a surge of magical energy in their childhood, a phenomenon John had never encountered. Yet, he sensed that he was currently in a state reminiscent of such a magical surge. Feeling as though he were a deity walking among mortals, no wand was required. With merely a flicker of thought, he could manipulate everything around him. Under his control, the objects nearby transformed incessantly, occasionally morphing into a small cat, and then into a puppy. An owl soared over the roof, once merely a chair. He exerted utmost effort to retain control, yet the magical fluctuations continued to ripple outward, causing the grass outside to sprout and the apple tree to bear large fruit. "Stop!" John shouted, striking the floor with his hands. Howling like a cornered beast, the basement gradually returned to tranquility. Everything that had been floating plummeted heavily to the ground, and John lay there, gasping for breath. Ding! The blood of magic concluded, granting him the traits of the fire dragon. Fire consumption. Intimidation, hardening, dragon tongue. Fire consumption. Increases affinity and resistance to fire-based magic. Intimidation. Enhances intimidation against lower beings. Hardening. Boosts resilience against impacts. Dragon tongue. Grants the ability to speak the language of dragons. John's body regained its command. He felt as though he had just endured a severe fever. His clothes were drenched. Supporting himself, he cast a cleansing charm, cursing the system for not warning him about the arduous nature of this process. Had he known, he would have refrained from using magic at home. Now, the basement lay in ruins. Despite the difficulty of the experience, the rewards were immense, not to mention the 4 fire dragon traits he had acquired. Even the growth of his magical power was considerable. Magical power, level 3, 6,351,500, spells. Alohomora, level 3, levitation charm, level 4. Transfiguration, level 2, dragon form selectable. Disillusionment charm, level 4. Lumos, level 2. Conflagration, level 4. Shatter, level 3. Fiery wrath, level 3. Mind block, level 3. Skills. Proficiency in short weapons, level 7. Proficiency in greatswords, level 4. Proficiency in firearms, level 1. Proficiency in rune magic, level 1. Proficiency in alchemy, level 1. Enhancements, strengthening. Swift attack, precision, scholar 2.0, pilot, long distance runner, sword dance, night demon, giant slayer, night, fire consumption, intimidation, hardening, dragon tongue. In addition to these enhancements, his magical power surged by 500 experience points, and 2 fire-based spells also leveled up. John speculated that this was due to the presence of fire consumption, and he noted that the transfiguration spell had undergone a change. Although it had not leveled up, a dragon form option appeared. However, when he selected it, the option was gray, indicating that he would need to wait until the transfiguration spell reached a higher level. The advanced form of transfiguration was animagus, a magic that allows one to transform into an animal. Currently, it was known that there were only 7 legitimate animagi, including Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. It was estimated that once the transfiguration spell reached level 4, he might be able to achieve animagus transformation. The difficulty in leveling up the transfiguration spell was considerable. After reaching level 2, John had not seen further progress for quite some time, that he still had 4 points of arbitrary experience left from his first year. Glancing at his skills, John allocated a point each to rune magic and alchemy. After these two skills were upgraded, they turned gray, indicating that he would need to accumulate more experience before the next upgrade. He allocated another point to mind block, reserving the last one as a precaution. The system was not infallible. After tidying up the basement, which merely involved waving his wand, John emerged under the watchful eyes of his concerned parents, who inevitably subjected him to a thorough examination. Treating him like a doll, preventing his father from checking on his private parts, John reassured them not to worry. After he repeatedly promised that there would be no next time, his parents finally abandoned the idea of a hospital visit. Fortunately, he had removed the tracking charm. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic might have come knocking at their door by now. Just as John felt a wave of relief wash over him, he spotted an owl flying past the window. Headed toward another house, if John's memory served him correctly, that seemed to be for Privet Drive. Having returned just a few days prior, Harry had utilized Hagrid's methods to ensure that the Dursleys no longer dared to boss him around. He adhered strictly to the school rules and refrained from using magic. Even when intimidating, he merely brandished his wand without actually casting any spells. Yet, despite this, he had received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Puzzled, he wondered if even brandishing a wand was not permissible. As the instigator of it all, John recalled that Harry's wand also bore a tracking charm. He was unscathed, but Harry had to bear the brunt of it. John silently apologized, thinking how unfortunate it was that trouble found him even while he was at home. After drinking the blood of magic, John felt as though the entire world had become vivid and clear. It was as if magical elements flickered before his eyes, and although he could not see tangible objects, he could sense their existence. The effects of the blood of magic were even more profound than he had anticipated. Taking out his wand, he executed a small spell. Flames erupted, enveloping the basement, startling John, who barely managed to rein them in. Not a single fire spell unleashed the effect of fiery wrath. Level 4 conflagration was fearsome indeed. If Level 4 fiery wrath were unleashed, it would surely wreak havoc. He felt a surge of desire to upgrade fiery wrath, but thought better of it. Even with Level 3 magical control, he struggled to manage Level 4 conflagration. Attempting to control fiery wrath might very well set the house ablaze. The basement had lost many items. The chair that had transformed into an owl had already been taken by Watson as a decoration. When Basil saw the lifelike owl, he assumed John was keeping other owls in the basement. John had attempted to revert the items transformed during his magical surge back to their original forms, but had failed each time. The magical surge had unlocked all his potential. The animals, aside from being immobile, were indistinguishable from the real ones. John thought that if he could maintain this state, he could even stand against Voldemort himself. However, regrettably, such a state was fleeting and elusive. In the magical world, there existed creatures known as murmurs, which were born from the magical surges of young wizards. These beings were exceedingly dangerous, and those wizards who birthed murmurs were referred to as murmurers, who typically had short lifespans. It was rumored that there had once been a murmurer uprising in New York, an incident that nearly exposed the entire magical community. Fortunately, it had eventually been resolved. John needed to carefully manage the use of the blood of magic. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to a murmur state, which would yield disastrous consequences. After leveling alchemy to level 2, John found himself more adept at the craft, especially with the assistance of the Philosopher's Stone. Taking one of the 9 badges he had crafted, John meticulously engraved it with rune magic. Thurisaz. This rune possessed reflective qualities and also subtly enhanced luck. Upon completing the engraving, the badge shimmered with a glow before swiftly returning to its ordinary state. Using the Philosopher's Stone combined with dragon blood as ink for the engraving yielded excellent results. Satisfied, John pinned the badge to his chest. The starry badge endowed him with an air of mystique, and he intended to reserve the remaining 8 badges for engraving further runes. "John, someone is looking for you," came Mrs. Weasley's gentle voice. Catching John's attention, he was taken aback. Someone was seeking him. Could it be Harry? The wand rapped gently on the tabletop, causing the items neatly arranged upon it to return to the suitcase in an orderly fashion. Having completed his task, John stepped out of the basement, initially believing he would encounter either Harry or perhaps some former classmates. To his surprise, upon emerging, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman clad in a light lavender wizard's robe. With half-moon spectacles perched upon his crooked nose, it was Dumbledore. Dumbledore exuded an air of humility as he toured the house. occasionally expressing his admiration, particularly upon seeing the decorative owl. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore, John's heart raced, and he hurried over. Dumbledore noticed John's awkward demeanor and smiled, saying, "Minerva did not speak falsely. You possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration, John." Hearing this, John felt an embarrassed flush, as if caught in a moment of vulnerability. The level of skill in transfiguration that astonished even Dumbledore, once the professor of that very subject, was evident, surpassing that of most. From Dumbledore's perspective, this owl could easily evoke feelings of shame in many Aurors. With a curious glint in his eye, Dumbledore was intrigued by how John had accomplished such a feat a few days prior. Harry had received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Dumbledore recalled Harry's expression upon receiving the warning and, blinking, turned his thoughts back to the matter at hand. John feigned ignorance, yet couldn't he help but feel a twinge of nervousness as he discreetly shifted his wand behind him. Dumbledore spoke softly. "There is no need for anxiety. Some clever wizards always have their unique methods. Harry will be just fine. It was merely a small warning to as he spoke. He gestured with 2 fingers to indicate just how minor it was. This reassurance eased John's concerns, as it seemed the title of the chosen one would afford Harry certain privileges. It appeared Dumbledore had come to discuss the commotion he had caused a few days prior. John invited him to sit down. Mrs. Weasley soon brought in a cup of red tea along with freshly baked cookies, showcasing her exceptional culinary skills. After taking a bite of the cookie, Dumbledore couldn't help but praise it enthusiastically, prompting a smile from Mrs. Weasley, who took delight in his enjoyment. After some idle chatter, Dumbledore shifted to the main topic. "John, the Philosopher's Stone has been in your possession for quite some time now." The moment John heard this, he understood. Dumbledore had come to retrieve the stone. Although reluctant, he nodded obediently, saying, "Very well, Professor Dumbledore, I shall fetch it immediately." No, John," Dumbledore replied, noticing John's misunderstanding. My old friend is not in a hurry. The stone has already been publicly declared destroyed. You still have a holiday to enjoy it." Perplexed, John wondered what Dumbledore was truly after if not the stone. With a mysterious smile, Dumbledore continued, "My old friend has heard of a young wizard with a keen interest in alchemy and wishes to meet him." "Old friend?" "Nicholas Flamel." Excitement surged through John as he leapt to his feet. Dumbledore, observing John's enthusiasm, found it quite understandable. After all, Flamel was a living legend of alchemy, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore contemplated that perhaps his old friend wished to leave behind a tale for the wizarding world. A successor could indeed be a worthy bearer of his legacy. "John, if your holiday holds no other commitments, perhaps we could embark on a journey abroad, provided your parents consent." "Consent? Impossible," John replied without a moment's hesitation. If there were a true master of alchemy in this world, it would undoubtedly be Nicholas Flamel. His magical sword was yet to be completed. He could not possibly let this opportunity slip away. After a brief discussion with his parents, Mr. Watson readily agreed, though Mrs. Weasley proved more difficult upon hearing of the proposed trip abroad. She became quite anxious. "You must help me quickly. This is my wife? Then it will cost more?" Ultimately, after a silent exchange of glances between John and Mr. Watson, John promised to buy Mr. Watson some bubblegum and chocolate frogs, along with a letter to be sent to a friend via Ron, and let Tom perform at a gathering. Mrs. Weasley eventually relented, though under the condition that John must write home every week. "If you dare to neglect your letters, I shall inform your uncles." This threat from Mrs. Weasley was particularly daunting. The thought of those uncles sent chills down John's spine. Mrs. Weasley was Slavic, and her brothers were known to wrestle bears bare-chested in the winter. At the age of 5, John had witnessed one of his uncles subduing a brown bear with ease. They had even planned to take him hunting in the mountains, had it not been for Mrs. Weasley's stern reprimand, which likely spared him from becoming a seasoned hunter. After arranging a time with Dumbledore, John returned to the basement to gather his belongings. There was not much to pack, but he took care to secure the Philosopher's Stone and its materials carefully. After playing a game of frisbee with Tom, John noticed Dumbledore had changed into a different outfit. Dumbledore had whimsically decided to experience a Muggle cruise. John was left with no choice. It seemed that plans for their overseas adventure would have to be postponed. Crossing the English Channel, the cruise ship made its way from England to France. The Pyrenees, a natural border between France and Spain, cradled the enchanting Beauxbatons Academy. a magical haven constructed with enchantments. If one were to inquire of British wizards regarding the finest magical school in the world, they would unhesitatingly declare it to be Hogwarts. Conversely, if asked by French wizards, they would scoff and insist that Beauxbatons was the true pinnacle of magical education. The majestic and romantic castle was the epitome of French palatial architecture. Surrounded by magical gardens and fountains, a gentle breeze swept through. One might even hear the ethereal songs of forest fairies resonating throughout the garden. "Professor, why are we here?" John inquired, feeling somewhat disheartened. Dumbledore had promised to bring him to meet Nicholas Flamel, yet their first stop had been the Paris Opera House, where they attended a moving opera, followed by a visit to a ladies' hat shop for Dumbledore to purchase a coveted hat. Their third destination in France was Beauxbatons Academy, and as they approached the grand entrance, Dumbledore smiled gently at John, saying, "Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge must never cease, yet we are currently on holiday." Entering the gates of Beauxbatons, they were greeted by a towering woman who resembled a female version of Hagrid, Dumbledore, Madame Olympe Maxime, the current headmistress of Beauxbatons. She had an olive complexion and large, dark, glistening eyes, her hair elegantly swept back. Draped in a flowing black satin gown, adorned with exquisite opals, she resembled a grande dame. She extended her hand, and Dumbledore naturally leaned down to kiss the back of her hand, despite her imposing stature. Her demeanor was graceful. "Madame Maxime, I am most grateful for your graciousness in allowing my student to visit." Even standing tall, Dumbledore appeared dwarfed in her presence. Upon hearing his words, Madame Maxime cast a glance toward John. Towering over him, she spoke in English yet carried a distinct French accent. "Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel is a board member of Beauxbatons. I cannot refuse his request." Dumbledore smiled, as if they were engaged in a silent game of charades. John, utterly bewildered, could only watch that moment. Madame Maxime approached John, her eyes glimmering with approval as she assessed his well-fitted suit. "Now, you may need to undergo some changes." She produced her wand and gently tapped it on John's shoulder. Noticing the change, John looked down to find that his attire had transformed. His suit had morphed into a light blue robe, adorned with an emblem of two golden wands crossed, each emanating 3 stars at their tips. Stunned by this sudden wardrobe alteration, John felt momentarily dazed. Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat, rousing John from his stupor. "John Wick, from this moment forth, you shall spend your holiday as a temporary exchange student at Beauxbatons." The elderly man, known for his peculiar taste for overly sweet delicacies, wore a triumphant smile that hinted at a scheme well executed. It dawned on John that he had been duped by this old trickster. What was initially a quest to locate Nicholas Flamel had instead led him to become an exchange student. "Oh no, I've become a mere substitute." Panic surged within him as he wondered if Dumbledore had discovered his dabbling in dark magic and intended to expel him from Hogwarts. Was such a fate truly warranted? He had subconsciously forgotten the temporary aspect mentioned by Dumbledore, and anxiety gripped him. "Professor, if there is anything amiss with my conduct, please speak candidly," John implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Dumbledore blinked and placed a reassuring hand on John's shoulder, speaking in a mysterious tone. "John, every magical institution brims with enigmas, and you, with your keen sense of observation, can uncover them. You might also indulge in the beauty of Beauxbatons gardens and fountains. My old friend has a fondness for that locale." His words seemed laden with subtle implications. Dumbledore added softly, "Fear not, Hogwarts will not expel a young wizard merely for his curiosity about magic." This reassurance alleviated John's fears of expulsion. He was escorted into Beauxbatons by Madame Maxim, where he was to embark on a 2-month exchange student experience. That it was improbable for Madame Maxim to personally attend to a student, even one sent by the greatest wizard of the century, Dumbledore. Luckily, there was a student temporarily available to assist him. Her name was Fleur Delacour, a strikingly beautiful girl 3 years his senior. Fleur was the epitome of grace. Her lithe figure moving as if gliding upon air, surrounded by a faint silvery glow. Her waist-length silver hair framed her enchanting visage, complemented by her azure eyes and pristine, pearly smile. As she approached John, he snapped back to reality, ransacking his mind for a fitting description of her beauty, concluding that she was simply dazzling, as though enhanced by magical effects. He expressed his admiration sincerely, yet Fleur appeared perplexed, wondering what dazzling and like magic even meant. Had she known the classic phrase from the furniture realm's pioneer, Jack Chung, she might have grasped that it was a compliment likening her beauty to an enhanced spectacle. In truth, John was genuinely fascinated, as he perceived a silvery aura enveloping Fleur. It seemed she possessed a unique lineage, akin to his own dragon blood. "Hello, I'm John Wick, but you may call me John," he introduced, extending his hand. Fleur, taken by the handsome boy, felt a spark of affinity. They shared a brief handshake before parting. John, however, was more intrigued by the 12 majestic winged horses nearby. "These are the Thestrals, cared for by Madame Maxim," Fleur explained. Yet, John's thoughts were solely focused on devising a way to procure some materials from these creatures. Upon entering school, he had already set his sights on someone else's horses. Should Madame Maxim discover that he had invited trouble into their midst, even Nicholas Flamel himself would not convince her to allow him to remain. Dumbledore's words weighed heavily on John's mind. It occurred to him that Hogwarts had a room of requirement, and as its counterpart, Beauxbatons was unlikely to lack such a feature. Furthermore, with Nicholas Flamel serving as a board member of Beauxbatons and having once been a student there, John recalled Dumbledore's promise to help him find Flamel. He believed wholeheartedly that Dumbledore would not deceive him. Either Flamel was within Beauxbatons or something related to him was present in either case. As a master of alchemy, any opportunity to encounter or acquire knowledge from such a figure would be immensely beneficial. With this realization, John felt invigorated. It was merely a change of scenery for his nocturnal escapades. He had done so before. Thus, he bashfully approached Fleur, donning an innocuous smile, and inquired, "Might you know if there is a restricted section or something of that nature here?" Fleur was utterly baffled by the thought process of this British wizard. "A restricted section? You're asking me? This is Beauxbatons, not Hogwarts. They wouldn't flaunt a restricted section openly as expected." John received the answer he anticipated. "Yes, but don't even think about it." Resigned, John found himself a stranger in a foreign land. And that evening, he donned a 4th-level disillusionment charm and embarked on a nocturnal exploration of Beauxbatons. It was rumored that during this period, whispers of hauntings circulated, with ethereal footsteps echoing in the dead of night. Yet no one could identify their source. Not even the professors who personally investigated that a student reported seeing a ghost searching for something near the Flamel fountain, appearing as pale as a vampire who had been hung upside down for 3 days. Terrified, that student had hidden in their dormitory for days, surrounding their window with garlic. "John, have you heard about the recent excessive shedding of feathers from the Thestrals?" Fleur inquired. "Madame Maxim has been quite troubled. Something seems amiss with her Thestrals." It was uncertain whether it was due to competition for mates or depression, but the Thestrals were shedding feathers at an alarming rate. Initially subtle, it had now become visibly apparent that their wings and manes were thinning. Even pure malt whiskey failed to uplift their spirits. Fleur's suspicious gaze fell upon John, who had been behaving exceptionally well since his arrival, though lacking any concrete evidence. Her intuition told her that John Wick was somehow involved in this predicament. "Thestrals? You mean those enormous horses?" John feigned surprise, responding, "I'm not sure. I've been engrossed in studying alchemical texts lately." He then displayed his reading list, which contained numerous writings on alchemy, a magical institution with a history spanning 7 centuries. Beauxbatons' library was as extensive as Hogwarts, if not more so. With Nicholas Flamel, the legendary alchemist, having been a student here, the abundance of alchemical literature was particularly remarkable, perhaps even surpassing that of Hogwarts. Among these texts were certainly works penned by Flamel himself, from which John derived immense insight. "Is that so?" Furlong hesitated for a moment. Upon glancing at the reading list, she felt assured that John posed no threat, yet an inexplicable oddity lingered in her mind. With a mix of skepticism and belief, she departed. Shortly after her exit, John emerged from the library. Having waited nearly an hour, he meticulously returned the books to their rightful places, massaging his weary temples. He refrained from utilizing Scholar 2.0, reserving it for more pressing needs, such as when he would enter the alchemical chamber of Nicholas Flamel. Indeed, Nicholas Flamel's alchemical chamber, following the clues provided by Dumbledore. John spent several nights near the Flamel couple's fountain, employing the most rudimentary methods of inquiry. Ultimately, he discovered the entrance to the hidden chamber at the fountain's base. That it was an alchemical laboratory, replete with a vast array of notes and materials pertaining to alchemy. Among them, a diary-like document revealed to him that the chamber's owner was none other than the illustrious Nicholas Flamel. This was the room Flamel had left behind during his time at Beauxbatons, and every note within was penned by his own hand. John, in this treasure trove of knowledge, was insatiable, although the young Flamel exhibited signs of naivety in certain areas. His insights were perfectly suited for novice wizards just embarking on their alchemical journeys. Beyond the notes, the most astonishing discovery was that very diary. John extracted a quill, dipped its nib into ink, and inscribed upon its pages, "Dear Nicholas, I find myself perplexed by certain aspects of alchemy and hope you might provide clarity." After penning this line, it seemed as though an invisible hand commenced writing beneath his words. Elegant script materialized on the pages of the diary. Of course, dear John, the answers to your queries may be found in the 7th book on the left of the 3rd shelf. That I hope it proves helpful. Upon seeing the writing, John swiftly rose and hurried to the indicated shelf. There, in the 7th book from the left on the 3rd shelf, he discovered notes on the sublimation of substances. This revelation filled him with joy, and he did not forget to express his gratitude in the diary. "Thank you, Nicholas. You have been of immense assistance. No need for thanks," the diary responded, the words appearing as if conjured from thin air. This was John's most delightful discovery. A truly remarkable diary, akin to Nicholas's encyclopedia. This tome, crafted by Nicholas Flamel, chronicled his alchemical insights and served as an intelligent index on the shelf. Such artifacts, capable of retaining the emotional essence of their original owners, are not without precedent. Portraits on the walls of Hogwarts are a prime example. While they may lack significant functionality, they preserve fragments of the personalities and wisdom of their subjects. Nicholas's encyclopedia, however, transcended mere portraits. John felt as though Nicholas Flamel resided within its pages. Yet reason reminded him of the impossibility of such a notion. Armed with this book and surrounded by a wealth of literature, John's prowess in alchemy soared at Beauxbatons. He even crafted a pair of flying shoes utilizing the feathers of a magical horse, which, though slightly less swift than a broomstick, offered enhanced maneuverability. Furthermore, he successfully imbued the badges with a permanent directional charm. No matter where they were, the 9 badges would always point towards one another, like stars encircling the moon, guiding each other's paths. John intended to reserve his own badge while bestowing the remaining 8 upon others. To become the next Dumbledore, he could not fight alone. Even Dumbledore did not operate solo. He had the Order of the Phoenix and the vast network of Hogwarts, which encompassed a significant portion of the wizarding world. John recognized the necessity of forging connections to solidify his standing, and maintaining those relationships would require the aid of the badges. He had already identified a candidate for one of the badges' placements. Connections. This was the most scarce commodity for John. Hailing from a Muggle family, he lacked the privileged lineage of pureblood families and the familial ties of half-blood wizards. All he could do was surround himself with formidable allies. These allies could be brilliant wizards, individuals hailing from influential backgrounds, or those possessing unwavering loyalty to their friends. John remained in the alchemical chamber until dawn, returning to his dormitory for a brief 2-hour rest before the day began. During the holidays, no one would concern themselves with whether he was being lazy. Some even felt a sense of quietude in the absence of the dark-haired boy's presence. "John, we ought to see the Quidditch World Cup group matches." After a month of acquaintance, Farong had grown increasingly familiar with John. Despite being 3 years his senior, she did not perceive this dark-haired boy as a mere child. John's every action mirrored that of someone her age. In fact, he often exhibited greater maturity than many boys in her year. "The Quidditch World Cup group matches, you say? That sounds intriguing." With a flick of his wand, the books on the table soared back to their shelves. He had not anticipated that Farong was also a Quidditch enthusiast. It was hardly surprising, as who could resist the allure of Quidditch? The Quidditch World Cup occurred every 4 years, and any nation could form a team to register within 12 months of the previous finals. The last finals took place in 1990, long before John had even enrolled. With 2 years remaining until the next tournament, the group matches were already in full swing. "You mentioned the group matches are in Bulgaria. How shall we get there?" Upon hearing John's query, Farong flashed a bright smile. "That I know a place where we can acquire a port key. It only costs 3 galleons to take us to Bulgaria." It must be said, wizards had a far more convenient means of travel than Muggles. With just a port key, an entire family could traverse the globe in a matter of moments. John's curiosity about the port key piqued, and he readily agreed. Farong let out a cheer, her silvery hair brushing against John's cheek as she exclaimed, "I have longed to travel without adult supervision. Her lively demeanor filled John with the hope that he could forge a strong friendship with a Gryffindor student. They carried no belongings, arriving at the hidden wizarding enclave in Paris via Floo powder. The enclave served as a shopping district for wizards, and under Furong's guidance, they meandered through its twists and turns until they stumbled upon the portkey in a secluded corner of a square. The portkey's proprietor was a disheveled man clad in a tattered brown trench coat and a fisherman's hat. His unkempt beard and frequent belching gave the impression that he had spent the night in a barrel of ale. John quietly leaned towards Furong and whispered, "Are you certain he is trustworthy, and won't he dump us in the middle of nowhere?" Furong appeared uncertain herself, her bravado wavering as she replied, "Perhaps, maybe, it should be fine." The drunken man belched again, extending his hand with his bloodshot eyes half closed. "3 galleons, and you'll be on your way." With a sense of resolve, John and Furong paid the fare and grasped what resembled a discarded shoe. Hand in hand, they ensured they wouldn't get separated. Upon touching the portkey, John felt as though a hook had latched onto his navel, yanking him forward with an irresistible force. His feet lifted off the ground. And soon enough, he and Furong found themselves plummeting through the air. They landed with a thud. Rubbing his sore back, John surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "This doesn't look like a venue for Quidditch. I swear I'll have that wretched swindler's head." At this moment, the once lovely visage of Furong had darkened, revealing an unstable portal key that had unwittingly transported them to an unknown forest. John felt a throbbing headache, for the key had vanished, suggesting they had been cast into a remote wilderness, perhaps entirely desolate. He hoped they could find someone to inquire about their way. They had come here in good spirits. But now returning seemed impossible. "I can't go on. I need to rest," Furong declared, unceremoniously sitting upon the ground. John paused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They had traversed this forest for at least 3 hours. Yet not a single soul could be seen, not even the faintest trace of wildlife. John particularly longed for his enchanted boots. Had he known they would end up in such a cursed place, he would have brought them along. "Point me," he uttered, directing his wand towards the north. A glance at the orientation revealed that, for the moment, they had fared reasonably well. Alas, had he mastered the disapparition spell, they would not have needed to rely on their legs for travel. Taking a moment to rest, John plucked some seemingly innocuous fruits from a nearby tree and offered them to Furong. She buried her head in her knees and murmured, "I'm sorry, John. I shouldn't have brought you here." The thought of being trapped here weighed heavily on her, and she felt a pang of inadequacy compared to John's fortitude. Upon hearing her words, John wiped the fruit and took a bite, the tartness nearly causing him to spit it out. But realizing it might be their only sustenance, he swallowed it down. "It's all right. We will be fine. Trust me." John's encouragement seemed to uplift Furong, who gazed at his handsome face, feeling a sense of safety she could trust, with a quarter of her heritage tied to the seductive lineage. She possessed certain alluring abilities, her exceptional beauty being one of them, capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. However, this allure rendered her unpopular among her female peers, and she held a proud disdain for engaging in disputes with them, while she also found the attention from boys unappealing. Consequently, she had few friends at school. Initially, when she laid eyes on John, she had no intention of befriending him. She merely found him intriguing, as he was not easily swayed by her charm, unlike other boys. Ironically, in their interactions, she found herself drawn to him instead. This attraction bore no romantic implications, merely a profound trust, akin to the magnetic pull of a leader that compelled others to gravitate towards him. His mere presence restored her confidence. Furong looked at John and nodded, saying, "I believe in you, John." John smiled and handed her another fruit. Furong, caught off guard, took it and bit down, only to contort her face in response to the sourness. "John, I didn't do anything. Look, I ate too." John feigned innocence, inciting Furong's frustration as she contemplated hurling the fruit at his head. Raising the fruit, she reconsidered. Starving to death here would be an even greater loss. With a fierce bite, she chomped down on the fruit as though it were John himself. As dusk gradually descended, John resolved to find a place to rest. He kindled a campfire, and the two settled around it. In such a vast forest, not a single animal in sight. Even a magical creature would suffice, John remarked with a grimace. Furong shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "Wild magical creatures can be extremely dangerous. Considering the territorial instincts of magical beings, there may be a formidable presence here that deters others from approaching Dodo." John concurred, recognizing the truth in her words. Magical creatures indeed possess territorial awareness, should intruders breach their domain. It often results in a fierce confrontation. However, after traversing for so long, if there were any, they should have appeared by now. Could it be that the magical creature was a nocturnal being, as he pondered? Rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding thicket. What was that? Furong's nerves heightened. They both drew their wands, and John cast a glance at his empty pockets. Upon returning, he would ensure to acquire the concealment expansion charm. This practical spell resembled the commonly depicted magical space rings in novels, allowing an interior space to expand while maintaining an unaltered exterior. John had yet to learn this spell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured out with only a wand. Tension mounted as they focused on the source of the sound. With John poised to obliterate whatever emerged, the noise grew closer, and having infused himself with dragon blood, John's senses heightened. He discerned panting and heavy footsteps. Is it a person? John's thoughts raced. It seemed likely. Moreover, this individual appeared injured, likely fleeing from something that he held his wand aloft, ready for whatever danger lay ahead. Encountering a human in the wild could be even more perilous than facing a magical beast. Finally, from the thicket, a figure emerged. Halt, Furong shouted. Her expression tensed that it was a boy, seemingly of similar age to John, clad in a blood-red robe that resembled school attire. His pallid complexion made Furong initially mistake him for a vampire. With dark hair and a prominent nose, had it not been for the golden eyes peeking through the disheveled strands obscuring his left eye, Furong might have already attacked. The newcomer evidently did not expect to encounter two students. Presuming that anyone bold enough to kindle a fire here was either an auror or a fugitive. Run, the boy shouted as a ball of fire descended from the sky, igniting the surrounding foliage. Furong gazed in horror as a black Hungarian horntail unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Stealth assault. Death. John incredulously watched the Hungarian horntail, as if he had heard it speak, suddenly recalling his own draconic affinity. He waved his wand, casting the levitation charm to pull the wizard from the inferno. Although this act saved a life, it also drew the Hungarian horntail's attention to John. We need to flee. Furong finally grasped why no other creatures lingered nearby. The Hungarian horntail, the fiercest of fire dragons, rendered the area inhospitable to any other beings. John swiftly turned and sprinted, the furious growls of the Hungarian horntail echoing behind them. Wizard sleeping. Ambush. Lack of chivalry. Sore backside. Upon hearing the dragon's words, John exchanged a bewildered glance with the fleeing wizard. This audacious fellow had attempted to ambush a sleeping Hungarian horntail, and of all places to strike. He chose its rear. In a wonder the dragon was enraged. If someone were to invade his space while he slept, he would ensure their exit was far from pleasant. As the dragon pursued, John accelerated. It was often said that when confronted by a bear, one need not outrun the bear, but merely the slowest companion. Clearly, among the three fleeing wizards, John was the youngest but possessed the best physique. He easily outpaced the blood-robed wizard. The latter, gritting his teeth, felt the Hungarian horntail's wrath close in. With a roar, a colossal fireball erupted from the dragon's maw, hurtling towards them. Look out! The blood-robed wizard brandished his wand, summoning a tree stump to shield himself just before the fireball descended upon him. Upon collision, the fireball instantly reduced the stump to carbon, leaving only a narrow escape through which he managed to flee. He turned, halting in his tracks, a fierce expression etched upon his face. With a resounding barrage, a pugno, shards of stone erupted from the ground, hurling towards the Hungarian horntail, which, infuriated further, found the attacks ineffectual yet exceedingly vexing. Seeing his efforts yield no results, the blood-robed wizard, unwilling to relent, prepared to strike once more. However, before he could unleash his spell, a massive boulder, seized by the horntail's tail, was sent hurtling in his direction. John turned to witness the wizard's audacity. During her frantic flight, Furong stumbled, feeling the ground tremble beneath her. When she glanced back, she beheld the rolling boulder. Expulso, a beam of white light struck the boulder, shattering it into fragments that grazed Furong's cheek. After John cast his spell, his countenance shifted. The horntail had already swooped down upon them. The blood-robed wizard continued his assault, yet the horntail's scales proved impervious. Rendering his attacks futile as the creature descended, the wizard had no choice but to evade its wrath. Protego, John stood protectively before Furong, a radiant shield manifesting in front of him. The horntail's barbed tail swept through the air, effortlessly cleaving trees in its path. Debris and stone hurtled towards the shield, forcing John's feet into the earth. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The horntail, under the moonlight, let out a thunderous roar. Its body, cloaked in black scales, glimmered with an iron sheen, resembling a lizard in form. With yellow eyes and bronze horns, its tail bore spikes of a similar hue. This colossal beast, measuring 50 feet, rampaged forth, exhaling a torrent of dragon fire that enveloped the three. Die, die! John unleashed a series of ironclad spells in defense, while Farong, regaining her footing, swiftly readied her wand to flame-freezing charm. The flames that enveloped them lost their searing heat, providing a momentary respite as they fought against the inferno. Enough! A glint of ferocity flickered in John's eyes, and he was scarcely aware that his pupils had narrowed like that of a dragon. Upon uttering his command, the horntail paused, the relentless stream of fire ceasing as it craned its neck to survey its surroundings. Farong, still shaken, gasped, "What did you just say?" John had spoken in the tongue of dragons, a sound akin to the imitation of a dragon's roar. The blood-robed wizard also ceased his attacks, turning his gaze towards John. Step by step, John advanced, the horntail failing to connect the diminutive figure before it with the earlier utterance, "We mean no offense." John reiterated in the dragon tongue that at last, the horntail took notice of him. Its lantern-like yellow eyes filled with astonishment. "Indeed? How, do you speak the language of dragons?" The horntail regarded John from its towering height. Taking a deep breath, John's eyes transformed into the slitted pupils of a fire dragon, emanating a chilling aura of authority. "I am John Wick, and we inadvertently stumbled into this place. Without intention to offend your esteemed self." As John conversed with the horntail, he lowered his wand to demonstrate sincerity. "You are a dragon speaker." The malice surrounding the horntail dissipated gradually. This astonishing exchange left Farong breathless, her beautiful visage revealing disbelief. This was the language of dragons that it was said that the great wizard Merlin could communicate with fire dragons. Yet since his time, no one had been known to possess such a gift. Initially assuming John to be merely an ordinary Hogwarts student, Farong now pondered if he could possibly be a descendant of Merlin. Given that Merlin had once attended Hogwarts himself, this notion was not entirely implausible. The blood-robed wizard, too, regarded John with intrigue, his golden eyes scrutinizing him as he subconsciously tightened his grip on his wand. It seemed that dragon speakers held a significant status among dragons. Upon learning of John's ability, the horntail refrained from further aggression. After much discourse, the horntail ultimately forgave the perceived slight. John learned the backstory. The horntail had been peacefully residing in the Valley of Silence when the blood-robed wizard, resembling a vampire, had suddenly attacked without provocation. Even dragons have fundamental physiological needs, and this location was inherently vulnerable, whether for man or beast. This revelation had dispelled the horntail's weariness, prompting it to pursue the wizard for hours. Once the horntail departed, the trio's peril subsided. The blood-robed wizard hesitated for a moment before approaching them, his voice low and grave. "Thank you for your assistance. Humph, were it not for you, we wouldn't have been ensnared in this mess." Farong retorted with a scoff. The wizard cast a sidelong glance at her, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "I did not summon your involvement." "You?" Farong seethed, incensed by his demeanor. "Regardless, encountering living beings is a fortunate turn of events." John interjected, offering comfort to Farong before extending his hand towards the blood-robed wizard. "John Wick, a student of Hogwarts." "Hogwarts here?" The wizard's surprise was palpable as he took John's hand. "Heinrich Edgar, a student of Durmstrang." Durmstrang? John was taken aback, realizing where he had found himself that he had heard that this institution had a notorious reputation for its unwelcoming stance towards Muggleborns and its acceptance of dark magic. Notably, it was also the alma mater of the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald. John recalled Draco boasting that he had initially intended to attend Durmstrang, but his mother had opposed such a long-distance arrangement. Who would have thought he would end up on the brink of leaving Europe altogether? John was at a loss for words, contemplating how the vendor of the portkey had brazenly flung him into this predicament. Farong, overhearing the surname Edgar, gasped in shock. Edgar, the dark wizarding family. Few families would brazenly embrace dark magic as a badge of honor, yet the Edgars did so unabashedly. Each member was notoriously reckless, often seeking challenges against the formidable. It was rumored that an Edgar had once issued a challenge to Grindelwald, only to be defeated and subsequently become one of his most loyal followers. Thus, the Edgars had earned the moniker of the Challengers. for only those of considerable strength could subdue an Edgar to serve them. Fond of challenges? John suddenly understood, realizing why one would so recklessly provoke a dragon. The three exchanged introductions, and John grasped his current location, Scandinavia, where Durmstrang was also situated. Edgar, can you lead us away from here? John inquired. Heinrich regarded him, his delicate features and pale complexion reminiscent of Draco. Heinrich's words were astonishing. You are quite powerful. Thank you for the compliment. John humbly responded. However, Heinrich's intent was far from humble. His piercing gaze fixated on John as he discarded his right glove at John's feet and declared, I challenge you to a duel. John was taken aback, while Furong, irate, interjected, It was we who saved you. You know you are a speaker of dragon tongue, just like Merlin. Heinrich continued to stare at John, enunciating slowly, Defeat me, and I shall reveal to you the way back. Furong leaned closer to John and whispered, It seems he has set his sights on you. For reasons unknown, John sensed a hint of schadenfreude in her words. A smile graced Furong's lips. She felt her grudge against the sour fruit was avenged. Naturally, she was unperturbed by the prospect of John losing, as his prowess had been clearly demonstrated against the fire dragon moments ago. Being targeted by Edgar was no trifling matter. They were notorious for their extreme madness. If John were to refuse, Heinrich would likely condemn them to wander aimlessly here. Reluctantly, John acquiesced for the sake of an expedient return. A duel it would be. He recalled Professor Flitwick, a diminutive figure yet the champion of the dueling tournament. Back to back, John and Heinrich each held their wands aloft as they stepped away from one another. Counting aloud, they prepared to unleash their spells simultaneously upon reaching 10. John's speed surpassed Heinrich's. Empowered by a swift attack, he initiated with a shattering curse. Heinrich was not sluggish in his response, casting a shielding charm before swiftly retaliating. Their exchanges were a far cry from mere students. They resembled seasoned fencers, their wands serving as swords, emanating brilliant bursts of magic with each strike. John evaded a minor jinx and raised his wand to unleash his highest-level spell, that in kind. Heinrich unleashed his most favored attack. Incendio X2, two torrents of flames erupted, colliding and transforming into an inferno. John's fourth-level fire spell met its match, yet he remained undeterred. The orange flames enveloped Heinrich, and just before they could consume him, John minimized the shattering curse's potency and struck Heinrich instead. You have been defeated. John refrained from further assault, his left hand hanging limply while his right rested against his waist. Heinrich rose silently, retrieving his wand and conceding, You are indeed formidable. I have lost. His acknowledgement was crisp and decisive. John smiled faintly. Surely this meant he could finally leave. I can inform you of the way to depart from here. To Durmstrang, where a network of port keys can be utilized. After a moment's contemplation, John accepted the proposal, though he recalled that Durmstrang was notoriously unwelcoming to Muggle-borns. Surely he would not be subject to a mobbing? It seemed unlikely. If he kept quiet, who would be the wiser? Accompanied by Furong, they headed towards Durmstrang, with Heinrich leading the way, finally presenting them with an escape route, upon exiting the Valley of Despair and traversing the mountain path. Unlike John's earlier misadventure, Heinrich emerged from the valley to find a carriage waiting. Young Master Heinrich, who are these two? Inquired a silver-haired, astute butler, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at John and Furong. There is no need for excessive inquiry. Rick, Heinrich replied dismissively, prompting the elder butler to fall silent. The absence of house elves was surprising. John noted that pure-blood wizarding families typically employed house elves, as their free labor could save considerable expenses. The Malfoy family, for instance, had house elves. Once aboard the carriage, they journeyed towards Durmstrang. For reasons inexplicable, John felt Heinrich's gaze persistently upon him. He subtly shifted to the left, only for Heinrich's gaze to follow suit. That a slight movement to the right elicited the same response. Furong, what were you saying? Furong was struggling to suppress her laughter. Edgar, the right-hand man of the powerful. John felt a surge of frustration. He hoped Edgar would not take a liking to him. What claim did he have to being considered strong? Sighing in exasperation, he lamented the holiday that had turned into a forced return to academia, and just when he sought respite in a competition, he found himself fleeing from a fire dragon in the Valley of Despair. John felt as though his first-year holiday had been utterly squandered. When the carriage arrived before Durmstrang Castle, its simplicity was stark in contrast to the grandeur of Beauxbatons and the rich heritage of Hogwarts. It was merely a four-story fortress set against a backdrop of breathtaking landscapes. Behind the castle lay a mountain lake, where some students remaining at the school shed their garments and leapt in for a swim. This was a place shrouded in enchantment, veiled by concealed magic. Furong, initially harboring little fondness for the impolite Heinrich, found herself somewhat softened by the shared disdain displayed by the Durmstrang students towards him. They, too, regarded Heinrich with a combination of aversion and avoidance, even neglecting to acknowledge the two outsiders. This commonality in their plight tempered Furong's dislike for Heinrich. Upon reaching a hearth, Heinrich spoke. "John, you may proceed through here to reach Hufflepuff Square." "Thank you, Heinrich. When you find the time to visit Hogwarts, I shall ensure you have a splendid time," John replied, his spirits lifted at the prospect of returning home. To his surprise, Heinrich nodded vigorously, his deep, somewhat gravelly voice responding. "I shall come." That John's impression of Heinrich's enthusiasm left him bemused. He sensed there may indeed be an opportunity for a reunion. They shook hands in farewell, and John, followed by Furong, stepped into the hearth, igniting green flames to depart. After traversing from Durmstrang to Hufflepuff Square and acquiring a key, John and Furong made their way back to Beauxbatons after several transfers. The entire ordeal had left them both physically and mentally exhausted. Yet, in the aftermath, their bond had significantly deepened. In the days that followed, John spent his time in the alchemy room, occasionally receiving cookies from Furong. After indulging, he felt a sense of contentment, suspecting perhaps a hint of enchantment from the cookies. One day, as John emerged from the alchemy room, he stretched, his body creaking from stiffness. If this continued, he would collapse before mastering his swordplay. He resolved to go for a morning jog before catching up on sleep. Upon his return to the dormitory after his run, he discovered a letter awaiting him. Unfolding it, he recognized it was from Dumbledore. "Dear John, I hope you are enjoying your holiday and I apologize for disturbing your respite. But I have a small request that I hope you can fulfill at Montmorency Street." John set the letter down. It appeared he was destined for yet another destination. After a brief nap, John utilized portkey powder to travel to Paris. Montmorency Street was one of the oldest thoroughfares in Paris. As John walked along the street, an unsettling feeling crept over him. It felt as though someone was watching him. This sensation was not without merit. Subtly, he glanced at a nearby window and spotted a man trailing closely behind him. Perhaps perceiving John as a mere child wizard of little threat, the man appeared quite at ease. John scoffed softly. Did he truly believe he could so easily manipulate him? He quickened his pace, heading towards a street corner. The man followed suit. Where did he go? As the man rounded the corner, he was startled to find that John had vanished. Stupefied, he collapsed to the ground, unable to react as a spell struck his chest. John dispelled his illusion, revealing himself as he fixed his gaze upon the unconscious man, employing a levitation charm to drag him away. He bound the man tightly in a corner, then confiscated his wand and carelessly tossed it aside, making his way towards Montmorency Street. As he surveyed his surroundings, a house that exuded an air of antiquity caught his attention. It was enveloped by a charming flower garden, yet the passers-by seemed oblivious to its existence. After a moment of contemplation, John decided to investigate further. He knocked on the door, but no one responded. Just as he pondered whether to sneak inside, the firmly shut door creaked open. An elderly gentleman, frail and silver-haired, appeared, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing John. "You have finally arrived. Please, come in for a cup of tea." "I believe the tea leaves are in the cupboard," he said, ushering John inside while muttering to himself like a forgetful old man. "Please hold on. I need to find a book." As John entered, he observed a plethora of items around him. Various silver utensils adorned the table, some resembling tweezers, others silver chopsticks. He settled within, and to his astonishment, a teapot sprang to life, leaping from the table while the tea canister opened. Releasing leaves that danced into the pot, the teapot swayed its rotund body, and a stream of clear water materialized from within. As the pot shook, the water and leaves mingled, producing a perfectly brewed cup of black tea. John watched in amazement. The teapot bore unmistakable traces of alchemical craftsmanship. Meanwhile, the elderly man busied himself searching for something, books being strewn across the floor and table before he hastily stuffed them into a tote bag. Despite the numerous volumes, the bag showed no signs of strain. John recognized this as the use of a concealment extension charm. After completing his task, the old man stood for a moment in satisfaction before approaching John. "I apologize for the wait. These items have been in storage for so long that I sometimes forget their locations." He extended a shaky hand toward John, who cautiously met it, feeling the fragility of the elder's grip, as if it were a long-baked cookie, causing the old man to wince in pain. Alarmed, John feared he had been too rough. "Do not worry," the elder reassured, noticing John's concerned expression. "Greetings, John Wick. I am Nicholas Flamel." The figure John had long yearned to meet stood before him. Yet, Nicholas appeared far from well. To John, it seemed as if this body was on the brink of disintegration. "I should have imparted my knowledge to you in person. But the events of this past year have delayed me. Nonetheless, my diary assures me of your considerable talent." Nicholas handed John the tote bag filled with books, a smile gracing his face. This diary, crafted by Nicholas himself, contained not only the projection of a younger Flamel, but also enabled long-distance communication with him. These tomes were gifts from Nicholas to John, containing notes and insights from his immortality. After a moment of reflection, John inquired, "Is it because of the Philosopher's Stone?" He was no fool. It was evident that Nicholas was as if delivering his last words, given Dumbledore's announcement of the stone's destruction. Nicholas seemed poised to conclude his long existence. Nicholas shook his head, smiling gently. "Child, everyone must face death. Had it not been for your arrival, the stone would have been destroyed last June." Indeed, he was nearing his end. The elixir of life he possessed could only sustain him for one more year. This legendary alchemist, who had lived for 665 years, was preparing to conclude his lengthy journey, had it not been for John's appearance. He might not have considered taking on a student. Through Dumbledore's introduction and the insights gleaned from the diary, he believed John to be the most suitable candidate to inherit his legacy. John felt a pang of disappointment, having believed he had finally found a mentor in alchemy, only to realize that their meeting was one of farewell. This was Nicholas Flamel's residence, where he had intended to live in seclusion until death. Receiving the tote bag only deepened John's sense of foreboding. "Master, who was that man outside?" he inquired, recalling the individual he had encountered earlier. Upon hearing the title, Nicholas smiled, though their connection felt as if they had known each other for ages. "That was a Death Eater. Even though Voldemort has been defeated, he still lurks, awaiting his next rebirth." Nicholas's expression grew grave at the mention of the name, having lived through 2 eras of dark wizards. He understood Voldemort's obsession with immortality, a desire that bordered on madness. Even now, 12 years after his downfall, his followers continued to seek Nicholas Flamel, intent on resurrecting their master. Nicholas had temporarily separated from his wife to teach John. Returning to his home for this purpose, in the remaining days of his holiday, John resided with his mentor, eagerly absorbing the vast knowledge of alchemy. The elder's erudition extended beyond a single domain. He possessed a masterful understanding of runes, spells, and magical creatures alike. Days turned into weeks, and John became like a sponge, soaking in every morsel of knowledge. Nicholas was pleased with his student. Alchemy required both talent and an unwavering thirst for knowledge. Qualities John possessed in abundance that in him. Nicholas recognized the reflection of his own youthful fervor and insatiable curiosity. As the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, John felt no sense of loss with the world's only master of its creation by his side. Yet, as time dwindled, John realized his departure was imminent. "John, you are the most gifted student I have ever encountered." Nicholas prepared to leave, intending to spend his final days with his wife. However, the pride in having taught a student like John brought him immense satisfaction. The pursuit of alchemy would never cease. The Philosopher's Stone was not the end, but rather the beginning. He had already imparted the secrets of its creation to John, standing on the shoulders of giants. John would undoubtedly see further, and Nicholas's hopes for him soared higher. Alas, by the time John emerged as the new titan of alchemy, Nicholas Flamel would no longer be present. John embraced his mentor. His movements were gentle and filled with reluctance. Nicholas, however, viewed death with acceptance. He did not fear it. Instead, he regarded it as a long-awaited rest after years of labor. With Nicholas's departure, John's journey in France drew to a close. He traveled to Beauxbatons, retrieving the diary. Fleur felt a pang of sadness at John's departure, for he was one of her few friends. "Fleur, we shall meet again, perhaps not here in Beauxbatons, but at Hogwarts." John smiled, recalling a storyline about interschool competitions. Beauxbatons was indeed one of the participants, and it was not impossible for Fleur to appear as a student there. He handed her a badge. "Remember to write to me. Your owl seems a bit plump. Let it exercise more," he teased, as the chubby basilisk received an innocent jab. John readily promised to keep in touch, and after their farewell, he ventured to the hidden location. wandering around the square until he finally found the drunken man selling portals. After John's departure, the inebriated individual was left dangling from a statue, his wand discarded into a filthy gutter. "Letting you con me." John vowed revenge. Having been swindled out of 3 galleons, he decided the drunken man would hang there for 3 days. "John, you have returned. Your mother hasn't been looking well these past few days." A month after John departed from home, he returned to find Watson initially overjoyed at his arrival, but soon casting a cautious glance towards the kitchen. "You failed to fulfill the promise made to your mother. However, as a father, I understand that you must have been preoccupied with other matters." Though Watson often behaved like an immature child, he was never oblivious to significant issues. For him, Mrs. Wick's emotions constituted a matter of great importance. Upon hearing this, John felt a weight upon his heart, recalling that during the last week, he had been studying at Nicholas LeMay's residence, a place ensnared by the binding loyalty charm, where even owls could not find their way, thus disrupting his usual weekly correspondence. This incident thoroughly incensed Mrs. Wick, who rarely lost her temper and was difficult to placate once angered. The last time she was upset, she and Watson had endured a week-long Cold War. Leaving John to subsist on a variety of bread with dips, the mere thought of Watson's abysmal culinary skills sent a shiver down John's spine. Fortunately, he had prepared for his return. Upon entering the kitchen, he encountered the stern-faced Mrs. Wick, who was silent in her displeasure. When Mrs. Wick was furious, she resembled a sulking young girl. John, bearing the brunt of her icy gaze, displayed a sycophantic smile and retrieved a bottle of perfume purchased from Paris. "This is a perfume I specifically bought for you in France, Mother." John shamelessly attempted to charm her, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Initially, Mrs. Wick remained irked by John's failure to write, yet within 3 seconds of seeing the gift, her anger dissipated. However, as a mother, she still reprimanded John sternly. "Little John, you have yet to mature. Venturing alone to such dangerous foreign lands, how could you forget to write to your mother?" John accepted her admonishment, nodding and bowing in a manner strikingly similar to Watson. Observing from outside, Watson displayed a look of satisfaction, appreciating the teachable moment. Having appeased Mrs. Wick, John returned to his room, where Watson presented him with a large stack of letters. "These are from your friends. One owl was too old and crashed into the mailbox several times." After placing the letters down, Watson departed, having overheard Mrs. Wick issue a warning about the dangers of ascending the stairs in leather shoes. John opened the topmost letter, which was from Hermione. Listing an extensive array of books she had read over the holiday, he diligently perused Hermione's correspondence, and the final letter mentioned Harry, noting that Hermione had received no response to her letters sent to him during the break. After finishing, John picked up others, including letters from Ron and Hagrid, and surprisingly, 3 from Malfoy. He opened each one, noting that aside from Malfoy's, all inquired about Harry. They lamented the lack of replies to the letters sent to him. Questioning whether John might know anything, "Surely Harry hasn't been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic." John recalled the incident from that day when his magic had spiraled out of control, beginning to worry whether Harry had indeed been captured by the Ministry. After all, he had taken the blame for it. Determined to discover the truth, John concealed his unicorn hair wand at home and proceeded downstairs with his wand in hand. Through a bit of coaxing, he managed to procure a freshly baked apple pie from Mrs. Wick. Finding a box, John made his way to number 4 Privet Drive and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" To his surprise, a plump boy opened the door. Dudley, drawn by the scent of the apple pie, rushed to answer ahead of his mother, expecting a grand surprise to compensate for the previous debacle caused by Harry. He was met with a shock far greater than joy. "You, John Wick," Dudley shrieked, his small lungs capable of impressive volume. Curious about the source of the commotion, Petunia Dursley emerged. Recognizing John from his previous encounter at King's Cross with Harry and his wizard friends, Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley, also appeared, a man in his 40s, so corpulent that his neck had all but vanished, yet sporting a bushy beard. Upon seeing John, Vernon's expression soured, and he bellowed, "You lot dare to come back to my house." Ever since he received the warning letter from the Ministry regarding Harry, Vernon had learned that these little wizards were forbidden from using magic outside of their realm. Thus, he felt no fear towards John. Shouting to expel him from his home, "Mr. Dursley, I believe you are mistaken," John said with a slight smile, exuding politeness. "I am now the child of the resident of number 6, your neighbor, here to knock on your door." His words took Vernon aback, and John continued, I trust Mr. Dursley would not lack the basic courtesy to dismiss a neighbor bearing gifts. Upon closer inspection, Vernon saw that John indeed arrived with a present. The rich, sweet aroma of the apple pie had Dudley salivating, and Vernon's expression shifted several times before he begrudgingly said, "Since you're not one of those detestable ones, you may come in." John smiled faintly as he handed the apple pie to the frowning Petunia. "Please, take a seat, and after a minute, you may leave." Vernon offered no warmth, and John cast a glance at Dudley, who was eagerly devouring the pie, thinking how much the two resembled one another. "Where is Harry?" "Harry, don't mention that wretch to me." Vernon knew John had ulterior motives. He had locked Harry away, securing the door with iron bars, leaving merely a small flap to deliver meals thrice a day. He had resolved to ensure that Harry would never attend school again, and no one could change his mind. Vernon stood, timing his departure, stating, "You can leave my house now. You lot are never welcome here." His demeanor caused John's brows to furrow, and the politeness he had maintained began to wane. John showed no intention of moving, prompting Vernon to attempt to forcibly eject him. John seized Vernon's outstretched finger, twisting it sharply. Vernon let out a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig, startling Petunia, who hurried over. She was greeted by the sight of her husband kneeling before John. One finger painfully gripped at Mr. Dursley. "I believe you may have misunderstood something." "Misunderstood? There's no misunderstanding. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Vernon Dursley insisted on expelling John, who, losing patience, coldly replied, "I am not merely Harry's classmate. My father has dealings with Mr. Fane Wallace, and you know, in dealing with certain individuals, there are other means." The mention of Fane Wallace, Vernon ceased his cries. That was the name of a gang leader in London, not someone the police could manage. Initially feeling secure that wizards could not use magic, Vernon now panicked. If John's words rang true, it would be effortless for the other party to deal with him. "I apologize. Please forgive my rudeness." Enduring the pain, Vernon forced a smile and said, "Harry is upstairs." "Very well, Mr. Dursley. Please allow me to see my friend." John released Vernon's finger, which he cradled as if granted a reprieve, and stepped aside to inspect whether it was broken. John took the initiative, glancing at Dudley, who was still relishing the pie, and remarked, "Dudley, perhaps you should show our guest to his room, shouldn't you?" Dudley, caught off guard, was yanked by the ear by Vernon, who insisted he lead John upstairs. Crying out in pain, Dudley reluctantly guided John up the stairs. Upon reaching the door to Harry's room, John found it sealed, save for a small flap for food delivery, and fell into contemplation. "I recall there are child protection laws in the UK. It was he who sabotaged my father's business days ago." Dolly, filled with trepidation at the thought of being implicated, hurriedly offered an explanation. A year had passed without a trace, yet Dolly's fear of John had not diminished in the slightest. John merely scoffed, noting that he had not brought a pencil with him. Approaching, he instructed Dolly to open the door. Harry had never experienced such a dreadful birthday. His celebration had been utterly ruined by the house elf Dobby, and he had been confined within that he felt as though he might never return to Hogwarts. In a state of despair, Harry gazed through the narrow slits of the boarded-up window, noticing that Hedwig had lost some weight after several days of subpar food. The ailing owl turned its head in annoyance. At that moment, the door, which only opened twice a day, creaked open. Harry looked up to see John stepping inside. "John!" exclaimed Harry, his face lighting up with joy. However, upon entering, John frowned, realizing just how cramped the space was. With little sunlight filtering through the sealed windows, he greeted Harry. "I came to check on you since Hermione and the others mentioned you hadn't been responding to letters." He spoke. John plopped down beside Harry's bed, his expression quirky as he inquired, "How did you end up locked up?" The mere mention of the incident ignited Harry's ire, and with palpable resentment, he replied, "A house elf barged in and insisted I should not go to Hogwarts, then proceeded to wreak havoc. Uncle Vernon found out and forbade me from using magic outside school. Good heavens, you have no idea how I've been enduring this time." Finding a sympathetic ear in John, Harry vented his frustrations. John's brow furrowed in bewilderment. "A house elf is causing you trouble," he mused, perplexed, as house elves typically did not act against wizards, let alone invade others' homes to cause chaos. Could it be that someone was orchestrating this? John pondered whether someone intended to frame Harry. Could it be Malfoy? Harry immediately thought of Malfoy as the prime suspect. John was left speechless, remarking, "You two truly have a love-hate relationship." The likelihood of Malfoy being involved seemed low. If it were indeed him, he would probably be writing to John to gloat, dismissing that possibility John concluded that the house elf must have acted independently. He struggled to comprehend how a house elf could become entangled with Harry. Only the ancient wealthy wizarding families possessed house elves. If it were a house elf from the Potter family, it would not defy Harry's commands, given their affluence. While perusing books, John had come across potions developed by the Potter family, one of which, a shampoo, had sold out. Yet the problem remained. Dobby disregarded Harry's commands that house elves were bound to obey their masters. If it were a house elf from the Potter household, it would not disobey Harry's orders. Both boys found the situation perplexing, their brows knitted in contemplation. But let's set this matter aside for now, Harry urged, eyes gleaming with hope. John, are you here to rescue me? He had just heard Uncle Vernon's pig-like screams, which he presumed were linked to John. The thought of John's prowess in dealing with trolls filled him with optimism. John glanced at him, recalling the letter from Ron, and shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, I can assist, but not in that capacity." "Then who?" Harry asked, puzzled. John smiled mysteriously, revealing that he had received a letter from Ron, that Ron's father had informed him that Harry received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, coupled with Harry's prolonged silence. Consequently, Ron was preparing to come and rescue Harry, likely planning to take action that very evening, which was why John had clarified that he was not the one to save him. After all, he could not very well summon thugs to abduct the Dursleys. He was, after all, a law-abiding citizen. Although John could not facilitate Harry's escape, their conversation warmed Harry's heart. They discussed their summer holidays, and John mentioned a trip abroad, which filled Harry with envy. "Harry, you must be cautious. I fear it won't be long before Voldemort returns." Upon uttering that name, Harry's expression hardened. "I encountered a Death Eater in France, albeit just one, which indicates that his influence has not been entirely eradicated. You should be wary. Perhaps what that house elf said holds some truth." John, struggling to recall the details of the events from Harry's second year, remembered a crucial clue involving a chamber in a washroom that he warned Harry to remain vigilant. "I understand, John. I am grateful for your visit. If only my belongings were here, I could review my studies." Harry recognized the need to apply himself, though regrettably, his luggage was downstairs. John reassured him not to worry, and after bidding farewell, he descended the stairs, casting a sidelong glance at the apprehensive Vernon. "Even if you can find Harry, you ought to allow him time to organize his belongings," he remarked coolly. Vernon nodded hastily. "I'll bring his things up at once." He was genuinely fearful of this young wizard, even if Harry could not use magic outside. The thought of Harry summoning help to keep him awake at night was daunting. He simply wished to expedite John's departure from the Dursleys' home. Acquiescing to every request, Harry's belongings were soon brought upstairs, leaving him bewildered as to how John had managed to compel Uncle Vernon to comply. If he could sway Vernon so easily, why not just have him release Harry? These thoughts eluded Harry as John exited the Dursleys' residence. Watching the Dursleys wave him off, he nodded gently. To be honest, he did not harbor as much disdain for them as he had anticipated. They a Muggle family. Their willingness to raise Harry, a wizard, was commendable. As night fell, John heard the roar of an engine. Residing in the attic, he opened the window to see a turquoise car soaring through the sky. The vehicle flew directly to the Dursleys' window, where John spotted 3 heads of vibrant red hair. It was evident that the Weasley family had arrived. John stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "That car must have been ingeniously modified using a Muggle vehicle and magic, an impressive feat of alchemy." This flying car could not have been the work of the Weasley twins. They had yet to master such alchemical skills. John recalled Ron mentioning that his father was the head of the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, making him the most likely candidate for creating the vehicle. Intriguingly, Ron had previously invited John to visit his home, and he thought it would be worth finding a time to go, perhaps even to exchange insights on alchemy. John observed as several individuals forcibly pulled Harry into a car. Due to John's influence, Harry's belongings were left behind in the room, while the group sped away in the vehicle. The following day, Fenwick Dursley awoke to the sound of an open window howling in the wind. He even suspected that John was responsible for the incident, believing the gang had come to dismantle his own window in the dead of night. This ordeal left him restless for several days. While Dudley was confined at home, Petunia feared that her precious son might become an unyielding liability. This predicament made Dudley suffer greatly, deprived of even the opportunity to bully other children. Yet, none of this concerned John. At that moment, he was composing a letter to an individual named Ben Abbott, realizing that he might find it challenging to craft a magical sword akin to Gryffindor's in a short span of time. John shifted his focus towards enchantment. Ben Abbott was a blacksmith, and John was commissioning him to forge a great sword. That a response arrived a few days later, agreeing to assist John in the creation of the sword. Naturally, John would provide compensation, sending along the required mithril, and some would that in just 2 weeks, he would possess a brand new sword. The list of books needed for second-year classes had arrived, and upon glancing at it, John stood frozen in place. The list for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class included only one standard textbook, while the others appeared to be anything but educational materials, titles like Strolling with Ghouls, A Vacation with Witches, and Travels with Giants seemed more like novels. John recalled that Hermione had also included some of these titles in the book list she sent him, and he remembered her mentioning that the contents were quite captivating, recommending that he take a look. Could it be that Hermione possessed prophetic abilities? After pondering this for a moment, John decided to set it aside. He had established an alchemy lab in the basement, where he had been concocting various substances. Perhaps he could find a time to sell them. Although his family was considered middle class, they could not withstand the considerable expenses of alchemy. John resolved to become self-sufficient, ideally finding a partner to collaborate with in creating and selling products. This individual had to be a professional, as what John possessed was not merely prank items like those crafted by the Weasley twins, but genuine magical artifacts with lethal potential. John thought for a moment. Unfortunately, he knew of no such professionals in his vicinity. Perhaps a visit to Diagon Alley would yield better prospects. Good morning, TT, stretching out his hand. John picked up the cat that had been rubbing against his legs, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he gazed at the fluffy creature. The cat, named TT, meowed in response, and 3 more cats scampered out. They gathered around John's feet as he retrieved a can of cat food he had brought along. Tom was somewhat displeased, circling in agitation, having expected to go for a walk rather than feed cats. An elderly lady approached, leaning on her cane, and upon seeing her, John greeted, "Good morning, Mrs. Fig." Arabella Fig smiled upon seeing John. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary old woman was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. She was a squib, and Dumbledore had requested her to look after Harry 6 months prior. Mrs. Fig's list of charges had grown by 1. The very John Wick standing before her. Dumbledore had come personally to understand this student. Mrs. Fig held a favorable impression of John, as he consistently cared for her cats. His fondness for the furry creatures mirrored Dumbledore's penchant for sweets, which was precisely why Dumbledore had resolutely decided to make John the temporary holder of the Philosopher's Stone. Unbeknownst to him, John perhaps owed a debt of gratitude to the old lady before him. He affectionately petted the 4 little kittens. Outside cats were preferable. They wouldn't suddenly transform into elderly cat ladies. Having indulged his fondness for fluffiness, John was about to depart when he sensed that someone was watching him. Being watched, his first thought was that it might be a Death Eater, but he quickly dismissed that notion. The last Death Eater he encountered had been searching for Nicholas Flamel, and he doubted they would travel such a distance merely to surveil him. After all, he was not the savior Harry Potter. He held no significant value for a Death Eater's observation. As he rose, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, Tom ceased his circling, and after bidding farewell to Mrs. Fig, John jogged away with Tom, disappeared once he left Privet Drive. John noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished. He pondered this with some curiosity, and the next day, as he continued his morning jog, he felt that same gaze again. This time, John could see clearly that it was an individual wrapped in layers of fabric, resembling someone afflicted with a skin disease. After jogging past Privet Drive, that person did not follow. Could they be surveilling Harry? Considering Harry had already left, John deemed it unlikely. His confusion deepened, and on the 3rd day of his run, he dropped something from his pocket. The fully wrapped figure, upon seeing the object glinting in the sunlight, suddenly appeared excited. They dashed over to pick it up. It was a gold galleon, which brought a broad smile to their face. Good fortune never seemed to wane. After pocketing the galleon, the figure did not pursue John any further. That evening, John stepped out of his house cloaked in invisibility. He held a piece of parchment. Though it was not the Marauder's map, instead, it simply bore an arrow which shifted as John moved. Ultimately, he found himself entering a dilapidated house. The place was pitifully bare, containing nothing but a fireplace and a makeshift tent. Approaching the fireplace, John noted that it connected to the Floo network. Let me guess, heading to Diagon Alley. Grabbing a handful of Floo powder, John called out the name of Diagon Alley. A whirl of green flames enveloped him. And the next moment, he emerged in another fireplace. Dusting off the soot from his nose, John stepped out to find himself in a shop in Diagon Alley. If he couldn't find that individual, he could at least browse around. With a thought, he recast the invisibility charm and ventured out. As night fell in Diagon Alley, the streets became increasingly sparse. He held his self-made locator map, following the arrow as it guided him. The further he went, the fewer people he encountered. Moreover, those around him had donned cloaks to obscure their forms, with some engaged in hushed transactions of dubious nature. Nocturne Alley? Without realizing it, John found himself in Nocturne Alley. This place, adjacent to Diagon Alley, was a realm entirely different. It was a hub for illicit dealings, and the individual who had been watching John was engaged in a transaction. You're too greedy. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into acquiring this? The person, now clad in a cloak, was berating a shopkeeper in a store. The shopkeeper merely cast a dismissive glance, responding with a mocking tone. What effort? This is just a simple scrying glass. Mundungus Fletcher. Your standards for stolen goods are plummeting. The man, identified as Mundungus Fletcher, was indeed the one surveilling John, and he stormed out in a fit of rage. However, he was too intimidated to rob the leaky cauldron. He opted to leave instead. As Mundungus headed toward the leaky cauldron to drown his sorrows, he contemplated whether he might find a more foolish mark to exploit. What a miserable day. Dumbledore has me keeping an eye on that kid, leaving me no time to steal. Harry Potter is one thing, but why should I bother with that kid? Mundungus muttered to himself. With the time spent surveilling, he would have preferred to earn some money instead. Just as his plans were about to unfold, as he passed a narrow alley in Nocturne Alley, he felt a wand pressed against his lower back. Don't move. Unless you want a hole in your stomach, pretend I didn't say anything. Mundungus trembled, his voice quaking as he replied, Take it easy. I still have a few galleons on me. You can take them. He cursed his misfortune inwardly. Realizing he had fallen victim to a black market scheme, he intended to seize the opportunity to escape using his wand, but before he could even reach for it, the wand was forcibly removed from his waist. Disarmed by physical means, it was all over now. Mundungus dared not make a move. John led him to the corner of a narrow path, whispering menacingly, It seems you are not being entirely truthful. Mundungus forced a laugh, replying, No, not at all. I am simply overwhelmed with fear. John did not believe a word of it. He deliberately lowered his voice, leaving Mundungus uncertain of his identity. At that moment, John realized who had sent Mundungus to keep him under surveillance. None other than Dumbledore. After some contemplation, he surmised it was an attempt to protect him. John had encountered Death Eaters in France, and perhaps that was why those tasked with safeguarding Harry were also instructed to keep an eye on him. John's deductions were remarkably accurate. He had inherited the vast knowledge of Nicholas Flamel. Regardless of what the future held, the experimental manuscripts of Flamel alone were enough to drive some ill-intentioned individuals to madness. Knowing that Mundungus was not a Death Eater, John dismissed any thoughts of eliminating him. However, a sudden idea struck him. Perhaps he could exploit this man for business in Nocturne Alley. Just as Mundungus feared he might meet a gruesome end on the streets, John asked, Would you like to earn some money? Mundungus Fletcher? Earn money. Mundungus was taken aback by the notion that a robbery could involve payment. He was confused by John's intent, but understood that refusing could lead to dire consequences. I have a few items that require your assistance in selling. We can split the profits 80-20. Although not all of John's items were lethal, a portion had been crafted during his studies of dark magic. Such goods would not be accepted in Diagon Alley and could only be sold in Nocturne Alley. You need only respond with a yes or no. I will not coerce you. Despite John's assurances, the wand pressed painfully against Mundungus's side. He hastily nodded, eager to comply. John smiled, retrieving several dangerous items from his small bag. In 3 days, I expect to see a glittering pile of galleons. With that, he relinquished Mundungus's wand. Mundungus breathed a sigh of relief, quickly reclaiming his disarmed wand. As he gazed at the items, his eyes sparkled with greed. Banishing the earlier fear, such exquisite treasures, Boggin will surely be interested. He glanced around furtively, hastily stowing the items close to his chest. All of this was noted by John, who did not depart but instead observed Mundungus as he hurried back to Borgin and Burke's. Upon re-emerging, Mundungus possessed a considerable sum of galleons. After a moment of hesitation, he divided the coins, contemplating whether to hide a portion for himself. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt the familiar sting at his waist. Terrified, he quickly set the money down. From the pile, John extracted his 20%, his voice ringing out. As I stated, We split the profits 80-20. Should you wish to continue, use this to contact me. John tossed a piece of parchment, and after a moment's hesitation, Montangus picked it up. He stood frozen for a long while, unable to move, until he was certain John had departed, at which point he expressed his relief at having survived. Gazing at the galleons he had acquired, more than he had ever stolen, he fell into deep contemplation. 2 weeks later, John received a package sent from America, securely wrapped in a wooden crate. Eagerly, he used a crowbar to pry open the box. And as 6 nails were removed, the crate was unveiled. Inside, cushioned by hay, lay a knight's sword adorned with mithril. The blade shimmered like a mirror, with a half-moon guard crafted from mithril and steel powder. The hilt made of oak, and the pommel fashioned from mithril with a circular notch. This sword, forged with 3 magical runes, boasted a straight, unyielding blade that was resistant to breakage. The more he examined it, the more John fell in love with the weapon, and he began to wield it with enthusiasm. The center of balance rested just 2 fingers from the guard, allowing for a smooth, fluid motion. It could be wielded with either one or both hands, and John had intentionally left the pommel long to enhance its capabilities as a great sword. After a vigorous display, John reluctantly ceased, lamenting that he was not at Hogwarts to test it on the training grounds. The mithril section of the sword provided ample space for enchanting. Without hesitation, he prepared to enchant it, securing the blade and inscribing runes into the mithril guard with a carving knife. Through careful strikes, he successfully cast a flame spell based on the runes. Fehu, representing cattle, symbolizing harvest, and embodying wild flames. He took out his wand to complete the enchantment. The moment the spell was successfully cast, John distinctly felt the sword transform. Activating the runes, the blade ignited in brilliant flames, becoming a sword of fire to sword of iron and fire. I feel more like a witch hunter, John mused, that clad in Viking armor. He could easily portray a witch hunter. Dousing the flames, he stowed the sword back into his bag. Though the bag resembled a woman's, John was not picky when it came to readily available tools. I shall name it the Sword of Ironwick. Thus, the Sword of Ironwick was born. John proceeded to the living room to respond to letters, and upon returning, he resumed communication with his friends. Hermione invited him to join her the following day for book shopping in Diagon Alley, her handwriting betraying excitement. With ink blots from her overly vigorous writing that something significant happening tomorrow, John pondered, recalling that nothing particularly noteworthy was on the agenda. Coincidentally, Harry and Ron were also planning to go the next day. The trio, as protagonists, seemed to share a remarkable connection. After replying to each, John penned a letter to Hagrid, requesting his assistance in sourcing materials for magical creatures. Once all was completed, he switched his pen from his left hand to his right, crafting a distinctly different letter for Montangus, enclosing several items he had brewed himself. While Montangus was somewhat greedy, he had otherwise performed admirably. The magical items John had recently crafted were all sold by Montangus, who, despite his constant complaints about hard work and requests for higher commissions, publicly claimed to sell wares crafted by a master alchemist. This savvy marketing strategy doubled Montangus's sales, thereby doubling John's assets as well. The little treasure trove amassed from the sale of these items had now exceeded 3,000 galleons. While it paled in comparison to Harry's unimaginable wealth, it nonetheless categorized John as a minor plutocrat. However, having saved so much money, John quickly found ways to spend it. Soon, Hagrid replied, providing a rough estimate based on the materials John had sent. Upon seeing the quoted price of 1,200 galleons, John couldn't help but gasp. Alchemy certainly came at a steep price. His lips twitched at the thought of losing a significant portion of his hard-earned savings. That moment, he envied Hagrid, who, living near the Forbidden Forest, seemed to dwell atop a veritable treasure trove. Hagrid had given John the lowest possible price. He had some materials on hand that he deemed unnecessary for John to purchase. Had John been required to buy everything, he would have had to part with a substantial portion of his funds. I shall visit Gringotts tomorrow to withdraw some money and purchase the books. Burning money. John is currently preoccupied with galleons. After deducting the costs of alchemy, the potential profit is rather meager. Upon informing his parents of his intention to visit London, Watson gleefully opened the safe, eager to procure some peculiar items to bring back. Observing his father preparing to exchange currency with the goblins of Gringotts, John swiftly intervened. Under Watson's bewildered gaze, he produced a handful of galleons that clinked as they landed on the table. While other children might worry about tuition fees, You are here making money." Watson's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, he is his father's son, capable of supporting the family at such a tender age. However, John merely smiled, suggesting, "If you wish to exchange, I can offer you a discount." The implication was clear. One still had to spend money. Watson's smile faltered. It was one thing for a brother to keep a tally, but to have his father do the same was rather disheartening. John recognized that without setting some boundaries, his father would likely return from Diagon Alley with an assortment of nonsensical items. To prevent Mrs. Wick's blood pressure from skyrocketing, Johnny decided to siphon from Watson's modest savings. Initially, John had accessed family funds for his schooling, but now, the responsibility had shifted entirely onto Watson, who could only begrudgingly part with his meager stash. The following day, the family of 3 drove to the Leaky Cauldron, and compared to their last visit, the atmosphere was decidedly less foul. This change was likely due to the absence of Quirrell. Navigating the familiar path, John made his way to the back entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Upon entering Diagon Alley, he intended to first deposit his funds at Gringotts. After reserving the necessary amount for purchasing materials and textbooks, he deposited the remainder at Gringotts, which elicited a begrudging smile from the goblin. Despite their notorious greed, one could not deny the efficiency of their security system. After passing through a magical waterfall, John discreetly collected some water, which could potentially wash away magical traces. He planned to study it further to see if he could replicate its properties. Upon exiting Gringotts, John encountered Malfoy, who was accompanied by a man bearing a striking resemblance to him. Likely his father. The two were heading towards Knockturn Alley, with his own father already armed with galleons and off to squander them, and even Mrs. Wick having been whisked away. John found it fortuitous that he was bound for Knockturn Alley as well. Casting a disillusionment charm, he trailed behind the Malfoy duo. Along the way, he overheard Malfoy incessantly lamenting about Harry, which seemed to irritate his father, Lucius Malfoy, who remarked, "You've mentioned it at least 10 times already." Mr. Malfoy cast a sidelong glance at his son, effectively silencing him. Young Malfoy certainly harbored a profound obsession with Harry. John, observing this dynamic, felt a mix of amusement and intrigue as he followed the pair to Borgin and Burke's, the very shop where Mundungus had previously ventured. Not wishing to enter, John changed direction and approached a nearby building. Mundungus had been living quite comfortably as of late, aside from keeping tabs on the children. He no longer needed to engage in thievery, merely awaiting his daily mail. Consequently, he had exchanged his tattered suit for something more presentable. "Good heavens, I now resemble a businessman," he mused, admiring himself in the mirror. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his door had swung open. Startled, he drew his wand and barked, "Who's there? Show yourself. Mundungus, you dare to wave your wand at me now?" A deep, gravelly voice sent shivers down Mundungus's spine. He hastily relinquished his wand, clasping his hands together in a gesture of humility. "My Lord Johnny, I meant no offense. I merely thought a burglar had entered." Humph. Johnny Silverhand was the identity John assumed in Mundungus's presence. He had yet to reveal his true self. Taking a seat, he surveyed the surroundings and commented, "So, this is the establishment you have acquired. It appears you've made quite a profit." No, my lord. You must understand, 500 galleons is a steal for a place like this," Mundungus replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. He was sincere in his claims. This location had required considerable effort to secure, and though it was small, its location was advantageous. "Very well, you'd best expedite the renovations, Mundungus. Conducting business is far more rewarding than thievery." John intended merely to admonish Mundungus. He understood that retail alone would not yield substantial profits. Thus, he encouraged Mundungus to secure a storefront to establish a Johnny Silverhand specialty shop. Mundungus had grown accustomed to a life free from the shadows, and he was reluctant to let such a lifestyle slip away. That he promptly assured John that he would see to the renovations. After speaking, he awaited further instructions from John, who, however, remained silent. This Johnny Silverhand was amenable, yet he had a penchant for departing without notice. Mundungus began the renovations, envisioning that perhaps under the auspices of Johnny Silverhand, he could emulate the success of a shop akin to Borgin and Burke's. John, satisfied that Mundungus had not overstepped his bounds, finally took his leave. Exiting the shop, John proceeded towards Diagon Alley. He spotted the Malfoy duo emerging from Borgin and Burke's, their hands likely laden with items they had sold. Just as John was about to depart, a familiar figure caught his eye, emerging from Borgin and Burke's. "Harry, John paused in surprise. What was Harry doing in Knockturn Alley? Harry, newly arrived in Knockturn Alley, was thoroughly startled. He had glimpsed the storefront across from Borgin and Burke's, which displayed shrunken heads and a large cage teeming with spiders. Two ragged wizards were whispering to one another, casting uneasy glances at Harry, who felt a chill run down his spine. He dashed along the street, his glasses slipping askew with each hurried step. The wizards in the alley seemed intrigued by the young intruder, and John, trailing closely behind, observed wizards stealthily approaching Harry. An old witch seized Harry's hand, revealing a set of moss-covered teeth in a smile that sent shivers down his spine. "Lost your way, dear?" she crooned. Harry took a cautious step back. The witch's icy demeanor, coupled with her other hand clutching what resembled a plate of dead fingernails, filled him with dread. His heart raced as the witch advanced. "I'm quite all right, thank you. I merely wish to leave," he protested, trying to distance himself from her. John, witnessing the unfolding scene, stepped forward just as the old witch pressed closer, intent on sharing her sinister offering. "Harry, what are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled the witch, and as she turned, she was met with the striking visage of John, who narrowed his eyes dangerously. In a swift motion, he struck the plate from the witch's grasp, shattering it. The old witch shrieked in outrage, preparing to retaliate, only to find John's wand pointed menacingly at her eye. "Leave, or I shall render you blind." John's icy tone sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, a towering figure emerged from the crowd. "Harry, John, what are you doing here?" Hagrid approached, and, upon spotting the old witch, erupted into a tirade. "Get away, you wretched creature!" He forcefully pulled Harry away, ensuring their safe exit. The witch, intimidated by John's earlier threat, dared not intervene. Once outside Knockturn Alley, Harry beheld the familiar white marble of Gringotts. Hagrid ushered them into Diagon Alley, brushing the soot from Harry's robes, upon learning that Harry had wandered in carelessly. Hagrid could only admonish him for his lack of caution. "John, what were you doing there?" Hagrid inquired, perplexed by John's presence in Knockturn Alley. John, unwilling to divulge the nature of his business, smiled and replied, "I was merely searching for some intriguing alchemical materials. That's far too risky. You should have just told me." Hagrid lamented. He came here to gather materials for John, but also took the opportunity to purchase some potion to repel carnivorous slugs. This delay was a cause for concern. Had John not appeared, he could hardly fathom what might have transpired after that old witch whisked Harry away. "Thank you, John. You've saved me once again." Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude. John shrugged, noting that he merely happened to be passing by. "John, you have no idea. I'm now residing with the Weasleys, and it's absolutely splendid." Upon recalling that he had lost track of the Weasley family, Harry became anxious to find them. "Why haven't you replied to my letters?" "I apologize, Hagrid. I encountered some difficulties." Hagrid resumed his lament about Harry's lack of correspondence, and Harry recounted his confinement at the Dursleys. Enraged, Hagrid roared that he would take it upon himself to teach the Dursleys a lesson. Harry, come quickly." As they passed Gringotts, they spotted Hermione standing on the steps. She rushed down to greet them, her brown, fluffy hair billowing behind her. "What happened to your glasses?" "Oh, John, you're here too. Splendid. And Hagrid, it's so wonderful to see you all." Hermione beamed, revealing her two prominent front teeth, having just exited Gringotts. "Did you go to Gringotts? I'll head there once I locate the Weasley family." Harry had been sent to Knockturn Alley and had not even had the chance to enter. Hagrid, tall and with keen eyesight, quickly spotted the Weasley family weaving through the bustling street. "Harry, let us hope you've merely missed one fireplace." Mr. Weasley was panting, his hair a fiery red like all the Weasleys, though he was somewhat balding and donned a pair of glasses. Tall and slender. "Molly is in a tizzy. She'll be here any moment. This is—" "Oh, I remember, John Wick." Upon seeing John, Ron's curiosity was piqued about Harry's whereabouts. Hagrid, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, "Knockturn Alley." "How marvelous!" the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. Ron felt a twinge of envy, as his family never allowed the younger children to visit Knockturn Alley. Not marvelous at all. Had it not been for John, Harry might have been taken away. Hagrid still brooded over the old witch from earlier. This only served to heighten the curiosity of the Weasley twins, who pressed Harry to recount his heroic exploits. "Dear, I'm so relieved you're unharmed." Mrs. Weasley rushed over, breathless, and produced a large coat brush from her bag. Giving Harry a thorough once-over, Mr. Weasley retrieved John's glasses and with a gentle flick of his wand, restored them. The youngest Weasley daughter surrounded Harry, assisting her mother in dusting him off. "I must be off. See you at Hogwarts." Hagrid, somewhat overwhelmed by Molly's effusive warmth, hastily took his leave. "Though, John, thank you so very much. You are a true friend." Realizing John's timely intervention had aided Harry, Molly felt an even greater fondness for the handsome youth. Even Ginny came over to express her thanks, while John modestly attributed his involvement to mere happenstance. However, it wasn't long before Molly began to treat John as if he were her own child, her enthusiastic demeanor leaving him somewhat flustered. "Ahem, I've already been to Gringotts. I'll just wait for you all outside." John, seeing they were about to enter, quickly sought an excuse to extricate himself. After waiting a while at the entrance of Gringotts, John observed Mr. Weasley and Hermione's father emerging arm in arm. They were to regroup at Flourish and Blotts in an hour, as Molly intended to take Ginny shopping for clothes first. The four sauntered along the winding cobblestone streets. "John, you traveled abroad? How enviable." Upon hearing of John's trip to France, Ron expressed a desire to visit as well. "Where in France did you go?" "Paris." Hermione recalled John mentioning it in his letter, but did not specify where he had been. After a moment's thought, John replied, "I visited Paris. There was a drunken man in a hidden place selling door keys. He gave me a faulty one, and I ended up being chased by a dragon." "Haha. John, you're quite the comedian." Ron laughed heartily, thinking John was jesting. Even Harry and Hermione found John's humor delightful, completely unaware of the truth behind his words. John was exasperated. It seemed that no one believed him when he spoke the truth. The four explored many shops in Diagon Alley, eventually arriving at Flourish and Blotts an hour later. The place was already teeming with people, and a massive banner hung from the upstairs window. "Gilderoy Lockhart. I believe I've seen that name before," Harry mused, finding it familiar. Hermione, however, exclaimed with delight, "We can meet him in person. I mean, nearly all the books on our list are written by him." John felt a sense of unease upon seeing the long, crowded queue, where he spotted Draco Malfoy. The trio got jostled apart in the throng, and John, leveraging his athleticism, made his way to the second floor. Watching Malfoy's teeth clenched in frustration while Harry posed for photographs with Lockhart, he remarked, "You're envious of this?" John approached, incredulous. Malfoy nearly stumbled backward, surprised by John's presence, but John managed to catch him just in time. "Look at that Harry Potter." His ego could practically touch the sky. Malfoy was exceedingly displeased with Harry's newfound fame, oblivious to the fact that Harry felt utterly mortified, observing Malfoy's envious demeanor. John shrugged and decided to procure his books. However, as he gathered his selections, he noticed Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy embroiled in a heated altercation. The Weasley twins were cheering them on, and had Malfoy stood a chance against that large family, he likely would have joined in as well. What on earth is happening? John watched as Mr. Weasley struck Malfoy with a volume of the poisonous fungus compendium, leaving his eye bruised. Hagrid approached, separating the two entangled men, while Mr. Malfoy issued a threat, tossing the book into Ginny's cauldron. They were quite restrained, aware that using magic was forbidden, though it appeared as if they were engaged in a fierce brawl. In reality, neither had resorted to magic. John understood that both men feared repercussions from the Ministry of Magic. After all, employing magic in such a context was far more serious than a mere scuffle. "Goodness, is this a fight?" Watson exclaimed, suddenly recalling that his son still needed to purchase books. Upon arriving, he found the floor littered with disheveled tomes, and Mrs. Weasley anxiously sought her son. John observed Mr. Weasley being chastised by Molly as if he were a child. Having completed his own purchases and bade farewell to Harry and the others as they parted, John noticed an old book resembling a diary in Ginny's cauldron, considering that the Weasley family often used second-hand books. He thought nothing more of it, as his family were muggles. John could not use flu powder to depart. The family remained in London for a day before returning home. Once back, John began to experiment with the materials, which Hagrid had purchased for him, arriving in the subsequent days. These books are indeed captivating. John closed the volume of Gilderoy Lockhart's writings, finding the tales within enthralling, particularly some passages concealing magical principles that he read thoroughly. Could it be that this defense against the dark arts professor is truly competent? From Lockhart's mesmerizing tales, it was evident that he possessed a wealth of experience, likely making him an excellent teacher. This left John feeling quite expectant. Placing the book on the table, John retrieved a vial of dragon tooth powder. This substance, derived from the teeth of a fire dragon, bore a slight toxicity, he mixed the dragon tooth powder with other ingredients to create a viscous liquid, which he applied to the sword of Gryffindor. After an even application, the blade darkened momentarily before transforming into a reflective sheen. He was unsure of the actual efficacy of the anti-magic enchantment that he had bestowed upon it. John enhanced the sword of Tywek with anti-magic properties, ensuring that even when confronted by magical creatures, he could inflict damage upon their scales. That he reached out to caress the blade, its sharpness unwavering in its robustness. Sheathing the sword, he noted the considerable correspondence Basil had brought him. Some letters were exchanges he had sent to various alchemical masters, while others were missives from experts in the field of runes. These were the fruits of his tireless endeavors during the holiday, as he wrote to the specialists with inquiries and sought solutions, leaving no stone unturned, even in his correspondence with potion experts. His motivation stemmed from a desire to cultivate connections in advance to eye in the magical realm. The mentorship of predecessors is invaluable. Nico LeMay had also advised him to engage more effectively with others rather than isolating himself in solitary study. It must be said that John's status as a Hogwarts student afforded him considerable advantages. Many of those experts were alumni of the esteemed institution. They were more than willing to assist a fellow student. Dear John, your proposal to improve the Wolfbane potion has greatly intrigued me. That I hope to meet you in person, wrote Damer Alex Belby. The Wolfbane potion, indeed, warranted further exploration. Damer Alex Belby was currently researching this very potion. Being a graduate of Hogwarts himself, John had previously expressed interest in his work, recalling that the Wolfbane potion allowed a werewolf to retain its sanity after transformation, with sympathy for the plight of werewolves. John had shared some of his thoughts with him. To his surprise, the response was overwhelming. Damer Alex Belby wished to meet him in person. The rendezvous was set at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. After a moment's contemplation, John deemed it prudent to attend, as it would serve to expand his network. Setting the letter aside, he picked up the final envelope. Upon opening it, his expression shifted to one of sorrow. The Lemays had passed away. They had chosen not to summon John, wishing for him to remember them as they were in life, rather than in death. John felt a deep sadness at the loss of such a wonderful teacher. There was no funeral, no grand ceremony, only the silent witness of a friend, Dumbledore. Arriving at St. Mungo's, John found it not nestled within Diagon Alley, but rather situated in a red brick department store named Tauta Limited in London. Upon entering the hospital, John informed the lifelike mannequin in the department store window of his purpose. After proceeding inside, he ascended to the second floor, where he encountered an unfortunate wizard bitten by a werewolf. Beside this wizard, a gaunt man meticulously documented the agonies the afflicted man was enduring. This was Damer Alex Belby. Observing the various reactions following a werewolf bite, John leaned in for a closer look. The man writhed in pain, his wounds bound with a concoction of white willow and silver. While silver did not heal werewolf bites, the white willow provided sufficient sustenance for the patient to endure the initial agony. As Damer Alex Belby scribbled notes, he turned at the sound of John's presence. "Who are you?" he inquired, initially mistaking John for a mere child. His face betrayed impatience as he added, "I am currently unavailable." "Kindly leave," John smiled in response. "John Wick, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Damer Alex Belby." "John Wick?" Damer Alex Belby paused. Incredulity etched across his features as he regarded John. "You are the student who wrote to me?" Expecting a seventh-year student capable of highlighting insights he may have overlooked, he was astonished to find such talent in someone so young. John, though taller than his peers, merely appeared to be in his third or fourth year. "Forgive my earlier oversight, Mr. Wick." Damer Alex Belby's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of warmth and enthusiasm. He extended an invitation for John to visit his estate, to which John readily agreed. After a period of observation regarding the unfortunate wizard, John arranged to continue their correspondence through letters and exited the second floor. As he wandered through the hospital, he spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Neville?" The despondent Neville turned at the sound of John's voice. "John, are you unwell? What brings you here?" Neville's concern was palpable. He feared for his dear friend's health. John shook his head, signaling that he was fine, but found Neville's presence there to be curious. "What are you doing here?" "I've come to visit my parents," Neville replied, his countenance heavy with sorrow. John understood that Neville's parents must be ill. Having encountered one another, they proceeded together to the fifth floor, specializing in curse injuries. There, John beheld Neville's parents, the esteemed Auror couple. They had been tormented by Death Eaters, ultimately driven to madness, unable even to recognize their own child. Tears streamed down Neville's cheeks as he witnessed this heartbreaking scene, prompting John to gently pat his shoulder in consolation. The malevolence of Voldemort and his minions was beyond measure. Eventually, they departed the hospital, and as John bid farewell to Neville, he noticed Neville's grandmother waiting for him. The elderly woman appeared stern, yet she remained outside, patiently awaiting her grandson's return. John nodded in acknowledgement, and she reciprocated with a slight nod of her own. After leaving the hospital, John returned home to prepare for other matters. He recalled that the Wolfbane potion had first appeared during Harry Potter's third year, concocted by Snape, that it seemed it had yet to be publicly released. His recollection of the details was scant, but he vaguely remembered that the key ingredient was aconite. This substance was highly toxic, and most would refrain from using it lightly on humans. A few days later, John shared his conjectures in a letter to Damer Alex Belby. And after a while, he received a response that it was a success. Within the opulent confines of Belby Manor, an edifice reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, a sturdy iron cage stood at its center, moonlight gradually filtering through the clouds. Tonight was the full moon, and the man within the cage writhed in agony, curled up and convulsing, his body hair sprouting at an alarming rate. Behold this grotesque creature. They are neither wolf nor man, Damer Alex Belby proclaimed, wielding an ornate staff, while an enchanted quill diligently recorded his every utterance. The transformation process takes approximately 30 seconds. You shall witness this momentous occasion that is sure to be etched into history. Excitement tinged Damer Alex's voice. The development of the Wolfbane potion represented a monumental shift. No longer driven by the pursuit of wealth, being a master of potions, he lacked for nothing. He sought instead the accolades of his peers. Should the Wolfbane potion prove successful, he would undoubtedly earn at least a second-class medal, a mark of honor for any wizard and a testament to an academic's aspirations. John was the first witness to this clinical trial. An indication of the esteem in which Damer Alex held him. To propose using the highly toxic aconite as a fundamental ingredient was a stroke of genius, as all potion masters throughout history had hesitated in the face of its lethal properties. His prideful words were laced with admiration. This was indeed a brilliant idea. The crux lay in the dosage. Following experiments that left 2 werewolves paralyzed and 3 in a vegetative state, the delicate balance appeared as elusive as the golden snitch. It was John who had uncovered this critical insight. Otherwise, several werewolves would have likely met their demise beneath the manor's grounds. This was not particularly difficult for John, who possessed the keen sensibilities akin to that of a dragon's tongue, coupled with a faint yet perceptible connection to magic, enabling him to discern the potency of a potion with but a touch. The 30 seconds elapsed, under the watchful eyes of both men. The man who had been bitten by a werewolf a year prior fully transformed into a bipedal werewolf, albeit with a hint of confusion in his newly acquired lupin form. Damer Alex tapped the cage with his staff, declaring loudly, "Shelby, can you understand my words?" At first, the werewolf appeared somewhat bewildered, but as moments passed, clarity illuminated his eyes, dispelling the murky brutality associated with his transformation. That he nodded, gesturing towards his mouth, and with great difficulty uttered a single word, "Can." The werewolf potion had succeeded. Damer Alex could not contain his exhilaration, and John also wore a smile. However, he felt the need for further confirmation. Approaching the cage, he declared, "Lord Damer Alex Belby, please open the cage." "What?" Damer Alex thought he had misheard, gazing incredulously at John. "Are you jesting? Even with the werewolf potion, we cannot place our complete trust in these wretched beings." His words dripped with blatant disdain, reflecting the plight of all werewolves. They were marginalized by the entire magical world, even those who had not chosen to become werewolves, most of whom were victims. Only when it is thoroughly proven that the werewolf can maintain clarity shall we deem this endeavor a success. John insisted, "Open the cage. Had you not devised the werewolf potion for me, I would have surely thought you mad." Faced with John's resolute demeanor, Damer Alex could only mutter a curse as he unlocked the cage. His wand struck the ground, and the iron door swung open. The werewolf stepped out, and Damer Alex brandished his wand, shouting, "Get back, you filthy beast!" John, undeterred, advanced with unwavering steps, his left hand poised to draw his wand at any moment. He approached the werewolf, whose transformation had rendered him towering and grotesque, a fearsome visage in the night. John extended his arms and softly intoned, "Shelby, let me witness your true clarity." Demoya Alex erupted in outrage. "This is madness. You intend to embrace a werewolf?" Shelby, taken aback by the suggestion, cautiously approached John, ultimately embracing him as if cradling a fragile work of art. Much to Demoya Alex's astonishment, that it must be said. The werewolf's fur was somewhat prickly, I must admit. That's a bit uncomfortable, John quipped, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. His intentions were not driven purely by scientific curiosity, but rather a desire to ascertain whether a werewolf could indeed retain its sanity. The reason werewolves were rejected by wizards was due to the devastation and carnage they inflicted after the full moon, that if controllable, they would be akin to a super animagus, a formidable amalgamation of armor and flesh. Such power, if harnessed and organized into a unit, would be an unparalleled weapon. He glanced at the astonished Demoya Alex, who had dropped his wand in disbelief, and chuckled. "Demoya Alex, we shall be recorded in the annals of magical history. We have transformed a species. Glory." That was what mattered most to Demoya Alex, and upon hearing those words, he beamed with delight. John patted Shelby's arm, aware that those sharp claws could easily sever a throat. "Shelby, perhaps we can become friends. Thank you for your sacrifice for the werewolf potion. It is my honor," Shelby replied. Ever since being bitten, he had faced relentless discrimination. His former colleagues had shunned him. In desperation, he had chosen to become a subject for experimentation, and although he had not fully recovered, maintaining his sanity was a significant achievement. He felt immense gratitude towards the two who had developed the potion. Especially John. In John's eyes, he did not perceive the condescension and disdain that Demoya Alex exhibited towards him, but rather a sincere and equitable regard for a fellow being. After enduring countless cold stares over the past year, sometimes a mere ordinary greeting could compel someone to sacrifice their life for you. Especially when John witnessed his transformation into a werewolf, yet dared to embrace him instead of pointing a wand in his direction. As the full moon continued its ascent, the two remained vigilant, observing Shelby. Until the moon vanished from the sky, Shelby began to revert from his werewolf form, gradually regaining his original appearance. They had succeeded. Throughout the night, Shelby exhibited no signs of irrational behavior, heralding the triumph of the werewolf potion. John clenched his fist, while Demoya Alex, in a fit of exuberance, disrobed and ran naked through the estate in celebration. Handing Shelby a set of clothes, John extended his hand with a smile. "Would you be interested in securing a job for yourself? 100 galleons a month." John needed to find a reliable bodyguard for his shop in Nocturne Alley, and Shelby seemed like an excellent candidate. With his slate blue eyes, deep-set sockets, and sunken cheeks, he exuded a wolf-like aura, instilling a sense of pressure as if under scrutiny. This demeanor was a remnant of his former profession as an Auror. After being bitten during a mission, he lost his job and became a wanderer. The abrupt shift in his life had rendered the once proud Auror gaunt and weary. Upon hearing John's proposition, Shelby was taken aback. "I hope to accept this position." Although the pay was less than that of an Auror, it was substantial for a werewolf. He was further convinced of John's worthiness as a boss, undeterred by age or status. John extended his hand, smiling. "John Wick, but I prefer you call me Johnny Silverhand once you arrive at the shop. The fellow managing the place is a thief. You might as well keep an eye on him." Shelby clasped John's hand, a smile breaking through his somber expression. "Tommy Shelby, I believe that is my forte." Their collaboration was amicable, and when Demoya Alex returned from his naked escapade, he too found camaraderie with John. Although he longed to bask in the glory alone, he recognized John's substantial contributions. In response, John shook his head and smiled. "Demoya Alex, the tale of a single person overcoming adversity is far more compelling and legendary. Two individuals may earn second-class medals, but one may achieve a first-class honor." Demoya Alex was intrigued. Who could turn down a first-class medal? He gazed at John, eager to ascertain the terms. "I desire the exclusive rights to the werewolf potion. In return, I am willing to offer you 50% of the profits." While Demoya Alex sought to claim the glory for himself, John was more interested in leveraging the werewolf potion to expand his shop. However, Demoya Alex declined. He had no desire for wealth, as his fortune would last several lifetimes. "You need not worry about profit sharing. You know the formula for the werewolf potion. I shall give it all to you." This truly brings greater joy to John, all thanks to the master potion maker. Fu. Although this sum of money may not seem significant in the short term, The future prospects are undoubtedly promising, to John's surprise. Demoya Alex appeared indifferent to this, which left John feeling quite envious. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement. John secured the exclusive rights to sell the wolf venom potion, while Demoya Alex gained the glory of its development. With John's involvement, the potency of this wolf venom potion has significantly increased, serving as a veritable boon for werewolves. It has granted Johnny Silverhand's shop in Flipover Alley a formidable protector. Montongus, unaware of the identity of the recently arrived Tommy Shelby, could only surmise from his respectful demeanor towards Johnny Silverhand that he was likely a trusted confidant. This realization doused the previously inflated Montongus with a dose of cold reality. He had believed himself to be indispensable. Now, it appeared that he was merely a subordinate of Johnny, and for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable fear towards Shelby, as if he were a thief under the watchful gaze of an auror. The presence of such an individual compelled him to remain on high alert. How unfortunate! As a newly appointed staff member, Tommy Shelby's salary was set at 100 galleons per month, in addition to receiving a monthly supply of wolf venom potion from John. During his year of wandering, he had encountered numerous werewolves, and John decided that once the shop expanded further, he would have Tommy recruit other werewolves as well. Having mingled with former aurors, their character would likely not be questionable. A point John was quite aware of: the Silverhand shop had recently opened its doors. Although business had yet to flourish, earning 200 galleons a day was certainly achievable in time, as more people became aware of this establishment. The business would only grow, especially once Demoya Alex received his first-class medal. The reputation of John's wolf venom potion would soar, attracting even more werewolves to purchase it. A standard wolf venom potion was priced at 30 galleons. Capable of suppressing the bloodthirsty urges during transformation, the refined version sold for 80 galleons, allowing one to recognize their loved ones and remain in a single location during transformation. The top-tier potion, priced at 150 galleons, rendered one merely a transformed being without the ability to use magic, while retaining their consciousness. These three variants of wolf venom potions not only satisfied the basic needs of werewolves, but also empowered them to rise above their discriminated status. The top-tier potion required considerable time to concoct, as it was quite a task to ensure that one retained their pre-transformation state. The potion John provided to Shelby was of this caliber, ensuring that Shelby would willingly risk his life for him. The start of the academic year drew ever closer to Harry's residence in the Dursleys had transformed John into a solitary figure. He now found himself either counting gleaming galleons or dispersing them. Money was perpetually insufficient, and alchemy was an expensive endeavor. Nonetheless, progress was remarkably smooth. He had inscribed the second rune onto the sword of Gryffindor and crafted a magical circuit for it by activating the circuit. One could utilize the sword's magic without drawing upon John's own magical strength. Of course, the magic generated by these circuits required time to recharge after being released, apart from addressing urgent situations. It was of little practical use. One day, as John practiced magic, his transfiguration skills stubbornly refused to elevate, prompting an impulse within him to elevate at any cost. Should he perhaps delve into more transfiguration literature? He had long coveted the dragon form, estimating that he would not unlock it until reaching level 4. Thus he reluctantly set that desire aside. Had someone intruded? John's brow furrowed. He had set up perceptual magical devices in the basement to alert him of any intrusions. Aiming his wand at a corner of the basement, John coldly declared, "Do you think I wouldn't notice you?" A pair of bulging green eyes, as large as tennis balls, and bat-like ears drooped behind. John acted decisively, casting a transfiguration spell that transformed the corner desk into strips of fabric, tightly wrapping the emerging figure to the house elf. Once secured, John was taken aback that the house elf let out a shriek, introducing himself as Dobby. The friend of Harry Potter, Dobby attempted to wriggle free, but the fabric held him tightly, muffling his cries. "Dobby, the house elf?" John recalled Harry's grievances and, in a low voice, asked, "Who sent you? Are you trying to use me to discover Harry's whereabouts?" "No, not at all. Dobby wishes for John Wick to protect Harry Potter." Upon uttering these words, Dobby realized he had nearly spoken ill of his master. He sought to punish himself, but was firmly bound. He could only repeatedly bang his head against the wall, chastising himself. Bad Dobby, stop." John felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to manipulate the fabric to bind Dobby's head as well. He kept his wand at the ready and approached Dobby, his expression turning grave as he inquired, "You say Harry is in danger. How do you know?" As he posed this question, John observed the terror etched on Dobby's face, who seemed to desire self-harm, yet could not. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, John decided to rephrase his inquiry. "What kind of danger are you referring to? A conspiracy, a perilous and dreadful conspiracy. Hogwarts will witness the most horrific events." Dobby screamed, prompting John to dispel the magic, causing Dobby to plop onto the ground. "Then why do you want me to protect Harry?" John lowered his wand, fixating on the house elf who had intruded into his home. Dobby sniffled. "Dobby has heard that John Wick is a powerful wizard. He has protected Harry Potter before, I admit to having protected Harry, but being called a powerful wizard is quite the exaggeration." John's lips twitched slightly. He wondered who had spread such rumors. He was merely a novice with third-level magical prowess. Casting a sidelong glance at Dobby, he resignedly stated, "If you truly wish to protect Harry, you must tell me the name of the mastermind behind this conspiracy. With a name, especially concerning Harry, the Savior, I could write to Dumbledore. With the White Lord around, I refuse to believe anyone could harm Harry." Dobby could not divulge the name. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby resumed his self-punishment, prompting John to bind him once more. Although he could not fully trust Dobby's words, if Harry were indeed in danger, he would lend a helping hand. "I will investigate this conspiracy, provided it is genuine." Dobby expressed immense gratitude, and John waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, his gaze fell upon Dobby, who wore an old pillowcase, appearing both pitiable and comical. "That I have some old clothes. If you don't mind, you may take them." John's offer elicited a scream from Dobby, who expressed overwhelming gratitude, proclaiming that John Wick was as worthy of respect as Harry Potter. Only when a house elf's master provides them with clothing can they attain freedom. Dobby could not accept John's kindness without elevating him to the same status as the Savior Harry, though perhaps slightly lower. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished with a pop, the ability to perform magic without a wand. Fixating on the spot where Dobby had disappeared, John cast a spell, yet Dobby moved in and out freely. Clearly, the protective measures he had instituted were insufficient. He resolved to enhance his surveillance to prevent similar incidents from occurring. As the days passed and Johnny Silverhand's shop stabilized, the time for John to return to school approached. September 1 St. Watson had arrived early at King's Cross Station with his child, deliberately colliding with the barrier to Platform 9. The outcome was predictable. He was no wizard at least. Before a sizable bump formed on his head, he had fancied that perhaps Hogwarts had simply forgotten to send him a notification letter in his youth. Mrs. Wick entertained guests at the beauty salon, leaving John to watch his father collide with the wall in disdain. "All right, Dad, I must take my leave." Watson, feeling disheartened after his collision, could only watch his son depart, rubbing the bump on his head, when suddenly, bang, ouch! The two anguished cries left Watson in a state of bewilderment, as the two young wizards stared blankly at the impassable wall before them, rendered speechless. "Why can't we get through?" Harry questioned in confusion. "I don't know, but we might miss the train," Ron replied, equally perplexed, yet acutely aware that time waits for no one. They were in a state of utter anxiety. The closure of the passage meant they could not board the train to Hogwarts. Suddenly, an idea struck Ron. "The car. We can fly to Hogwarts." He recalled the enchanted car belonging to his family. Harry hesitated, but the thought of being late and facing expulsion from Hogwarts was far more daunting. Without further ado, they set out to find the Weasley family's flying car. Just as they prepared to start the engine, a hand appeared at the window. "Hey, I think you might need some assistance." Harry and Ron gaped at the man who had suddenly emerged, wearing a hat. Watson Wick flashed a confident smile, introducing himself as the legendary Canary Wharf car god. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts Express chugged along the tracks, with Harry and Ron conspicuously absent. Hermione searched every carriage but found no sign of them. John, hearing her words, set down the chocolate frog he had been about to eat, pondering if they had perhaps missed the train. Maybe they did miss it, but it's no big deal. A letter to the school should suffice, and they'll send someone to fetch them. He popped the chocolate frog into his mouth and glanced at Neville. Since the holiday, Neville had seemed somewhat despondent after visiting his parents. "Neville, are you all right?" he inquired. Neville paused, then nodded. "I'm fine, John, that's a relief." "Would you like some toffee?" John offered, placing a piece of toffee in Neville's hand, his thoughts drifting to Neville's parents and the curse that had afflicted them. An unforgivable curse. He recalled the Cruciatus curse he had once used and felt it prudent to refrain from such actions in the future. Lost in thought, John's eyes wandered out the window. He noticed a dark shape approaching rapidly, and he blinked, as if to confirm what he was seeing, that a familiar flying car sped alongside the Hogwarts Express. Screams emanating from within. Mr. Wick, you're heading the wrong way. No, not that way. That's a nosedive. John watched helplessly as the car plummeted through the gap in the bridge, disappearing from sight. He muttered to himself, I think I just saw my dad, if I'm not mistaken. That car contained 3 people, Harry, Ron, and my father, Watson Wick. His expression stiffened. He never expected his father to be so audacious as to drive a flying car recklessly. Did he think it was just an ordinary vehicle? All he could do was pray for the safety of Harry and Ron. John clasped his hands in prayer, leaving Hermione bewildered. What? The Canary Wharf car god? I forgot to mention, there are more boats than cars there. Glancing at the agitated Hermione, John tactfully chose to disregard the earlier incident. Don't worry, Hermione. Harry and the others will be fine. He silently added a caveat in his mind. Probably. Thank you, John, Hermione replied, realizing that perhaps her nerves had gotten the better of her. Surely Harry and Ron wouldn't be foolish enough not to write to the school. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron regretted placing their trust in this seemingly reliable adult. John, Ron shouted frantically, believing only John could save them and persuade the madman to cease his reckless antics. Harry had already bumped his head against the car roof for the 10th time. The vehicle's construction was remarkably sturdy, though it was Harry's head that might give way first. In stark contrast, Watson was exuberant, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and accelerating to 200 miles per hour with a mere flick of his wrist. Long live the Canary Wharf car god, he cheered, mingled with the faint cries of distress from the back seat as they sped past their intended destination. Unlike the first year, where students entered Hogwarts via the Black Lake, the second year introduced a different route. Outside the Hogsmeade station, a line of carriages awaited, devoid of horses that a glance revealed at least 100 such carriages, their lack of equine companions rendering them peculiar. What powered these vehicles? Hermione wondered, seated beside John in one of the carriages. They are drawn by thestrals, a remarkable magical creature, John informed her, recalling that only those who had faced death could see them. Was it Quirrell? The memory of witnessing Quirrell being overtaken by Voldemort struck John, illuminating the revelation. Each carriage could accommodate 4 passengers. After Neville boarded, a blonde girl hastily claimed a seat before Ernie Macmillan could. Hi, John. Long time no see. Though she feigned nonchalance, Daphne's eagerness to occupy the carriage revealed her true intent. John greeted her with a smile, noting that despite being in the same house, his interactions with other Slytherins had been rather limited. Aside from Malfoy and his 2 lackeys, Daphne was the one he had exchanged the most words with, though even that amounted to no more than a handful. Hermione's eyes narrowed upon spotting Daphne. A visceral sense of rivalry igniting within her that women's intuition is often inexplicable. She shot a glare at Daphne, who merely flicked her hair disdainfully, the golden strands shimmering like silk under the night sky. Neville sensed a chill in the air. Was it simply the night? The interior of the carriage was dim, imbued with a faint musty odor and the scent of hay. Once all the students boarded, the 100 carriages lined up and set off along the muddy path to Hogwarts. The thestral-drawn carriages moved steadily towards the castle, and as they neared the entrance, John caught sight of winged boars flanking the grand doors. Upon entering, the carriages traveled up the sloped driveway, finally arriving at the stone steps leading to the oak doors of Hogwarts Castle. Students disembarked here to enter the Great Hall, shortly followed by the first-year students arriving in the enchanted boats. Hermione still had not spotted Harry and Ron, and John's presence at the Slytherin table caused her unease. But the Slytherin table, Malfoy had intended to sit next to John, but Daphne swiftly claimed the seat beside him. That's my spot, Malfoy fumed, while Daphne cast him a disdainful glance, her eyes communicating a clear message. Get lost. Ahem, perhaps a different seat would provide a better view, he suggested, recalling Daphne's equally prestigious pure-blood lineage. He vowed to himself that he was merely being overly courteous. Malfoy repositioned himself across from John, who remarked, Draco, you've grown taller. Really? I feel like I've grown quite a bit. How much? Malfoy's excitement was palpable. To be honest, he had always felt his height was insufficient to command the presence he desired. He had long believed that if he were as tall as John, he could easily overshadow that insufferable scar-headed Potter. John extended his hand to demonstrate a significant height difference, but after a moment's thought, he reduced it to 2 fingers, stating, about this much. By the way, John had also grown. perhaps by 2 fingers. Nevertheless, Malfoy was still quite pleased. Sharing his grand plans for the upcoming term, my father has promised to donate a set of Firebolt 2001s to the team. Once I become the Seeker, we'll surely dominate Potter. Such an extravagant display of wealth would undoubtedly elevate the Slytherin team to new heights. What astonished John even more was how effortlessly Malfoy had navigated this backdoor arrangement. With your skills, it hardly seems necessary to resort to such underhanded tactics in second year, T.O. speak candidly. Malfoy's flying skills are rather commendable. Although he pales in comparison to Harry, he remains among the top tier of students. John's words were quite flattering to Malfoy, who shared the sentiment. Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy did not feel the same way. The sorting ceremony commenced, and John immediately spotted Ginny Weasley, her vibrant red hair strikingly conspicuous. Snape seemed to have vanished, and John speculated he was off to apprehend Harry and his friends. After all, who else could compel Professor Snape to take action personally, if not Harry? John would soon learn the answer to this quandary, as Professor Snape entered the Great Hall with a grim visage. "John Wick, follow me," he commanded. Even from a distance across the table, Malfoy could sense the oppressive aura emanating from his head of house, prompting him to quietly inquire, "What have you done? I have never seen Professor Snape this furious. Please don't let us lose points." John pondered momentarily, realizing he hadn't done anything wrong. He had been on his best behavior. "I'm not sure. I shall take my leave," he replied, under Daphne's concerned gaze. John exited the Great Hall. He was summoned to Snape's office, a chamber filled with various jars and vials, containing either precious potion ingredients or tissues harvested from some creature. There, John encountered his biological father. Well, he now understood precisely where he had offended Professor Snape. While other sons might bring trouble to their fathers, here it was the father who had ensnared the son. John couldn't help but facepalm, observing the murderous intent in Snape's eyes, and felt there was still a chance for salvage. "I trust this incident won't lead to a loss of points for me?" John inquired earnestly, only to see Snape's expression darken further. "John Wick, your Muggle father has illegally entered Hogwarts and damaged a rare Whomping Willow." Snape's lips twitched, as if incredulous at the notion of a Muggle piloting a flying car. He forcefully opened the Daily Prophet, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Moreover, 6 or 7 Muggles witnessed an old car soaring past the post office. This was a breach of the statute of secrecy, and the presence of Watson Wick within Hogwarts constituted a grave violation of school regulations. Upon hearing this, John too recognized the gravity of the situation. Even Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore were alerted. Harry and Ron trembled in apprehension, while their father, Watson, realized he had indeed committed a blunder. "Professor, if there are any consequences, let them fall upon me, not the children," Watson declared heroically, earning the respect of Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall approached with a serious demeanor, raising her wand, causing Harry to momentarily fear she might transform him into a silent snuffbox. However, she merely conjured flames in the fireplace and instructed them to take a seat. "Please explain," she urged. Her expression mirrored that of a teacher who had caught them sneaking out at night, and Harry and Ron felt they might still salvage their situation, insisting, "It's not our fault. The barrier at the station wouldn't let us in." They attempted to clarify the issue with the barrier, but McGonagall coldly retorted, "Why didn't you send an owl to inform us? I trust you possess an owl." "Do you not?" Harry stammered, finally recalling that he could indeed do that. McGonagall glanced at Watson Wick, her lips parting slightly, yet she refrained from speaking. This was a matter concerning a student's parent, and it ought to be addressed by Dumbledore. When Dumbledore arrived, his expression was devoid of cheer, and he addressed Watson Wick. "I regret meeting you under such circumstances, Mr. Wick. It is entirely my fault, Professor Dumbledore," Watson lamented, feeling utterly embarrassed. "I trust this won't impact my child." "Will it? Mr. Wick, had you been a student, I would have written to your parents. However, as it stands, I shall arrange for someone to escort you home, and I hope you will not mention this incident to anyone." This was indeed good news. At least Watson would not be subjected to a memory charm. The revelation of a Muggle driving a flying car into Hogwarts needed to be kept under wraps. Dumbledore then turned to John and said quietly, "John, as a consequence, you are to tend to the Whomping Willow until it recovers." "Why must I bear the burden of my father's actions?" John thought helplessly. Yet he acquiesced. After all, Dumbledore was showing him considerable leniency. Given what Watson had done, it would not be unreasonable to administer a memory charm and abandon him to fend for himself in the outskirts of London. "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," John replied, nodding obediently. Dumbledore then looked at Harry and Ron, who awaited their verdict with trepidation. "Are we being expelled?" Ron asked despondently. Harry quickly turned to Dumbledore, who replied sternly, "Not today, Mr. Weasley. However, I must ensure you grasp the seriousness of your actions. I will be writing to your family. I must also warn you that should such behavior occur again, expulsion would be the only option." This proclamation left Professor Snape appearing as though he had just tasted an earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. While Ron Weasley could weather the storm, Harry had no one but his indifferent uncle and aunt to worry about. What difference did it make whether they were sent home or not? Moreover, Snape had observed McGonagall refraining from deducting points from the two for their aerial escapade prior to the school year. It was utterly biased. Snape expressed his vehement disapproval, and John recognized the brewing storm on his head of house's face, signaling that the desire to deduct points was stirring within him. Surely, he would not hold John accountable. He was the sole Slytherin present, while Harry and Ron belonged to Gryffindor, under McGonagall's jurisdiction. "Please ensure Mr. Wick is escorted to the station." Seeing John's expression, Snape's demeanor darkened, teetering on the edge of outrage, but ultimately transformed into a tone laced with sarcasm. John, unwilling to court further misfortune, led his father, Watson Wick, to the station. The station. Hagrid awaited their arrival, waving vigorously upon spotting John. "Hagrid, I appreciate your assistance," John said with relief upon recognizing him. He sincerely added, "If my father becomes too loud, feel free to knock him out." "Thank you." This filial devotion drew protests from Watson Wick, to which Hagrid awkwardly chuckled, assuring him he would not resort to such measures. Faced with Watson's dissatisfaction, John swiftly countered, his expression impassive, "I shall write to Mother." At this, Watson fell completely silent, knowing that upon returning home, he would face the wrath of Mrs. Wick, who would have received the letter. It was said that following that day, Watson took a week's sick leave, too embarrassed to return to work. Ding! Initiating Hogwarts Phase 2. Survive the second year as a magical apprentice. Task reward: 1 magical blood, 3 free points. Ding! Triggering nurturing task: care for the Whomping Willow until it recuperates. Gain buff: botanist. Increases the success rate of plant cultivation. Ding! Triggering challenge task: maintain the top grade until the semester concludes. Reward: 1 free points. Buff: diligent scholar. Studying for more than 2 consecutive hours grants an hour of efficiency bonus. System: is this truly the moment to activate? Are you hoping to witness whether I will be expelled? After John bid farewell to his father, the second phase of the Hogwarts mission commenced. He harbored grave suspicions that the system had activated at this particular moment due to the looming threat of his potential expulsion. Fortunately, all was well. Dumbledore was not akin to Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. Had it been him, it was likely that 3 students would have departed this place by day's end. After all, being labeled as the most insufferable headmaster in history is a distinction that stands alone. Having missed dinner, John resolved to venture into the kitchen in hopes of procuring a meal. The house elves of Hogwarts felt immensely honored to serve the wizard. After receiving a dinner, John chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead made his way to the room of requirement. After traversing the enormous tapestry 3 times, he entered the training room. Having not visited in some time, a layer of dust had accumulated within, using magic to sweep the dust out of the window. John retrieved the sword of Gryffindor from his satchel. Simultaneously, he donned the enchanted boots, which adjusted to fit snugly around his feet, rendering them as comfortable as if he were barefoot. The feather from a thestral was lighter than gossamer, enhanced further by a levitation charm. With a swift tap of his heel, 2 wings unfurled from the sides of the boots. A gentle leap propelled him 3 meters into the air, as the small wings flapped to keep him aloft. Grasping the sword of Gryffindor, John uttered an incantation. "I am a fire dragon." The incantation resonated. The runes on the sword glimmered with a red light, igniting flames along its blade. Several large humanoid targets descended from above. Hovering in the training arena, with a single, decisive swing of his flaming sword, John cleaved through the targets effortlessly, flames erupting from the wounds he inflicted. Without the use of a wand, he easily obliterated all the humanoid targets. As the flames danced around him, John landed and surveyed the destruction he had wrought. He called out to the training ground. Difficult mode. This training facility offered 4 modes: training, beginner, difficult, and master. The training targets remained motionless, Serving solely for testing purposes, beginner mode introduced evasive maneuvers, while difficult mode featured animated attacking dummies akin to puppets. John had previously attempted the difficult mode but had been thwarted by the quality of his sword. With a new weapon in hand, he resolved to challenge himself once more. Upon issuing his command, the humanoid targets retracted, and 5 wizard-like dummies emerged from the fireplace. Upon their arrival, they immediately launched an assault on John. One dummy charged forward, wielding a wooden sword and aiming a strike directly at him. John raised his sword to parry, then swiftly sidestepped to deliver a devastating blow to the dummy's midsection. His speed and damage output had markedly increased. Turning to regard the bisected dummy, John reflected upon the enhancement he had earned at the end of the previous academic year. Knight. Power significantly increases when wielding a sword with both hands. When combined with a mount, power can increase even further. The enhancement, which bestowed 2 significant boosts, reaffirmed John's belief that it was well worth the peril he had faced to acquire it in the prior semester. When battling the dummies, he had scarcely managed to withstand a single blow without nearly collapsing. Today, he was determined to conquer the difficult mode. Filled with enthusiasm, the second dummy emerged. This one possessed remarkable speed as it rushed toward John. Remaining calm, he invoked. Reductio at a beam of white light struck the dummy, shattering it into fragments. With his wand in hand, John nodded in satisfaction at the devastation he had caused. As his magical prowess grew, so too did the potency of his spells. However, his unorthodox testing of spell strength seemed to irk the remaining dummies. In the blink of an eye, 3 dummies surged forward simultaneously. Point 1 was immensely strong, another remarkably fast, and the third agile and capable of casting spells. John's expression shifted to one of alarm as he wielded his sword to fend off their attacks, while remaining vigilant against potential ambushes. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he soon found himself in a precarious position. Struck by a red beam from the wizard dummy, he was flung outside the training grounds. The 3 attacking dummies came to a halt, and John felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He retched, a slimy slug escaping his mouth. Damn it! The visual assault was overwhelming, and John could not suppress another bout of vomiting. More slugs emerged, prompting him to hastily retrieve his wand to cast a counter curse. Due to the rigors of training, he had removed his protective talisman, failing to activate the shield charm. Unbeknownst to him, the dummies employed a minor jinx, which, while not particularly harmful, was deeply humiliating at the very least. John felt significantly disgusted, harboring a desire to dismantle the 3 dummies. Point 1 was a mage, another an assassin, and the last a warrior. Once the jinx had been dispelled, John eliminated the slugs from the floor. His expression grew serious. The trio exhibited an impeccable synergy. Point 1 dummy absorbed damage head-on, another flanked to disrupt, while the third dealt the primary damage. This arrangement gave John the distinct impression of being a wild leader facing a coordinated team. After several attempts, and following the third bout of retching due to his swollen front teeth, John found himself at an impasse. Confronting 3 dummies at once proved to be quite a challenge. Perhaps leveling up would remedy the situation. With his pupils dilating, John summoned his status panel. Magic. Level 3, 10,851,500. Spells. Levitation Charm. Level 4. Transfiguration Charm. Level 2. Can transform into a dragon. Disillusionment Charm. Level 4. Fiery Blaze. Level 4. Reductor Curse. Level 3. Conflagration. Level 3. Mind Locking Spell. Level 4. Skills. Short Weapon Proficiency. Level 7. Greatsword Proficiency. Level 4. Firearm Proficiency. Level 1. Unarmed Combat Proficiency. Level 2. Alchemy Proficiency. Level 2. Enhancements. Enhanced Physique. Rapid Assault. Precision. Scholar 2.0. Pilot. Long Distance Runner. Sword Dance. Night Demon. Giant Slayer. Knight. Fire Eater. Intimidation. Hardening. Dragon Tongue. His proficiency with the Great Sword remained at level 4. Sufficient yet somewhat lacking against this formidable combination. John contemplated whether he should level up. He had but a single arbitrary point remaining, and utilizing it would mean awaiting the completion of the next mission for further rewards. Ultimately, he decided it was best to remain in Hogwarts for the time being, as no immediate danger loomed. Undeterred by the humiliation he had just suffered, John was resolute in his intent to dismantle the 3 dummies as a means of venting his frustration, with a decisive tap on the Great Sword Proficiency. An immediate surge of familiarity enveloped him. Moreover, as he recalled the earlier skirmishes, he recognized the folly of his self-assured defense that it was as if Through countless repetitions, John had regained mastery over the sword. Wielding it as an extension of himself, his gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the three dummies. As he stepped forward, they collectively raised their heads to meet his gaze. "Come forth, for I am a fire dragon." A soft whisper breathed new life into the flames of the sword of Gryffindor. John surged forward, his movements reminiscent of a wild stallion breaking free from its restraints. The warrior automaton met him head-on, swinging downwards with a fierce strike. Unyielding, John advanced with his sword gripped firmly in both hands, narrowly evading the wooden blade as he swung his great sword, cleaving through the air towards the warrior automaton. At that moment, a crimson light hurtled towards him. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, causing the red light to graze the blade as it passed. Almost immediately, a whoosh of wind heralded an attack from behind, an assassin automaton's ambush. John adjusted his stance, swinging his sword to intercept the blow with the hilt facing outward. The warrior, regaining its composure, launched another assault, but John deftly deflected the assassin with a powerful thrust, his great sword arcing downward to sever the warrior automaton's sword-bearing hand. The mage automaton attacked again, and seizing the opportunity, John drew his wand, casting the ironclad charm to block the assault. Using his left foot as a pivot, he spun, unleashing his great sword with a swift motion. The hilt slid through his palm, and just as it seemed he might lose his grip, he caught the pommel just in time. This maneuver extended the sword's reach, allowing him to pierce through the approaching assassin automaton. With one automaton incapacitated and another pierced, only the mage automaton remained, relentlessly launching magical attacks. Observing this, John continuously employed the ironclad charm to defend himself, while simultaneously redirecting a spell that struck a nearby one-armed warrior automaton, sending it to join its fallen companions. As he alternated between offense and defense, John gradually closed the distance to the mage automaton. Though the mage could move, it was far too slow compared to the assassin. He deflected another spell and countered with a radiant orb of light that struck the mage, sending it hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, the sword of Gryffindor pierced the mage automaton's body, igniting it in a blaze of scorching flames. At last, he had triumphed. The pent-up breath of relief escaped John's chest as he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He sank down onto the ground, pondering how only those at level 5 could pose a challenge. And he wondered what level would be required to face a master-level opponent. The thought of confronting a master intrigued him. If this was so difficult, did it mean he would have to contend with Voldemort himself? That notion seemed implausible. As John sat on the ground, the wooden sword he had propped in the corner began to undergo a transformation. The once formidable sword gradually diminished in size, shedding excess material that fell to the ground, reminiscent of shedding skin, until it formed into a humanoid shape. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore returned after attending to his duties. There, the sword of Gryffindor trembled slightly. Witnessing this, Dumbledore approached the sword, his expression one of astonishment. Albus, the Sorting Hat, placed nearby, suddenly spoke up, prompting Dumbledore to turn and consider the implications. Has he returned? Yet it was not he. Rather, it was the opening of his chamber, when it came to knowledge of Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat undoubtedly possessed the most extensive understanding. Dumbledore quickened his pace to the Sorting Hat's side and inquired, "Who is it?" "I do not know. You are aware that the founders of the 4 houses have always been this way." This statement plunged Dumbledore into contemplation. He recognized that each founder had left their own legacy at Hogwarts. Much like the Chamber of Secrets once opened by Salazar Slytherin, the other 3 founders had similarly established their own legacies. The he spoken of by the Sorting Hat referred to Gryffindor. "I s at you, Harry." Dumbledore's first thought was of Harry, believing that the chamber would only open for an acknowledged successor. The savior, Harry Potter, would undoubtedly be the most promising candidate. The sword of Gryffindor ceased its trembling, and Dumbledore fell into deep thought. Could it be that you sensed the danger drawing near? John, having rested sufficiently, prepared to return. Rising, he turned to retrieve the sword he had thrust into the automaton. The flames had extinguished, and the crimson glow of the spell had dimmed. He took a step, but halted abruptly. Before him stood a young man adorned in a wizard's hat. Gazing intently at him, in that instant, John felt as if he were being scrutinized by a lion. The man had flowing red hair cascading over his shoulders, a strikingly handsome visage, and a beard adorning his chin. Flakes of wood-like skin clung to his form, making him appear almost like a wooden figure. An alarm rang in John's mind. He tightened his grip on the sword, his left hand ready with the wand, prepared to unleash a spell. Who are you? The last piece of wood-like skin adhered to the man's face, transforming the once formidable sword into a slender wand. The man opened his eyes, which gleamed with intensity. And his first words were, "You must be a Gryffindor, am I right?" I am a Slytherin." Slytherin? The man looked at John in bewilderment, holding the great sword in his right hand and the wand in his left. Clearly his own methods of attack, and yet John claimed to be a Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor burst into laughter. "Do not jest with me. You defeated the trial I set, and my hat would never allow you into Slytherin." He was confident this was merely a jest from a young wizard, but John sensed something was amiss. "Your hat? The sorting hat?" John tentatively inquired. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Godric Gryffindor. If you prefer, you may call me the old headmaster." Appearing to be in the prime of life, Gryffindor instinctively reached for his beard, but upon recalling that this form was crafted to reflect his youth, he halted. "The founders of the four houses." John was taken aback. "You may refer to me as such. This is the chamber I left behind." "How is it?" "Quite useful, isn't it? How is Gryffindor faring now?" "Did you defeat Slytherin in the House Cup?" Gryffindor still believed John to be a student of his house, and when he thought of his old friend Salazar Slytherin, he let out a disdainful huff. It was clear that the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin had deep roots, existing since the very inception of the school. Observing Gryffindor's evident disdain for Slytherin, John discreetly pointed to the green on his robes, saying, "I assure you, I am indeed a Slytherin. If you do not believe me, take a look." The striking green and silver of his wizarding robe were glaringly apparent, and Gryffindor suddenly appeared unwell. "Goodness, has my hat malfunctioned? It actually sorted you into Slytherin." He could hardly believe it. Not only was John not a Gryffindor cub, but even Gryffindor himself began to question whether his hat had gone awry. John was at a loss for words, offering only an awkward smile that a student who emerged through a trial of his own was not from Gryffindor, which left Godric Gryffindor feeling somewhat unsettled. However, the chamber he had left behind was open to all students, aimed at discovering an exceptional successor. Though this successor was a Slytherin, he begrudgingly accepted it. "Very well, you have passed the trial and earned the right to inherit my legacy," with a gentle wave of his wand. The fallen automaton returned to normal and walked into the fireplace, while two chairs materialized from thin air that he settled into one of the chairs, his wand resembling a mere twig in his hand. "As long as you complete the trial I set forth, I shall grant you the power you seek." John quietly took a seat opposite him, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "If I accept your trial, will I be expelled from Slytherin?" Gryffindor shrugged dismissively. Expulsion would not be so terrible. After all, pureblood families are rarely short on funds. "Well, you see, Headmaster Gryffindor, I am a Muggle-born." "Excuse me?" Gryffindor was taken aback. "You are a Slytherin, and yet a Muggle-born?" He grappled with the implications of what had transpired at Hogwarts during his absence. How could Slytherin allow a Muggle-born to enter? The influx of information was overwhelming, and Gryffindor needed to process it. Growing increasingly uneasy. Could it be that Gryffindor and Slytherin have switched names? He cast another glance at John, increasingly convinced of the possibility that it turned out that Godric Gryffindor possessed the demeanor of a big boy. He was the embodiment of courage, in stark contrast to Salazar Slytherin, who exuded a calm demeanor, one seeking adventure, the other yearning for magic. The two were opposites yet the best of friends, and even when they eventually parted ways, it was a peaceful separation. Godric Gryffindor, resolute in his thoughts, declared, "Rest assured, my legacy is open to the entire school. You shall not be expelled." "Very well," John replied, relieved at the assurance of not facing expulsion. Though the legacy was enticing, the thought of being expelled left him apprehensive, particularly with the looming threat of Voldemort's return. The trials were divided into three: the bird of the forest, the lion of the mountain, and the sword of the brave. "During the trials, I shall observe your performance," Gryffindor stated as he prepared to wave his wand, only to be interrupted by John raising his hand. "Forgive me, Headmaster Gryffindor, but I may not be able to proceed at this moment. It is already time for curfew." Gryffindor held his breath, his actions all set, only to be stood up by John. "Then let us reschedule," Gryffindor finally managed to exclaim after a moment of silence. "Thank you, Headmaster Gryffindor," John replied, bowing politely before taking his leave. He was startled by the announcement of the impending trials. Ding! Challenge task activated. Gryffindor Legacy Phase 1. The Bird of the Forest. Reward. Any point 1. Enhancement. Forest flyered, AT present. John bore no protective charms. Without proper equipment, he was unwilling to take risks. Prudence is the key to longevity. Upon returning to his dormitory, John resolved to recuperate his energy before proceeding. The following day, John arrived at the Great Hall, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited. Porridge, pickled herring, along with bread, eggs, and salted meat. Although eating pickled herring for breakfast evoked a peculiar sensation akin to consuming rice noodles with white porridge. After all these years, John's stomach had become as resilient as iron that as he enjoyed his bread with porridge, a golden-haired girl sat beside him. Daphne gazed at John's handsome profile and inexplicably chuckled. Seemingly casual, she remarked, "John, did you know our defense against the dark arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart? My mother adores him." John took a sip of his porridge, accompanied by a piece of salted meat, and replied nonchalantly, "I've read his books. They are indeed well written, though I am uncertain about his teaching proficiency." The annual rotation of defense against the dark arts professors resulted in a disparity in students' proficiency in the subject. John found it perplexing that the school insisted on such stubbornness. Could they not simply change the name and teach the same course under dark arts combat? The curse was placed upon the position of the defense against the dark arts professor. What relevance did that have to my dark arts combat professor? Whether the curse was real or not was uncertain, but the annual turnover of professors was undeniably true. The previous year's professor, Quirrell, had been utterly lackluster in his instruction. John had later discovered that Quirrell's abilities were not lacking. He simply chose to conceal his talents. Malfoy approached with 2 lackeys, excitedly finding John, Potter, and that insufferable Weasley are in trouble. They flew a car to school. "It's a pity you weren't in the Great Hall yesterday." News spread rapidly. That very night, Gryffindor celebrated Harry's reckless behavior. Harry himself realized he had committed a foolish act, the consequence of which was Hermione's anger. The brains of the trio. Hermione could hardly believe someone could act so foolishly. In a fit of pique, she glared at the vampire with whom she was traveling. Utterly captivated by a book authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, today, a postman arrived, a cacophony of owls crowding into the Great Hall, creating a chaotic scene in the an elderly owl aimed for Gryffindor. It intended to land, but instead dove headfirst into Hermione's milk jug. Errol, this aged owl belonged to the Weasley family. Ron rescued it, only to discover a crimson envelope it had carried. A howler. Now a spectacle was in store. John observed as Malfoy deliberately changed direction, eager to witness the unfolding drama. A howler. The Weasleys are in for it now. Malfoy relished the moment, while his companions feigned sobbing. Ron hesitated to open the howler, and Neville murmured, "You'd best open it. Not doing so could be worse. My grandmother once sent me one, and when I ignored it, the memory of that terrifying scene sent a shiver down my spine." Ron gulped, knowing full well the impending horror. Trembling, he tore open the howler. The tremendous roar erupted, sending a shudder through the Great Hall. John watched in disbelief as a clump of ash fell into his porridge. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly pushed it toward Malfoy, who savored the spectacle of Ron's mortification. Taking a hearty sip of porridge, though it was too little, he finished it in mere bites. The first class was History of Magic. Before class commenced, John decided to check on the Whomping Willow that had been injured by his father. The Whomping Willow was a formidable tree located outside Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Known for its fury, anything that dared collide with it would be met with a barrage of strikes from its branches. By the time John reached the site of the Whomping Willow, 2 individuals were already present. "Listen to me. I once encountered a Whomping Willow during my travels. If you provoke it, you will only anger it further. Fear not. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a holder of the 3rd class Merlin Award." With the most charming smile, "Smack, how can this be? Be quiet." John observed as the self-proclaimed expert, the new defense against the dark arts professor, brandished his wand, successfully inciting the fury of the Whomping Willow. The herbology professor, Professor Sprout, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, was sent flying by the enraged tree. In that moment, Professor Sprout harbored murderous intent toward Lockhart, a former Ravenclaw student who was nothing short of a pompous fool. With a grim expression, Professor Sprout could not fathom why Dumbledore would allow such a disgrace to return to teach. "Do not worry, Professor Sprout. I once traveled with a troll, and this injury is but a trifling matter." "Stop! Don't come any closer." Professor Sprout, short and stout, summoned an unexpected burst of strength, rolling away from the willow's striking range. She was genuinely terrified. If this man continued his antics, it would either be the demise of the Whomping Willow or her own. Thus, she excused herself, citing the impending class, urging the bothersome man to depart. This buffooned the defense against the dark arts professor. John, having witnessed Lockhart's incompetence in endangering a seasoned herbology professor, fell into deep contemplation. Surely, even if the defense against the dark arts professor were a fleeting position, it should not be filled by such a character. Recalling his impressions of Lockhart's writings, John harbored serious doubts about whether these two Lockharts were indeed the same person. Was ghostwriting a phenomenon in the magical world as well? The seeds of suspicion had been sown. After the two departed, John approached the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. He had seen on the Marauder's map that there was a secret passage beneath the tree. However, how to approach it remained a challenge. The Whomping Willow was exceedingly aggressive, its once towering branches now drooping, a clear indication of his father's handiwork. As John drew near, a branch lashed out towards him. He swiftly retreated, realizing the tree was not to be trifled with. So sensitive and active, it might yield unexpected results if used to craft protective charms. As John observed the Whomping Willow thrashing about, he stroked his chin, his gaze fixated on the injured area. He was already contemplating where he could procure a small sample. After all, sustaining injuries while dealing with a Whomping Willow was rather commonplace. With his left hand, he drew his wand, while in his right he unsheathed his sword. Petrificus totalis. The flailing branches came to an abrupt halt. Seizing the opportunity, John leaped up with the aid of his enchanted boots, deftly severing a portion of the broken branch. Having accomplished this, he activated his boots and soared away, leaving the Whomping Willow to resume its furious thrashing, resembling a chaotic dance of fury. Fear not. I shall investigate how to assist you with your recovery, John declared with confidence, even perceiving the tree as somewhat petty, such a large specimen, and yet it can't spare a little for itself. With a casual wave, he stashed the branch into his satchel and turned away without a trace of regret. Regarding the treatment of the Whomping Willow, he believed it prudent to consult someone with greater expertise, such as Professor Sprout, who would be an excellent choice. As the time for class approached, John navigated the labyrinthine passageways of Hogwarts with ease, unperturbed by the impending lesson. Just a second before the history of magic class commenced, he stepped into the classroom. Professor Binns, the instructor of history of magic, had forgotten to take his body with him upon waking from a nap, thus becoming a ghost. His lectures were monotonous and devoid of any vivacity, much like his ancient, lifeless visage that induced drowsiness. Even John struggled to remain awake, feigning attentiveness to the history of magic while covertly studying his alchemy notes. After enduring the history of magic class, the afternoon brought the lesson on defense against the dark arts. During lunch, Ron was lamenting the misfortune of his broken wand. My mother once said Lockhart is a brave wizard, unlike the eagerly expectant Daphne. John recalled the scene he witnessed that morning, leading him to harbor no hopes for the defense against the dark arts lesson. He meticulously peeled a potato and popped it into his mouth. Malfoy was absent, having gone off to mock Harry. This morning, Harry had been caught by Lockhart, resulting in yet another bout of publicity, which had left young Malfoy seething with jealousy. Daphne had forgotten to bring her mother's newly released book, Gaddying with Ghouls, for Lockhart to sign, and she went back to retrieve it. Hermione approached, clutching Lockhart's work, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, I wonder what lively lesson Professor Lockhart will bring. Just like the adventures in his book, John hesitated to disillusion her. Observing Hermione in her starry-eyed state, he knew she would be disheartened upon learning the truth. In the past, Hermione would have easily disowned the implications of John's words. But now she was immersed in her admiration for Lockhart. John found the situation amusing. If this moment were captured, it would serve as a scandalous revelation once Hermione ascended to the position of Minister of Magic. Meanwhile, Harry found himself in a predicament, not only due to Malfoy's derisive remarks, but also because of the awkwardness that ensued when Lockhart approached. Colin Creevey, a first-year student from Gryffindor and a fervent admirer of Harry Potter, was snapping photos of Harry with his camera. When Lockhart arrived, he insisted on a joint photograph with both boys, leaving Harry in a state of discomfort. As the bell rang for the afternoon class, Lockhart confidently escorted Harry away under his arm, while Ron and Hermione were left behind. As the new defense against the dark arts professor seemed to revel in the attention, John finished the last of his potato and joined Ron, who was still flushed with anger from Malfoy's taunts. Don't take it to heart, Ron. By the way, I heard your wand is broken. Upon hearing John's words, Ron dejectedly produced the two broken pieces of his wand. John examined it closely. The core remained intact, which was promising. After all, it was a creation of Ron's father, and John felt it was his duty as a friend to attempt a rescue. After scrutinizing it for a while, he remarked, "I happen to be studying wand making. I might be able to help you repair it." "Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, John," Ron exclaimed. His spirits lifted. The thought of his mother discovering that he had broken his wand would surely result in another barrage of scolding letters. This assistance felt like a lifeline, and he was immensely grateful that "we'll fix it once I gather the necessary materials after class." The afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson was a joint session with two houses. John returned the wand to Ron, and the group proceeded toward the classroom. The new defense against the dark arts classroom was adorned with portraits, all featuring none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, shortly after their arrival. Lockhart entered. Unlike other professors, he was clad in a flamboyant, eye-catching emerald green robe, topped with a matching hat adorned with golden trim. His ostentatious appearance irked Malfoy, who still held a grudge over Lockhart's photograph with Harry. Eliciting an audible scoff. In stark contrast, the girls were enraptured, their eyes sparkling and faces flushed, embodying the essence of infatuation. Many of their mothers were avid fans of Lockhart's works, if not the girls themselves. As a charlatan, Lockhart wielded not only the memory charm, but also possessed striking good looks. His entrance was as flamboyant as his self-introduction. Gilderoy Lockhart, third-class member of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures. Five-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, though I never mention it, as I am not one to rely on my looks to banish the banshee. He concluded with a poorly executed joke, which went over the heads of his audience. John was left speechless. After such an elaborate introduction, the only noteworthy title was that of honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, which appeared to be nothing more than a superficial accolade. John's suspicions were soon confirmed when Lockhart's first lesson involved a rather peculiar quiz. The questions left John bewildered. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? What nonsense is this? Are you sure you're here to teach and not to host a fan meet and greet? TSK. Hardly anyone remembers that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it during my year with the Yeti in Tibet. A few students might benefit from revisiting the chapter on my adventures with werewolves. I distinctly stated in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmonious coexistence between both magical and non-magical beings, although I certainly wouldn't refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Lockhart perused the quizzes, expressing profound disappointment at the majority of the students' inability to answer his simple questions. Nevertheless, he playfully winked, offering reassurance to the young witches and wizards. At this point, not only Ron, but even the other students were on the verge of losing composure. The classroom was likely left with only Hermione maintaining her focus, until Lockhart unexpectedly called her name, startling her. "But Miss Granger knows that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil, as well as to market my own line of hair care products." Lockhart beamed with delight upon reading her paper, clearly impressed by her brilliance. 100 points for Hermione Granger. Where is she? Hermione, flushed with excitement, raised her hand tremblingly. Lockhart continued, "Excellent. 10 points for Gryffindor." This only heightened Hermione's excitement, as it marked the first time she had earned points before John. She immediately glanced at John, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of victory. John recognized the challenge in her gaze and thought to himself that this could spell trouble. The ever-astute Miss Hermione Granger appeared to be revived, now perceiving a chance to outshine John. Meanwhile, Lockhart, oblivious to the unintended consequences of his actions, placed a large, covered cage on the podium, dramatically gesturing with his body language. "Now, be cautious. My task is to teach you how to defend yourselves against the most malevolent entities known to the magical realm. In this classroom, you will confront the most terrifying of horrors." His words carried a tone reminiscent of intimidation, seemingly aimed at instilling fear in the group of young wizards, perhaps sensing he had gone too far. He shifted his tone, infused with boundless confidence, and declared, "But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to any harm. That I only ask that you maintain your composure." The few young wizards were indeed unsettled by his remarks, their laughter abruptly ceasing, while Neville in the front row felt a profound sense of insecurity, shrinking back slightly. "I must insist that you refrain from screaming, as it will provoke them," he reiterated in a hushed yet menacing tone. effectively creating an atmosphere sufficiently terrifying to render the entire class breathless. Under the tense gaze of all, he lifted the cover. Pop. Typically, Seamus would not burst into laughter during class unless he was utterly unable to contain himself. Amidst Gilderoy Lockhart's theatrical pretense of capturing a swarm of Dementors, the cover revealed a group of Cornish pixies. These pixies, with their slate blue hue and pointed faces, emitted sharp, piercing cries, chattering noisily like budgerigars. Yet, despite their raucousness, they remained diminutive creatures, each less than 8 inches tall. Seamus's laughter left Lockhart feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he retorted with a frown, they could very well be cunning little mischief makers, akin to devils. However, he was met with further laughter, which only deepened Lockhart's annoyance. As he swore he bore no ill intent, he declared loudly, "Well then, let us see how you handle them," as he opened the cage. Intending to allow the students a taste of hardship, the released pixies immediately descended into chaos. They darted about the classroom like little firecrackers, some yanking on the ears of young wizards. Others dashed out of the windows, shattering the glass and scattering shards across the floor. Lockhart was not mistaken. These little rascals wreaked havoc like demons. Ink splattered everywhere, and a pixie flew toward John, attempting to tug at his ear, only for him to fix it with a fierce glare, causing the pixie to tremble in fright. How could a Cornish pixie dare to touch the whiskers of a dragon? It screamed in terror and fled. Lockhart frantically directed the students to corral the pixies, muttering improvised spells with little effect. Even as Neville found himself hoisted by the ear, John furrowed his brow as he noticed a pixie chasing a girl while clutching ink. Enough! Amidst the pandemonium, John stood up. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a dragon's presence, immobilizing all the mischievous pixies on the spot. Lockhart felt as though he had encountered a fire dragon, screaming in fright as he bolted for the exit. The pixies huddled together on the ground, trembling in a pitiful display. With a calm yet imposing demeanor, John swiftly quelled the chaos. He drew his wand and cast a spell at the pixies still attempting to escape. The transfiguration spell transformed the desks into a cage, effectively trapping the pixies within. The end of class bell rang, jolting the students back to reality. John approached the door under the gaze of many curious eyes and remarked, somewhat perplexed, "Aren't you all leaving?" "Oh, right." The students, now aware, exhibited mixed reactions. Daphne stared intently at John, while Malfoy closed his agape mouth. Slytherin erupted in cheers, perceiving John as the savior of the lesson. "Cool. That was incredible." Seamus exclaimed in Gryffindor. "Did you all see that?" One word from John had the pixies quaking in feared that moment. He felt just like a fire dragon, truly terrifying. Harry felt similarly, having never seen an adult fire dragon, but momentarily envisioning a Norwegian ridgeback. Ron, still shaken, lamented, "I never want to attend Lockhart's class again. It was an absolute nightmare." Hermione attempted to defend her idol, suggesting he might have merely wished to provide us with a practical opportunity. Or so she hoped. Yet, as she spoke, her conviction waned. Ron scoffed. "Practical? He was scared out of his wits," Harry added. "I think he was frightened off by John." Among the trio, 2 expressed their discontent towards Lockhart, and Hermione began to reconsider whether she had misjudged her idol. Ron even questioned the validity of the feats described in Lockhart's books. Intimidation proved highly effective against low-level magical creatures. That John's commanding shout had effectively immobilized the pixies. Showcasing exceptional prowess, that he mused that intimidation could serve as a collective petrification spell, a natural ability rooted in his bloodline, that by exerting pressure based on his inherent strength, it could be regarded as yet another remarkable skill. The afternoon class concluded amidst the lingering chaos. John made his way to the herbology greenhouse, retrieving 2 large buckets of dragon dung to tend to the Whomping Willow, since Dumbledore had entrusted him with its care until it recovered. John had no intention of neglecting his duty. Upon arriving at the Whomping Willow, John refrained from immediately using his wand to immobilize it. Instead, he invoked intimidation, shouting, "Stop," before even stepping into the willow's range. It began to thrash its branches as though affronted. Unable to approach, John resorted to the petrifying charm to subdue the aggressive plant. "It seems my intimidation is insufficient to calm the Whomping Willow," he thought. After all, the Whomping Willow was inherently a volatile plant. His attempts at intimidation were likely counterproductive. He poured the dragon dung around the Whomping Willow, knowing it would benefit the plant. Once he stepped out of range, the willow's frenzy subsided. He nodded, satisfied that he had fulfilled his duty. Back in the dormitory, John transformed the branches of the Whomping Willow into a protective amulet that would alert him of any approaching danger. This amulet proved even more sensitive than the blast-ended Scrut, capable of sensing even the slightest hint of malice. Now, he felt ready to embark on his next adventure. Recalling the trial of the forest bird, John equipped himself thoroughly. After securing a small bag, he filled it with potions, including antidotes and fire-resistant brews. With all preparations complete, he made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Silently repeating training ground 3 times in his mind, a door materialized before him. Upon entering, he found Gryffindor already awaiting him. John nodded and stated, "I am ready. Let the trial commence," with a flourish of his wand. Gryffindor transformed the room of requirement. Vines sprouted from the ground, enveloping the training area, while trees shot up into the sky. The transformation persisted for some time, and when all was said and done, John found himself amidst an expansive forest. This was his first realization that the room of requirement could serve such a function. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have believed he had been transported into the forbidden forest. Gryffindor perched on a tree branch beside him, reclining comfortably, and said, "In this forest resides a creature known as the Golden Snidget. Your task is to locate it. Are you certain it's here?" John glanced around the vast forest. Reminiscent of the forbidden forest, finding a person here would be challenging, let alone a creature the size of a golden snidget. Gryffindor, with a playful smirk, replied, "Of course it's here. By the way, you would do well to find it before nightfall. Otherwise, other creatures may appear." With that, Gryffindor settled in to enjoy the spectacle, prompting John to contemplate his next move that he ventured forth, searching within the forest. The golden snidget, known for its incredible speed, was as elusive as the golden snitch in Quidditch, making it a daunting task. After wandering for quite some time, John had yet to spot a trace of the golden snidget. Consequently, he raised his wand and directed a spell at a nearby tree. Reductio, the white light impacted the tree, causing it to explode, sending a flurry of birds into the air. John scrutinized the flock, searching for any glimmer of gold amidst the chaos. Since that was the case, it was time to unleash a bombardment. John, with unwavering determination, leapt into action, utilizing his magical boots to ascend into the air, where he commenced a barrage of spells in every direction. Each shattering curse descended upon the ground, igniting explosions that reverberated throughout the forest. The Gryffindors were taken aback by his audacity, astonished that someone would dare to pursue the golden snitch with such directness. However, upon reflection, John's approach was undeniably astute. The golden snitch, a creature of remarkable sensitivity and swift flight, could easily evade danger before it even approached. Thus, what initially appeared as reckless was, in fact, a display of cleverness. The astute wizard quickly discerned the most efficient method. Yet Gryffindor mused that John was still too young. A smile crept across Gryffindor's face. While this method was indeed convenient, it demanded an immense expenditure of magical energy, rendering sustained use impractical. That a human bombardier? Gryffindor anticipated the unfolding spectacle with skepticism. As time progressed, John's magical reserves began to dwindle. He retrieved a small bag from which he produced a potion of restoration. With a swift gulp, his magical energy began to replenish, and he launched into another round of bombardment. This maneuver left Gryffindor astounded, questioning the extent of John's magical capacity. Surely, a single individual could not consume potions indefinitely. Yet, as John consumed potion after potion, Gryffindor grew increasingly bewildered. Wasn't he John said to be of Muggle descent? How could he possess more potions than even the most ancient pure-blood families, having downed no fewer than a dozen restorative elixirs? John transformed the forest into a chaotic landscape. Finally, after yet another potion, a glimmering golden figure burst forth from the treetops. With vision enhanced by Dragon's blood, John fixated on the golden figure and, without hesitation, activated his flying boots to pursue it. The golden snitch darted through the trees with incredible speed and agility, evading capture as John chased for hours. As twilight descended and peculiar cries echoed through the forest, a creature resembling a feathered dragon charged forth, its form reminiscent of a hairy fire dragon. In response, John drew his wand and unleashed an attack. A beam of white light struck the creature, sending it sprawling, but soon, more of its ilk emerged, resilient even after being struck by spells. Recognizing the threat of these bird-like man-eaters, John intensified his efforts. casting a powerful spell to carve a path through the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, he soared higher, but the golden snitch had already become a mere speck on the horizon. All petrified, he commanded, directing spells toward the snitch's location. Yet, the creature was exceedingly nimble. Even the finest broomstick might struggle to keep pace with it. Especially amidst the throngs of monstrous birds. With his mind racing, John unleashed a fire spell upon the trees. Flames engulfed one tree, then another, spreading rapidly and causing the bird-like creatures to screech and flee from the inferno. Amidst the smoke and flames, the golden snitch found its flight hindered as its wings ceased flapping. It began to descend, and just before it plummeted into the fiery abyss, John grasped it, completing his trial. However, the cost was the forest's destruction, prompting a frown from Gryffindor. Clear water like a spring, John invoked, summoning a massive orb of water to douse the flames. Witnessing this, Gryffindor's frown finally eased. Though he would employ various means to achieve victory, he would also rectify the consequences of his actions. After silently commending John, the flames were finally quelled. He landed before Gryffindor, revealing a golden bird attempting to regain its footing in his palm. "You have passed the trial of the forest bird," Gryffindor acknowledged, nodding as he waved his wand to disperse the forest scene. Ding! Challenge task initiated. Gryffindor's Legacy Stage 2, the Lion of the Mountain. Reward: any .1. Enhancement. Heavy strike. Gryffindor proclaimed, "Lions lack neither courage nor strength, yet the Lion of the Mountain must be even more formidable. You must demonstrate to me that you possess sufficient power. I require you to scale the great mountain." With that, Gryffindor waved his wand once more that a towering peak erupted from the ground, transforming the request room into a high mountain. Pointing at John's alchemical gear, Gryffindor disarmed him of his protective amulet and flying boots. "Your alchemical prowess is commendable, but it is of no use now. Climbing this mountain with those boots would be tantamount to cheating." John, taken aback, pondered how his alchemical skills did not equate to his inherent strength. Gazing at the towering mountain, he inhaled deeply, exhaling a puff of white breath. Had the temperature dropped? He glanced around, noticing snowflakes beginning to fall. Realizing he must hasten his pace or risk failing the trial, he approached the mountain's base. Taking careful steps toward the summit, as the snowfall intensified, accompanied by fierce winds, John felt his body grow increasingly numb. Initially able to see the path, he soon found himself enveloped in a blanket of white. Struggling onward, he encountered a snowman with white fur. The snowman roared and charged at him. Should he be struck, John would find himself incapacitated for quite some time. With a stern expression, he sidestepped the snowman's charge without hesitation, drawing his wand to cast a spell aimed at the creature's head. The snowman tumbled down the mountain, accumulating into a massive snowball. John assumed this would be the end of it, only to turn around and discover a multitude of snowmen assembling. "Is this truly a trial?" he muttered, suppressing the urge to curse. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, John attempted to sneak past, but he underestimated the snowman's keen senses. .1 detected him and let out a roar. John shot a fierce glare. Activating his intimidation, the snowman froze in place as he brandished his sword, the iron wick. "I am a fire dragon." Flames ignited along the blade as John slashed through the snowman's form. The snowman collapsed, its wounds igniting in flames, confirming the effectiveness of his intimidation. As a cluster of snowmen obstructed his path, John ceased his restraint. Gripping his sword firmly, he shouted, "Come forth," with intimidation activated. Every snowman within his sight became momentarily paralyzed. As he struck down the snowmen with relentless precision, their numbers visibly dwindled until none stood before him. Clenching his sword tightly, he advanced step by step toward the mountain's peak. Gryffindor observed from above as the blizzard ceased upon John's arrival. Having awaited him at the summit, the final trial awaited. The Sword of the Brave. Ding! Challenge task initiated. Gryffindor's Legacy Stage 3, the Sword of the Brave. Reward: any .1. Enhancement. Seeker. The mountain vanished, and they returned to the original training ground. Gryffindor applauded, remarking, "I never imagined you would reach this point. This is the final trial, to be completed in Master Mode." Master Mode? John queried, contemplating his current strength against this formidable challenge. Yet, he felt confident that he could surpass any difficulty he had previously faced. Gryffindor returned John's alchemical gear, and with the protective amulet restored, he believed he could tackle Master Mode as well. Simultaneously, Master Mode commenced, expecting the return of puppets or similar foes. John was surprised to see Gryffindor step into the center of the training ground. "Let us begin." Gryffindor beckoned to John, leaving him momentarily speechless. The target of the Master Mode was Gryffindor. This felt like an egregious oversight. It was as if the referee had stepped onto the field to engage in combat. His heart plummeted, despite being significantly stronger than he had been in his first year. He could not fathom matching one of Hogwarts' four founders in battle. Moreover, this individual was none other than the most skilled duelist among the illustrious quartet. Nevertheless, having barely navigated through 2 challenges, he could not afford to falter here. With heavy steps, John approached the training ground. Gryffindor stood there, wielding nothing more than a twig-like wand, and with a light chuckle, remarked, "I admire your courage. Fear not. In my current state, I am but a shadow of my former self. Far less formidable than you might imagine." Gryffindor was genuinely pleased with John's willingness to confront strength head-on. Such bravery was the hallmark of a true Gryffindor. Listening to the comforting words, John sensed a hint of insincerity, yet it afforded him the opportunity to test his mettle. "Please wait a moment," he said, retrieving a small bag from which he produced a bottle of enhancement potion. In front of Gryffindor, he downed the potion. Gryffindor regarded this action with indifference. While such pre-battle caution seemed excessive, what could a young wizard possibly consume? Over the next half-minute, Gryffindor watched as John consumed bottle after bottle of various potions, fireproof elixirs, enhancement potions, restorative brews. Anything that could bolster his strength was swiftly ingested. "I am ready," John declared, brimming with newfound power, sword in his right hand and wand in his left, observing the figure before him. Gryffindor felt as though he were gazing into a mirror. A subtle smile graced his lips as he raised his wand to his chest and said, "I trust your teacher instructed you in the art of dueling." A mutual salute prior to combat is indispensable, especially since you have dueled before. John mirrored the gesture, both wizards bowing to each other before turning and stepping back. Yes, they counted to 10. John pivoted, only to be met with a flash of red light. His shield charm activated instantaneously, deflecting the attack. Cold sweat trickled down John's back. It was too swift, an intriguing little item. Gryffindor complimented before launching another assault, demonstrating to John what it meant to be a master duelist. Even in his diminished state, Gryffindor's wealth of experience put John through his paces. The shield charm reactivated, and John realized he could not afford to remain on the defensive. He began to counterattack, white and red lights intertwining in a dazzling display. "I am a fire dragon." The blade ignited in flames as John cleaved through the incoming red light, his wand parrying the next strike. With a growing sense of coordination, he became increasingly adept. Gryffindor's eyes narrowed. He unleashed a spell that, upon being deflected by John, detonated in the training ground. A splintered table morphed into a massive club, hurtling toward John's back. Reacting too slowly, John triggered his shield charm, but was still sent sprawling. Gryffindor seized the opportunity to all-out assault. Upon the objects in the training ground transformed into a flurry of small birds, all rushing toward John. He spun around, casting a fire spell to block them, but several still managed to pierce through, striking him. Pain lanced through his shoulder, but John gritted his teeth and persevered with his left hand. He cast a shattering spell toward Gryffindor, only for it to be effortlessly countered. Gryffindor retaliated by transfiguring 2 chairs into lions that lunged at John. He rolled to evade, wielding his great sword. John constantly dodged while Gryffindor remained steadfast, not having moved an inch. "Focus on your footwork and your spell frequency," Gryffindor instructed while attacking. Heeding this advice, John employed the shield charm to brace himself and adjusted his offensive rhythm. Panting heavily, Gryffindor's wand shot forth a lightning bolt, transforming into a whip. John dodged and parried, but Gryffindor soon unleashed another red light that struck John's wrist. The sword of Gryffindor flew from his grasp, spiraling toward Gryffindor just as John sensed a flash of inspiration. Pointing his wand, he redirected the sword of Gryffindor, causing it to veer away from Gryffindor, who was forced to retreat. At last, the relentless tempo of the duel was disrupted. Rising to his feet, John launched his counteroffensive without hesitation, augmenting his transfiguration spell. With level 3 transfiguration, he felt more at ease. His wand conjured a small dog that bit Gryffindor's calf. Gryffindor turned to swat the dog away, but John's attack was already en route. Upside down, he performed a sliding maneuver to evade 2 lions' pounces, casting a spell at Gryffindor. The latter was propelled backward, his body flipping uncontrollably, as though held aloft by invisible hands. True to his reputation as a dueling champion, Gryffindor reacted swiftly, launching an attack at John's legs. Instantly, John's legs froze in place, prompting him to execute a decisive strike. Disarm you. Expelliarmus. All petrified. Petrificus totalis. The clash of red and white lights erupted in the air, resembling a fierce lightning storm that John's eyes transformed into slits as he raised his right hand toward the sword of Gryffindor. The surge of magical energy emanated from his hand, summoning the sword, which shot toward Gryffindor. Unable to move, Gryffindor redirected his wand at the sword, but it was deflected, and he was struck, rendering him motionless. Seizing the opportunity, John extended his left arm, swinging his wand in a wide arc to unleash a spell at Gryffindor. The latter plummeted from the air, his wand slipping from his grip. Meanwhile, the lion lurking behind John opened its jaws to bite down, only to transform back into two chairs that crashed to the ground. All right, you win. Gryffindor, immobilized, conceded defeat. Although his current strength was but a fraction of his former self and he had only used his wand to attack, a victory was a victory, and he would not deny it. That upside-down spell was rather amusing. The upside-down spell was created by Snape. Gryffindor had never encountered it before. As he broke free from his petrified state, Gryffindor stood as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, John, the victor, was utterly exhausted, surveying his right hand and relishing the memory of wielding the sword of Gryffindor. Intriguing. I did not expect you to perform wandless magic at your age. I underestimated you, Gryffindor remarked, applauding. John himself was puzzled by how he had achieved it in that fleeting moment. He felt as if he had returned to a state of magical overflow, scratching his head. John pondered, did I pass? Gryffindor nodded, igniting a wave of excitement within John. The legacy of the four founders was electrifying to contemplate. With a hint of pride, Gryffindor declared, you shall receive a sword of unparalleled power. It is my weapon. John gazed at Gryffindor's confident demeanor, hesitating before finally speaking. That sword you mentioned, surely it cannot be the sword of Gryffindor. Indeed, Gryffindor exclaimed, that sword is the very favorite of Gryffindor. I had it forged by the king of the goblins. John felt a wave of despair wash over him. After all this effort, it turned out to be the sword of Gryffindor. While it was indeed remarkable, it resided in the hands of Dumbledore. Surely, he could not simply take the sword for himself. He was no Harry Potter, and seizing the sword of Gryffindor would be tantamount to rebellion. He now felt rather betrayed by Gryffindor. Resignedly, he admitted, I have seen that sword. It is with Headmaster Dumbledore. Gryffindor paused, recalling that he had indeed entrusted the sword to Hogwarts for safekeeping. Observing John's forlorn expression, Gryffindor felt a twinge of embarrassment. How about I teach you how to forge one for yourself? Do not be deceived by Gryffindor's seemingly carefree demeanor. In truth, his mastery of the art of forging is remarkably formidable, a compensation for the sword of Gryffindor. With a flourish of his wand, the surrounding scenery shifted once more. This time, it was neither a forest nor lofty mountains, but rather a cozy chamber. This was the room where Gryffindor once resided, often referred to as the Chamber of Secrets. Within it lay all the knowledge he had imparted, his most treasured legacy. That I hope you will treat this place with respect and strive to become an exceptional and benevolent wizard. Though the lion is powerful, it too requires companions. You are indeed strong, yet I hope you will extend your assistance to others in need. Gryffindor's essence began to disintegrate into wood shavings. John, regaining his focus, inquired, Are you departing? Child, I have already passed on. What remains here is but a fragment of my soul. The wood shavings fell away, revealing a visage adorned with a red beard. Gryffindor gazed kindly upon John and declared, I see the future of the magical realm in you. You possess extraordinary talent. Thank you, Headmaster Gryffindor. John expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Though their acquaintance was brief, the strength and magnanimity of Gryffindor left a profound impression. Just as the wood shavings were on the verge of dissipating entirely, Gryffindor, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, That wretched hat must have malfunctioned to place you in Slytherin. Had Gryffindor not passed away prematurely, he would have likely contemplated tossing the sorting hat into the water to see if it had gathered dust. John, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, uncertain of the sorting hat's reasoning. However, since he was already in Slytherin, he held no strong objections to Gryffindor vanished. The training ground transformed into the warm room once more. He picked up a tome detailing Gryffindor's forging techniques, which would prove invaluable to John. Additionally, he stumbled upon a book resembling a manual, which contained Gryffindor's martial swordsmanship. Upon glancing at this volume, John realized how fortunate he had been to emerge victorious. Had Gryffindor wielded a sword, John would have surely found himself at his mercy. Tucking the book into his pocket, John considered how he might draw upon its wisdom in the great hall. John, slightly sleep-deprived, hastily munched on a piece of bread, having concluded 3 trials well into the night. On his way back, he had encountered his headmaster, who was on a nocturnal patrol, but fortunately managed to evade detection thanks to a disillusionment charm. "Neville, perhaps you should consider standing up for yourself," John suggested, observing Neville's cheeks swollen like dumplings. After dispelling the curse that afflicted him, Neville sighed. "Thank you, John, that I wish I could, but I feel too weak." It was evident to John that Draco Malfoy was behind this trouble, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts regarding Malfoy. Looking at Neville, he spoke with an enticing lilt. "Neville, do you wish to become stronger? Stronger? Indeed, strong enough to never be bullied again." John's expression was earnest, and Neville could sense his sincerity. Recalling the times he had been tormented by Malfoy and the image of his parents, Neville hesitated before asking, "What should I do?" "Meet me by the Whomping Willow after class this afternoon." Glancing at the time, John realized he was late for class and quickly finished his bread. As he passed by Neville, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Neville, you are certainly not a coward. You merely have yet to recognize your own strength." Staring after John as he departed, Neville continued to ponder the words, becoming increasingly distracted during class, which did not go unnoticed by Professor Flitwick. Later that afternoon, as John exited the classroom, he felt accomplished after successfully transforming a beetle into a splendid button in Transfiguration class. For someone who had reached level 3 in Transfiguration, such a task was exceedingly simple. Gryffindor's legacy had bestowed upon him 3 discretionary points, which he utilized for Transfiguration, leaving him with 2 remaining. Although he yearned to invest those points in furthering his Transfiguration skills, it was clear that he was not yet ready for advancement. Thus, he resolved to save them for the time being. Before heading to the Whomping Willow, he encountered Daphne. "John, are you considering joining the Quidditch team?" she inquired, walking alongside him while her friend Pansy discreetly excused herself. Taken aback by her question, John listened as Daphne continued mysteriously, "Draco's father has donated a new batch of flying brooms to the Quidditch team, since you excelled at flying in your first year. Perhaps you should give it a try." "Quidditch, you say? While I find it intriguing, my schedule does not afford me the luxury of participating in additional activities." It was disheartening to learn of Malfoy's underhanded tactics, and John could not help but shake his head, reflecting on the extent of his own insecurities. The previous seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team had departed, leaving a vacancy for the position. Even without Malfoy's financial contributions, Draco's flying prowess would surely qualify him for the role. Ultimately, it was the influence of money at play, and such tactics could easily elevate Malfoy to a central position on the team. Upon hearing John's disinterest, Daphne shifted the topic away from Quidditch and onto the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Initially, she had expected a formidable wizard, but after yesterday's class, she had come to realize Gilderoy Lockhart's true ineptitude. "I told my mother, but she refused to believe me. It is utterly ludicrous," Daphne lamented in John's ear, and he nodded in agreement. But then she pivoted her statement, suggesting, "Perhaps we should let John teach the class. At least we wouldn't be subjected to being tugged by house elves." John merely chuckled at this notion, knowing full well that the school would never permit a student to instruct defense against the dark arts. He dismissed it as Daphne's venting and paid little heed. After parting ways with her on the first floor, John proceeded to the Whomping Willow. Upon arriving at the Whomping Willow, John did not immediately spot Neville, but rather a young girl. The girl appeared to be searching for something near the tree, prompting John to warn, "I believe you should step away from there. The Whomping Willow might strike you." Hearing his voice, the girl halted. Turning to him with an ethereal tone, "I am in search of a crumple-horned snorkack. It is a rather timid creature." John paused to regard the girl, unable to suppress a peculiar expression at her eccentric attire, Ravenclaw robes, a necklace made of butterbeer corks, and odd adornments in her hair. He refrained from voicing his thoughts and approached her, saying, "A crumple-horned snorkack. I have not seen one around here. My name is John Wick, and it is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, John Wick. I am Luna Lovegood." The two shook hands, signifying their acquaintance. John took a moment to appraise Luna. She possessed a wild mane of dirty blonde hair cascading to her waist, and her large, protruding gray eyes held a dreamy quality, complemented by her faintly colored eyebrows. Coupled with her attire, she exuded an air of whimsicality. Are you a first-year student at Ravenclaw? Indeed, I am aware of you. You are John from Slytherin. Luna's voice had a melodic, almost singing quality, and upon hearing her words, John shrugged. I hope that is a good thing. Aside from her peculiar attire, John found Luna quite agreeable to converse with. As their dialogue flowed comfortably, after dousing the Whomping Willow with dragon dung, John extended the duration of its immobilization. He then proceeded to snip some branches and leaves from the tree, only to discover a hidden passageway beneath. What is this? Luna inquired, approaching curiously. She seemed entirely unfazed by John's ability to restrain the tree. John, well aware from having seen it on the Marauder's map, casually remarked, perhaps it leads to some haunted house. This passageway led to the Shrieking Shack, and John felt an urge to explore it. However, recalling his agreement with Neville, he decided to wait. After a short while, he spotted Neville approaching, slightly out of breath. I apologize, John. I only remembered after returning to the dormitory. Neville bent over, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. To his surprise, he noticed a girl standing beside John, causing a wave of nervousness to wash over him. John introduced her, saying, "This is Luna Lovegood, a first-year student from Ravenclaw." "Hello," Luna greeted warmly. Neville, unsure whether his flushed face was a result of the run or his shyness, stammered, "Why you?" "Hello, I'm Neville Longbottom." After they exchanged pleasantries, John turned his gaze towards the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow and flashed Neville a friendly smile. "Well then, let us commence our first training session." "Training?" Neville echoed, puzzled. "Yes, to make you stronger." John led the way, with Neville following behind, while Luna, for reasons unknown, trailed along as well. As they approached the shadowy entrance beneath the Whomping Willow, Neville felt a twinge of fear. John patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Relax, there are no ghosts here." "Well, not unless Peeves happens to be residing within." The mention of Peeves sent a chill down Neville's spine. Unable to resist, John urged him to go ahead, while he followed closely behind. Luna entered as well, her curiosity piqued by the whole affair. The passage was dimly lit, and Neville's fear intensified as he realized he had forgotten the Lumos charm. John had to remind him to cast it. After a few anxious attempts, Neville finally succeeded, and with the light illuminating the darkness, his fears somewhat diminished. The tunnel was narrow, forcing the three of them to walk in a single file. "Where exactly are we headed?" Neville's anxiety grew with every step, and had it not been for John's presence behind him, he might have turned back to a haunted house. John replied casually. "What?" At the mention of a haunted house, Neville halted in his tracks. John gave him a light pat on the back, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here with you." Neville wanted to argue that even with John, it was still quite terrifying. Luna chimed in, almost melodically, "Hogwarts has ghosts too, doesn't it?" It seemed that only Neville was gripped by fear, which made him resent his own timidity. Summoning his courage, he pressed on, eventually emerging into a room that resembled a chaotic, grimy space. The wallpaper was peeling, the floor was stained, and the furniture appeared to be in ruins as if it had been smashed. The windows were boarded up, making the place look exactly like a haunted house, with the peeling wallpaper suggesting something terrifying had torn it apart, sending a shiver down his spine. John noticed that Luna had edged closer to him, forgetting that he had the night vision charm and did not require light. Unlike Luna, the glow from his wand provided a reassuring ambience. The interior of the house was dark and foreboding, and in an effort to bolster Neville's courage, John suggested, "Let us split up and explore." Neville gulped, staring at the eerie atmosphere of the house, yet he summoned his bravery and ventured forth. John observed as Neville moved deeper into the house, while he himself began to inspect the surroundings. The house had clearly been abandoned for quite some time, and the dilapidated furniture hinted at some former grandeur. John pushed open a wooden door, which creaked ominously on its rusty hinges. Luna entered curiously, her eyes devoid of fear. This peculiar girl, whom John had only just met, seemed to place her trust in him completely. It appeared to be a kitchen, with a tree visible outside, through the gaps in the nailed boards. Shadows of swaying branches could be seen. A timid person would likely not last long here. We need to find Neville Longbottom. He is probably terrified, Luna observed, her perceptive nature shining through. John considered her insight. For Neville, this place was likely quite unfriendly. As they turned to search for Neville, they soon heard his voice, filled with fear. "Professor Snape, it wasn't intentional. You need not explain, Neville Longbottom. Because of you, Gryffindor has lost 100 points." Professor Snape's voice was cold and unforgiving. The thought of losing 100 points for Gryffindor horrified Neville, and he could hardly bear to imagine how his classmates would scold him. He instinctively covered his head in fear as Professor Snape approached menacingly. John, sensing something amiss from outside, realized that even though Snape enjoyed deducting points, he would never penalize a student in such a manner. The deduction of 100 points was a punishment reserved for the head of house alone. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this Professor Snape might very well be an imposter. Just as the fake Snape drew closer to Neville, John burst through the door. Stupefied, the red light struck the false Snape, sending him crashing into a cabinet. John pointed his wand at the figure, calmly demanding, "Who are you?" "No, John. Doing that will get you expelled." Neville gasped, horrified at the thought of John attacking a professor. John, however, remained focused on the impersonator. Upon seeing John, the false Snape morphed into a swirling mass of shadow. After a moment, a freshly baked pie, resembling a starry sky, fell to the ground, and the previous Snape vanished without a trace. "What is this?" Both John and Neville were taken aback. John stared at the pie, which had 4 fish heads sticking out of it, his face twisting in discomfort at the sight of such a grotesque dish. A culinary nightmare from the British Empire. It changes shape, and in dark places, it becomes a boggart. John recalled a magical creature from his studies that I remember. Boggarts transform into whatever one fears most. I can understand Neville's fear of Professor Snape, but why would I fear a starry sky pie? After a moment of silence, John scrutinized the pie and suddenly remembered his constantly active mental shield. Perhaps it was this that caused the boggart to manifest as the dark dish he detested. With a sigh, he glanced at the cabinet. Knowing boggarts favored dark, confined spaces, he approached and kicked the starry pie back into the cabinet. Then waved his wand to lock it shut. "You're fine now." "That was a boggart. What were you thinking for it to turn into Professor Snape?" John asked, his expression bemused, while it was no secret that Neville feared Snape. The fact that he could conjure such a thought in this situation was rather alarming. Neville, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, "I was reminded of the points I lost last year, and thought Professor Snape might be lurking in the room waiting to deduct points from me." "Well, it's understandable," John replied. "You were deducted points for alerting Harry last year, which must have left a psychological mark. But why do you think it was Snape lying in wait here?" John glanced at Luna, who seemed oblivious to the danger and found the boggart amusing, having transformed into a fish pie. "All right, it appears our adventure must come to an end for today." As darkness descended outside, and considering there was a first year among them, John decided against being a bad influence by leading them on a nighttime escapade. The trio retraced their steps through the tunnel, and as they exited, Neville almost got hit by the Whomping Willow. Quick as a flash, John yanked him back and subdued the tree. Once back in the castle, they parted ways. "Thank you, John. Today's adventure was quite enjoyable," Luna said, her voice ethereal as if she were singing. "If you're interested, Hogwarts has many fascinating places." John waved goodbye to Luna, as he still needed to head to the room of requirement for training. During his journey, he pondered about Neville, considering the possibility of finding him a better weapon. This is the Sword Saint of Gryffindor, a being capable of slaying soul artifacts with a single stroke. John pondered that if the Sword Saint were to forego their sword, what merit would they retain in that title? He gathered some materials, which did not require excessive precision, enough to roughly resemble a sword. With John's current level of alchemy combined with Gryffindor's forging techniques, he could swiftly create a sword that would be far coarser than the sword of Tewkesbury. But for Neville, it would serve as an excellent training tool. Early the next morning, John delivered the sword to Neville. Confused, Neville listened as John cryptically asked, "Do you think there's a possibility that you could actually be a sword saint?" Neville was momentarily speechless, while John encouraged him to diligently study swordsmanship, aspiring to become a remarkable sword saint in the future. Hermione, engrossed in Gilderoy Lockhart's book, surprisingly remained undeterred after attending one of his classes, which even earned John's admiration for her perseverance. The delusions of a fangirl are indeed formidable. May she soon see through Lockhart's true nature. After finishing breakfast, John proceeded to class, where he had a potions lesson with his house's head. He had no desire to face Professor Snape's deathly glare for being tardy. Having accrued so many points, why did he still sense such hostility from Snape? John found it perplexing. Surely, a scuffle on the first day of school should not warrant such prolonged resentment. On the way, he encountered Malfoy, who smugly urged him to await Saturday's spectacle of how he would humiliate Gryffindor. His father had sponsored the entire team with the Nimbus 2001, a broom far superior to Harry's Nimbus 2000. As for the other Gryffindor's inferior brooms, The Comet and Shooting Star series were hardly worth mentioning. They were barely fit for sweeping the floor at home. Malfoy seemed to envision the day he would lead Slytherin to victory, which made John hesitant to inform him that, with Harry around, that dream would likely remain elusive. After all, Harry was the protagonist on Friday. During the defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart acted as though nothing had transpired. His teaching methods remained abysmal, especially when he had a few students role-play as trolls and werewolves to reenact his so-called glorious history. IT was undoubtedly the worst class I have ever attended. Neville could hardly bear it, and even Malfoy was not spared from being dragged into the role of a vampire. John remained utterly unperturbed. Lockhart had intended for him to portray the Yeti, but was deterred by the murderous glare John cast his way. At that moment, Hermione began to harbor doubts. How could someone capable of writing such exceptional essays possibly be ignorant? She was torn with uncertainty. Neville, why are you carrying a sword? Ron lamented his wand mishap from the morning's charms class, which had struck Professor Flitwick on the head when he turned to see Neville with a sword slung across his back. Harry exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you planning to confront Malfoy with that sword?" "No," Neville replied. "It was John who said it would make me stronger, and that I could become a sword saint." Neville felt the weight of many curious gazes upon him and was reluctant to carry the sword. Yet John urged him to grow accustomed to it. His words reminded Harry of the scene last year when John had wielded a great sword against a troll, leading him to muse. Perhaps John is trying to protect Neville from Malfoy's bullying. After all, Malfoy fears John the most. Ron sensed that carrying a sword did not necessarily mean Neville would turn into John, but it was not entirely implausible. "Let's visit Hagrid tomorrow," Harry suggested. With no prior commitments, Hermione readily agreed. The four friends walked down the corridor when John emerged from a doorway that he greeted them. "Hello, Ron. I was just looking for you." Momentarily taken aback, Ron asked, "What do you need, John? Have you forgotten? I promised to help you fix your wand." John raised his small bag with a smile, saying, "I've gathered some materials these past few days. Let's see if I can restore it." Ron excitedly grasped John's hand, exclaiming, "That's fantastic, John. You have no idea how that wretched wand struck Professor Flitwick today." "Well, that does sound unfortunate," John replied, taking the broken wand, which had been crudely taped together. The hasty repair method was so terrible it would make even a dog shake its head in disapproval. "Mountain ash with unicorn hair. This belonged to Charlie. It was mine after I started school." Ron blushed, feeling embarrassed that his family was so poor he had to borrow his brother's wand. John shook his head, expressing regret. "If that's the case, I suggest you abandon this wand, though. Please, John. I have no more money to buy a new one." Ron panicked at the thought of being unable to repair it. He certainly did not wish to receive another howler. Beside him, Harry consoled. "Ron, I can lend you money to buy a new one." As a hidden wealthy individual, Harry was exceptionally generous, which made Ron uncomfortable. He did not want to spend his friend's money. "No, this wand is irreparably damaged. Perhaps we could retain the core and match it with new wood. I happen to have some excellent materials on hand." As Ollivander once stated, "Wizards choose their wands, and wands choose their wizards." John suspected that Ron's frequent misfires in magic could be attributed to his wand. He extracted the unicorn hair core from inside and casually handed the mountain ash to Ron. "This should suffice for about a week. In the meantime, you can use this one." Producing his spare wand, John added, "This one also has a unicorn hair core." Ron accepted it, although it was noticeably shorter. It was still functional. "I'll be on my way now. Neville, you may as well accompany me." Taking Neville along, John bid farewell to the trio. After enduring John's grueling training, Neville found himself unable to raise his arms by the time they departed. John snipped a sturdy branch from the whomping willow to serve as wand wood. Its sensitivity might enhance the wand's quality. On his way back, he encountered Lockhart. The charlatan greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Wick, I believe we could discuss a few matters in my office." Lockhart invited John, who was curious about his intentions. However, he harbored no concerns. Surely, Lockhart could not be in league with Quirrell, a servant of Voldemort? Nodding in agreement, John followed Lockhart to the second-floor defense against the dark arts office. The walls were adorned with Lockhart's photographs, revealing his narcissistic and vain nature. Once seated, Lockhart inquired, "I heard you defeated a troll in your first year? You truly are a gifted wizard." Of course, that pales in comparison to winning the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times in AROW. He continued to boast. John maintained a stoic expression, causing Lockhart to feel awkward after a while. Clearing his throat, he asked, "May I inquire about your opinion of me?" I mean, of defense against the dark arts. Lockhart had come to Hogwarts for fame and fortune. Despite being a best-selling author, his abilities and tales were highly disputed to quell external criticism. He had volunteered to teach at Hogwarts. However, he had forgotten that a curse lingered over the position of defense against the dark arts professor. His first class had turned into a joke, and today's lesson had made him acutely aware of the vanishing grandeur he once held in the eyes of his students. He noticed that regardless of whether they were Slytherins or Gryffindors, they all regarded John with a sense of respect. This prompted Lockhart to entertain other thoughts, and he said earnestly, "I am not without options, but as you know, being a celebrity entails numerous commitments. Thus, I am seeking to hire an assistant, someone who could help me manage certain tasks. So you admit your teaching is inadequate and wish to resign." John shot Lockhart a glance, stating bluntly, "Forgive my candor, but you must have heard the legends surrounding the defense against the dark arts position. It is hardly a coveted role." Lockhart felt a twinge of anger at being so openly criticized. He had not anticipated that his attempt at a heart-to-heart would lead to the belittlement of his character by a student. He retorted, "How is that possible? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, holder of the third-class Merlin Award." He continued, "If you seek my assistance, I am willing to oblige, but only during second-year classes. Beyond that, I am unable to help." John interrupted him, increasingly skeptical of the veracity of Lockhart's tales, suspecting they were penned by a ghostwriter. Lockhart's expression darkened. John's words indeed posed a dilemma. He could not possibly hire an assistant for every grade. Could he? Observing John's lack of respect, Lockhart realized that the young wizard had begun to doubt him. To preserve his image as a powerful wizard, Lockhart felt compelled to abandon his original plan. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative. As John turned away, Lockhart swiftly drew his wand, casting the spell Obliviate. This was his signature incantation, through which he had pilfered countless captivating stories from various wizards. A smile crept onto his face. As long as John forgot their conversation, he could continue his lackluster teaching as the defense against the dark arts professor. At the moment the spell was cast, John's protective charm activated. The memory charm was countered by the shield charm. John's expression darkened. This man dared to attack him within the school. He turned sharply to face the astonished Lockhart, coldly stating, "It appears you are not a good person. How is it that you remain unscathed?" This marked the first failure of Lockhart's infallible memory charm. John brandished his wand at Lockhart. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted in the office, and cracks appeared on the walls. All the portraits of Lockhart in the room were destroyed, leaving Lockhart leaning against the wall, panic etched across his face. "Wait, I will leave Hogwarts at once. Please spare me," Lockhart pleaded, horrified that this young wizard truly dared to confront him. The spell had been aimed directly at his head. Had it connected, his skull might have burst like a balloon. As he begged for mercy, Lockhart's hand stealthily crept towards his wand. Just as he was about to reach it, John's wand emitted a flash of white light, creating a crater beside Lockhart's hand. Now immobilized, Lockhart realized John's intent. He was contemplating how to deal with him. Ever since John resolved to become the next Dumbledore of the magical realm, he had been amassing his strength. Individuals like Damaris, Alex, Montague, and others constituted his network. Lockhart was woefully inept, unable to even handle a house elf, yet he boasted a vast following of devoted fans and numerous publisher connections. This sparked an idea in John's mind. "Gilderoy Lockhart, will you choose to reveal the truth to me, or shall I compel you to drink the truth serum?" John casually produced a vial of potion from his satchel, causing Lockhart to recoil in terror. He had little power to speak of, and the truth serum was notorious for driving those who consumed it mad. He heard John threaten to make him drink such a concoction. He stumbled backward in fear, only to find himself against the wall with no escape. He had no choice but to capitulate. Like a puppet with its strings cut, he slumped to the ground and recounted how he had deceived others to claim their stories as his own through the memory charm. John's expression was one of incredulity as he listened. "Are you saying that all your stories are mere plagiarisms?" Lockhart's awkward smile elicited surprise from John, with a gentle flick of his wand. John conjured a chair. Sitting down, he said with a smirk, "I never imagined you to be such a socialite, albeit lacking in talent and full of lies," seeing that John had no intention of destroying him. Lockhart sheepishly rose to his feet, awkwardly admitting, "I genuinely aimed to be an adventurer, but my skills were far too lacking. The only spell I excelled at was the memory charm." After graduating from Hogwarts, he had attempted to travel the world as detailed in his books, only to return battered and bruised. One day, he encountered an old wizard in a tavern who recounted tales of adventures with the Yeti of Tibet, which sparked Lockhart's devious thoughts. He succeeded in using the memory charm to make the wizard forget his experiences. After documenting and publishing the tale, he became the beloved Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. This success only fueled his insatiable desire for fame, leading him to acquire stories from others and embellish them as his own. He ascended rapidly, becoming a darling of publishers and the object of admiration from many women. Gradually, he became lost in the world of fame and fortune. "You truly are a remarkable character," John remarked after listening, tapping his cup, which was promptly refilled with tea. Taking a sip, John continued, "Rest assured, I will not force you out of Hogwarts. On the contrary, you may remain here to continue teaching." "Really?" The suddenness of the revelation filled Lockhart with joy, and he hurried over, asking, "What do you want? I mean, what must I give?" He was determined that as long as John did not expose him, he would meet any demands, be it money or otherwise. John glanced at the eager Lockhart and pointed a finger at him, stating nonchalantly, "I want you what?" Lockhart was taken aback. Did John harbor feelings for him? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. "Could we perhaps negotiate? I fear my fans would be heartbroken, and you're rather young." Lockhart's awkward demeanor nearly caused John to spit out his drink in disbelief. He set down his cup and said irritably, "I need you to help me with some tasks." Realizing his misunderstanding, Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief, though confusion lingered. What could a second-year student possibly want him for? "Lockhart, you are an astute individual. Surely you understand that cleverness is not a sustainable approach, that I can ensure you retain your position as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. But in return, you must assist me with certain tasks. What those tasks entail could range from writing letters to seeking out particular individuals." That a glint of excitement flashed in John's eyes. Lockhart had amassed a noteworthy network over the years, especially among the aristocratic women of ancient pureblood families. A mere word from Lockhart could incite fervor. As long as Lockhart maintained his facade, these ladies could prove to be a substantial asset. Rising to his feet, John extended his hand to the somewhat disheveled Lockhart, smiling. "Let us collaborate harmoniously, Professor Lockhart." Though uncertain of how John intended to aid him, Lockhart recognized this was his sole option and reached out to seal their agreement. On Saturday, John had intended to stay in the Gryffindor common room, but Malfoy knocked on his dormitory door. "Watch closely, John. See how we humiliate those paupers of Gryffindor." Malfoy brandished a Firebolt 2001, the latest broomstick in the series, which boasted superior performance compared to the Firebolt 2000. The Slytherin Quidditch team possessed 7 of these brooms. John shook his head in resignation. Such blatant displays of wealth were tiresome. They had secured a special permission slip from Professor Snape under the pretext of familiarizing themselves with new equipment, intentionally selecting a time when Gryffindor was practicing. John was reluctant to participate. Had it not been for Goyle and Crabbe's incessant knocking, he would have preferred to stay away. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, John stepped aside as Malfoy approached to provoke the Gryffindors. Harry had intended to visit Hagrid, but Wood, the Quidditch fanatic, had devised new strategies and pulled them all in for training. Ron and Hermione had come to watch Harry practice, along with his ardent admirer Colin, who had not ceased snapping photos. This led Wood to suspect Colin was a spy sent by Slytherin. "Slytherin doesn't need spies, Oliver," George reminded him. Once Quidditch was involved, Wood transformed, his temper flaring as he demanded, "How do you know?" George pointed below, where a throng of green-robed Quidditch players approached, declaring, "Because they are coming on their OWNAS." Wood gazed ahead. He spotted the members of Slytherin approaching, and he promptly positioned himself in their path with an unfriendly demeanor. "Flint, this is our practice time. Please leave." The Slytherin Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, a burly figure, flashed a sly grin, sneering, "This place is quite large." Wood, observing their hostile intent, the Gryffindor team members gathered around. Wood asserted vehemently, "But I've reserved the pitch. I booked it." He emphasized his point repeatedly, yet Flint had come prepared for this encounter. "But I possess a signed note from Professor Snape to train our new seeker." Flint brandished the parchment signed by Snape, rendering Wood speechless. Reluctantly, Wood inquired, "You've added a new seeker? Where is he?" A smug smile spread across Malfoy's face, as he knew it was his moment to shine. Stepping out from behind the towering players, he wore a self-satisfied grin that made Harry itch with irritation. Fred Weasley recalled the confrontation between Lucius Malfoy and his own father, expressing his disdain. "Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son?" This remark struck a chord with Slytherin, who erupted in smug laughter. You dare mention Draco's father? Well, you should witness the lavish gift he bestowed upon Slytherin. 7 brand new Nimbus 2001s gleamed brightly, dazzling the eyes of the Gryffindor players. Gryffindor could only watch in dismay as Slytherin reveled in their triumph. Ron and Hermione arrived, unable to tolerate Malfoy's arrogance. Hermione defended Gryffindor, sharply retorting, at least no member of Gryffindor had to pay to join the team. This hit a nerve with Malfoy, whose expression darkened as he hissed, "No one asked you, you filthy little mudblood." His words trailed off as he recalled John's presence nearby, causing Malfoy to falter. Although his sentence remained unfinished, the Gryffindor players grasped his implication and surged toward him in fury, forcing Slytherin to intercede. Just as Malfoy looked up in search of help, Ron, fueled by anger, struck first. Eat slugs. With a newly acquired wand, Ron acted decisively, and Malfoy fell to the ground, feeling something slimy wriggling in his throat, as if something were trying to escape. He opened his mouth and expelled a large slug. Feeling utterly revolted, this quickly spiraled out of control, and Malfoy continued to vomit slugs, necessitating his transport to the hospital wing. The Gryffindor players surrounded Ron, cheering his bravery. This made Ron puff out his chest. Earning Hermione's newfound respect, John observed the scene with a shake of his head, commenting, "Draco needs to be taught a lesson. In this world, strength prevails, and he should not mock those more powerful than himself." Judging a person's worth by their lineage seemed utterly foolish to John. Despite both sides being his friends, he felt Draco deserved the beating he could have intervened to lift the curse, but John believed Draco needed to face consequences. Had it not been for John's wand replacement for Ron, Draco would not have been injured. It simply illustrated that one should not court disaster. John made his way to Hagrid, hoping to procure some oak sap. The crafting and repairing of wands are intricate processes, requiring not only the right materials but also patience in their refinement. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he found Lockhart attempting to showcase his knowledge. Eager to teach a magical creature expert how to prevent a water demon from entering a well, John approached and knocked on the door, prompting Hagrid to rush over, visibly relieved to open it. Lockhart, eager to pitch his books, froze upon seeing John enter. "Professor Lockhart, I recall you still have some textbooks to attend to." John glanced at Lockhart, providing him with an excuse to leave. Lockhart, as if suddenly remembering, nodded rapidly. "Oh yes, I almost forgot." "Thank you, Mr. Wicks." He hurried out, as if fleeing from a dragon. Hagrid, though puzzled, was delighted to receive a visitor. "John, I was just thinking about when you'd stop by. The items you asked me to procure are right here." Hagrid produced a large bag filled with the materials John had requested. Inviting John to sit, he prepared a steaming cup of tea paired with rock cakes. "Hagrid, do you know where I can find some oak trees? I need a bit of oak sap." Hagrid boomed, patting his chest with confidence. "Of course, there's no place in the Forbidden Forest I don't know. Just wait a moment while I go fetch some for you." "Thank you." Hagrid's warmth was ever present, and after making his promise, he headed towards the grove of oak trees. While waiting, another knock echoed on the wooden door, revealing Harry and the others. "John, are you here?" Hermione exclaimed upon spotting him. John felt perplexed until he noticed Ron's discomfort. "What's wrong with him?" Harry replied indignantly, "It's Malfoy. He used a curse on Ron, and we came to see if Hagrid could help. That you've come at an unfortunate time." Hagrid just stepped out. John invited the trio inside. Noticing Ron's pale face as if he were about to be sick, he surmised a curse was at play. Under the slug vomiting curse. Having read extensively in recent days, John quickly diagnosed the situation. Just then, Hagrid returned, his joy magnified at seeing the trio. "Here, take this. It'll make the vomiting easier." Hagrid handed Ron a bucket, while John approached him, instructing, "Lift your shirt to expose your abdomen." Ron looked bewildered, but Hermione and Harry had already taken matters into their own hands. As they lifted his shirt, they revealed Ron's stomach, which bore swollen areas as if small creatures were wriggling beneath the surface. "I believe I can remedy this." After a moment of contemplation, John pointed his wand at Ron's belly. "Slugs, begone!" A flash of white light struck Ron's abdomen, akin to a punch landing there. Ron grimaced, clutching the bucket as he expelled the contents of his stomach. 5 or 6 slugs emerged, providing him with much-needed relief. "That was brilliant, John. Where did you learn that spell?" Hagrid applauded, eager for an answer. "Oh, just at the library." John replied nonchalantly that in truth, he had learned it in the Gryffindor common room. where a plethora of curious curses and spells resided. Among them was a particularly nefarious curse known as the Blood Curse, which could be inherited, transforming the afflicted into a serpentine being referred to as a blood-cursed beast, eventually evolving into a true snake over time. John found himself intrigued by the possibility of what might happen if a blood-cursed beast were bitten by a werewolf. Contemplating the collision of two curses, Hagrid returned with the oak sap, and John decided it was time to leave. He placed the materials Hagrid had acquired into his satchel, carrying the oak sap as he bid farewell. "I must be off, Hagrid. Thank you once again for your assistance." Hagrid insisted there was no need for thanks, and once John departed, he remarked, "John truly is the most exceptional young wizard I've ever encountered. Akin to Riddle. No, wait. I mean, you all are remarkable too." Seeing the trio's curious expressions, he waved his hands dismissively. "Riddle? No, do not mention that name." Hagrid was reluctant to broach this chapter of the past, and the trio exchanged glances, sensing that this name held an unusual significance for him. However, they tacitly refrained from pressing further. Although Hagrid was known for his loquacity, it was evident that he wished to keep this matter to himself. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, John fashioned a wand from a branch of the Whomping Willow, embedding it with unicorn hair. Once this was accomplished, he meticulously smoothed its edges and immersed it in oak resin. Oak, a tree steeped in legend, was said to harbor magical properties, and wands soaked in its resin could enhance the connection between wand and wizard. After completing the restoration, John set about gathering materials for alchemy. He discovered that refining items would expedite his skills in this arcane art. Though there were no visible experience points, he could feel his ability sharpening. After crafting a batch of items intended for sale at the Silverhand Johnny's shop, John returned to his dormitory to have them sent over by Bull. The shop's business remained lukewarm, yet its reputation was gradually spreading. A letter from Tommy Shelby mentioned that there were wizards in Knockturn Alley with peculiar ideas about Silverhand Johnny's establishment. John replied, advising him to handle the matter with caution and to avoid attracting the attention of the Aurors. Recently, the Aurors had been rigorously investigating dark magical artifacts, and a few had been found in the shop. Additionally, John encouraged Tommy to initiate contact with several werewolf acquaintances, as he was preparing to showcase his talents. Damo Alex had already been notified by the Order of Merlin regarding his impending honor, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first-level Merlin medal was inevitable. The news would likely circulate by October at the earliest, or by Christmas at the latest. After sending his reply, John stepped out of the dormitory. Since he had promised to allow Lockhart to remain at the school, he would naturally not go back on his word. Upon arriving at the Whomping Willow, he stilled its movements to access the passageway. The cabinet in the Shriek Shack was still there, and John used the levitation charm to move it aside. When the time for the defense against the dark arts class arrived, students were astonished to find John standing beside the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my previous lackluster performance. After some reflection, I have concluded that overly innovative teaching methods may not be suitable for Hogwarts, so I believe it is time to showcase my true abilities." Lockhart, never one to shy away from grandiosity, flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a perfect set of white teeth, and proclaimed, "Mr. John Wick is my appointed assistant, responsible for aiding in the instruction of defense against the dark arts. Rest assured, he is well acquainted with the material under my prior guidance." The students gazed at John in disbelief. He rolled his eyes, bemused by Lockhart's theatrical flair. A.S. Lockhart unveiled a cabinet draped in cloth. It revealed something that struck a chord of familiarity with Neville. With a confident grin, Lockhart winked and instructed, "Now, please form an orderly line. We are about to commence this grand and enlightening lesson." It was undeniable that Lockhart had a knack for stirring emotions. Even the most disillusioned students found themselves filled with anticipation at his words. Noticing a table obstructing the space, John drew his wand and waved it, transforming the table into a series of barriers encircling the front of the classroom. His transfiguration skills had reached a level of mastery, and if Professor McGonagall were to witness this, he would undoubtedly earn points. Lockhart, adorned in a flamboyant robe, strutted forward like a peacock donning a crown. "I am here to teach you the official first lesson on how to defeat a troll." Lockhart's talent for reciting from memory was exceptional. As long as it did not involve practical application, he could be considered a master of rhetoric. This was evident from his vivid recounting of tales borrowed from others, as he earnestly spoke of his book about his encounters with trolls, detailing their vulnerabilities. "The troll's head is exceedingly fragile, A simple levitation charm will suffice to make its own club strike itself. With a clap of his hands, Lockhart signaled John to step forward. My assistant will now demonstrate. The students exchanged puzzled glances. John's wand waved gently, unlocking the cabinet. Almost immediately, a mumbling sound emanated from within, sending a wave of terror through the trio. They recognized that sound all too well. It was the voice of the troll they had encountered in their first year. Then came their confusion. How could such a small cabinet possibly conceal a troll? John employed the concealment charm, envisioning a troll in his mind. The boggart, mistaking his intent as fear of trolls, morphed into a troll that lumbered out of the cabinet. It's truly a troll, Ron gasped in horror. Focusing on the club in the troll's hand, John acted decisively as it approached him. Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club flew uncontrollably upwards and came crashing down upon its own head. The boggart, transformed into a troll, exhibited its troll-like traits. Dazed, it collapsed to the ground. The troll was effortlessly dispatched, and as the realization dawned on the spectators, they erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lockhart stepped forward, exclaiming, "Indeed, a testament to my teaching prowess. John Wick has performed admirably. 10 points for Slytherin." This lesson drastically improved upon the previous debacle, as the transformed boggart was struck down time and again. After class, the perception of Lockhart shifted. He was suddenly perceived as competent. "You all witnessed the true caliber of Professor Lockhart's teaching," he declared. "Come now, Hermione, it was clearly John who instructed us." "Lockhart didn't even draw his wand," Ron countered, after the defense against the dark arts class. Hermione promptly sought out Harry and Ron to defend Lockhart's reputation. Yet Ron was even more convinced that Lockhart was merely a figurehead, as throughout the entire class, Lockhart had not once drawn his wand. Rather than teaching, it was John who had truly been leading the lesson. When Neville failed to perform the levitation charm, it was John who had directly controlled the troll with transfiguration. Lockhart had evidently been so frightened that he had hidden behind the podium. But his lesson was excellent, wasn't it? Hermione attempted to rebut, though she was internally swayed. Watching her idol descend from his pedestal left her feeling conflicted. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. If John could teach every class, I wouldn't have any objections to Lockhart. As Harry observed their debate, he found himself reminiscing about the voice he had heard while being punished to assist Lockhart with correspondence on Saturday. Due to Ron and Malfoy's malicious antics, both he and Ron had been confined. The silver lining was that Malfoy's overprotective father had not caused a scene at Hogwarts. It was rumored that John had smoothed things over. This filled Harry with gratitude towards John. At that moment, Filch's furious voice echoed through the hall. The Weasley twins snickered nearby, having splattered frog guts across the walls, which sent Filch into a rage. As a squib, he possessed no magic and could only clean up messes bit by bit. It was evident that this was yet another prank from the Weasley twins, and Percy, upon witnessing the chaos, marched over with his usual stern demeanor to chastise them. "You shouldn't engage in such pranks, though. Come now, Percy. No, it should be head boy," he retorted. "Perhaps you could find a position in the ministry, given your penchant for being as dull and tedious as they are." George and Fred harmonized together, inciting Percy's ire. Percy, an anomaly within the Weasley clan, despite being regarded with pride by Mrs. Weasley, found himself at odds with the familial atmosphere. After all, apart from Percy, no one in the Weasley household would ever deign to read the dreadfully tedious tomes on how a prefect acquires power. Percy was helpless in this regard. He yearned for greater authority. Consequently, even though Lockhart's teaching prowess was abysmal, he treated him with utmost deference. Ultimately, the bonds of family affection triumphed over him, and he could only leave with a warning. Retreating in disgrace, the Weasley twins made faces behind him, and Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment for his brother. While the twins often tormented him, they lacked Percy's rigid seriousness and condescending reprimands. Indeed, within Gryffindor, Percy stood out as an oddity. One could perform poorly academically, but must never lack friends or a sense of humor. "John, you're right. I'll ensure Dad doesn't come to school next time I see a Weasley. I will make him cry," declared our ON.IN the Slytherin ranks. Malfoy boasted to John about intercepting Mr. Malfoy. After being ambushed by Ron with a jinx on Saturday, Malfoy cursed, vowing to expel the Weasley from Hogwarts. John furrowed his brow upon hearing this and admonished him earnestly. "Draco, don't act like a child. A powerful wizard does not rely on his father. You may retaliate with a hex, but never allow yourself to be looked down upon." This counsel shifted Malfoy's perspective, as he did indeed retaliate with a curse. The satisfaction derived from that action surpassed any enjoyment from having his father create a scene at the school. Such a response rendered the matter inconclusive, making it unlikely that Mr. Malfoy would achieve anything by intervening. Daphne hurried to John's side, her eyes glimmering with admiration, and exclaimed, "You were fantastic. Your transfiguration in class was simply perfect. Where on earth did you procure a troll?" "Oh, that was conjured by Professor Lockhart," replied John. He maintained the facade of Lockhart's image outside, at least ensuring he would not be met with skepticism. Yet Daphne was not naive. She crinkled her delicate nose in irritation and retorted, "Come on, he lacks that capability. Goodness, I can't fathom why my mother is so fond of him." John chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her statement. The troll was merely a boggart transformed. Boggarts reflect one's inner fears, yet they possess no significant power. Even transformed into a troll, it would likely lack even half the strength of a genuine troll. By employing a mental blocking technique to construct a fearsome troll and positioning oneself a bit ahead, the boggart would morph into the desired creature that he recalled during Harry's third year when a defense against the dark arts professor had captured a boggart. Though the lesson was intended to teach how to deal with boggarts, not trolls, Lockhart may lack skill, but the tales he told were indeed real. The knowledge contained therein was undeniably useful, as long as one adhered to the teachings. Even if criticized for being theoretical, it could hardly be deemed poor. Regrettably, Lockhart remained oblivious to this fact, in the lesson plan John devised for him. Apart from the second year, it was best to avoid hands-on activities. Relying primarily on the stories from the book combined with theory, Defense Against the Dark Arts primarily focused on dealing with magical creatures and the countering and defending against dark magic. This made navigating the academic year quite simple. Following his appointment as a teaching assistant for Defense Against the Dark Arts, many students began to realize the distinctions between John and themselves. Even Professor McGonagall praised his transfiguration skills, deeming them of a higher year level, which filled Slytherin with immense pride, particularly during Lockhart's generous allocation of points. John, with the Slytherin points funnel, surged ahead, leaving the other three houses far behind. This gave Slytherin a sense of renewed confidence. "George, Fred." Percy's roar echoed through the corridor as John emerged from the room of requirement, spotting the two culprits stealthily making their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Percy, incensed, marched through the corridor, having caught the two miscreants out after hours. The mere glance confirmed that the unmistakable fiery red hair belonged to his two brothers. However, to his surprise, he had not apprehended the Weasley twins, but rather Slytherin's John. "I should warn you, while I won't deduct points, you have violated school regulations," Percy stated, adjusting his glasses and maintaining a neat appearance, a stark contrast to his disheveled brother Ron. With a shrug, John mused. "Percy Weasley, it seems we haven't had much of a conversation." John held a notable impression of the Weasley family. Apart from the two already graduated, Percy's presence was the most subdued. Yet one could not deny Percy's excellence. He had achieved 12 certificates in his O.W.L. exams, making him a veritable academic prodigy. One could even speculate that had he not been a Weasley, he might have been sorted into Ravenclaw. After all, the Weasley family was predominantly Gryffindor, and it was likely the Sorting Hat did not wish to disrupt tradition. For Slytherin, the immediate reaction to all Weasleys was disdain, yet here stood John Wick, the savior of the trio. Percy furrowed his brow and politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I must assist the professor with patrols. If that's the case, I wouldn't worry," John replied with a slight smile. "Would you be interested in joining me for a cup of tea in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office?" He spoke as if inviting Percy home, which took him aback. Lockhart, though unreliable, was still a professor, and John appeared far too relaxed, considering John's role as the assistant for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Percy's brow unfurled, and he readily agreed. "All right, but only for a brief moment. That will suffice." John smiled, though internally he harbored other thoughts. Among the many surprising plot twists in the Harry Potter series, the emergence of a traitor from the Weasley family who aligned with the Ministry of Magic was undoubtedly one. This traitor was none other than the power-hungry Percy, making him a vividly memorable character in John's recollections. He remembered that Percy was faring quite well at the Ministry, even willing to sever ties with the Weasley family in his pursuit of advancement. This ambition to ascend was precisely what John needed, and an idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps he could recruit Percy Weasley. The connections he possessed were indeed enticing to in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Gilderoy Lockhart was busily responding to letters from his admirers when a knock interrupted him. "Oh, how tiresome," My little fans refuse to let me rest, even at night. He anticipated it to be a fan seeking an autograph, deriving joy from the attention, even if it meant signing until his hand ached. Upon opening the door, his radiant smile faltered into awkwardness. John Wick. I mean, Mr. Wick. What brings you here? His demeanor puzzled Percy, as Lockhart publicly claimed to have mentored John, yet now appeared almost reverent in his presence. Professor Lockhart, we have some matters to discuss, and I hope you won't mind us occupying a bit of your time here, John stated as he entered, his manner starkly contrasting with his verbal politeness. Percy nodded respectfully to Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, it appears you are diligently preparing your teaching materials this evening. Yes, I am preparing my materials, Lockhart replied, discreetly removing an envelope from his desk after Percy entered. He closed the door, fidgeting with his hands, intertwining his thumbs as he turned them in circles. John seated himself in a chair, casually conjuring another for Percy. Lockhart, taking on the role of a servant, began pouring tea and retrieving cups. I have a bit of an acquaintance with Professor Lockhart over the holidays. We are pen pals, John remarked, noting Percy's surprise that he smiled and added, after all, networking is an essential part of being a distinguished wizard. And having an esteemed wizard like Professor Lockhart in one's circle is equally vital. Upon hearing praises directed towards him, Lockhart straightened his posture. Percy nodded in acknowledgement. His views were seldom appreciated within the Weasley household. So it was refreshing to encounter someone who concurred with him. Stirring a modicum of fondness for John. He picked up a piece of toffee and popped it into his mouth. The sweetness erupted, followed by a sip of red tea. Likewise, connections should not be confined to the outside realm. Let us speak candidly. Percy Weasley, I am aware of your ambition to ascend to the position of Student Council President next year. And the backing of all four houses is indispensable. Percy's aspirations were apparent to all, prompting John to place a piece of toffee into Percy's hand with a light chuckle, saying, I shall ensure you have the support of Slytherin. Why would you assist me? Percy inquired, perplexed as he held the toffee, feeling somewhat uneasy. Despite being 4 years his senior, he felt overshadowed by John's commanding presence. Connections, John remarked meaningfully. That I have stated before, you are a remarkable individual. And that will undoubtedly be acknowledged within the Ministry of Magic post-graduation. Thus, why not cultivate relationships? The simplest way to sway Percy was to present tangible assistance. John gestured towards Lockhart. Professor Lockhart will aid you in establishing your credibility among the students. You must showcase your excellence, and the position of assistant in defense against the dark arts is a splendid platform. Currently, there was only one assistant for the subject, and should another be appointed, it would not only alleviate Lockhart's burden, but also allow the assistant to stand out amongst the students. John sought to entice Percy with this prospect, and it evidently piqued his interest. Percy unwrapped the toffee and smiled, nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct. Connections are of paramount importance. This signified his acquiescence to John's proposal, and they shook hands, within the confines of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Lockhart witnessed the exchange between the two power brokers unfold before his eyes. Once Percy departed, Lockhart, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Are you not concerned he might uncover my secret? Could having another assistant prove too perilous? Not at all. You are his pillar of support, and he shall not betray you, provided you continue to grant him power. John cast a sidelong glance at Lockhart, administering a dose of encouragement while simultaneously issuing a warning. Refrain from entertaining your extravagant notions. Simply utilize the lesson plans I provided, and avoid employing any magic. Lockhart's magical prowess was lamentably inadequate, leading John to question how he had managed to graduate from Hogwarts. With an awkward chuckle, Lockhart was too fond of seeking the limelight to recognize the essence of his ineptitude. From his satchel, John produced a protective charm and a ring adorned with a green gemstone. Placing them on the table, should the need arise to take action, use this. It is imbued with the shield charm and the Petrificus Totalis. This newly crafted tool could serve to bolster Lockhart's standing in critical moments. Lockhart received it with great appreciation, as the recent doubts cast upon his abilities had weighed heavily upon him. Thank you, Mr. Wick. I shall fulfill my duties diligently. As John rose to leave, he remarked nonchalantly, Call me John. As I mentioned, connections are an essential component of an esteemed wizard. Lockhart was momentarily taken aback. He had initially presumed John was leveraging his influence as a means of intimidation, but it now appeared that John genuinely sought to foster this connection. Indeed, to cultivate it, much like he did with Percy, by granting him power and prestige. Very well, John, I shall write to you after my term concludes. Lockhart offered in a conciliatory tone. John nodded in acknowledgement before departing. October had arrived, bringing with it a considerable drop in temperature, causing many young witches and wizards to succumb to the flu. Madame Pomfrey prepared additional invigorating potions, which, though they caused one's ears to smoke, proved remarkably effective. As a student excelling in potions class, John was summoned to assist, after delivering the invigorating potions to the hospital wing. He heard the sound of weeping while traversing the second-floor corridor. Following the sound, he discovered Peeves the poltergeist throwing stones at the girls' lavatory, where a female ghost was being bullied and crying. "Peeves, you may take your leave," John commanded. Peeves, startled by John's presence, turned and, in a panic, crashed into a suit of medieval armor before fleeing. Was it truly necessary to react in such a manner over a few immobilizations? John muttered, bemused by Peeves' exaggerated response. Entering the girl's lavatory, he found the distressed ghost still sobbing and asked, "Are you all right?" Moaning Myrtle let out a shriek and soared through John's body, leaving him feeling as though doused with cold water. Which was quite disconcerting. "That I apologize. Before he could finish, Myrtle recalled her sorrowful memories and erupted into tears once more. John felt a headache coming on. He was utterly at a loss when it came to dealing with ghosts. However, he found Myrtle's attire curious. "Are you a student of Hogwarts?" Myrtle was clad in a somewhat antiquated version of the Hogwarts uniform, prompting John to wonder if a student had perished at Hogwarts or if she, like Professor Binns, had forgotten to carry her body away, thus transforming into a ghost. Myrtle, wearing glasses and with straight hair, appeared to be from a bygone era. "Of course, I am a student of Hogwarts," Myrtle retorted, ceasing her tears as she glared at John before leaping into a broken toilet. "Well, it seems not all ghosts are amenable to conversation," John remarked, shrugging as he exited the lavatory. Picking up the sign that read "out of order" and setting it back in place, he made his way back to the Slytherin common room. "Crab, do refrain from overindulging. You're on the verge of resembling a hog," Daphne chastised Crab and Goyle in the Slytherin common room. Utterly baffled by the prodigious appetites of the two, Pansy cruelly mocked. Perhaps they were simply bred as farm pigs. Upon entering, John witnessed Daphne reclaiming a cupcake that Goyle had pilfered. "John, here is your correspondence. Your dog has brought it back from outside," Daphne announced, instantly adopting a ladylike demeanor as she, much like the matron of Slytherin, presented 2 envelopes to him, delivered by Tom. John's brow arched. One of the letters bore 3 ink splotches that appeared to have accidentally landed there, causing John's frown to deepen. It seemed to be from Silverhand Johnny. He nodded in gratitude to Daphne. "Thank you for looking after Tom." Daphne raised her chin proudly, although her ears tinged slightly red. Returning to his dormitory, John opened the envelope, and the contents eased his furrowed brow. "That Mr. Alex Belby will be honored on October 2. It appeared his investments were beginning to yield returns." John smiled, a wave of good fortune washing over him. In such spirits, he proceeded to open the second envelope. It was from Dimity Shelby, but it bore unwelcome news. The shop was attacked. Staring at the words on the page, John learned that Silverhand Johnny's shop had been assaulted overnight by 3 dark wizards. Although Dimity had managed to repel them, there were signs of their return. Mr. Boking was a discerning individual. The shop might not have boasted a prominent reputation, yet its offerings were of exceptional quality. Dimity had uncovered that these assailants were connected to Bokingbok. He had dispatched 3 wizards to eliminate this unwelcome threat to his business, but unfortunately, they had failed. It seemed John's apprehensions were justified. Dimity had enlisted 3 werewolf companions, and they would soon prove useful. Following the previous recruitment, Dimity had successfully gathered 3 werewolf friends, all of whom were marginalized by the magical community and were immensely grateful for John's offer of employment. It was time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, the troubles would only escalate. Honoring. A fierce glint appeared in John's eyes. The alley was filled with unscrupulous individuals, and it was imperative to inflict some pain upon them. The upcoming full moon was the perfect opportunity for the werewolves to take action. Hopefully, this time, they would eradicate the lingering threat once and for all. John snapped his fingers, igniting the letter in flames. He gazed impassively as it transformed into ashes, instructing Basil to deliver the correspondence to Tongmi, along with the protective talisman and the ring of incantations he had prepared, armoring these individuals to the teeth. He intended to decisively incapacitate Bogenbach. Concurrently, He penned a letter to Demoya Alex, hoping he could persuade the Ministry of Magic to conduct a thorough search of Nocturne Alley, with the influence of the imminent award of the first-class Merlin Medal and his pure blood lineage. Demoya Alex was capable of executing such a task. After accomplishing all of this, John commenced work akin to that of Lockhart. The distinction lay in Lockhart's correspondences being with fans, while John's were with alchemical experts and literary scholars. Some masters of potion-making, introduced by Demoya Alex, had also become his pen pals, responding favorably to him. Maintaining these connections was a task in itself, and John diligently wrote to each one a letter of gratitude from Barty Crouch. The final missive left John momentarily stunned. Upon opening it, he found a message from Barty Crouch, director of the International Magical Cooperation, expressing his appreciation for Johnny Silverhand for providing a commendable position for his former subordinate. This director was rather sentimental. Tommy had previously served as an Auror under Barty Crouch, and he was deeply pained by the transformation of his subordinate into a werewolf. Now aware of John's provision of a stable and excellent job for Tommy, he personally wrote to convey his thanks. Simultaneously, Barty Crouch acknowledged John's dealings in selling Wolfsbane potion, reiterating his gratitude for John's contributions to the werewolf community in the magical realm. Truly a person worth forging a deeper bond with. John picked up a quill and penned a reply to Barty Crouch. Ding. Magical power upgrade successful. Current magical level 4. Having concluded training by the Black Lake with Neville, John observed Neville plopping down onto the ground. With genuine curiosity, Neville inquired, "John, why must we wizards also exercise our bodies? Only with a robust physique can one sustain a formidable soul," John responded, giving Neville a swift kick to urge him to rise and practice his swordplay. Reluctantly, Neville complied, and after finishing their workout, the two parted ways in the corridor as rain began to fall. John spotted Luna, seemingly flitting about like a headless fly, barefoot. Beside her was Ginny Weasley, the young girl from the Weasley family, who unsurprisingly had been sorted into Gryffindor. However, she appeared somewhat haggard. Percy had mentioned that his sister had been ill, likely explaining her current state. "What are you searching for?" John asked, noticing their quest for something. Luna, in a dreamy haze, greeted John. "Hello, John. It's lovely to see you. You haven't been caught in the rain." Ginny Weasley, having heard of John's name and being a close friend of Luna's, expressed her indignation. "It's the Ravenclaws. They've hidden Luna's shoes. It's just a game," Luna interjected. "This is no game." Ginny could not abide her friend's tolerance of being bullied, especially after communicating with the person from the diary. Her fear of losing this friend intensified. "Well, perhaps I can assist you in your search," John offered, noting Ginny's agitation and seeking to comfort both girls. Suddenly, a cat emerged from around the corner. It was Mrs. Norris. John approached and gently stroked her head, softly asking, "Mrs. Norris, could you help me find Luna's shoes?" Mrs. Norris glanced at Luna, circled around as if memorizing something, then turned and trotted down another corridor, with John following closely. This scene left Ginny astounded, as she had heard tales of Filth's cat, known for delivering messages to him. Upon reaching the fifth-floor corridor, Mrs. Norris sat down and let out a cry directed upwards. John looked up and spotted Luna's shoes dangling above. Using his wand to cast a spell, he retrieved the shoes and fed Mrs. Norris a treat he had on hand. "I really must find some time to groom you," he remarked, noticing her fur had become matted from neglect. After finishing her snack, Mrs. Norris departed, and John bid farewell to both girls. "Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Sensing Luna might not be faring well in Ravenclaw, John left her with those words. Arriving at the library, John entered, equipped with a note from Lockhart granting him access to the restricted section. For convenience, he had requested Lockhart to write several such notes for him. Once inside the restricted area, John sought books pertaining to curses. The Book of Spells. This may prove useful, he mused as he prepared to leave. However, he paused in front of another book, pondering. I recall there being a book here. When he first arrived in his first year, there had been a book titled Revealing Dark Magic, but now it was absent. Finding this peculiarity unsettling, he soon spotted another volume titled The Most Toxic Spells. Stopping in his tracks, he decided to take that one as well. Under the watchful gaze of Madame Pants, he unflinchingly produced 2 notes. Successfully retrieving both books, John made his way to the Gryffindor common room. By the time he emerged once more, it was already evening. He now possessed another wand, belonging to Ron. The process of crafting a wand took longer than I anticipated. The wand measured 14 inches. Quite lengthy. During the Monday defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart had grown accustomed to being a hands-off instructor. After completing his lecture, he transitioned into practical demonstrations. Naturally, it fell upon John to take control of the situation. Lockhart was the first professor in Hogwarts history to have 2 assistants, and John felt a sense of responsibility towards his classmates, demonstrating how to swiftly subdue a Yeti. After class, John handed Ron the new wand he had crafted from the old wand core. "I nearly forgot I had this wand," Ron exclaimed, suddenly remembering he had been using John's wand. Upon reclaiming it, he found it to be exceptionally well-balanced. Hermione piped up, "You can really make wands, of course." "Do you think I jest?" John chuckled. Hermione felt a tinge of embarrassment, having expected John's craftsmanship to be rather rudimentary. Yet this wand was exquisitely made. "This is fantastic. Now I can give Malfoy a run for his money." Ron had been in constant conflict with Malfoy these past few days, with both having cast jinxes on each other at least 3 times. "Hello, John." Percy strutted by, chest puffed out, which elicited a look of disdain from Ron. "You don't know that Lockhart made him an assistant. It has gone to his head." Harry also found Percy's demeanor rather insufferable.